Chapter 281 Counterattack. Li Shiming no longer transmits his consciousness. But Li Yuanba is still his natal corpse refining from the source. Although Li Yuanba's existence is too special, the control methods of some natal corpse refining will not change. Through his connection with Li Yuanba's soul, he asked Z15 to use Li Yuanba's 5 senses to observe the situation over there. Then, by controlling the original corpse refining method, he directly skipped Li Yuanba and controlled his body remotely. Jishin Arhat is smiling, and under the influence of other minds. At such a close distance, even if Li Yuanba is in the golden elixir stage, as long as his cultivation level does not exceed him, he will be affected by other minds. Not to mention how Li Yuanba, who is only in the late stage of foundation building, could withstand the close attack of Hushin Tong. The monks who have fallen into the illusion of communication with other minds have not been able to escape themselves. This is the confidence of the wise Arhat. In fact, if Li Yuanba hadn't also mastered the magical power of step-by-step lotus, and Li Yuanba was recognized as the reincarnation of Bodhisattva, Qianye Temple would not have been able to send out the Arhat of Wisdom and Arhat of Wisdom as the inheritors of magical powers. The Arhat of Wisdom and Arhat of Wisdom are extremely rare even in Chiba Temple. It is because of the frequent emergence of talented people in Chiba Temple in recent generations that it has such a foundation. The Wise Heart Arhats, Other Mind, and the Wisdom Arhats, Destiny, were both developed within 1,000 years, and they are usually protected in Qianye Temple. Reading with rice balls. Through Other Mind communication, the Wise Heart Arhat can not only pull Li Yuanba into the illusion of his mind, but also be able to sense Li Yuanba's mind and determine Li Yuanba's current state. Therefore, he was sure that Li Yuanba could no longer resist. Even the Wise Arhat beside him was also very relaxed. The Wise Arhat knew the power of his mind, and had no doubt about the ability of the Wise Arhat. They were all approaching Li Yuanba, but at the same time, they didn't want to tie up Li Yuanba with treasures so quickly. For Li Yuanba, they stayed at Shirwanda Mountain for more than 2 years. Even if they were Buddhists, they still wanted to enjoy victory. Be careful! The Wise Arhat suddenly became wary and shouted softly. Destiny reminded him. He didn't know where the reminder came from, but this would only happen when danger was imminent. The Arhat of Wisdom was slightly startled. At the same time as the Arhat of Wisdom issued a warning, Li Yuanba, who shouldn't have made any movement at all, actually moved. In the world of immortality, theoretically, monks who are controlled by other minds cannot gain control of their bodies before breaking free from the control of other minds. But this does not include the clone Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba's own mind was indeed controlled by other minds, and fell into the boundless influence of gods and Buddhas. But Li Yuanba is still the corpse refiner of his own destiny. The real body Li Shiming can completely control the corpse refiner of his destiny by skipping Li Yuanba. In addition, Z15 is not affected by other minds, and can clearly perceive Li Yuanba's environment, allowing Li Shiming to have a clear goal when controlling the clone Li Yuanba. A long sword appeared inexplicably in Li Yuanba's hand. The third-grade material, and the fact that his strength had reached the late stage of foundation establishment, close to the peak of foundation establishment, made the quality of this long sword between a spiritual weapon and a magic weapon, coupled with Li Yuanba's Jiyang sword intention. The power of the third-grade sword base can almost reach the edge of the magic weapon's power. The third-grade sword base was swung with all his strength. Li Shiming almost mobilized all of Li Yuanba's sword intention and spiritual power with this sword, and slashed towards Jishin Arhat. That is to say, the Wisdom Arhat sensed the danger in advance and issued a reminder, allowing the Wisdom Arhat to dodge when the third-grade sword base came, so that he did not receive a fatal blow. The Arhat with intellectual mind used heart to other minds, and because of his trust in heart to other minds, he did not put any defense on himself. With Arhat's strength, ambushing a foundation-building monk like Li Yuanba has already made Jishin Arhat feel that he has lost face. If Li Yuanba is 100% restrained and still cautious, Jishin Arhat himself will not be able to accept it. Jishin Arhat avoided the fatal sword, but his right arm was swept by the third-grade sword base, and his right arm separated from his body. Li Yuanba's movements did not stop. At the same time as he drew his sword, he activated Boo 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 Shang Lotus, and his figure disappeared from the spot. At the moment of disappearing, he did not forget to grab the right arm that he had chopped off. His entire set of movements was smooth and flowing. In front of the 2 Arhats, he not only injured one Arhat, but was also able to escape successfully. Everything happened too fast, and the wise Arhat also made a mistake. because he was convinced of the ability of the wise Arhat. He misjudged the danger as coming from the periphery. Therefore, when Li Yuanba drew his sword, the wise Arhat was checking the surroundings, and did not focus his main attention on him. When Li Yuanba slashed down with his sword, the wisdom Arhat turned around and attacked him. He had already used the budging lotus every step to disappear, and the wisdom Arhat's blow failed. Li Yuanba did not stop as soon as he ran away, and his figure kept flashing forward at a distance of 200 meters. When the wise Arhat saw Li Yuanba escaping from a distance, he did not pursue him. Also because he knew the power of the magical foot-passing portal of Ubu Shanglian. After Li Yuanba fully launched Ubu Shanglian to escape, he thought of pursuing him again. It's impossible. He came to the side of Jishin Arhat, and a spiritual power locked the broken arm of Jishin Arhat. He was not too worried about the broken arm of Arhat the intelligent heart. Instead, he was worried that if Li Yuanba forcibly broke away from other minds, Arhat the intelligent heart would be affected by the backlash of his supernatural power. On Li Yuanba's side, after a lotus was born step by step, he was out of the range of other minds, and Li Yuanba's mind was no longer affected by the illusion of other minds. He regained control of his body and continued to use lotus growing step by step to stay away from the two Arhats. It wasn't until he continued to use lotus growing step by step and reached near the Boundary Mountain Pass that he stopped. As he approached the Boundary Mountain Pass, he no longer had to worry about the two Arhats chasing him. This place is normally guarded by several Jindan elders from Sun Luo sect, and the formation can detect Jindan Shiotu in advance. Damn Qianya Temple! The clone Li Yuanba and the original body Li Shiming said simultaneously at Shirwanda Mountain and Shushan sect's sword-holding peak. Li Shiming couldn't even imagine what would happen if his clone Li Yuanba was brought back to Qianya Temple. Although Li Yuanba's existence was extremely special, he couldn't guarantee that Li Yuanba wouldn't find anything when he was studied by Qianya Temple. He knew even more clearly that the so-called theory of reincarnation was pure nonsense. The loss of his clone Li Yuanba had a huge impact on Li Shiming. It is impossible for Li Shiming to master the inheritance of sword cultivation intensively on his own, which requires full-time dedication and persistence. The existence of Li Yuanba gave Li Shiming a certain degree of combat effectiveness as a swordsman. The most important thing is that Li Yuanba acts outside and deals with dangerous things, which can greatly ensure the safety of Li Shiming's body. Li Shiming regards Li Yuanba as a part of himself, no different from his own siblings. They just left the body. Chibaji wanted to chop off his limbs, so he was naturally angry. Thinking of his siblings, Li Yuanba couldn't help but look at the right arm of the Jishin Arhat that he was carrying. Taking away his right arm at that time was not only a matter of convenience, but also because he was considering that losing his right arm would make it more difficult for the Jishin Arhat to regenerate his broken limbs. Even if he cut off his right arm, without taking it away on the spot, the right arm could still be put back by Jishin Arhat using the elixir to repair the broken limb. As for the sword intent entrenched on his right arm, with two Arhats present, it is not difficult to get rid of them. But after taking away his right arm, Jishin Arhat needs to take the elixir to regenerate the amputated limb. After taking the elixir, the arm will grow back. Not to mention that it will take a long time to reach the same size as the original arm. Just want to restoring the original arm to be consistent with the rest of the body cannot be accomplished in 10 years. During the period when the severed limb has not recovered, the cultivation of the Jishin Arhat will be greatly affected. Li Yuanba was about to destroy Jishin Arhat's right arm, when suddenly he stopped and saw a small and exquisite ring on the finger of the broken arm. He couldn't help but laugh, which was even happier than cutting off one of Jishin Arhat's arms. It can be said that his revenge for being ambushed by two Arhats was avenged by his sword just now. Not only did he cut off one of Jishin Arhat's arms, but he also took away Jishin Arhat's space ring. Of course, after seeing the space ring, Li Yuanba also guessed that Jishin Arhat's status in Qianya Temple must be extremely extraordinary. You must know that even the golden elixir monks in large sects mostly use storage bracelets. Space rings are generally owned by only a few powerful golden elixir monks. His spiritual thoughts swept through the space ring. But unfortunately, the Arhat of wisdom did not die. This made his plan to break through the restrictions of the space ring and check inside failed. He was not in a hurry. The space ring was in his hand. As long as he kept using his sword power, he would be able to break through the restrictions of the space ring one day. Li Yuanba put the space ring on his finger, and he began to think about how he was ambushed this time. He was extremely cautious along the way, and the valley he chose was simply his temporary intention. Even he himself did not know that he would step on that rock. How did the two Arhats know about it? He felt that his whereabouts could no longer be hidden. It was very likely that the two Arhats had some secret method that could track him remotely. Or that the tracking was inaccurate and could predict his trajectory. Could it be Fate Pass? He immediately guessed Fate Pass. After mastering the step-by-step Lotus, that is the introduction to the magical power. He and Li Shiming, the main body, launched an investigation into the magical power. Especially Li Shiming, because of his status as an alchemy master. When talking to some golden elixir monks who are asking for elixirs, he will not hesitate to give advice as long as the golden elixir monks can answer his questions. He also learned some knowledge about Qianba Temple's magical powers, and learned about the existence of magical powers such as fate power. When it comes to supernatural powers, Buddhism's research on supernatural powers exceeds that of other monks. Other monks will only try to master magical powers when they reach the nascent soul stage. But Buddhism simplifies magical powers and forms an inheritance of magical powers from low to high, allowing monks to use magical powers to a certain extent when they are weak. Of course, there are not many magical powers that Buddhism can use for such inheritance. Only 4 kinds. But it is these 4 magical power inheritances that give Buddhist sects more opportunities to possess magical powers for body protection. That is to say, Li Shiming, as a well-known righteous alchemy master, has no scruples about asking about such secrets. The other monks are also willing to tell him these secrets in order to deepen their friendship. Otherwise, Li Yuanba alone would not be able to detect much information about magical powers. Li Yuanba thought again about the ability that made him fall into the illusion. That ability was not the illusion of formations. Although his attainments in formations were not as good as those of Li Shiming. But what formations could conceal his perception? Still can't do it. He fell into the illusion in an instant, which frightened him even more. You must know that he has cultivated spiritual thoughts. Even if he is trapped in the illusion array, it is not easy to make him lose his ability to act independently, and his body and mind are completely controlled by the illusion. It's his mental power. He thought of the supernatural power again, and his scalp felt numb. Could it be that Qianba Temple actually sent 2 Arhats with supernatural powers for his unknown true or false theory of Buddhist reincarnation? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was true. Because with his step-by-step Lotus, how could he be controlled so easily? His face looked ugly, and he almost wanted to return to Sanluo's sect immediately, because he didn't know if fate would find out his relationship with the real body Li Shiming. Even if it wouldn't find out this, if he came into contact with Li Shiming, he would be the probability of fate communication, perception is extremely high. However, he must obtain the elixir of becoming a golden elixir, which is a key step in his promotion to the golden elixir. In that case, let me cause you some trouble first, Li Yuanba said to himself in a deep voice. He took out a jade slip and transcribed the appearance of the Jixing Arhat and the Wisdom Arhat into the jade slip through the record of Z15. And he also added the other mind and destiny possessed by the 2 Arhats. Above, he didn't care whether the 2 Arhats really mastered the 2 magical powers. Anyway, he wanted to cause trouble for the 2 Arhats. So naturally, the more exaggerated the description, the better. He took out another useless flying sword, tied the jade slip to the flying sword, used the flying sword message method, and sent it to the garrison at Jieshan Pass. He did not use his own identity. This was a kind of anonymous message. The recipient of his message was the Jindan elder who was guarding Jieshan Pass. After doing this, he moved closer. This is the weak point of the formation that Li Shiming has passed through many times. There are loopholes in the formation that have been exploited by Li Shiming many times. It was extremely easy for Li Yuanba to use it. After passing through the Sanluo sect's formation and the Jingdao's formation, he once again came to Jingdao's sphere of influence. He found the right direction, taking advantage of the fact that the sky was still dark, and used all his strength to move away with Lotus growing every step. Chapter 282 Rendezvous. At dawn, Li Yuanba did not stop moving. Although he no longer used Ubu Sheng Lotus, he switched to Sword Escape, which was much slower. He did not move in one direction, but kept changing his route. This was to prevent the destiny from predicting his trajectory. He didn't know if this was useful, but he thought it would be better than doing nothing, which affected his speed a lot. The exotic land development of vegetable growing skeletons. He didn't dare to stay somewhere. Fate Pass was like a shackle, forcing him to be extremely cautious. Having said that, Jingdao's sphere of influence is indeed much more stable. and Li Yuanba did not encounter any trouble along the way. This may also be related to the fact that he does not have the slightest aura of demon cultivator. No monk would be willing to provoke a pure sword cultivator like him. When he was about to reach the target location, he suddenly stopped. The reason why Li Yuanba stopped was that he felt a slight change in the space ring on his finger. The original restriction on the space ring disappeared inexplicably. This phenomenon shows that the original owner of the space ring, Jishin Arhat, has died, so the restrictions on his space ring will be automatically released. He planned to spend a long time cracking it, but it seemed that he didn't need to. Jishin Arhat's death was not only due to Li Yuanba's notification of his location, but also related to his loss of an arm and mental trauma. Other mind communication, or in other words, all abilities involving the mind, including magical powers, will suffer backlash once it is broken. Not to mention that when Jishin Arhat used talk to other minds, Li Yuanba not only forcibly broke through the restrictions of two minds, but also cut off his arm with a sword, which intensified when he used talk to other minds. Backlash effect. The Wisdom Arhat rescued the Wisdom Arhat and stabilized the injury of the Wisdom Arhat. If Li Yuanba hadn't passed their news to Sun Luo's sect, then maybe Jishin Arhat would have survived. After the message sent by Li Yuanba was received by Elder Jin Dan of Sun Luo's sect, the sect attached great importance to it. 2 years ago, 2 Arhats sneaked into Shirwana Mountain and disappeared, combined with the intelligence given by Li Yuanba. And the intelligence personnel of Sun Luo's sect recognized the identities of the 2 Arhats. A more grand pursuit was launched than 2 years ago. Here we go. The injuries suffered by Jishin Arhat could no longer allow him to use secret techniques to hide himself, so he could only find a way to escape. In the end, the 2 Arhats made a choice. The wise Arhat alone led away the pursuers, and the wise Arhat escaped alone. Li Yuanba breathed a long sigh of relief, with a proud smile on his face. The death of the Arhat of Wisdom was an unexpected surprise, and he was being pursued by the Sun Luo sect. At least the Arhat of Wisdom no longer had time to use Fate Link to track him. Li Yuanba no longer hesitated. He did not expect that a tip-off would solve the trouble he was most worried about. He turned into sword light and flew downwards. In a valley, his figure passed through the valley and disappeared beside a stream. This place is close to the Shushan sect, and a formation has been set up using 108 third-grade formation flags. As long as the nascent soul cultivator does not come over, no one in the formation can be harmed. Fellow Taoist, long time no see. Li Yuanba looked at Li Shiming sitting in the formation, smiled, okay, and said with a hand gesture, fellow Taoist, it's been a long time indeed. Li Shiming smiled and looked at his clone and returned the greeting. Even if he met like this many times, he would still come to meet him every time. 3 each of the pulse protecting pill, Ling Ling pill, rebirth pill, and you breaking pill. Li Shiming took out 5 jade bottles and threw them over. How about we compete? Who can become an elixir first? My fellow Taoist or me? Li Yuanba took the 5 jade bottles and put away his suggestion without looking at it. Does it make sense? Li Shiming asked with a smile. The main body and the clone looked at each other and laughed loudly. Who could understand the pride in Li Shiming's heart? In just a few years of hard work, he and his avatar reached the late stage of foundation building from the Qi Chain stage. This achievement was extremely shocking for either person alone, but he made the main body and the avatar achieve it at the same time. Now, the main body and the clone are both true disciples of a large sect, and their identities are extremely special. Needless to say, Li Shiming himself, as an alchemy master, no longer needs to consider himself as a true disciple. Now, when he breaks through the golden elixir stage, the sect will raise his status to a level higher than that of most golden elixir elders. Although Li Yuanba had few friends in Sun Luo's sect, his status was not low at all. A true disciple of sword cultivator, he alone controls 10,000 sword peaks, with the protection of the Yuaning ancestor behind him. And the master is breaking through the Yuaning stage. As long as he can get through this most difficult period recently, he can soar into the sky. By the way, I got the space ring from the Arhat of Qinya Temple, just in time to share it with fellow Taoists. Li Yuanba thought of something, took off the space ring, and threw it to Li Shiming. Only the relationship between the clone and the main body is one, so he would be so casual about an uninspected large sect golden elixir monk space ring. Li Yuanba is a sword cultivator, and his need for foreign objects is very low. In addition, this is the space ring of the Arhat of Qinya Temple. Maybe there are some items in it that will be tracked by Qinya Temple and handed over to Li Shiming for disposal. Li Shiming took the space ring, and his spiritual thoughts penetrated into the space ring. His vision is so high, let alone the foundation establishment stage. Compared with the Golden Core stage monks, most of the Golden Core stage monks are not as good as him. His spiritual thoughts swept through the space ring, and all the spiritual objects worthy of his attention were put aside by him alone. Those elixirs that were regarded as extremely precious by ordinary monks were not worth mentioning in his eyes. Qianba Temple is going crazy now, Li Shiming murmured to himself. The first thing he saw was a heart-shaped relic. From the fluctuations emanating from the heart-shaped relic, he felt the same fluctuations as the Jade Foot relic. This is a magical power inheritance relic. Although the magical power inheritance relic of Qinya Temple is not the only one, there must be other magical power inheritance relics. But the value of each magical power inheritance relic is unimaginable. The so-called relics of the inheritance of supernatural powers are the Buddhist masters of Chiba Temple, who have cultivated their supernatural powers to a certain level. And when they passed away, they transformed their understanding of the supernatural powers into an inheritance and preserved them. In the long history of Chiba Temple, there are only a few Buddhist masters with such abilities. Even Li Shiming was not sure whether the magical power inheritance in this heart-shaped relic would be the only inheritance of other minds in Qinya Temple. Of course, Qinya Temple has lost the relic inheritance of other minds, which does not mean that it has really cut off the inheritance of magical powers. It is just that the powerful Buddhist relic inheritance method makes it easier for future generations to practice Buddhist magical powers. If there are no inherited relics, then the Buddhist monks of Qinya Temple must, like other monks, master the magical powers bit by bit through their own understanding of magical powers after reaching the nascent soul. In this way, the original advantages in magical powers established by Chiba Temple were completely lost. Li Shiming didn't care about the inheritance of Qinya Temple's magical powers. After he discovered that the heart-shaped relic had the same fluctuations as the Jade Foot relic, he immediately moved it into the computer room space. He knew that Qianba Temple had the means to track Buddhist relics, and only putting them in the computer room would be truly safe. Although he was extremely interested in the other mind power, he had no intention of practicing this magical power now. Different from Shinzu Tong, Hshin Tong involves the soul, and its danger is many times greater than that of Shinzu Tong. According to the information he has, there has never been an example of practicing other minds in the Buddha stage. The most basic condition for practicing other minds is determined to be the Arhat stage, which is the Golden Elixir stage. Although Li Shiming is extremely proud of his soul and spirit, he does not think that he can surpass Buddhist cultivators who specialize in soul and spirit in this regard. Buddhist cultivators have great advantages in this aspect. He no longer pays attention to the heart-shaped relic. He is now stuck at the Pika Foundation building, waiting to break through the Golden Elixir stage. He will not damage his soul out of curiosity, thus reducing the chance of becoming an elixir. Anyway, this, other minds, inheritance relic is in your own hands, and you can practice it whenever you want. But consider that among the 4 magical powers that can be passed down in Qianba Temple, he has already inherited 2 of them and mastered 1 of them. He has another chance to learn the inheritance of magical powers from Qinya Temple. Maybe he can achieve the achievement of collecting the 4 major inherited magical powers of Qinya Temple. Li Shiming focused his attention on the space ring. The second spiritual object he paid attention to was a golden hoop, which is a Buddhist head-worn decoration. The thing that can be contained in the space ring by the wise Arhat is not an ordinary one. Magic weapon. Taking out the golden hoop, his mind swept over the golden hoop. He is very knowledgeable about weapon refining and knows many weapon refining techniques in detail. But the golden hoop in his hand is not a magic weapon in the strict sense. The golden hoop is made of Zen hard gold, a third-grade material. In terms of its manufacturing techniques and refining methods, it is not considered to be a superior work. But the treasure of Buddhism is never judged by its refining techniques. This golden hoop has definitely been infiltrated by Buddhist power all year round, causing it to undergo special changes and transcend the category of ordinary magic weapons. Li Shiming was a little curious. When he was investigating with his spiritual mind, he found that this golden hoop could be refined by him. This was a first-level magic weapon. How could it be refined by him? A monk in the foundation building stage? But if you think about the special features of the golden hoop, you can understand this unimaginable thing. It seems that the original owner has been lost. This golden hoop was imprinted with his own spirit with almost no effort. Of course, this is still far from completely refining the golden hoop, but it allows him to exert some of its power and know how to use it. When it comes to the golden hoop of Buddhism, people will think of the three hoops of Buddhism, namely the forbidden hoop, the golden hoop, and the tight hoop. These are the three most representative means of restraining monks in Buddhism. But the golden hoop in his hand is another kind of golden hoop. This golden hoop is called heart hoop, which is a rare treasure that strengthens the spirit. Li Shiming put the heart band on his head. Although it looked a little weird, he felt that his spiritual power was more than doubled. The most frightening thing is that, after his spiritual thoughts were enhanced, he became somewhat aggressive. Wearing this heart band, if he meets a monk whose level is lower than his own, his spiritual thoughts can damage his spirit. If he can learn another spiritual attack method, the power of the heart band will be even more powerful. In addition, by wearing the heart band, the distance he can use, lotus growing every step, can be doubled. This is almost equivalent to the effect of the next stage of divine foot power, Chi Chi Tian Ya. For life-saving, this heart band is truly priceless. When Jishin Arhat dealt with Li Yuanba, he did not use the heart hoop. Of course, the effect of Wise Heart Arhat is almost the same whether he uses the heart hoop or not. To deal with Li Yuanba in the foundation building stage, whether he uses the heart hoop or not, Li Yuanba has no power to fight back. Li Shiming thought for a while, and threw his heart to Li Yuanba. Compared with the main body, the clone Li Yuanba needs a heart hoop more. With the heart hoop, the distance of Li Yuanba's building lotus step by step is doubled, which is enough for him to truly have the ability to escape from the powerful golden elixir. In addition, this kind of auxiliary treasure is also suitable for sword cultivators. Li Yuanba was not polite. They were all one body. After taking the heart band, he put it directly on his head. Then he found a hero's scarf to cover up the heart band so that no one would see him. There is a strange feeling in my head. As for refining, the refining of the main body Li Shiming and the refining of the clone Li Yuanba have the same effect. The spiritual imprint is universal. It just needs to be completely refined after returning. Li Shiming took out another small flying sword. This flying sword was made of jade and was only the size of a finger. It was densely engraved with countless tiny Buddhist Sanskrit characters. This is a real magic weapon, due to the problem of realm. Although he is very curious about the power of this jade magic weapon flying sword, it is not like the heart band that he can easily recognize as its owner. But according to his vision of weapon refining, the quality of this flying sword is definitely at the top level among magic weapons. But think about it. How can the magic weapon in the hands of an Arhat, like Jishin Arhat, who has mastered magical powers in Chiba Temple, be ordinary? By examining the spiritual objects in the space ring, Li Shiming can also judge that Jishin Arhat has an attitude towards the magic weapon that he would rather lack than waste. The magic weapon in the entire space ring, apart from the heart hoop, is this jade magic weapon flying sword. Strictly speaking, the only jade magic weapon that is truly a magic weapon is the flying sword. Li Shiming focused on the last spiritual object, which was a talisman. A talisman with an extremely strange aura. The quality of the talisman exceeded all the talismans he had ever seen. Although he could not recognize the real name of the talisman, he could still judge its function. It was a life-saving talisman. That is to say, Li Yuanba's skillful sword attack at that time cut off Jishin Arhat's right arm together with the space ring. Otherwise, with this talisman, perhaps Jishin Arhat would not have been surrounded and killed by the Saluo sect. He thought for a moment, and when he went back, he would ask someone to find out the details of the talisman. Chapter 283 Refining Corpse. Li Yuanba returned to Shirwanda Mountain from the sphere of influence of Zhengdao. During this period, he continued to use random changes in routes to ensure that his route would not be predicted. But his worries were obviously in vain. He had been waiting for him to return to Saluo sect's Wanjin Peak, but he did not encounter another interception from Qianye Temple. As for the actions that Saluo sect wanted to target him, they could not find out his whereabouts. After learning that he had left the sect, they had been searching for his whereabouts. But it was not until he returned to the sect that he could be found, know his exact location. When he arrived at the sect, he hid in Wanjin Peak. Even the monks in the sect didn't even have a chance to see Li Yuanba, let alone his cultivation. This was something he deliberately concealed. Once he became a golden elixir monk, he would no longer have to fear anything. Not long after returning to the sect, he learned about the Arhat of Wisdom and Arhat of Wisdom. The Arhat of Wisdom was killed, and a sage from Chiba Temple came forward to bring back the Arhat of Wisdom. It was rumored in the sect that Chiba Temple paid a heavy price to the Saluo sect for this. No wonder Qianye Temple didn't have the energy to track down Li Yuanba. The wise Arhat couldn't rest in peace when he was chased by many demon cultivators in Shirwan Mountain. By the time the Wisdom Arhat was rescued, Li Yuanba had returned to Sun Luo's sect. It will be more troublesome in the future, Li Yuanba murmured to himself as he gently touched a ring on his right hand with the fingers of his left hand. This ring is the space ring belonging to Jishin Arhat. The origin of this space ring cannot be revealed among the righteous forces, but within the sphere of influence of the Sun Luo sect, its origin is clear, so there is nothing to worry about. The reason why he said this was because Jinya Temple definitely knew that he cut off the arm of Jishin Arhat and took away the space ring. In other words, Chibaji knew that he had the jade foot relics of the Shinzutong lineage and the heart-shaped relics of his Shintong lineage, even if it has nothing to do with his reincarnation. These two magical inheritance relics alone will prevent Jinya Temple from letting him go. Of course, there is absolutely no problem for him to stay in the Sun Luo sect. But as long as he leaves the sect, Chiba Temple will continue to track and arrest him, being an enemy of a large sect like Jinya Temple. Even if he is a true disciple of Sun Luo's sect, he is already hostile to Jinya Temple and feels great pressure. Sect hostility and personal enmity are two different things, especially since he was only a foundation-building monk, which left him with little power to protect himself in front of Jinya Temple. However, the pressure also gave him motivation. This time he fought two Arhats and successfully cut off the arm of one Arhat. Although the fighting method was extremely strange, it still made his sword power powerful again. Faced with the suppression of the two Arhats, sword intent was finally released, which is extremely important for the growth of sword intent. What he practiced was the sword intention climbing into the sky technique. When the sword intention grew, his cultivation was left with the accumulation of spiritual power. 1 month after returning to the sect, he successfully reached the peak of foundation building after taking nearly a dozen top-level elixirs. That night, the round moon hung in the sky, illuminating Wanjin Peak as if it were covered with a layer of white snow. The nearly 4-meter-tall corpse was facing the moon, swallowing the cold energy triggered by the moon. The whole body of the corpse was pitch black, with silver light flashing on its skin from time to time. This is a sign that the corpse refining state has reached the peak of the Iron Corpse. It is not surprising that the Iron Corpse appears in Sun Luo's sect, but this Iron Corpse has a gold hoop on its head, which looks particularly weird. This was Li Yuanba's corpse refining state. During the day, he took a top-level spiritual pill, which completely filled the spiritual lake in his body without any gaps. The sword intention climbs to the sky technique he practiced is one of the top techniques in the world of immortal cultivation. In addition, due to the action of the sword intention, the spiritual power in the sword cultivator's body is far more pure than other monks. Therefore, after filling up the spiritual lake, there is almost no need to compress the spiritual power in the body to reach the pinnacle of foundation building. As long as he has some insights at this time, he can break through the foundation building stage and advance to the golden elixir stage. Of course, there will never be one person in thousands of years who can truly be promoted to the golden core stage so smoothly. The vast majority of peak-level foundation building monks have gone through constant training to elevate their bodies and spirits to the extreme, forming a special state with the spiritual lake in their bodies, which is the half-step golden pill. In fact, the half-step golden elixir is not a necessary step in the process of becoming an elixir, but a helpless compromise. If you can directly achieve the elixir, who would be willing to waste decades of time? Becoming a half-step golden elixir is a kind of comfort obtained after decades of wasted time. The half-step golden elixir is only half a step away from the golden elixir stage. But the difficulty of this half-step, if there is no corresponding opportunity and the inability to realize the last step, may be the end of cultivation. Li Yuanba also had thoughts about becoming a pill. This body's talent was excellent, but the talent of who could become a peak foundation building monk would be inferior. He estimated that he would most likely stay at the peak stage of foundation building for a long time, and eventually achieve a half-step golden elixir first, and then consider completing the elixir. He estimated that the time it would take for him to become a pill is 3 years. This is a goal that he can only achieve if he has a sufficient supply of top-grade spiritual pills, and the support of top-grade techniques such as the sword intent climb to the sky technique. At night, he transformed into the corpse refining state and practiced as usual. The practice of the corpse refining state came from the instinct of corpse refining, absorbing the cold energy between heaven and earth for his own use. The spiritual lake in his body disappeared when he was in the state of corpse refining. When he faced the round moon, due to the effect of his cultivation during the day, the yin and yang in his body could not reach balance in the state of corpse refining. The corpse refining body actively attracts the yin cold energy between heaven and earth into the body to replenish the imbalance between yin and yang caused by the lack of balance. Outside Wanjian Peak, Elder Yu stood in the air. Due to the mountain protecting formation, he could not sense the situation inside the formation. For Wan Jianfeng, he is bound to win. He knows more secrets than other Jindan elders in the sect. He knows that Elder Jian has a great chance of being in seclusion to attack the nascent soul realm. He knew even more about the agreement between Elder Jian and Patriarch Lu. Regardless of Elder Jian's failure to break through to the nascent soul realm, even if Elder Jian succeeded in being promoted to a nascent soul monk, he would not stay in Sun Luo's sect. If Elder Jian breaks through to the nascent soul stage, Wan Jianfeng will lose its effect on Elder Jian. In other words, the competitor for the ownership of Wan Jianfeng that he needs to deal with is Elder Jian's disciple Li Yuanbao. Now Elder Jian is in seclusion, and Patriarch Lu is also in seclusion. As long as he doesn't hurt Li Yuanbao's life, even if he robs Wan Jianfeng, it is just a conflict within the sect. The ancestor above him is enough to protect him. Refining Wan Jianfeng into a magic weapon is enough for him to replace Elder Jian and become the strongest monk in the Golden Core stage. In his opinion, it is also a good thing for the sect. In the comparison of benefits and losses, Elder Yu made a choice. Of course, it was impossible for him to attack Li Yuanbao within the sect, but many previous arrangements had failed. After hearing that Li Yuanbao had returned to the sect, he came to Wan Jianfeng in person, wanting to meet with Li Yuanbao and try to get Li Yuanbao to voluntarily give up Wan Jianfeng through an exchange of interests. Elder Yu cast a spell, but received no response. He let go of his spiritual thoughts and found that Wan Jianfeng's formation was fully activated, which showed that Li Yuanbao was very vigilant about his own safety. Hey, how come there is Enon energy flowing in? His spiritual mind sensed the changes in Enon energy, and he couldn't help but said to himself in surprise. As far as he knew, Elder Sword's disciple Li Yuanbao was a pure swordsman with extremely high talent. Elder Sword seeks disciples based on their own talents. Although over the years, Sun Luo sect has also accepted many disciples with sword cultivation talents. But these disciples have learned more or less because they were born in the demon sect's sphere of influence. The magic cultivation technique did not win the favor of Elder Jian. It wasn't until the appearance of Li Yuanbao, who had mastered the sword intention in the early stage of foundation building, and whose main skill was pure sword cultivation, that he was chosen as a disciple by Elder Jian. Is Li Yuanbao practicing magic? Elder Yu thought maliciously. He thought again that maybe it was really possible. When Li Yuanbao was traveling, he was attacked many times, especially the last time. He asked the Jindan cultivator Niu Ziru to take action. For some reason Niu Ziru failed to succeed and disappeared instead. I believe that Li Yuanbao may have chosen the magic technique because he sensed the danger and the sword cultivation technique was too slow. Small book booth. Demonic cultivation skills advance very quickly. If the talent is good enough and the resources are sufficient, the skills of the other Buddhist and Taoist sects will advance much faster. In addition, the power of the magic cultivation technique is also extremely strong, especially the weirdness and unpredictability of it, making it difficult for the enemy to guard against it. Therefore, even some righteous monks, after obtaining the demonic cultivation techniques, cannot stand the temptation and take the initiative to practice the demonic cultivation techniques to improve their combat power. When encountering danger and unable to cope with their own combat power, demonic cultivation techniques are the helpless choice of many monks. Elder Yu thought of this, and a cold smile appeared on his face. In that case, I will help you once, he murmured to himself. He took out the jade disc of his identity, and then used his authority to control the sect's formation, mobilizing a large amount of cold energy towards Wanjian Peak. Sun Luo sect is a demon sect, and many of its monks practice demonic arts. Most of the demonic arts require the assistance of Yin cold energy, so the sect has a formation specifically designed to provide Yin cold energy. This formation converts the spiritual power spitted out from the spiritual veins into cold energy, and then guides it through special channels to caves everywhere that need cold energy. Elder Yu wanted to speed up the progress of Li Yuanbao's practice of magic skills, but he knew that the cold energy of the magic skills conflicted with the sword intention of the sword cultivator. Once Li Yuanbao succeeded in the magic skills, his identity as the true successor of the sword cultivator would be in doubt. He mobilized a large amount of cold energy that he could mobilize, and poured it into Wanjian Peak. Anyway, this behavior is not considered an attack, but can be said to be a sign of love and care for the younger generation. Li Yuanbao did not expect that such a situation would occur. When the corpse refining state was fully absorbing the cold energy, a large amount of cold energy suddenly came over. The cultivation of the corpse refining state itself is an instinctive absorption behavior, and is not under his control. That is to say, he is a Tai Chi Taoist. The human state and the corpse refining state will independently maintain a balance by absorbing energy. Otherwise, without the corpse refining cultivation method, it is impossible for the corpse refining state to have such a cultivation effect. He realized that something was wrong, but it was already a step too late. A large amount of cold energy was absorbed into the corpse refining body. The corpse refining body, which was almost 4 meters high, expanded again. This was because there was too much cold energy. If his corpse refining body hadn't been strong enough, it might have exploded right now. His red eyes were filled with horror. He wanted to return to his human state, but was unable to do so due to the cold energy in his body. What's even more frightening is that there is a constant flow of cold energy outside, and his corpse refining body is still absorbing the cold energy. He wanted to intervene in the changes in the body, but the corpse refining body was completely different from the human body, and human cultivation techniques were of no use to the corpse refining body. He now regrets why he didn't think of finding a corpse refining technique. In the past 2 years, he did find that there were corpse refining techniques in the Senluo sect, but those techniques were not of high grade, and the effect was not good. They were all simple techniques that the demon cultivators had learned during the sacrifice and corpse refining process. Anyway, the speed at which he absorbed cold energy during the corpse refining state met his requirements. So he did not go to the corpse refining state to practice the technique. The cold energy was rushing around in his body. His body in the corpse refining state was extremely strong, allowing him to endure the collision of energy in his body. Li Yuanba's heart was filled with explosive thoughts that were rapidly expanding. He had the idea of desperately charging for a fight. He soon realized that this was due to the accumulation of too much Enon energy, which was affecting his mind. He quickly calmed down and let his mind relax to reduce the influence of the cold energy. He only hopes that the influx of cold energy from outside will end soon. It will be daytime in a while, and the cold energy between heaven and earth will be greatly reduced. By then, he may be able to survive this crisis. When his mind was empty, his body was hit by cold energy again and again, and his corpse refining body had reached the peak of the iron corpse, and the surface of his body flashed with silver light. Li Yuanba's unintentional move forced the corpse refining body to deal with the accident instinctively. After the cold energy in his body washed away countless times, every bone, every muscle, and every inch of skin in the corpse refining body turned into silver, and its defense was greatly enhanced. When the strength of the corpse refining body reaches a certain level, the cold energy in the body gathers towards his heart. Above his heart, the Yin cold energy collided crazily. The previous collision was not over yet, and more Yin cold energy gathered from the whole body collided. This kind of collision would cause the corpse refining body to completely collapse if its strength were even slightly weaker. Maybe it was a breath, or the time of a stick of incense, or an hour. When Li Yuanba's mind was empty, he had no concept of time. He only felt a black hole-like substance appearing above his heart. Chapter 284 Silver Corpse. What happened? Elder Yu led the Enon energy to Wanjin Peak, but found that the Enon energy continued to gather towards the top of the mountain, and then seemed to disappear. He couldn't help but wonder, even if they are practicing some demonic techniques, monks in the foundation building stage should not make such noises. He had to wonder if a magic cultivator golden elixir had entered Wanjin Peak. This was a movement that could only occur when a demon cultivator golden elixir was cultivating. He was thinking that on the top of Wanjin Peak, Li Yuanba's corpse refining body was undergoing tremendous changes. This devouring power was so great that even the cold energy attracted by Elder Yu was swallowed up by the black hole without any waste. At the center of the black hole, a small bead is forming. Unlike the golden elixir, this bead is as silvery as metal. Li Yuanba never thought that the opportunity for him to break through the golden elixir did not fall on the human state, but on the corpse refining body that he originally didn't care about. The Tai Chi Tao body appeared very accidentally. Although it is not as famous as Li Shiming's Wugo Tao body, it is very suitable for Li Yuanba's own special situation. Originally, the corpse refining body only actively reconciled the Yin and Yang balance of the Tai Chi Tao body. Without Elder Yu to induce a large amount of Yin cold energy, he would have been able to make the corpse refining body reach the peak of the iron corpse today. But Elder Yu guided a massive amount of cold energy at the right time, causing this unexpected breakthrough. With the appearance of the corpse pill, the silver-white color of the corpse refining body has stabilized. It is not like a castle in the air, like a flower in the water, and the moon without a foundation before. The corpse pill is the source of power of this silver-white body. It only took half a moment for the silver corpse pill to stop absorbing the cold energy from its appearance to its complete stabilization. Li Yuanba sensed that his physical condition was stable, and that the cold energy no longer affected his mind. Only then did he return his mind and immediately discovered the difference in his corpse-refining body. There was a steady flow of power from his heart, flowing to every part of his body. He felt like he could kill 10 of his previous self with one punch. At first, he thought it was a kind of psychological self-aggrandizement. But when he felt the corpse pill in his heart, he realized that he had unknowingly become the body of a silver corpse. He looked at his hands, which had long nails. The originally black claws now turned silvery white, and even the long nails were glowing with silver light. At this time, he was sure that he had indeed achieved the body of a silver corpse. Just as he was thinking about it, his scalp suddenly became numb, and a feeling of extreme danger arose from heaven and earth. He thought of the terrifying thunder of the pill. But it was too late. The resources he had prepared for the pill before were all prepared for the human body. Those resources were of no use now. He watched as a golden lighting emerged from the void in the space above his head and landed on him with irresistible power. A terrifying feeling of tearing and paralysis. From the top of his head to his heels, he felt like every muscle and every piece of his skin was being torn apart by thunder. Even the small corpse pill was surrounded by golden electric light formed by golden lightning, and the corpse pill would collapse at any time. He felt that the silver corpse's body would be destroyed by thunder in the next moment, and he would also die, without any preparation. If you want to fight against Tianlei with the corpse-refining body that has just been promoted to silver corpse, the survival rate is simply outrageous. You must know that according to the records in the Yuhua Corpse Scroll, if you want to promote an iron corpse to a silver corpse, you need third-grade corpse refining materials and corresponding arrangements. The third-grade corpse refining materials were all placed with the main body Li Shiming, because there were too many corpses in the main body Li Shiming, and the clone Li Yuanba's strength increased. The importance of generals was not as important as before, so he had no choice but to deal with Li Shiming. Bring back some third-grade corpse refining materials. Even if there are third-grade corpse refining materials, it is useless without corresponding arrangements and without setting up a magic circle to assist the iron corpse in resisting the thunder. When Li Yuanba found that he needed to face the thunder, he had no time left. So he faced the thunder directly. So how could he start making arrangements? This is why. Except for the refined corpses cultivated by monks, silver corpses are rarely found in the wild, even if there are adventures in refining the corpse. Once it is time to break through the silver corpse, there is almost no possibility of survival in the face of the thunder. I have to say here that if the danger degree of sky thunder to Buddhist and Taoist cultivators is 10, then the danger degree to demon cultivators is 20, and to the wild corpses without any defense, the danger degree is 100. Without the help of specially prepared means by the monks, and without the assistance of third-grade corpse refining materials, the chance of successfully breaking through the silver corpse is probably not even 1 in 10,000. When faced with this life-and-death crisis, Li Yuanba tried to change his state. This time he successfully transformed himself from the corpse-refining state to the human state. The sky thunder in the body disappeared like the corpse-refining body. The sky thunder was aimed at the corpse-refining body, just like the gangrene attached to the bones. It did not harm the human body as he switched states. Perhaps this was also related to the sky thunder. Thunder is related to the evolution of the rules of heaven and earth. The sky thunder targets the corpse-refining body that breaks through the shackles. No matter how hidden the corpse-refining body is, it will still be targeted by the sky thunder. Li Yuanba switched the corpse-refining state to the human state, which may have been thought by heaven and earth that he wanted to hide the corpse-refining body. So Tianlei still continued to attack the corpse-refining body in an unknown space. After switching to the human state, the injuries suffered by the corpse-refining body were divided by the human state and became tolerable injuries. However, he looked extremely miserable now, with cracked skin all over his body and scars all over his body. He quickly took out a top-level healing elixir, which he had just gotten from Li Shiming. He didn't expect to use it now. The top-level healing elixir was extremely effective. After taking it, it turned into a warm current that spread through the body along the meridians. The injuries on his body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. He didn't dare to stay in human form for a long time. If the effect of the sky thunder really disappeared completely, he didn't know whether the promotion of Silver Corpse was a complete promotion. He immediately switched back to the corpse refining state, and the remaining power of the sky thunder was still raging, which reassured him that at least his Silver Corpse promotion was not over. His corpse refining body can still support it, because half of the damage was absorbed by the human body. In addition, the human body has taken a top-level healing elixir, which is continuously repairing the human body. Silver Corpse's injuries were relieved. Li Yuanba observed the damage caused by the sky thunder to the Silver Corpse. Once the situation reached an unbearable level again, he would transform into the human state again. Fortunately, as the power of the sky thunder weakened, the golden lightning lost its destructive effect on the Silver Corpse. Finally, the remaining golden lightning was absorbed by the corpse pill. Li Yuanba maintained his corpse-refining body. After experiencing the baptism of the sky thunder, his whole body was severely injured. But he was extremely excited. The corpse pill was emitting strange energy to all parts of his body, repairing various injuries all over his body. He also discovered that his soul had been strengthened at least twice as a result of enduring a baptism of thunder. Heavenly thunder is a restriction imposed by heaven and earth on creatures that break through their own shackles. And it is not just an elimination. After passing the baptism of heavenly thunder, heaven and earth will give certain rewards to creatures. Xiang has absorbed a trace of golden lightning from the corpse pill, and his spirituality has greatly increased. Xiang's soul has been strengthened. These are rewards from heaven and earth for creatures that break through the shackles of life. Outside the mountain, Elder Yu stared blankly at Wang Jianfeng. Of course, he sensed the thunder. Could it be that Li Yuanba broke through to the golden core stage? When he thought of this, he couldn't help but shook his head and stopped this speculation. This was simply impossible. Li Yuanba only entered the sect a few years ago. At that time, his cultivation was only at the early stage of foundation building. No matter how evil he was, he could not become an elixir in a few years. The thunder that suddenly appeared at night alarmed many monks. They flew outside Wanjin Peak and saw Elder Yu. Elder Yu, is there anyone in Wanjin Peak who has perfected the elixir? Elder Jindan asked. How do I know? I just came here too. Elder Yu quickly shook his head and replied. The impatient Jindan elder casually cast the sound transmission method and entered the formation, wanting to ask what happened. Li Yuanba noticed that many fellow monks were coming outside. He knew that this was the trouble caused by the thunder just now. A series of sound transmission techniques were sent to him by the formation, except for the previous message from Elder Yu who wanted to meet him. The rest were messages asking what happened. Li Yuanba thought for a while, ignored these sound transmission techniques, and closed his eyes to rest. Silver Corpse's physique is extremely strong, and coupled with the effect of corpse pill, his injuries are repaired at an extremely fast speed. Waiting until daybreak, there was no reply from the monks outside. Thinking of the isolation of Elder Jian and Li Yuanba in Wanjin Peak, they lost interest. Only Elder Yu did not give up. He kept standing in the air and looking at Wanjin Peak. He wanted to know what was happening inside as soon as possible. He had a vague feeling that the thunder was most likely related to him secretly mobilizing a large amount of cold energy into Wanjin Peak. After dawn, Li Yuanba's Silver Corpse had almost recovered from his injuries. He stood up and took a step forward. His figure turned into an illusion and reappeared dozens of meters away, although its speed is not as exaggerated as building Lotus step by step. It is by no means comparable to other foundation building monks. The Silver Corpse is comparable to the realm of the Golden Elixir monks, especially among demon cultivators. The Silver Corpse even belongs to the main combat power of many demon cultivators and golden elixirs. Although his corpse elixir at this time was extremely small, the combat power displayed by the Silver Corpse still made him understand the gap between the golden elixir and foundation building. He has a more intuitive feeling for the energy in the golden elixir stage. Although the energy he feels is cold energy, and the nature of the energy is somewhat different from that in the human state, the essence of the energy is still similar. His eyes were slightly out of focus, and various perceptions arose in his mind. As soon as he took that step, he had a lot of feelings about the energy of the golden elixir stage. In fact, his human state is still far away from breaking through the golden elixir, and he has not even touched the bottleneck that blocks the foundation building stage and the golden elixir stage. But as he gained enlightenment, the path for his human state to break through the golden elixir became a broad road without any obstacles. After a long time, his eyes focused again, and he switched to human state. The injuries in the human state had long been repaired by the top healing elixir. He did not hesitate at all, as if he was afraid that the insights he had just had would disappear. Li Yuanba put all the advanced pulse protecting pills, the advanced spiritual fixing pills, the advanced rebirth pills, and the advanced Yu breaking pills in his mouth, and then drank them separately when needed. That's it. A white lotus appeared under his feet, and the figure disappeared instantly. Then appeared in the cave, and sat at the spiritual vein exit of the training room. He is the only monk in Wanjin Peak, so the spiritual veins of the entire Wanjin Peak are all at his disposal. His spiritual thoughts control the formation, converging the spiritual energy of Wanjin Feng's spiritual veins toward the exit. If he wanted to break through, he would need a large amount of spiritual energy. Fortunately, Wan Jianfeng's spiritual veins are already at the golden elixir level. If he uses it alone, it will definitely be enough for him to break through. He put a high-level pulse-protecting pill from his mouth into his abdomen, and then started the sword intention climbing to the sky technique, and the spiritual energy poured into his body, as if to restore the balance of the Tai Chi Dao body. As soon as he activated the sword intention Chong Shao Ju, the influx of spiritual energy was many times faster than usual. All of Wan Jianfeng's flying swords were emitting a soft cry, and the sword intent contained in the 10,000 flying swords followed Wan Jianfeng's special formation and gathered towards his location. Spiritual energy and sword intent poured into his body at the same time. Even with the protection of a high-level pulse-protecting pill, he still felt a stinging pain coming from his meridians. It was because the meridians were being squeezed by energy beyond their maximum endurance. Using the insights he had just gained, he had a clearer understanding of the energy mixed with spiritual energy and sword intention in his body. The sword intent climb to the sky technique in his body was transformed into an operating circuit designed to break through the foundation building period. The spiritual lake, which was already filled, was forced into by so much spiritual power, which suddenly broke the balance. Under his intentional control, a vortex of spiritual energy was formed in the spiritual lake. The spiritual energy outside the vortex was continuously absorbed into the vortex, squeezed and shrunk by the vortex, and converged towards the center point. When he felt that his meridians had reached their peak and seemed to be bursting at the next moment, the high-level spirit-fixing pill he spoke of was delivered into his abdomen. The crazy spiritual energy in his body slowed down, and his body no longer absorbed the spiritual energy from outside, which allowed his meridians to recover. His spiritual lake had been horribly damaged by spiritual power, and turned into a whirlpool of spiritual power to support it. If he failed to break through, he would not even be able to preserve the realm of the foundation building stage. Of course, what did Li Yuanbao care about at this time? His mind was completely invested in the spiritual vortex, and he knew that he was only a little away from success. The time has come! When the whirlpool of spiritual power reached a certain level, his mind moved slightly, and he realized that the critical moment was coming. Chapter 285 Chengdan. Li Yuanbao took the high-level Pu Dan in his mouth, probably because he had been taking top-level elixirs, which made his body almost devoid of any drug resistance, allowing him to achieve the effect of taking the high-level Pu Dan extreme. The energy transformed from the high-level Pu Dan seemed to be an introduction, igniting the spiritual vortex. The spiritual power vortex became more violent, and all the spiritual power in his body was extracted into the spiritual power vortex. Once the spiritual power vortex lost control, his body might be broken, but he didn't have any worries. Compared with the previous corpse refining body breakthrough, this was much safer. The corpse refining body's breakthrough was completely out of his control. Everything was an instinctive reaction of the corpse refining body. At least in his human body, he can still use spiritual elixirs as an aid, and he can detect any problems in advance. The violent whirlpool of spiritual power continues to squeeze the spiritual power inward, and the center of the squeezed spiritual vortex is undergoing a qualitative change. When a tiny solid sphere appeared, all the spiritual energy seemed to have found its direction and poured into the tiny solid sphere. Li Shiming, the real person, had watched the process of the senior sister's elixir formation, so he was not surprised by the occurrence of this situation. His mind moved slightly, and several spiritual objects were taken out and injected into his body. These spiritual objects are all spiritual objects that temporarily replenish spirit and vitality. They were collected by the main body, Li Shiming, on his behalf. These spiritual objects are not as valuable as the 4 auxiliary elixirs that make elixirs. It is extremely easy for Li Shiming to collect these. Several spiritual things were injected into his body, and his vitality and spirit were replenished. The spiritual objects he uses are the best that can be found in the northern Shu continent, so the supplementary effect is also the best. In addition, his soul is already at the level of the golden elixir to a certain extent, which is related to the fact that his corpse-refining body broke through the silver corpse realm and withstood the baptism of thunder. Therefore, although his spirit was continuously being sucked into the solid sphere, the impact on his spirit was not as serious as that of his senior sister. and was still within an acceptable range. Although the strong body has been replenished by spiritual creatures, it is also rapidly becoming thinner, with muscles shrinking and skin drying up. However, his eyes became brighter and brighter, and he felt that the nature of the solid sphere was changing. From the simple solid spiritual power at the beginning to the golden elixir exuding golden light now. It is precisely because it is integrated with his vitality and spirit that this golden elixir has an extremely close connection with him. Li Yuanba's foundation is extremely strong. The secret book of sword demon he practiced has long exceeded the standard of body training in the foundation building period. Not to mention that he obtained the Tai Chi Taoist body due to the practice of purple chi from the east. His breakthrough was easier than senior sisters. At least it didn't feel life-threatening. When he felt that his vitality had dropped to close to the warning line, the golden elixir stopped absorbing vitality, spirit, and spiritual power, and began to feed his body back. Li Yuanba looked extremely miserable now. His peerless appearance had long since become as thin as a withered bone due to the lack of skin and internal vitality. But when the golden elixir began to feed back into his body, his skin and everything inside his body began to overflow, and his peerless appearance returned. He understood the importance of this period of time. So he took the high-level rebirth pill. Although he could handle it without the high-level rebirth pill at this time, he needed to recover as quickly as possible. He didn't have much time to recover before he felt the power of heaven and earth again. A golden lightning fell from the void and hit his body. The golden lightning has the power to destroy everything. But the actual destructive power is not as great as imagined. His body did suffer a lot of damage. But compared to the damage suffered by the corpse-refining body, this was simply like the rules of heaven and earth were cheating on him. He didn't know which aspect of this had to do with him. Whether it was because of his practice of the secret book of sword demons, or because of the Tai Chi body. Anyway, the moment he felt the golden lightning approaching, he knew that he was safe this time. He allowed the golden lightning to rage in his body. And this kind of destruction was a kind of strengthening. As long as he persisted in the destruction of the golden lightning, he would then get the benefits brought by the golden lightning. In fact, the reason why the golden lightning did not cause too much damage to him is related to the body of the sun. Heavenly thunder is originally a thing of the highest yang in heaven and earth. So when it is used against the body of a refined corpse, its destructive power is almost doubled. But when it is used against a human body that is the zenith, its power is naturally reduced a lot. The golden lightning caused a certain degree of damage to every part of Li Yuanba's body, especially his little golden elixir, which was surrounded by golden lightning. The golden lightning continued to cause damage to Jean Dan, which triggered Jean Dan's resistance. If it were an ordinary monk's golden elixir, it would shrink itself with all its strength at this time, as long as it could sustain the power of the golden lightning for a long time. However, the sword intent formed by practicing the sword intent climbing into the sky, especially Li Yuanba's Jiang sword intent, faced this provocation from Tianlei, without Li Yuanba's control, and launched a counterattack against the golden lightning on his own. The sword intent contained in the golden elixir turned into golden sword light, and actively struck towards the golden lightning. The golden sword light and the golden lightning were entangled together, and for a moment, they actually blocked the golden lightning from destroying the golden elixir itself. As the time limit of the sky thunder arrived, the power of the golden lightning weakened and was absorbed by the golden sword intention, which retracted into the golden elixir. Ha ha ha! Li Yuanba laughed loudly. Although his body was damaged by the thunder, he felt great. His soul was improved again. He didn't know if there was any monk in the world of immortality who could be baptized by thunder twice. But he did achieve this. This makes his soul surpass other early-stage golden elixir monks at the starting point of the golden elixir stage, which plays an extremely important role in future cultivation, the growth of spiritual thoughts, etc. In his body, a small golden elixir was closely connected with his body, and became the source of energy for his body. The spiritual power he can control now is extracted from this small golden elixir. Every trace of spiritual power is like solid spiritual power, and the spiritual power naturally contains sword intent. The most special thing is that for some reason, his golden elixir changed its shape at the last moment and turned into a sword shape. There is no corresponding record of the sword-shaped golden elixir even in the sword intent climb to the sky. If he hadn't felt that everything was normal in the golden elixir, he would have doubted whether there was something wrong with his cultivation. This is the golden elixir stage, Li Yuanba said to himself happily, as he felt the changes inside and outside his body. In terms of soul, his soul has been strengthened by more than 3 times. which makes his mental strength suddenly surpass that of the real body Li Shiming. You must know that the weakest improvement when breaking through the golden elixir stage is the improvement of the soul. Most monks break through the golden elixir, and the enhancement of their souls is only to the extent that they can possess spiritual thoughts. The possession of spiritual thoughts was achieved when he was still in the foundation building stage, and his soul strength reached a certain level of the golden elixir monk during the foundation building stage. The soul is closely related to the spirit. The stronger the soul, the stronger the spirit. His spirit at this time is probably not comparable to that of even the middle stage Jindan monks. As for the late stage Jindan monks, Elder Jian's mental strength was something he could not detect before, and he did not know the depth. In terms of spiritual power, the spiritual power drawn from the golden elixir is 10 times stronger than the spiritual power in the foundation building stage. No wonder when he faced the golden core cultivator before, he felt that any blow was too much for him to bear. This level of spiritual power was simply not something that a foundation establishment stage cultivator could withstand. Only after he truly reached the golden elixir stage did he realize how dangerous it was to fight against the casual cultivator Jindan Yozwaru. Any spiritual power at the golden core stage would have fatal consequences if it hit his body. Of course, when he dared to face rogue cultivator Jindan Yoziru, he was absolutely sure that he would not be hit by Yoziru. As for the Taoist body, as early as the middle stage of foundation building, his physical training techniques reached the limit of the foundation building stage, which is the effect of purple chi coming from the east. His Taoist body has already exceeded the foundation building stage, but it has also reached the limit, some kind of bottleneck. At this time, he felt that the previous bottleneck of the Tao body had disappeared, and there was great potential ahead of his body refining. Unfortunately, the Secret Book of Sword Demons does not have any training content for the golden elixir stage. If he wants to practice body training techniques, he needs to find a suitable body training technique. Outside Wanjian Peak, many monks gathered once again. 2 consecutive sky thunders made these monks' curiosity reach the extreme. But no matter how they issued the sound transmission method, they could not get any reply. The eyes of several Jindan cultivators who were interested in Wanjian Peak flickered, as if they were worried about something unexpected happening. "You'll know what happened when Elder Jian and Li Yuanba come out," Elder Yu said in a deep voice. Although it is suspected that Elder Jian has retreated to break through the nascent soul, it is still not 100% sure. In addition, the strange phenomenon in Wan Jianfeng is far from the movement that Li Yuanba should make. So Elder Yu said this. It is precisely because of such scruples that the Golden Core cultivators with ulterior motives only voiced doubts. But no Golden Core cultivator dared to propose the idea of breaking the formation. These monks discussed here for a long time before slowly dispersing. Of course, it seemed that they all left. But in fact many monks paid special attention to Wan Jianfeng even when they returned to their caves. As long as Wan Jianfeng's formation is activated, they will come over immediately to check the situation. Elder Yu also left. Although I don't know what happened to Wanjian Peak, it seems that it will not be opened in a short time. Of course, Li Yuanba will not leave Wanjian Peak after he becomes a Jindan monk. If Elder Jian is still there, maybe he will go to the sect with Elder Jian to go through the procedures for updating the Jade Disc of Identity. You must know that the benefits and rights of Golden Core stage monks in the sect are very different from those of Foundation Establishment stage monks. In real terms, the main combat force of large sects is still the Golden Elixir monks, while the Foundation building monks are mostly reduced to cannon fodder. After reaching the Golden Elixir stage, the sect will invest more in Golden Elixir monks, various third-grade resources, various corresponding permissions, and open skills are only for Golden Elixir monks. Li Yuanba didn't mind getting these third-grade resources later. Although he is already a Golden Core cultivator, he does not have the strength that a Golden Core cultivator should have, which is extremely disadvantageous. The most important thing for him now is to immediately improve his combat power. There are several ways to improve combat power. The main skills are readily available. You can start practicing the Golden Elixir chapter of Sword Intention Chong Xiaoju, and some Golden Elixir attack secrets. The other is the most important magic weapon. The magic weapon for sword cultivators is naturally the flying sword. Regarding the magic weapon, Li Yuanba and Li Shiming had already considered it, with Li Shiming's weapon refining methods. After waiting for a while, and after Li Shiming completed the elixir, they could refine a flying sword magic weapon that best suited Li Yuanba. This was Li Shiming's original plan. But the plan could not keep up with the changes. Who would have thought that the clone Li Yuanba would come from behind and become a Golden Elixir monk before the original one? Li Shiming's cultivation is obviously stronger. He has reached the peak of foundation building in advance. And he has prepared a lot of auxiliary elixirs, including top-level elixirs. According to his idea, the main body must first become a golden elixir monk. And then it will be the turn of the clone Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba's Tai Chi Taoism broke the original plan. However, he still made a backup plan, which was the natal flying sword of sword cultivator Jin Dan Yunxingyi. Yunxingyi is the golden elixir sword cultivator second only to Elder Jian in the northern Shu continent. If he hadn't accidentally entered the formation range of Seven Star Island in order to explore a safe route in the North Sea, he would have been surrounded by the 7 golden elixirs, who concentrated the power of the formation. Heavy damage. With Yunxingyi's combat power, he would not be defeated so easily. The natal flying swords used by sword cultivating golden elixirs of this kind are naturally of the highest quality. Li Shiming also confirmed this after learning how to refine weapons. At least it would be difficult for Li Shiming to refine a flying sword of the same quality as Yunxing's flying sword without obtaining any top-grade third-grade weapon refining metal. In addition, Yunxingyi's natal flying sword has been strengthened by his sword intention for many years, which makes his natal flying sword far superior to other flying sword magic weapons. Of course, the most important thing is that Yunxingyi was prepared to treat Li Shiming as a body snatcher, and even gave Li Shiming the authority to fly the flying sword for this purpose. As Li Shiming's clone, Li Yuanba also shared the authority of his natal flying sword. This means that after Li Yuanba refines the natal flying sword, there will be no situation where the natal flying sword changes its owner and loses its power. Who told the natal flying sword to recognize him? After Yunxingyi's death, he and Li Shiming became the owners of the natal flying sword. He took out his natal flying sword, looked at the small natal flying sword, hesitated for a moment, and immediately made up his mind. A look of determination flashed in his eyes. This choice is extremely important for his subsequent practice. The choice of sword cultivator in the golden elixir stage is related to the choice of a lifetime. The cost of changing the natal magic weapon is too high. Generally, no monk will make the choice to change the natal magic weapon. He chose Yunxingyi's natal flying sword. So this natal flying sword will accompany him for the rest of his life, even in the nascent soul stage. Chapter 286 Half Step. Li Yuanba did not immediately sacrifice Yunxingyi's natal flying sword. His golden elixir had just begun to mature. If he forcibly sacrificed his natal magic weapon, the weak golden elixir would be unable to withstand it. Fortunately, he also brought a bottle of third-grade elixir this time. This bottle of third-grade elixir was given by Li Shiming, the main body, so that after he completed the elixir, he could use this bottle of third-grade elixir to continue practicing without delaying his precious training time. Li Shiming cannot guarantee that all the third-grade elixirs are top-notch elixirs. This bottle of third-grade elixirs is all the third-grade high-grade elixir. Turtle Marrows and Yuan Dan. Turtle Marrows and Yuan Pill is originally a general training auxiliary elixir of Shushan sect, used to assist in the early stage of golden elixir cultivation, being able to be favored by a large sect such as Shushan sect and designated as the sect's golden elixir as an auxiliary cultivation elixir. The Turtle Marrows and Yuan Dan certainly has its own characteristics. On the one hand, the third-grade material of the Turtle Marrows and Yuan Pill is controlled by the Shushan sect and can be mined sustainably. On the other hand, the Turtle Marrows and Yuan Pill is extremely versatile and can be regarded as a relatively peaceful elixir to assist in the early stage of golden elixir cultivation. The bottle of third-grade high-grade Turtle Marrow Enhancing Pill in his hand contains 50 pieces, which is enough for him to consume for a period of time. In the following days, he took the advanced Turtle Marrows and Yuan Dan every day to practice the golden elixir chapter of Sword Intention Chong Shao Ju to strengthen the golden elixir in his body. In addition, he continued to practice the Secret Code of Sword Demon, but at this time, the Secret Code of Sword Demon no longer had the function of body training. The only function of the golden elixir stage of Secret Code of Sword Demon is to use the secret method of Secret Code of Sword Demon to refine the third-grade sword base, so that the quality of the third-grade sword base can be improved and become a real magic weapon. Of course, since the Secret Book of the Sword Demon is originally a training method for close-quarter sword cultivation, even if the third-grade sword base is transformed into a magic weapon, it is only a melee-type long sword magic weapon, which is completely different from the flying sword magic weapon. Li Yuanba is practicing hard, and the rest can only be done after his golden elixir reaches a certain level of spiritual power reserve. His promotion to the Golden Core stage will have a considerable impact on his body. Within the Shushan sect, Li Shiming suddenly stopped all affairs and announced a period of seclusion. His sudden retreat had a considerable impact. Although his orders are no longer as intensive as before, there is a furnace of third-grade elixir that needs to be refined every day. But the Golden Elixir monks, who come to visit him every day, will not stop. This is a reservation. He is only open for reception for a very small amount of time in the morning every day. During this time, he can only receive 1 or 2 guests at most. Compared with a large number of monks who want to make friends with him, the appointment time is extended to several months. However, although Li Shiming made a sudden decision, it did not cause any complaints. The monks who had made appointments took the initiative to contact Shushan sect to postpone the appointment time. His masters, Elder Su and Elder Ma, were very concerned about this matter, but he had already sealed the sword-holding peak, so he was in the cave and could not be disturbed. Li Shiming's cultivation realm has reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. He has been worrying about the realization of the pill. His cultivation experience is still too short, which makes his accumulation far less rich than other monks at the foundation establishment peak. Normally speaking, no matter how talented he is, it will take several years of experience before he can make further progress. As for the clone Li Yuanba's breakthrough, it was really a coincidence. The cooperation between Tai Chi Taoist body and Elder Yu, plus his own luck, led to this achievement of breaking through as soon as his strength reached the peak of foundation building. You must know that this kind of breakthrough without any bottleneck is extremely rare in the entire world of immortal cultivation. It is rare for one of the 10,000 peak foundation building monks to be able to do so. And these peak foundation building monks who have achieved such achievements are all monks who have accumulated decades of experience in the foundation building stage. Li Yuanba is Li Shiming's clone. After Li Yuanba became an elixir, his understanding of the golden elixir stage was completely accepted by Li Shiming. This made Li Shiming also have his own insights into Chengdan, which was the main reason for his sudden retreat. Of course, this does not mean that other people's insights into elixirs can be universal. Every monk's insights into elixirs are different. The opportunity to become an elixir comes from each monk's different understanding of the world. Even if 2 monks practice the same technique and live in the same environment, their perceptions of becoming an elixir will not be the same. The clone Li Yuanba's enlightenment on elixir formation did not directly allow Li Shiming to obtain a complete understanding of elixir formation that was in line with his own. But it was not without any effect. Li Shiming, who was sitting in the cave training room with his eyes closed, was combining his own situation with the insights he had gained from his clone Li Yuanba. His situation is too special, and his spiritual lake is so complex that it may be unique even in the foundation building period. 5 elements receiving chi formation. 5 elements of thunder attributed spiritual power. Majoring in 5 rhymes chain chi ju, and minoring in 9 heavens thunder strike technique, making the 5 element thunder attributed spiritual power in his spiritual lake extremely spiritual. Although this greatly increases the power of the spiritual power in his spiritual lake, it is also extremely versatile. With all 5 elements, most secret techniques can be practiced freely. But the situation in his spiritual lake also made his breakthrough extremely difficult. His need to realize the elixir was more complicated than other monks. He constantly mobilized Z15 to assist his brain in analyzing and sorting out the insights into the elixir. In just a few days, it was almost equivalent to the effect of months or even years of seclusion for other monks. This aspect is exactly what he is good at. After 10 days of retreat, although he still cannot find an opportunity for his own breakthrough, the aura of his body has improved a lot. This is an unexpected surprise. Li Shiming sensed the changes in the spiritual lake in his body, and couldn't help but shake his head and muttered helplessly to himself. These 10 days of research on the realization of the elixir will not be in vain. You must know that the realization of the elixir obtained by the clone Li Yuanba and the research on his own golden elixir after becoming the elixir are all important to other monks. Ineffable. Such experiences such as insights cannot be achieved even if a master is willing to teach them to his disciples. The main reason is that insights cannot be conveyed through words or other means. It means that the master does not hide anything from his disciples and sums up his feelings to the disciples through words. Empty words may even lead the disciples astray. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the enlightenment of Chengdan is realized by the monks themselves. At most, the master can point out some previous experience of gaining the enlightenment of Chengdan. How can any monk be like Li Shiming, who can 100% share the insights of his clone Li Yuanba through the connection of souls? This is almost the same as having achieved elixir himself once. The benefit Li Shiming gained is that the spiritual power in his spiritual lake is almost semi-solid. The spiritual power in the spiritual lake was in a full state before, and it was purified by the 5 elements Qi receiving array. However, he had a new understanding of spiritual power. So the spiritual power was compressed again on the original basis, forming the current semi-solid spiritual power. The changes in the spirit lake reflected on him. That is, his aura had improved. According to the standards of the world of immortality, he was now a half-step golden elixir. The half-step golden pill is a manifestation of some understanding of the Changdan. But it is an incomplete understanding. The half-step golden elixir shows that the monk is on the right path. As long as he continues to accumulate, the probability of becoming an elixir is extremely high. Although Li Shiming was disappointed, he immediately recovered his mood and finally made another half-step forward, only half a step away from becoming a golden elixir monk. He also wants the luck of his clone Li Yuanba. But such luck is not so easy to obtain. It can only be achieved through various coincidences. Now that he has digested the enlightenment he gained from his clone Li Yuanba, his retreat should be over. He sent a message to his masters, Elder Su and Elder Ma, and also sent a message to the shopkeeper Lai De of Beishu Trading Company. Sure, Ming. Come to Tianmu Peak. Soon he received a reply from Elder Su. Li Shiming thought about it, and realized that today was the monthly meeting day of his master, Elder Su, and the disciples would go to Tianmu Peak. He left the cave and flew towards Tianmu Peak. When he flew down to the pavilion where he met daily, he found that his senior sister Yi Jingxian was also here. Yi Jingxian has been in seclusion, but rarely leaves the cave. Have you broken through to the half-step golden elixir? Elder Su did not need to use his spiritual thoughts. Since Li Shiming had just broken through to the half-step golden elixir, his aura was in an unstable state. In addition, Li Shiming had no hidden thoughts. So he could tell at a glance. He was not questioning, but expressing disbelief. It can be said that Li Shiming's cultivation has rapidly broken through from the early stage of foundation establishment to the late stage of foundation establishment, and even the peak of foundation establishment in a few years. Although these are extremely rare, considering that Li Shiming is a master of alchemy, his cultivation resources can be said to be endless. Perhaps there are also some opportunities, and it is understandable that he can practice at such a speed. Anyway, Elder Su has long seen the depth of Li Shiming's blessings, and has been recognized by almost all the monks who are familiar with Li Shiming, including Elder Ma. But from the peak of foundation building to the half-step golden elixir, this is not the accumulation of spiritual power, but an improvement in the understanding of spiritual power. The reason why it is called the half-step golden pill means that its strength exceeds that of the monks in the foundation establishment stage. And it also means that it has reached nearly half of the level of understanding of the perfect pill. It is with the realization of nearly half of the formation pill that the bottleneck of the foundation establishment stage can be loosened, and one's own strength can be improved to a level close to that of the golden pill stage. Although the senior sister Yi Jingxian is already a golden elixir cultivator, the surprise in her eyes is no less than that of the other senior brothers. She thought about her experience from the peak of foundation building to the half-step golden elixir, and couldn't help shaking her head and smiling bitterly. She thought she was already a genius. But compared with her junior brother Li Shiming, if she was a genius, what was Li Shiming? Monster! She came up with a word to describe Li Shiming. Second senior brother Wanzheng had a look of regret on his face. He had always been worried that Li Shiming would surpass him, but he never thought that this time would come so fast. He was still in the late stage of foundation building, and wanted to reach the peak of foundation building. I don't know how many years it will take. However, Li Shiming not only caught up with him in a few years, but also surpassed his realm and reached the half-step golden elixir, a realm that he yearned for. Even if Wanzheng has Elder Su as his master, he can't guarantee whether he will have the chance to become a half-step golden elixir, let alone become a golden elixir monk. He also needs to compete with many monks of the same level for the resources of elixirs. He has to defeat many monks of the same level before he can have his own elixir resources. This is the material basis. Without achieving the half-step golden elixir, he doesn't even want to participate in this kind of competition. The third senior brother Lu Shi and the fourth senior brother Su Chuan had long given up the idea of comparing themselves with Li Shiming, but they were still shocked by Li Shiming's rapid advancement in realm. I have gained some insights recently. After one retreat, I broke through to the half-step golden elixir. Unfortunately, this also used up all my accumulation. I am afraid it will be difficult to improve again in a short time. Li Shiming replied frankly. The corner of Elder Su's mouth twitched. If Li Shiming hadn't really broken through to the half-step golden elixir, he would have wanted to ask Li Shiming how long you have been practicing. How come you have accumulated so much cultivation? I have nothing to teach you now. You should also reduce your alchemy work and participate in more safe tasks. Elder Su thought about it, and put forward his own suggestion. If Li Shiming was still at the peak of foundation building, he would not make such a suggestion. Li Shiming's alchemy can be regarded as an exercise in controlling spiritual power. But Li Shiming has already become a half-step golden elixir, which shows that Li Shiming's golden elixir path has a clear direction. And all that is missing is an opportunity. Since Li Shiming has been refining the elixir for so long and still hasn't realized the opportunity, he should put aside the elixir refining business in his hands and do other things to see if other things can trigger the opportunity for him to realize it. Obviously, Li Shiming cannot be allowed to do this. Not to mention that Elder Ma will not agree. Even the sect will not allow this kind of thing to happen. If anything happens to Li Shiming, then for their department, even for them, it was a huge loss to the sect. Yes, Master! Li Shiming would not refuse to agree. In terms of experience in breaking through the golden elixir, he still had to listen to his master's advice. As for your mission, don't take it on your own. I will discuss it with Elder Ma. Elder Su said after thinking about it, but still felt a little worried. Li Shiming bowed in agreement. And it could be seen that the master valued his safety more than himself. In fact, with his current strength, he could almost be called the number one in the foundation building period, if he didn't have the noble status of an alchemy master. Constant training in life and death would be his best choice. Junior brother, it seems you will catch up with me soon. Yi Jingxian smiled at Li Shiming. She was happy for Li Shiming and didn't have any jealousy. She was able to make the elixir entirely because of the elixir refined by Li Shiming. In addition, if Li Shiming becomes a golden elixir monk, she and Li Shiming will spend hundreds of more years together. This is an extremely important thing for her, to have a trustworthy companion on the road. With an alchemy master like Li Shiming as her companion on the road, she even has the confidence to attack the realm of nascent soul that was previously unimaginable. Of course, she is not just relying on him. She is already a golden elixir monk, and she thinks she can be Li Shiming's help. Chapter 287 Sacrifice. Shiming, Jingxian is looking for me today. Her golden elixir is still not completely stable. You owe her some suitable third-grade elixirs on credit, and she will replenish them for you in the future. Elder Su discussed with Li Shiming with a smile. Naturally, he also has elixirs in his hands. But there is no third-grade elixir suitable for Yi Jingxian. Without Li Shiming, he would use some spiritual objects to exchange them with Elder Ma. But with Li Shiming as a disciple, there is no need to give favors to others, even if Elder Ma is his good friend. Sister, you should not come to the master about this matter. You should come to me directly. Li Shiming looked at Yi Jingxian dissatisfied and said with a complaining tone. He took out a jade bottle and handed it over. He didn't say that he didn't need to pay it back. As an alchemist, he needed to follow the rules of an alchemist. At least, he couldn't give away third-grade elixirs on such occasions. If you want to give it away, you need to be alone in private, so as not to break the alchemist's rules. Junior brother, I really want to find you. But I am out of seclusion, and you are in seclusion. If I hadn't happened to meet you here, I might not even be able to see you when I go into seclusion. Yi Jingxian took the jade bottle and replied with a smile. She was straightforward and did not say any words of thanks. With her friendship with Li Shiming, there was no need to say words of thanks. It's too much. I'm afraid it will take 2 or 3 years before I can pay you back. She opened the jade bottle, saw the third-grade elixir inside, and shook her head slightly. There are 50 third-grade high-level spiritual elixirs in the jade bottle. With her initial strength of the elixir, it would take a long time to accumulate enough contribution points even after she stabilizes her realm to do the task. Keep it. Improve your strength as soon as possible, and work for the sect as soon as possible. Li Shiming waved his hand and said. Elder Su watched the conversation between the two disciples and nodded with great pleasure. At Li Shiming's age, he is already half-step into the golden elixir, so he is almost bound to become a golden elixir monk. From now on, Yi Jingxian and Li Shiming supported each other, and both sides had monks of the same level they could trust, which made Elder Su feel more confident about the future of the two disciples. The stronger you are, the fewer close friends you have. This is how Elder Su came to be. Among the group of monks who joined the sect at the same time as him, he was the only one who became an elixir. Even among his fellow apprentices, he was the one who achieved elixir alone, although he later made many good friends. There were very few whom he could call his best friends. The three of you have been practicing hard. You still can't make the elixir with the help of scholars. I'm so disappointed. He looked at the other three disciples, and said in a deep voice. Although Li Shiming could not give them elixirs for no reason due to the rules of alchemy masters. The three disciples could jump in the queue at any time if they wanted to make elixirs. For this reason alone, the remuneration they received was the lowest. This is the back door opened by the master of alchemy. This condition is probably impossible for any true disciple to achieve. His words made Wang Zheng, Lu Shi and Su Chuan nod in unison, expressing their determination to work hard with firm eyes. Since Elder Su had told him that it was up to him to decide on the mission, Li Shiming could only wait. At Wanjin Peak of San Luo sect in Shirwanda Mountain, Li Yuanba practiced for a month. His golden elixir expanded in a circle, although it was still very small. The energy inside it doubled. This kind of golden elixir is enough to support a golden elixir stage battle. And it is also enough for him to complete his plan. Of course, his practice will not stop. He will just add some things during his free time. The first is to sacrifice and refine Yunxingyi's natal flying sword. This natal flying sword has been with him for a long time. And he got it during the Qi Chain stage. He took out Yunxingyi's natal flying sword and placed it in front of him with his divine mind holding the natal flying sword. He took a deep breath, mentally mobilized the golden elixir aura, and then sprayed a puff of elixir aura on his natal flying sword. The natal flying sword trembled slightly, and then calmed down. He blew out another breath of pill energy, and his natal flying sword still trembled. When the third mouthful of pill energy was sprayed out, Li Yuanba's complexion turned slightly pale. This pill energy consumed the golden elixir greatly, and 3 mouthfuls of pill energy were his current limit. Finally, this time, the natal flying sword seemed to come alive. As the elixir energy entered the inside of the natal flying sword, the spirit contained in the elixir energy rushed to the recognition pattern of the natal flying sword. Even if Yunxingyi dies, there is still a trace of spiritual imprint in the identification pattern. This spiritual imprint is left over from hundreds of years of continuous use of golden elixir to nourish the natal flying sword, and will not disappear completely due to the death of the owner. It is the presence of this spiritual imprint that limits the effectiveness of others' use of this natal flying sword. However, Li Yuanba's spirit came into contact with this spiritual imprint. This spiritual imprint did not interfere with it at all. Instead, he accepted his spirit immediately, allowing his spirit to successfully recognize the master in the recognition pattern. And this spiritual imprint, the mark, was also integrated into the spirit he introduced into his natal flying sword. It is precisely because of the integration of this spiritual imprint that Li Yuanba's progress in refining this natal flying sword suddenly reached 80%. And the next 20% required a long period of refining to complete bit by bit. In other words, he can exert 80% of the power of this natal flying sword at this time. He ignored the consumption of the golden elixir and looked at the natal flying sword in front of him with joy in his eyes. All the information about this natal flying sword was learned by him as he refined it. This flying sword magic weapon is called Xingyi sword. After learning the name, he knew that the maker of this natal flying sword was Yunxingyi. Xingyi Jian is made from the main material of the third grade, Xingbai Yanjin, plus more than 10 kinds of various third grade auxiliary materials, and is refined using special techniques. Yunxingyi's weapon refining method is not very clever. He just brings out the performance of the third grade top material. Star White Evolved Gold. If Li Shiming waits for Li Shiming to become a pill, and refines it with the same Star White Evolved Gold, I'm afraid I can refine a stronger flying sword magic weapon. But there is no way to find the third grade, Xingbai Yanjin. With Li Shiming's current status as an alchemy master, there is nowhere to get the top grade third grade material. Among the third grade materials, there are relatively many low grade third grade materials, and the mid grade materials become scarce. As for the top grade third grade materials, they are treasures that can be encountered but cannot be found. Of course, as a sword cultivator's natal flying sword, this type of magic weapon is not just based on material, but the sword cultivator's long-term sacrifice is the key. The refining method of this Xingyi sword is not very clever, but the sword cultivator Jin Dan Yunxing's hundreds of years of sacrifice have given Xingyi's sword something special that goes beyond ordinary magic weapons. In addition to being strong, sharp, and extremely friendly to spiritual power, Xingyi Jian also has a bonus to the sword's will. This is a gain that Yunxing only obtained after hundreds of years of sacrifice. Li Yuanba discovered that Xingyi Jian enhanced his sword intent by 135%, which meant that if he used Xingyi Jian to attack, his sword intent would be strengthened by more than twice. He finally understood why his swordsmanship was so powerful. It wasn't too obvious for him to use Xingyi's sword now. When his sword intention increased to a certain level, if it increased by more than twice, it would be estimated that someone of the same level would be able to block a blow in front of him. There are not many anymore. He was very satisfied with his insistence on treating Xingyi as his natal flying sword. After the successful sacrifice, the power of Xingyi exceeded his expectation. A sword cultivator's flying sword does not need to have any fancy functions. Ice, fire, poison, etc. are not as practical as the sword cultivator's sword intent. Sword intention is the basis for sword cultivation to break through all kinds of magic with one sword. Exerting one sword can enhance sword intention by 135%, which is more perfect than any other effect. Moreover, as he continues to practice Xingyi, the enhancement effect of the sword will continue to increase. Yunjian no longer needed to be supported by spiritual thoughts. It seemed to be alive, swimming in front of Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba opened his mouth and inhaled hard. Yunjian instantly became smaller and flew into his mouth. The natal flying sword flew into his body. This inhalation was the secret method of retrieving the natal flying sword in the sword intent climb to the sky technique. It could convert the natal flying sword into an energy form and take it into the body. This is also the only opportunity in the Jindan monk's life to transform a natal magic weapon into an energy form and take it back into the body. This is the difference between the natal magic weapon and other magic weapons. Other magic weapons can also be enhanced through long-term sacrifices, but their enhancement effect is far less powerful than the natal magic weapon that has always stayed in the body of the Golden Elixir monk. Li Yuanba actually had concerns in his heart. Although he had refined the Xingyi sword sacrifice into a natal magic weapon, putting such a flying sword magic weapon into his body still made him feel like he might be injured. He looked inside and saw Xingyi standing above the small golden elixir. The elixir energy emitted by the golden elixir contained Xingyi. Even if he doesn't perform any special rituals, just by wielding a sword in this posture, he is continuously being nourished by the golden elixir. After the natal flying sword was refined and absorbed into his body, Li Yuanba gained some confidence. He already had the strength to fight against the golden elixir monks. Of course, the ones he can fight are still early-stage golden core cultivators. But he will no longer have no resistance when facing stronger golden core cultivators. Li Yuanba stretched out his right hand, and a simple long sword appeared in his right hand. This is the final chapter of practicing the Secret Book of Sword Demons, the final form of the third-grade sword base. The quality of the third-grade sword base has been upgraded to the level of magic weapon. What surprised him was that although the secret code of the sword demon could no longer have a body-refining effect, it could still continuously improve the quality of the third-grade sword base. This kind of improvement was different from ordinary swordsmen using golden elixirs to cultivate flying swords. The secret code of sword demon improves the quality of the third-grade sword foundation based on the monk's physique. Normally, the third-grade sword foundation will still be integrated into the monk's body. Through the secret method of the sword demon's secret code, the third-grade sword base in the body can be strengthened along with the monk's body, and its quality will continue to improve. The first thing I do after leaving seclusion is to find a body training technique, Li Yuanba muttered to himself. This was his original plan, and in order to improve the quality of the third-grade sword base, he needed a body training technique. It is said that he is a pure sword cultivator, but in fact, he already has 3 magic weapons after he first became a sword cultivator in the Golden Core stage. The third-grade sword base is the foundation he laid during the Chi Chain stage. The Heart Hoop is an auxiliary exotic treasure, and the other is the natal flying sword. He is also preparing to complete the final step of refining Wanjian Feng into a magic weapon, which basically completes his set of magic weapons in the Golden Elixir stage. It is estimated that there are not many monks in the entire world of immortality who can possess 4 magic weapons when they first enter the Golden Elixir stage, and each magic weapon has its own characteristics and power. Using third-grade weapon refining materials to make the core of Wanjian Feng's magic weapon is a job that only Li Yuanba can currently complete. The main body, Li Shiming, is not yet able to refine third-grade weapon refining materials due to his realm. Li Yuanba placed the required weapon refining materials in front of him, and he thanked Elder Lu once again in his heart. Thanks to Elder Lu's generosity, all the materials for the Wanjian Peak sacrifice have been found. Otherwise, even if the main body Li Shiming helped collect, it would not be so easy to collect all the various types of weapon refining materials in huge quantities. Of the main body, Li Shiming stopped all actions for the purpose of refining the weapon here, and completely turned his consciousness over. This is the first time to refine third-grade weapon refining materials. There is only one copy of third-grade weapon refining materials. If something goes wrong, it will take a lot of time to find all third-grade weapon refining materials. Li Yuanba currently lacks time. He needs to refine Wang Jianfeng into his own magic weapon in order to truly keep Wang Jianfeng. There were not many surprises in the process of refining the weapon. The only trouble was that Li Yuanba's golden elixir was too weak, and the duration of the elixir fire was a bit short. Li Yuanba came to the rock with the 5 magic flying swords embedded in it. He carefully placed the refined third-grade core on the 5 magic flying swords, closely connecting them with the 5 magic flying swords. With the placement of the core, all the additional weapon refining spiritual objects on the surface of Wanjian Peak emitted a dazzling light. These rays of light are connected to each other, forming a large net that covers the entire Wanjian Peak, enveloping Wanjian Peak as a whole. Li Yuanba drew complex patterns in the air with his fingers and drove them into Wanjian Peak. Every time a pattern was driven into Wanjian Peak, a beam of light would rise from one part of Wanjian Peak. These light pillars are the formation nodes he has arranged. These formation nodes have been added to Wang Jianfeng's own formation nodes. Wang Jianfeng's formation is being expanded with the newly added formation nodes. Li Yuanba didn't know how much effort and time Elder Liu had spent. Anyway, just C15's subsequent calculation and optimization of the large formation here consumed a lot of computing power to achieve the goal. The ever-increasing number of formation nodes made Wang Jianfeng's formation more and more complex, and the spiritual power circuits became extremely complicated. Fortunately, the current formation maintained by Wang Jianfeng has not been affected. The changes in Wang Jianfeng were hidden by the formation, and did not attract the attention of other monks of Sun Luo's sect. However, Wang Jianfeng's changes are becoming more and more drastic, and I am afraid that this kind of hiding cannot be maintained for long. Chapter 288 Magic Weapon. Wang Jianfeng's mountain protecting formation suddenly disappeared. This was the impact of the formation's complete integration with those new formation nodes. That is to say, the formation was closed, and the monks who had been paying attention to Wang Jianfeng all discovered the changes in Wang Jianfeng. The surface of Wanjian Peak is now completely covered with countless mysterious patterns, and the spiritual veins inside the peak have become the source of energy for everything, supporting Wanjian Peak's new formation that is many times more complex. Li Yuanba sprayed out several mouthfuls of alchemy energy in succession, and used the alchemy energy to put his own spiritual imprint into the core of Wang Jianfeng, thus taking control of Wang Jianfeng. As soon as all this was done, the fastest golden elixir elders arrived. Among them was Elder Yu, who was looking at Wanjian Peak, and Li Yuanba standing on the top of the mountain with disbelief in his eyes. The aura on Li Yuanba's body was obviously that of the golden elixir stage. But Wang Jianfeng, whom Elder Yu had been thinking about for many years, was refined into a magic weapon and imprinted with Li Yuanba's spiritual imprint. The matter that Elder Yu and many Jin and elders of Sun Luo's sect had been planning for many years came to nothing before their eyes. If it weren't for the fact that he was still in the Sun Luo sect and watched by many monks, he would have wanted to kill Li Yuanba on the spot to vent the anger in his heart. The reason why he wanted to refine Wang Jianfeng into a magic weapon was because Wang Jianfeng had a perfect foundation for mountain-type magic weapons. Among all magic weapons, the one that consumes the most materials and is the most difficult to refine is the mountain magic weapon. The body of a mountain magic weapon must be an extremely large mountain, and the material that makes up the mountain must also be a weapon refining material. A mountain peak is entirely composed of refining materials. Even the lowest level of refining materials requires an astronomical number of refining materials. It is estimated that even if several large spiritual mineral veins are hollowed out, the basic materials that constitute mountain-type magic weapons will not be obtained. Not to mention that this is the preparation of the refining materials. To convert the refining materials into mountain peaks, the refining time required is hundreds of years. And Wang Jianfeng has experienced thousands of years of cultivation of sword intent. And the original earth and stone materials have long been transformed into more advanced spiritual materials. In addition, the sword cultivating sect previously invested countless refining materials in Wang Jianfeng. On the sword peak, there are far more mountain-type magic weapons than ordinary monks can refine alone. Elder Yu had calculated that if he refined Wang Jianfeng, he could become one of the strongest golden elixirs under the nascent soul. The reason for this is that there are several half-step nascent soul golden elixir monks in the northern Shu continent, and their strength has exceeded the normal golden elixir stage. Of course, there is another premise for this. That is, Elder Jian is really hitting the nascent soul stage. Otherwise Elder Jian's strength will still be ranked first. Li Yuanba felt the gazes of many monks. But he ignored them. All his focus is on Wanjian Peak, which is the key to his cultivation, and is related to his cultivation speed in the Golden Elixir stage. Sensing the spiritual connection between Wang Jianfeng and him, he smiled slightly and pointed his finger towards Wang Jianfeng at his feet. "Take it!" he shouted softly. Countless patterns once again emitted dazzling light, and the entire Wanjian Peak slowly shrank as he shouted. This is the first contraction, so it's a little slow. It won't be so slow in the future, and will easily enlarge or shrink according to his wishes. This is the magic weapon, especially since the 10,000 Swords Peak was refined by himself. It was completely refined by him on the first day of the sacrifice, and could exert 100% of its power. The changes in Wang Jianfeng are extremely miraculous, far beyond what the technology of the previous life can explain. This involves knowledge of space, formations, spiritual energy, weapon refining, etc. That is to say, Wang Jianfeng's weapon refining skills are perfect enough. Otherwise such a magic weapon would not be successfully refined within hundreds of years. He had taken advantage of Elder Jian. But Elder Jian was his master, and the spiritual objects passed on by his master to his disciples were reasonable in any sect. Wang Jianfeng became smaller and smaller, and finally Wang Jianfeng turned into a small mountain peak about a foot high, and automatically flew into his left hand. He was holding the magic weapon Wang Jianfeng, but he couldn't feel any weight. In fact, what Wang Jianfeng showed at this time was just the phantom of the mountain peak, and the real Wang Jianfeng mountain was in the void, hidden. I have met all the elders and senior brothers. Li Yuanba held Wang Jianfeng in his hand, stood in the air with a smile, bowed and saluted to the many monks who had gathered. With his keen senses, he had long sensed the hostile glances, and there were quite a few of them. But he didn't have much to worry about, not to mention other things. The 10,000 sword peaks in his hand were enough to intimidate most of the Golden Core cultivators. It is estimated that even if the Jindan monks present have any thoughts about him, they will not take action against him without knowing exactly the power of Wang Jianfeng. Perhaps they are all waiting for a certain Jindan monk to test the power of Wang Jianfeng. Li Yuanba also hoped that a Golden Elixir monk would show up and let him test the power of Wang Jianfeng. Although Wang Jianfeng was refined by him, he still doesn't know its true power. He only knew that after the Wang Jianfeng magic weapon was used, it would generate a binding force that would bind the monks. And then Wang Jianfeng would turn into a real mountain peak and press down on the monks. Even the monks in the late Jindan stage cannot withstand such heavy pressure under the pressure of Wang Jian's mountain peaks. Not to mention that the Wang Jianfeng magic weapon also contains sword intention. When the Wang Jianfeng magic weapon is used to press heavily, the sword intention will also be activated. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Li Yuanba for achieving the Golden Elixir. Elder Yu was stunned for a moment. Then, he was the first to react and return the greeting with a forced smile. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Li Yuanba. Other monks also congratulated one after another. Li Yuanba secretly thought that it was a pity that no Golden Core cultivator wanted to test him, so he could not use Wang Jianfeng to intimidate many cultivators. I'm sorry to bother you all. I have to register, so I'll take my leave now, he said with a faint smile. After he finished speaking, a sword flew out of his body and flew away with him. Elder Yu's eyes focused again, and many monks present noticed Xingyijian, which was a flying sword magic weapon, and it could be judged from the way Li Yuanba activated Xingyijian that it was a natal flying sword. Elder Sword is really willing to give up on this disciple, Elder Yu said slightly sourly. He thought that if Li Yuanba had such a natal flying sword, it must have been prepared by Elder Jian for his disciple. Little did he know that Elder Jian was extremely poor. The difficulty of sword cultivation started from the Golden Core stage. It was almost impossible to be rich. He calculated the cost of dealing with Li Yuanba and had other concerns in mind. However, some Jindan monks, who originally wanted to take advantage of Li Yuanba, changed their minds. Li Yuanba's revealed strength was not something that ordinary Jindan cultivators could deal with. Although I don't know how powerful the Xingyi sword is, the Wang Jianfeng magic weapon is a huge trouble. The attack frequency of mountain magic weapons is very slow and extremely consumes spiritual energy, which makes it impossible to use mountain magic weapons multiple times under normal circumstances. And with Li Yuanba's realm, he had just broken through the Golden Core stage, and using the Wang Jianfeng magic weapon could only have the power of one blow at most. The power of this blow needs to be resisted by a Golden Core cultivator. The only disadvantage is that the body will die and the Tao will disappear. Li Yuanba put the Wang Jianfeng magic weapon back into the space ring While flying, he was in a very good mood at the moment. In the Sunluo sect, due to the seclusion between Elder Jian and Patriarch Lu, he has been surrounded by wolves for the past 2 years, all of them wanting to devour him. But today he was standing in front of all the monks. But no Jindan monk dared to take action against him. Although this was because he was in the sect. He could not kill in the sect. Testing was feasible. Without the golden elixir, monk tried to test, which meant that he had the capital to make the golden elixir monk fearful. Over the years, he was hunted down by golden core monks many times. And finally, he became a golden core monk. From then on, the sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. While thinking about it, he came to the Sunluo Hall of the Sunluo sect, where the Sunluo sect handles the sect's affairs. I've met my uncle. After entering the Sunluo Palace, he stopped a steward who was in the foundation building stage. The steward sensed the strength of his golden elixir and bowed in salute. I have just been promoted to the golden core stage. I don't know where to go through the procedures? Li Yuanba asked blankly. And at the same time, he took out his identity jade plate. Congratulations, Uncle Master. I will take you to Elder Situ. The steward glanced at the identity jade disc and found that it was the identity jade disc of a true disciple, and quickly replied with a smile on his face. The steward was wondering before. Who is this Uncle Jindan who has never been seen before? You must know that although the steward is only a foundation building monk in Sunluo sect, he has managed many affairs, and has been in the sect for more than 100 years. Although it is possible that the monks in the foundation building stage may not recognize them all, the golden elixir monks definitely know them all. However, no matter how the steward recalled it, he could not find any peak-level foundation building monks who were about to break through in the past that matched the Li Yuanba in front of him. He could only suppress the curiosity in his heart and lead Li Yuanba towards the interior of Sunluo Hall. Uncle, please wait a moment. The steward came to a gate, bowed to Li Yuanba and said something, and then cast a spell at the gate. After a moment, a magical light flew out from inside, and the steward reached out to catch it. Elder Situ is free at this time. Uncle, please come in. The steward reached out to open the door, then stepped aside and said. The door opened, revealing a dark interior, with no view of the scenery inside. Li Yuanba did not hesitate. There were many means in the world of cultivating immortals, but it was impossible to set up any means to harm the monks of our sect in Sunluo Palace. He stepped in, and after a blur of flowers before his eyes, he was in a lake. His eyesight was extremely good. The lake was real, but the faint scenery in the distance was an illusion. There is a small island in the center of the lake. The island is not big, but the layout is extremely elegant, with small bridges, flowing water, and rockery pavilions. Elder Situ actually used the space formation to create a lake and island environment for himself inside the Sunluo Hall, even though Li Yuanba knew that many monks had their own quirks. This was the first time he saw such methods being used just to decorate an office space. That is to say, all the monks who are qualified to enter can fly. Otherwise they will not be able to swim to the island in the center. The design here does not take into account the monks and mortals in the chain energy stage. Li Yuanba did not use Xingyijian. He only borrowed the flying talent of Jin Danqi and flew towards the island. After reaching the golden elixir stage, the moment he has the golden elixir in his body is free from the shackles of gravity and can fly as he pleases. Of course, without using the secret method of flying. Flying completely by relying on the flying talent of the golden elixir stage will be much slower. As he approached the island, he saw an old man sitting in the pavilion. There was no aura exposed on the old man's body, making it impossible for him to sense the other person's level of strength. He was secretly frightened, knowing that he was already in the golden elixir stage, and the monks who could make him unable to perceive the realm, in addition to mastering some secret method to hide his cultivation level, were at least several times stronger than him. Li Yuanba has met Elder Situ. He did not dare to be arrogant in the slightest. He restrained his excitement after breaking through the golden elixir and mastering several magic weapons, and saluted with an extremely respectful attitude. Li Yuanba, Elder Jian's true disciple. Elder Jian took in a good disciple, and he actually became an elixir. Elder Situ looked up at Li Yuanba, and said with surprise in his eyes. He pointed to the stone below his head. The stool said, You will be my junior brother from now on. The sect also needs a sword cultivator like you. Let's sit down and talk. Thank you, Great Elder. Li Yuanba felt relieved when he heard the calm words spoken by Great Elder Situ. He also guessed that the realm of Elder Situ who could call him a junior brother, would not be at the nascent soul stage. So it would most likely be at the late golden core stage. Give me the jade plate of identity first. Elder Situ stretched out his hand and ordered. Li Yuanba put his identity jade disc in front of him. He took the identity jade disc over, took out another identity jade disc, connected the two identity jade discs together, and used his spiritual mind to operate on the identity jade disc. Ichiban. The two identity jade discs shown at the same time. This should be updating the information in the previous identity jade disc to the new identity jade disc. This is your golden elixir identity jade disc. You have just been promoted and have not arranged any affairs for you. I see that your aura has stabilized the golden elixir and formed its combat power. You can no longer deal with it like you did during the foundation building period. The sect has slacked off in its tasks, and the sect needs a certain reward for the welfare of the golden elixir monks. Elder Situ also learned about Li Yuanba's previous information when he was making the jade plate of his new identity. It is estimated that Li Yuanba is the Chengden monk who has completed the fewest tasks in the history of Sun Luo's sect. He has only been in the sect for a few years, and he was still diligent in the beginning. But since being taken under the disciple of Elder Jian, he has stopped doing any tasks. Only in the past 2 years, after Elder Jian went into seclusion, did he start to cope with the task and complete the minimum standard of 3 tasks per year. Other sect monks would not have asked about Li Yuanba's behavior, but Elder Situ was in charge of the specific affairs of the sect. For a sword cultivator like Li Yuanba, Elder Situ hoped that Li Yuanba would participate in more tasks. The growth of the sword repair golden elixir can only be achieved through constant battles. Elder Situ also wanted Li Yuanba to grow up faster. Chapter 289 Benefits. Li Yuanba came out from the Grand Elder's office. He checked the information on the identity jade plate and found that he had become a golden elixir monk of the Sun Luo sect. If the sect arranges a certain errand for him, his identity will be shown as an elder of a certain department on the jade plate. He didn't care much about becoming a sect elder, and he didn't want to fight for the power of Sun Luo's sect. He found the right direction and flew towards the Zongmen library. Entering the library, he followed the stairs to the 2nd floor, and then walked up the stairs to the 3rd floor under the surprised gaze of a foundation building monk. This foundation building monk recognized Li Yuanba. Although Li Yuanba was extremely lonely in the Sun Luo sect, he had also experienced many battles, especially in the battle 2 years ago when he killed several true disciples. The famous foundation building monk is one of the survivors. It was precisely because he recognized Li Yuanba that the foundation building monk tightened his body to prevent Li Yuanba from seeing him, while secretly watching Li Yuanba's movements. After Li Yuanba walked up the stairs to the 3rd floor, he almost screamed in surprise. The 3rd floor is protected by a magic circle, and only golden core stage monks can go up there. Since Li Yuanba was able to go to the 3rd floor, there was only one possibility, and that was that Li Yuanba was already a golden elixir monk. The foundation building monk thought that his fellow disciples were still considering revenge against Li Yuanba, because Li Yuanba was too strong. Several true disciples, who had been disgraced last time, had made appointments with many powerful late-stage foundation building monks to prepare to join forces. Ambush Li Yuanba again to save the lost face. The foundation building monk took out the identity jade disc and passed the news that Li Yuanba had become a golden elixir monk to an acquaintance who was about to participate in the operation. The ambush operation that had not yet taken shape was eliminated with this piece of news. That's how it is in the world of immortality, where strength is everything. Li Yuanba walked up to the exercise area on the 3rd floor. The books and jade slips here were much fewer than those below, but there were still nearly 800 in number. You must know that the exercises in the exercise area on the 3rd floor can be practiced at least to the golden elixir stage. When I was on Tianhai Island before, the highest skill of the Tianhai sect was the golden core stage skill. But in this skill area, they were placed randomly, as long as there are enough contribution points. Any sect golden elixir monk can redeem it. Li Yuanba's identity jade disc has very few contribution points. He has also done a lot of tasks, but those are only tasks in the foundation building period. If the contribution points obtained are to be exchanged for the exercises in the golden elixir period, the difference in contribution points is a bit too big. Fortunately, he was promoted to the golden core stage, and the sect still had some rewards for him. He has the right to choose 2 golden elixir period skills for free in the library. After that, he has to go to the miscellaneous affairs hall to pick up a set of sect golden elixir robes, a storage bracelet, a standard magic weapon, and some 3rd grade items. Resource. Under normal circumstances, Newly promoted Jindan monks will first receive storage bracelets and other items as rewards, especially the standard magic weapon. But Li Yuanba didn't look down on those things. That is to say, the third-grade resources were of some use. So he wouldn't be so arrogant that he wouldn't take them. But he was more eager to find a suitable technique. There is no need to change the majoring technique. According to the judgment of Elder Jian, the level of sword intent climbs to the sky is the best in the entire northern Shu continent. Not to mention this Sunluo sect. What he needs is a body refining technique. It would be better if he could find another corpse refining technique to practice independently. With this in mind, he came to the library. I have something to ask. Li Yuanba did not immediately look for the skills he wanted. He had his own way of finding skills in a place like the library. He came to the golden pill monk on duty, and said with a smile. Although this golden elixir monk only guards the library, the most basic identity of a golden elixir monk who has a position in the sect is that of an elder. In other words, most of the Jindan monks have the status of elders in the sect, because they will more or less accept the sect's arrangements to participate in the sect's affairs. Perhaps only the Yuanying ancestor is qualified to do whatever he wants. In the northern Shu continent, the Jindan monks are the main force of the sect, and the Yuanying ancestor is the sect's support. As Li Yuanba spoke, he handed over a small jade bottle. The Jindan elder on duty was resting with his eyes closed, and was slightly unhappy after being disturbed. The duty on the third floor is the most leisurely. Golden elixir monks exchange exercises very rarely. In addition, the number of sect's golden elixir monks is not large, which makes the third floor empty most of the time. The elder on guard Jindan opened his eyes, and saw the jade bottle being handed to him. He took the jade bottle, opened it, and scanned it with his spiritual mind. Then put it in front of his nose and sniffed it in disbelief. And then confirmed that it was a third-grade auxiliary cultivation elixir. A third-grade auxiliary cultivation elixir. Especially a third-grade auxiliary cultivation elixir not produced by the Sunluo sect. Although its value is limited, it is very happy to get it for free. The value mentioned here is limited, compared with third-grade spiritual objects. As a reward for seeking information, it is definitely worth it. This fellow Taoist is new to me. I am Elder Kai from the library pavilion. Could you please give me your surname? Elder Kai asked with a different smile. Elder Kai. I am Li Yuanba. I have just been promoted to Jindan. This is my identity jade disc. I came here to choose 2 techniques. Li Yuanba handed over the identity jade disc. You have 2 skills that you can get for free. If you want me to help you, just ask. Elder Kai inspected the jade disc and handed it back. Elder Kai is on duty at the library and knows the techniques here very well. I need a body refining technique. A self-refining corpse refining technique. Li Yuanba gave the third-grade elixir just for accurate information. Junior Brother Li has found the right person. There are 132 body training techniques here. If we don't consider the difficulty of the training and only consider the effect, the one that ranks first is the Scorching Sun Jade Body Technique. Kai the Elder accepted the gift and naturally responded enthusiastically. He stretched out his hand, and a jade slip flew over from the shelf next to him. I see that Junior Brotherly doesn't have the aura of demonic skills in his body, and he would not choose demonic bodybuilding exercises even if he thought about it. This Scorching Sun Jade Body Technique is said to have been discovered by a certain ancestor of the sect when he was exploring a relic. Here are the cultivation techniques for the late Golden Elixir stage. The cultivation techniques for the nascent soul stage need to be exchanged for additional contribution points. Elder Kai continued to introduce. Li Yuanba didn't have much objection to Elder Kai's judgment. Elder Kai looks like he is not young anymore, and he still has this vision. Li Yuanba took the jade slip of the Scorching Sun Jade Body Technique and penetrated it with his spiritual thoughts. In the absence of handover procedures, all he could see was an introduction to this technique. Just as Elder Kai introduced, Elder Kai almost repeated the introduction to the technique. But Li Yuanba found that Elder Kai had said one thing less. That is, this body training technique is a pure yang body training technique. No wonder Elder Kai said that he does not consider the difficulty of cultivation and only considers the effect of cultivation. This Scorching Sun Jade Body Technique is probably extremely rare in the sect, and monks who can practice it are extremely rare. Pure yang body training techniques such as Scorching Sun Jade Body Technique naturally conflict with most of the demonic cultivators of Sunluo's sect. If you are not satisfied, there are 2 other body training techniques that are also good. Elder Kai did not think that Li Yuanba would like the Scorching Sun Jade Body Technique. He just followed his own analysis of the techniques on the third floor of the library pavilion, arranged them, and introduced them to Li Yuanba in order. Such an introduction would make him feel worthy of the third-grade elixir that Li Yuanba paid for. At the same time, such an introduction can also show his value. Apart from him, who is extremely familiar with the techniques in the library, who else can do this? No need. Just choose the Fire Sun Jade body technique for the body training method. Li Yuanba thought of his own Tai Chi Dao body, which is the body of the sun when in human form, which is the best match for the Fire Sun Jade body technique. This answer made what Elder Kai wanted to say next get stuck in his throat, making him feel uncomfortable and uncomfortable. You still have discernment. The Scorching Sun Jade body technique is definitely the strongest body training technique here. Elder Kai calmed down and said with a forced smile, Please also ask Elder Kai to introduce another technique to me. Li Yuanba then requested. It is extremely rare to practice self-cultivation techniques for corpse refining. There are only 3 types included here. If you want to choose the strongest one among the 3 self-cultivation techniques for corpse refining, it must be the Evil Corpse Spirit Record. But Evil Corpse Spiritual Record requires the spirit of the corpse to be extremely high, because the content of the technique is too complicated, and it is impossible to practice without enough spirituality. Elder Kai felt that Li Yuanba probably wanted the strongest technique, so he still started first. He talked about the strongest technique. It is normal for zombies to independently practice few exercises. Under normal circumstances, zombies grow by absorbing spiritual objects and in formations where cold energy gathers. It is extremely rare to be able to practice the exercises independently. Take Li Shiming's zombies as an example. Although there are already dozens of zombies there, none of them can practice the exercises independently. The reason for this is spirituality. It is not a problem for the master to control the corpse to fight, but to control the energy in the corpse to operate according to the technique is a more delicate operation, which requires the corpse to be performed by itself. But the wisdom of the zombies is almost all focused on combat, and the rest of the aspects are at the level of mental retardation, making it almost impossible for a mentally retarded person to practice complex techniques. Of course, since there are zombies practicing independently, there must be zombies who can practice such skills. According to legend, when a corpse is sacrificed and refined, there is a very low chance that a corpse king with extremely high spirituality will appear. This type of technique is for the corpse king to practice. So when Elder Kai introduced it to Li Yuanba, he kept looking at Li Yuanba's waist, wanting to see what Li Yuanba's corpse refining looked like. Naturally, you can't see it if you look at it this way. This is an instinctive action after association. Then choose Evil Corpse Spirit Record. Li Yuanba made his decision without even looking at it this time. When he thought about it, what kind of spirituality could be compared to his own in corpse refining? He was not afraid of any spiritual requirements. As long as it was the method of corpse refining, it would be okay. This Evil Corpse Spiritual Record is the complete book, which can directly reach the realm of the Golden Corpse. Elder Kai introduced it while reaching out for a jade slip again. Techniques such as Evil Corpse Spiritual Record are different from those practiced by monks themselves. They are much different in importance, but they have much fewer requirements for realm. He completed the formalities and placed the 2 jade slips into the formation next to them. A ray of light enveloped the 2 jade slips, which was the restriction of the jade slips being opened through the formation. The jade slips cannot leave the sect. You must return the jade slips within a month. Elder Kai reminded him when handing the 2 jade slips to Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba had known this for a long time. The sect was always on guard against the martial arts. Unless the monks wrote down the martial arts on their own, the sect's martial arts would rarely leak out. This is why the probability of martial arts appearing among Li Yuanba's trophies is extremely rare. The monks of the major sects in the northern Shu continent carry jade slips of exercises that are either inherited by their masters, secretly recorded by themselves, or purchased from outside. Anyway, the exercises from the sect's library cannot be taken out. On the contrary, I got many complete skills from sword cultivator Jin Dan Yunxingyi. That was because Yunxingyi's sect was relocating, so he took the skills with him. Of course, some very powerful monks in the sect will also carry important skills with them. This is because they have enough confidence in their own strength and will not leak the skills. Li Yuanba collected the 2 jade slips, then went to the miscellaneous affairs hall and received a storage bracelet, which contained the equipment and resources given to him by the sect. The magic weapon is a flying sword, and its quality is extremely average. This is a benefit for the golden elixir monks of the major sections. There are 4 magic weapons to choose from. all of similar quality. From the point of view of the refining techniques, they are all the work of the refining master. However, since the third-grade materials are of the lowest grade, the quality of the magic weapon is also unsatisfactory. He received this flying sword magic weapon based on the principle of not wanting it for nothing. In the future, he would decide whether to trade it or give it away. Anyway, he would not be able to sacrifice it. He was worried about wasting his time in refining a flying sword magic weapon of such quality. The rest are the third-grade spiritual fruits and spiritual teas, which are 3-year quotas received at once. It seems that no matter whether it is a major sect on the righteous path or a demonic path, the benefits are almost the same, considering that the world of immortality has been developing for tens of thousands of years. Some rules have long been fixed, and it is normal for large sects to have similar benefits. Li Yuanba returned to the location where Wang Jianfeng was before. He took out the Wang Jianfeng magic weapon. With a thought, the Wang Jianfeng magic weapon suddenly grew in size in front of him and returned to Wang Jianfeng's normal form. Since Wang Jianfeng's magic weapon was not used for attack, Wang Jianfeng's mountain body gently landed on the ground, exactly where it was originally, without any gap. He entered the mountain and the mountain protecting formation opened. His cave and spiritual veins have all been restored, except for Wang Jianfeng being refined into a magic weapon. There is almost no difference from before. Of course, if he travels in the future, he can take his cave together with Wanjian Peak, and he no longer has to worry about what monks think about Wanjian Peak. The Wang Jianfeng magic weapon has also become an important magic weapon for his protection, and it has even been the strongest magic weapon for a long time. Chapter 290 Travel. A large flying boat is sailing in the sky. The large flying boat has the symbol of Shushan sect on it, and the interior is even more luxurious. On the first floor of the large flying boat, there were 2 senior alchemists and a dozen middle and low-level alchemists. There were only 2 people on the second floor. One was Li Shiming, and the other was Elder Zhao, the sword cultivator of the Shushan sect. Elder Zhao's mission is to protect Li Shiming, and this outing is the mission arranged by the sect for Li Shiming. The task is very simple. Go to Fire Cloud Valley to serve as the referee for this alchemist event. Speaking of the alchemist gathering, this is an important exchange meeting among alchemists. In the process of growing up, an alchemist needs to constantly learn and accumulate experience, which requires a lot of communication. Under normal circumstances, alchemists are scattered among various sects and forces. Even alchemists of the same sect, as long as they are not alchemists of the same department, rarely communicate with each other. Therefore, this exchange event for alchemists is an extremely important networking opportunity for every alchemist, and all alchemists who have the conditions will actively participate. More importantly, the winner of the alchemist event will receive substantial rewards and receive comments from the alchemist master, which will greatly promote the self-improvement of the alchemist. Li Shiming has never participated in an alchemy event. It's not that the alchemy event excludes him, but it's only held once every 10 years. 10 years ago, he didn't even have any contact with alchemy. Of course, this is not the main reason. The Beishu continent is not only the alchemist gathering held in Fire Cloud Valley, but also the alchemist gathering held by other forces. Li Shiming had never attended any of these gatherings before, and he had not been invited to these gatherings. The key point in this is his alchemy level. Since he made alchemy publicly, he has never failed, and every time he is full of elixirs and of high quality. His level of alchemy is something even a master of alchemy would not dare to say he can achieve. If he was invited, other alchemists would not dare to participate in the competition, and even the alchemy master would not be able to comment. "This flying boat of yours is really good." Elder Zhao was sipping the 3rd-grade spiritual tea and looking at the large flying boat around him with some envy. This large flying boat belongs to Li Shiming. The trophy originally obtained from Elder Lu of the Sanluo sect was a magic weapon level large flying boat. That is to say, this magic weapon level large-scale flying boat has its own energy supply, and does not require a monk to have the strength of the Golden Core stage to be controlled by Li Shiming. Li Shiming likes this large flying boat very much. Now with the status, he doesn't have to worry about the conspicuousness of using such a magic weapon level large flying boat. This time he was attending the alchemist gathering, and he happened to be bringing some alchemists from the sect with him. So he took out the magic weapon level large flying boat and used it. Although Elder Zhao is the golden elixir elder of the Shushan sect, with his wealth, there is no way to buy such a magic weapon level large flying boat. Sanluo sect Elder Lu's magic weapon level large flying boat. But Sanluo sect's property is not Elder Lu's private property. Elder Lu's private property is another small magic weapon level flying boat. Only large sects have the financial resources to build such a large magic weapon level flying boat. Elder Zhao was joking. But it was just a toy. Li Shiming was used to seeing good things. So he replied with an indifferent smile. Sure, Ming. I got some benefits by following you out this time. Look at the flying boat and the spiritual tea I drank. I would have known that I would have gone to learn alchemy back then. Elder Zhao shook his head and said with a smile. Of course he was joking. He was a sword cultivator. Once a foreign object came into his hands, he would immediately sell it and exchange it for materials to enhance his natal flying sword. The sword cultivator's natal flying sword is a bottomless pit, and any amount of wealth can be filled into it. Fortunately, the natal flying sword on the clone Li Yuanba's side is the natal flying sword of Jin Dan's sword Xiao Yinxingyi. It has been cultivated for hundreds of years, at least in the short term. There is no need to prepare a boost for Li Yuanba's natal flying sword. Material. Excuse me. Uncle Zhao. Please accompany me. I will take good care of you. Li Shiming smiled and made a tea ceremony for Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao was very good to him. He even saved his life before. And this time, he had the task of protecting him. How could he treat him badly? I see that your sword intention has increased. You haven't even experienced a battle, but your sword intention has increased so fast. You should really major in sword cultivation. Elder Zhao sat up straight, and once again, wanted to let Li Shiming change your major in Kung Fu. This is not the first time he has proposed this. Since meeting Li Shiming, he has tried to persuade Li Shiming almost every time he met. Now that Li Shiming has reached the half-step golden elixir realm, he still has not given up this idea. Li Shiming also understood what he meant, thinking that after he achieved elixir, he would change his major in martial arts to sword cultivation. But Li Shiming had his own considerations. His sword intent was indeed constantly increasing, which was the benefit he got from his clone Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba's sword intent has gone through several battles with Jin Dan monks. If judged by numerical values, Li Yuanba's sword intent has increased by 100 points. And then the original Li Shiming's sword intent has correspondingly increased by 30 points. In addition, Li Yuanba became a golden elixir monk, and his sword intent increased rapidly every day, which caused Li Shiming's side to also continue to grow. Li Yuanba is in the golden core stage, and his sword intent can be regarded as growing rapidly. Although Li Shiming only achieved 3/10 of the growth rate, it is even more obvious than Li Yuanba when it comes to Li Shiming, who is in the foundation building stage. Therefore, even Elder Zhao had not been in contact with Li Shiming for a long time before he sensed the change in Li Shiming's sword intent. Uncle Zhao, I just have a question related to sword intent that I would like to ask for advice. Li Shiming didn't want to talk more about changing his major skills, and he couldn't refute it directly, so he changed the topic. Ask for advice? Just tell me if you have any questions. Elder Zhao understood what Li Shiming meant, and he continued Li Shiming's words. Elder Zhao also knew that it was not appropriate to persuade Li Shiming to change his major in martial arts. He mainly did this because he did not want Li Shiming to waste his talent in sword cultivation. Look at my sword intent! Li Shiming had always wanted to ask a swordsman to teach him about his sword intent, and he didn't want to miss this opportunity. He stretched out a finger. The finger was full of sword intent, and wisps of electric light flashed on the finger, making the sword intent even more violent. This is this? Elder Zhao was surprised. He sensed it with his spiritual mind, and finally even reached out to touch Li Shiming's sword intention. Li Shiming's sword intention contained the power of thunder and lightning. As a sword cultivator, Elder Zhao had never seen this phenomenon before. How did you do it? Elder Zhao temporarily gave up the idea of persuading Li Shiming to change cultivation. His mind was completely focused on Li Shiming's thunder and lightning sword intention. I don't know. I practiced the 9 Heavens Thunder Strike technique, and one day I suddenly realized that the sword intention was filled with thunder and lightning. Of course, Li Shiming couldn't tell the truth. In fact, he couldn't explain why this happened, give an accurate explanation. But when he thought about it, the biggest reason was that he had practiced purple chi from the east, and used a Fresnel reflector to absorb the effects of 2 years of innate purple gas. But the use of Fresnel reflectors to practice purple chi from the east is his secret, and he cannot mention it to outsiders. So he can only give an ambiguous answer. This is impossible! Although the 9 Heavens Thunder Strike technique is a good thunder attribute technique, I have never heard of it having such a function. Elder Zhao shook his head and muttered to himself. He looked at the lightning sword intention on Li Shiming's finger again and was puzzled. Li Shiming was a little disappointed. Originally, He wanted to get some insights from Elder Zhao, a senior sword cultivator, but who knew that instead, Elder Zhao fell into confusion. Along the way, Elder Zhao did not talk to Li Shiming anymore. He was always thinking. Even if he approached Li Shiming, he would ask Li Shiming to display his sword intention for his reference. There was no trouble along the way. It was within the sphere of influence of the righteous path and had the mark of the Shushan sect. In addition, the large magic weapon level flying boat must be the vehicle of an important figure in the Shushan sect. How could any monk dare to intercept it? There was no hurry, and it took 3 days to reach the destination. Li Shiming looked at the marks on the map, and ahead was Fire Cloud Valley. There are a lot of monks nearby. Huiyun Valley is a medium-sized sect that specializes in alchemy. There is an alchemy master in the sect, which makes many small forces gather around Huiyun Valley. With Huiyun Valley as the center, a gathering place of monks has been formed over 1,000 miles. All the monks are led by Huiyun Valley. This makes Huiyun Valley a medium-sized sect, almost similar to some big forces in terms of the combat power it can really mobilize. When he arrived outside Huiyun Valley, Li Shiming played a message transmission technique. He and Elder Zhao came on behalf of the Shushan sect, so they had to be communicated in a formal way. Not long after the message transmission technique was played, a golden elixir early-stage monk with white hair and a childish face flew out of the Fire Cloud Valley and arrived in front of the large flying boat. "This is Master Tongyun." Elder Zhao introduced the visitor to Li Shiming using sound transmission. Li Shiming nodded, and he and Elder Zhao came out together. "The latecomer Li Shiming has met Master Tongyun." Li Shiming took the initiative to bow and salute. "You don't have to be polite. How dare you receive Master Li's gift? I admire Master Li very much." Master Tongyun returned the courtesy very politely without any airs of seniors. Master Tongyun had heard many rumors about Li Shiming, but after actually meeting him, his fear became even greater. Li Shiming is already a half-step golden elixir. Considering Li Shiming's age, it shows that his cultivation talent is so high that not many monks in the northern Shu continent can compare with him. His talent in cultivation is extremely high, and his talent in alchemy is not to mention. If Li Shiming hadn't been unable to refine some complex third-grade elixirs, perhaps the alchemy master's strength ranking would have been overturned long ago. Even so, the alchemist community is still hesitant about Li Shiming's ranking, and currently places him outside all alchemy masters without ranking. It is estimated that after Li Shiming becomes a golden elixir monk, Li Shiming's alchemy ranking will jump to the top. "I have met Master Tongyun." Elder Zhao was very respectful to Master Tongyun. This was a real alchemy master who could refine most third-grade elixirs. The status of an alchemy master is extremely high in the world of immortality, and the respect shown by Elder Zhao is actually normal. Master Tongyun returned the gift, and then waved to invite Li Shiming and Elder Zhao to enter the Fire Cloud Valley. The three of them were flying in front, and the large flying boat carrying the alchemists of the Shushan sect followed behind. After Li Shiming entered the formation of Fire Cloud Valley, he immediately felt the specialness of this place. The space was filled with the faint scent of medicine, and he judged the smell of various third-grade elixirs from the scent. He was able to analyze the name of the elixir contained in the complex medicinal aroma by relying solely on his sense of smell, mostly relying on the help of Z15. Fire Cloud Valley has opened up a separate area to serve as the venue for the alchemist grand gathering. Other areas of Fire Cloud Valley will not be open to the public, but with the enthusiastic guidance of Master Tongyun. After sending the alchemists of Shushan sect to the venue, Master Tongyun led Li Shiming and Elder Zhao to visit Fire Cloud Valley. Fire Cloud Valley can become a sect that specializes in elixir refining, and its characteristics are revealed in every aspect. The medicinal fields range from low to high quality, and are looked after by professional spiritual practitioners. These medicinal fields are planted with first and second grade elixirs, and their planting area is the largest that Li Shiming has ever seen. "Is that the scorching sunberry?" Li Shiming smelled the elixir. At the same time, he saw the red cloud surrounding the mountainside in front of him, and he couldn't help but ask in surprise. "Fire Sunberry is a third-grade elixir." He knew the growth environment of Fire Sunberry, and the environment in front of him was just right. Master Li has good eyesight. He knew from such a distance that the place where the Fire Sunberry is grown. Master Tongyun did not mean to hide it. The sect is based on the Fire Cloud Valley because of the Fire Sunberry Skyberry reason. This is not a secret. Most sects know this. As for the Fire Sunberry produced here, part of the elixir refined will be sold to the three major righteous sects. With the protection of the three righteous sects, there is no need to worry about other monks peeking into this place. Of course, Fire Cloud Valley has the secret method of cultivating Beer Sunberry, which is also an important reason to ensure that it occupies this place. Li Shiming did not propose to visit the inside of the Red Cloud. The strict formation there must be the most important secret of Fire Cloud Valley.
Sure enough, this is the Alchemy Inheritance sect. It is actually able to cultivate third-grade elixirs on its own. It's really amazing,
he said with emotion.
That red cloud is the reason why Fire Cloud Valley got its name. And it is also a necessary condition for the growth of Scorching Sunberry,
Master Tong Yun explained proudly. Then Master Tong Yun and Li Shiming began to exchange their experience in refining the
Fire Yang Tianling pill.
And for a while, they were talking about speculation. It was just a pain for Elder Zhao that he couldn't understand the exchange between the two and could only do his duty of protection. The visit lasted 2 hours. And it was a great time for both host and guest. Chapter 291 Grand Meeting. The main hall arranged for the alchemist gathering in Huiyun Valley was very large. More than 400 alchemists did not fill the main hall, but made it look very empty. The hierarchy among alchemists is very strict. The ones at the front are senior alchemists, followed by intermediate alchemists and low-level alchemists. There were no other monks in the hall, and all the monks accompanying the alchemist stayed outside. Even Elder Zhao was unable to enter the main hall, which was completely the world of alchemists. Li Shiming, Master Tong Yun, and an alchemy master named Yun Ruo were the 3 alchemy masters at this event. Master Tong Yun, as the host, presided over this grand event. The alchemists in the hall, no matter what level of alchemy master they were all secretly observing Li Shiming, the legendary genius alchemy master, either openly or covertly. In recent years, Li Shiming's reputation has been at its peak, and some veteran alchemy masters have been suppressed by his fame. Although Li Shiming was unable to refine third-grade elixirs for monks in the middle and late stages of the golden elixir, the largest number of monks in the entire world of cultivating immortals were monks who were in the realm before the early stage of the golden elixir. The high quality of the second-grade and third-grade elixirs refined by Li Shiming made every monk who used them praise them. Coupled with the propaganda of Beishu Trading Company, it is difficult for other monks not to hear about Li Shiming's reputation unless he is a monk who lives in seclusion. It only took Li Shiming a few years from learning alchemy to becoming a master of alchemy. This speed of improvement has become the idol of all young alchemists. It is no wonder that he received such attention when he participated in this alchemist event.
Master Li, let's discuss it when we have time.
Master Yunruo didn't pay attention to the alchemists below, and he transmitted a message to Li Shiming. Li Shiming was slightly startled. This was the first time he met Master Yunruo today, and his attitude was lukewarm. There should be no interest relationship between him and Master Yunruo. So it was as if he had offended the other party. The word, sparring, used by Master Yunruo can be said to be a kind of battle. The battle between alchemists is naturally more about alchemy. But Master Yunruo is an alchemy master at the golden elixir stage, and can refine third-grade elixirs that are more difficult. Before Li Shiming became a golden elixir monk, there was no discussion between the two sides. How meaningful.
Master Yun, how do you want to compare?
Li Shiming would not refuse such a provocation. The other party is the alchemy master of Qianhuan sect, and his status is equivalent to that of his master, Elder Ma. However, he is the alchemy inheritor of Shushan sect, and is attending an alchemist event outside. At that time, he not only represented himself, but also represented the Shushan sect.
It just so happens that we are taking advantage of this grand gathering of alchemists. Why don't we use basic techniques to demonstrate to all the alchemists on site?
Master Yunruo suggested calmly. Master Yunruo does not have much connection with Li Shiming, but it is not necessarily true that there is no grudge. Li Shiming sold and gave away 3 beauty pills in Qianhuan sect, which made his reputation in Qianhuan sect surpass Master Yunruo. Especially some time ago, Li Shiming almost monopolized the early stage of golden pill, the third-grade elixir refining business. Not all alchemy masters are good at refining complex third-grade elixirs. At least Master Yunruo is good at the same aspects as Li Shiming. They are both good at refining third-grade elixirs that use only third-grade elixirs as the main materials. If Li Shiming hadn't spent the initial period of accumulating experience as an alchemy master and listened to the reminder of his master, Elder Ma, and reduced his alchemy business, Master Yunruo's business would have been even rarer. But precisely because of this, Master Yunruo thought that this was Li Shiming's lazy refining business. So he set aside the business. Although he could not blame the monks who asked for the elixir, he put this jealousy on Li Shiming. He thought very clearly that if he competed with Li Shiming in elixir refining normally, There would probably be no alchemy master in the entire northern Shu continent who could compete with Li Shiming in refining a third-grade elixir that was based on third-grade elixirs. But what he proposed was to use basic techniques to refine the third-grade elixir, without the bonus of the secret method of elixir refining. He still relied on the most basic experience to refine it. He believed that he was absolutely sure to defeat Li Shiming. As long as he defeats Li Shiming once, in such a public place, Master Yunruo believes that his reputation will be restored. And most importantly, his resentment will be calmed.
Then follow Master Yun's suggestion.
Li Shiming smiled and nodded in agreement. He is not worried about any challenges in alchemy. As long as the alchemy is within his ability, and with the support of Z15, he believes that he will not be weaker than anyone, even though the advantage of the computer room space is lost. A massive amount of alchemy data is collected in Z15. Upon hearing Li Shiming's agreement, Master Yunruo's face showed joy, and Master Yunruo sent a message to Master Tong Yun, who was delivering a speech. Master Tong Yun looked at Li Shiming and Master Yunruo with a strange look on his face, especially his gaze resting on Master Yunruo for a while. He didn't understand why Master Yunruo would offend a person with great potential like Li Shiming, Master of Alchemy. The alchemist who refines the third-grade elixir for the early golden elixir monks is an alchemist master. And the alchemist who refines the fourth-grade elixir for the ancestor of the early nascent soul is also an alchemist master. But can these two kinds of alchemy masters be the same? Li Shiming is the kind of alchemy master who is expected to refine fourth-grade elixirs for the ancestor of nascent soul in the future. Any discerning monk can understand this. Otherwise, why would Master Tong Yun, a veteran alchemy master, be so polite to Li Shiming? The most important thing is that Li Shiming is so young. Even if his realm only stops at the golden elixir stage, he still has a lifespan of almost 500 years. For the sake of your descendants, you should not offend an alchemy master with great potential like Li Shiming. But since Master Yunruo has a choice, Master Tong Yun will not intervene to stop it. If it fails, Master Tong Yun will offend the two alchemy masters.
Dear alchemists, I have good news to tell you. Master Yunruo and Master Li will demonstrate alchemy on the spot for you. The alchemy materials are provided by our sect, and the elixir refined is the Fire Yang Tianling Dan.
Tong Yun the master announced loudly. With a cry of coaxing, all the alchemists became excited. This is a live demonstration by the alchemy master. Most alchemists rarely see the alchemy master making alchemy live, or even see the alchemy master once. Not to mention that this time you can also see the legendary Master Li Shiming refining elixirs in person. The miraculous success rate and quality of elixirs will be displayed in front of all the alchemists at the scene.
It's worth participating in this alchemist event.
The alchemists all had an idea in mind.
Master Li, please.
Master Yunruo stood up with a smile and said to Li Shiming politely,
Master Yun, please.
Li Shiming also stood up and replied. In the center of the main hall, two adjacent areas were divided, and the two alchemy masters occupied one area on the left and the other on the right. Master Yunruo is on the left and Li Shiming is on the right. They took out their respective alchemy furnaces. What Master Yunruo took out was the magical alchemy furnace, and when Li Shiming took out the
three-turn Tianbao furnace,
the eyes of the alchemists on the scene became even more intense. The reason for this is that most of the alchemists are only monks in the foundation building stage, and the alchemy furnace they can use is of the same level as Li Shiming's
three-turn heavenly treasure furnace.
It's not that Li Shiming doesn't have a better alchemy furnace. He received the
5 elements and 9 transformers
magic weapon from the alchemy master in his sect. Unfortunately, his current level is not enough, and he cannot use it at all. Li Shiming used the
three-turn Tianbao furnace
to let the alchemists see the alchemy master using a spiritual weapon level alchemy furnace to make alchemy, which made them feel more involved. Master Tong Yun sighed. He took out 2 materials for refining the
Fire Sun Heavenly Pill,
and first asked both parties to scan them with their spiritual thoughts. There would be no subsequent trouble caused by differences in the quality of the materials. After that, Master Yunruo and Li Shiming each selected a piece of material. This material was enough to refine 3
Fire Yang Tianling pills.
At most, its value to Master Tong Yun was that it was produced within the sect. There is no difficulty in taking it out. On the contrary, he took the initiative to bear the materials for this competition. Both Master Yunruo and Li Shiming had to accept this favor from him. Master Tong Yun is not young, although he is working hard to train the next generation of alchemy masters. The successors are always unsatisfactory. He cannot guarantee whether there will be someone who can support Huiyun when he passes on his spiritual fire, the alchemy master of the valley.
And if such an alchemy master fails to appear, then Huiyun Valley will need to rely on previous favors to support it until the next good enough alchemy master appears. The fact that Huiyun Valley has been passed down to this day is precisely related to the persistent friendship and good dancing skills of generations of spiritual fire descendants. Li Shiming took one of the two materials. He was no stranger to the Fire Sun Spirit Pill. In the Z15 database, there were more than 10 refining data. Now that he has reached the half-step golden elixir level, he has made great progress in controlling the spiritual fire and his own spiritual thoughts. He turned to look at Master Yunruo. The two parties nodded to each other. There was no need to announce the start. They simultaneously mobilized their spiritual fires to enter the alchemy furnace. Li Shiming's spiritual thoughts wrapped around the alchemy furnace. Since refining the Fire Yang Tianling Pill, all changes in the alchemy furnace have been constantly compared with the data in Z15. Although the control and reaction speed of the outside world are slower than those in the computer room space, the improvement of Realm has shortened this gap. The alchemists who were watching the alchemy were trying their best to avoid getting too close to the two alchemy masters. However, they are all monks and have many means at their disposal. Various flying methods allow them to occupy the most advantageous observation positions in all directions. In addition, they must keep at least 10 meters away from the two alchemy masters, which makes everyone an alchemist can watch the alchemy process from different angles. Since both alchemy masters use basic techniques and did not use any secret methods of alchemy, this was obvious to every alchemist. The alchemy techniques used by the two alchemy masters are known to all the alchemists present, and the level of the alchemists who can come here is not low, which deepens their sense of immersion. From the very beginning, Master Yunruo felt the difference brought about by his different reputation. Probably more than 80% of his eyes fell on Li Shiming's side. At this time, he was a little worried about the perception of the Golden Alchemist, which allowed him to clearly judge the likes and dislikes of outstanding alchemists. Fortunately, he has rich experience in alchemy, so his mind will not be affected much. Li Shiming didn't pay attention to anything else. He didn't want to lose, so he had to go all out. Since Master Yunruo proposed such a competition, he was certainly confident. There were exclamations one after another, and these exclamations came from the alchemists watching on the spot. Even if Master Tong Yun issued a warning, it could not affect the alchemists, who also devoted all their attention to alchemy on the spot. Alchemists also know to be quiet, but who told them to see that incredible ordinary techniques can produce unimaginable effects time and time again. At almost 3 hours, Master Yunruo sensed the formation of the elixir liquid in the alchemy furnace. The alchemy was successful this time, and there would be no mistakes in the future. Only then did he pay attention to Li Shiming's alchemy beside him. When he smelled the smell of medicine coming from the 3-turn Tianbao furnace, his expression tightened. The medicinal smell exuded by the 3-turn Tianbao furnace is extremely pure. Even he can only refine such pure medicinal smell when he is extremely lucky. You must know that this is only possible when he can use various secret alchemy methods at will, and when he is in the best alchemy state. He was in a state of confusion, as this affected the alchemy furnace in front of him, and the alchemy liquid in the alchemy furnace began to boil. He quickly suppressed it, and with his rich experience, he finally suppressed the elixir without failing on the spot. He didn't dare to be distracted anymore, and carefully started to release the elixir, who knew that after the alchemy furnace was opened and the elixir was taking shape, because he wanted to produce as many elixirs as possible. The remaining elixir after suppressing the churning elixir liquid was not even enough for 2 elixirs. He miscalculated the amount of elixir, and when he forced the elixir out, his mind caught 2 black elixirs. The alchemists who saw 2 black elixirs at the scene knew what happened. It was a mistake. Li Shiming also discovered the situation on Master Yunruo's side. He often multitasked, but was not disturbed by other things that affected his alchemy. He shook his head. When he finally released the elixir, he tapped his finger lightly and used the 110-point elixir formula. He was preparing to fail, so that Master Yunruo would not lose too embarrassingly. But something unexpected happened to him. In his several years of alchemy career, the 100 points alchemy technique has become a necessary operation for almost every alchemy. Therefore, the use of the 101-point Pilju has become almost instinctive. What I am talking about here is instinct. The moment when you instinctively find the 1 in a 10,000 chance. A ray of light fell on the 3 elixirs. Next to the 3 elixirs, 3 illusory elixirs appeared. The 3 illusory elixirs madly absorbed the spiritual energy in the hull, and soon turned from virtual to real. Finally,
6 spiritual pills appeared in front of the alchemists. Chapter 292 Visitors. Li Shiming was speechless as he looked at the 6 high-level Fire Sun Spirit pills, held by his spiritual thoughts. He originally wanted to save some face for Master Yunruo, so he deliberately used the 101 points pill technique. To make this, the first alchemy ended in failure, making the competition between the two sides a draw. But who would have thought that his 100-point elixir was actually outside the computer room space and succeeded in one go?
Masterly! What a trick!
Master Yunruo thought he meant to humiliate him like this, so he suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice,
Master Yun, I used a secret method to win, so this competition is considered a draw.
Li Shiming had gained face. How could he really form a big enemy with an alchemy master, especially the alchemy master of Qianhuan's sect? He smiled and waved his hands. His words stunned Master Yunruo. Master Yunruo did not expect that he actually meant this, and Master Yunruo immediately thought of the reason why Li Shiming used the
101 points alchemy Ju.
It turned out that he found that he failed in alchemy refining, and Li Shiming wanted to use the
100 points alchemy Ju
to also fail the alchemy, so as to save face for himself. As a master of alchemy, Master Yunruo knows how low the success rate of elixir splitting methods like the
110-point alchemy technique
is. He couldn't help but sigh for the luck of Li Shiming and himself. This 1 in 10,000 chance would be encountered by both parties, which led to the current situation.
Masterly, what's the matter of a draw? It's not like I can't afford to lose. I wonder if Masterly is willing to make me a friend.
Master Yunruo changed his smile and bowed slightly.
Master Yun, this is my honor.
Li Shiming smiled and bowed back. The two alchemy masters smiled at each other and put aside their grudges, and there was no longer any tension as before. Master Tongyun watched from the side, and he was extremely happy. If these two alchemy masters had a big feud with him, he would not look good as the master afterwards. Master Tongyun presided over the grand event again, and Li Shiming and Master Yunruo did their respective arbitration work. Especially Master Yunruo, because of his good interest, would give some pointers to outstanding alchemists from time to time, which made the atmosphere of the grand gathering extremely tense. Warm. The alchemist event will be held for 3 days. The first day is for low-level alchemists to communicate. The second day is for intermediate alchemists to communicate. And the third day is for high-level alchemists to communicate. At the end of the first day of exchange activities, Li Shiming lived in the cave prepared for him in Huiyun Valley. That is to say, he and Master Yunruo had such conditions. The other alchemists and accompanying monks were all arranged in temporary wooden houses without dedicated spiritual veins. For monks, it doesn't matter how bad the living conditions are, but spiritual veins are necessary. Otherwise, they can only practice by taking spiritual pills. Fortunately, Huiyun Valley did not neglect the guests. Each guest had a cultivation auxiliary elixir based on their own strength. This cultivation auxiliary elixir was enough to make up for the loss of being unable to practice for 3 days. Elder Zhao, the golden elixir monk, got a 3rd-grade elixir. This time, nearly 20 golden elixir monks came over. Huiyun Valley took out nearly 20 3rd-grade elixirs at once. This is quite valuable. In other words, there is Master Tom Yun in Huiyun Valley, and the people who come here are all early-stage golden elixir monks. So there is no need to worry about Huiyun Valley not being able to produce elixirs. Elder Zhao went to meet his old friends. He didn't have to worry about Li Shiming's safety in Fire Cloud Valley. He will not live in the cave. He can move as he pleases during these 3 days, as long as he returns to the sect with Li Shiming at the end of the event. Li Shiming was quite satisfied with the cave. There was a golden elixir level spiritual vein connected to the bottom of the cave. He didn't practice. He just sat cross-legged at the spiritual vein exit, thinking about what he had seen today. Even though they were all junior alchemists communicating today, hundreds of junior alchemists each had their own inheritance. On such a day, when facing the alchemy master, they used their inherited secret alchemy techniques without any reservation, which made Li Shiming open-minded. Vision. Thinking about the exchanges between intermediate alchemists and senior alchemists the day after tomorrow. They will also see more advanced alchemy secrets, which will be extremely beneficial for him to collect alchemy data. Just as he was thinking about it, a sound transmission technique flew over. He frowned. Although he was here to attend the alchemist gathering, there were certain rules for interactions between monks. This is the time for most monks to practice, and very few monks will disturb others' practice at this time. With a move of his hand, he caught the sound transmission method and consulted it with his spiritual mind.
Tianqing Trading Company.
Li Shiming recalled the information about this trading company in his mind. Outside the cave, a supervisor from Tianqing Trading Company came to visit. The large commercial banks that can compete with the Northern Shu commercial banks in the Northern Shu continent and can still survive under the suppression of the Northern Shu commercial banks' many advantages all have their own backgrounds. Take Tianqing Trading Company Limited as an example. Tianqing Trading Company Limited is a transcontinental trading company. Although its competitiveness in Beishu continent is not as good as that of Beishu Trading Company, it controls many resources that Beishu continent does not have, which allows Tianqing Trading Company to maintain strong competitiveness. It was not surprising that the other party came to him. When he was in Shushan sect, many of the monks he had made friends with were asked to be entrusted, and all the major business houses wanted to meet and discuss with him. But he refused them all. The cooperation between Beishu Commercial Bank and him has always been pleasant. He did not want to have any contact with other commercial banks because it was not necessary. He cooperated with Beishu Commercial Bank because he only wanted to get help from Beishu Commercial Bank, collect a large amount of mortal resources for him. As the largest trading house in the Northern Shu continent and a local trading company, it is definitely the best partner for collecting mortal resources. Originally, Li Shiming wanted to ignore the sound transmission technique, but considering that the other party was already outside the cave, it was better to give such a big force a chance to meet him. He came to the entrance of the cave and opened the passage. To his surprise, the person coming from Tianqing Trading Company was a female golden elixir cultivator whose realm was at the early stage of golden elixir. This Jindan girl is very slender and enchanting. She does not look like a businessman at all, but looks like a female cultivator from the Yin Yang sect, one of the 3 major demon sects.
Masterly, I've taken the liberty of coming to visit you. How polite is it that little girl Fan Lu is doing this?
Fan Lu bowed her body and bowed. The robe she wore was a slim-fitting one. Under this curved body, her figure was uneven. The curves are obvious, coupled with her sultry face. It is extremely attractive to men. Li Shiming was not infected by this temptation. His eyes were clear, because when Fan Lu bent down to salute, he felt a trace of spiritual power fluctuations, which showed that Fan Lu had mobilized some kind of secret method. Perhaps the secret method of temptation used by early-stage Jindan monks like Fan Lu would definitely have a very strong effect on ordinary foundation-building monks. But this did not include Li Shiming. Li Shiming, a half-step golden elixir, has a mental strength that is almost the same as that of a monk in the early stages of the golden elixir. He practices the
diamond body protecting magic technique.
Although he does not intentionally practice Buddhist spiritual techniques, he has been influenced by the sound of Buddhism for many years, and has a strong resistance to such spiritual secret techniques. Not to mention that Fan Lu was in Fire Cloud Valley after all. She didn't dare to use all her strength when using her secret technique, in order to prevent Fire Cloud Valley from noticing. She didn't mobilize much spiritual power. According to Li Shiming's analysis, it is estimated that Fan Lu's use of these secret techniques does not show much hostility, but is a kind of instinct. These secret techniques, combined with Fan Lu's natural charm, can win the favor of the other party the first time they meet.
I am also a guest here. Please come into the hall to talk,
Li Shiming said calmly. He let Fan Lu into the hall, and the 2 parties took their seats respectively. Li Shiming only served Fan Lu with second-grade spiritual tea. Considering his relationship with Tianqing Trading Company, it did not reach the level of entertaining Fan Lu with third-grade spiritual tea.
Masterly, Tianqing Trading Company Limited would like to cooperate with you.
Fan Lu sat down and directly stated his intention with a chuckle. Li Shiming was not surprised by what Fan Lu mentioned. Since he became an alchemy master, many big forces have wanted to cooperate with him. However, he has always been in the Shushan sect, and not many have the opportunity to make requests in person.
I think fellow Taoist Fan also knows that I am a guest of Beishu Trading Company,
Li Shiming replied calmly.
Tianqing Trading Company is not competing with Beishu Trading Company. What we want to cooperate with is to trade with other continents. It has nothing to do with Beishu continent, and does not involve the interests of Beishu Trading Company. This does not conflict with your status as a guest, Fan Lu explained with a smile. Li Shiming was slightly startled. He did not expect Fan Lu to say this. Although he has long known that Tianqing Trading Company is a cross-continent trading company, as far as he knows, wanting to cross the continent must be done by the Yuanying ancestor. Let the Yuanying ancestor come forward to transport the goods. Even if he is an alchemy master, the elixirs produced are also not eligible. You must know that only 4th grade spiritual objects can be summoned by the ancestor of nascent soul. The elixir refined by Li Shiming is only a mere 3rd grade elixir, and it is also the lowest level among the 3rd grade elixirs.
Fellow Taoist Fong is joking.
He shook his head in confusion.
Master Li has underestimated your value. As long as you are willing to cooperate with Tianqing Trading Company, the trading bank will terminate the guest relationship with Beishu Trading Company on your behalf. We will also give you double the benefits of Beishu Trading Company, and invite you to become a guest client of the trading company. Fan Lu smiled charmingly and continued. Li Shiming no longer believed Fan Lu's words at all. If he really asked Fan Lu to help him terminate the guest relationship with Beishu Trading Company, then he would have completely offended Beishu Trading Company. Based on the relationship between the Northern Shu Trading Company and the Northern Shu continent, the Shushan sect would have objections to him. He was even worried that Beishu Trading Company would be afraid of him investing in other trading firms, and would deal with him as a threat that was not for their own use.
Fellow Taoist Fong, then there is nothing to talk about.
Li Shiming picked up the teacup and took a sip. When they met for the first time, they did not serve the guests with the best spiritual tea. The host even raised the tea and said a word of rejection. The meaning was obvious, that he meant to see off the guests. Fan Lu's smile faded. She was the Taoist monk who was in charge of the Beishu branch of Tianqing Trading Company. It is not quite accurate to say that she is a Taoist companion, because she is not the only Taoist companion who is the head of the Beishu branch of Tianqing Trading Company. Her main job at Tianqing Trading Company is to recruit talents. She has natural conditions in this regard, especially the skills she cultivates, which makes it difficult for monks to refuse her method of attracting talents. When Li Shiming saw Fan Lu for the first time, he thought she was a demon cultivator from the Yin Yang sect. And he was right. Fan Lu is a monk of the Yin Yang sect. But since she joined Tianqing Trading Company, her previous identity has been hidden, and she always shows herself as Tianqing Trading Company. This is also the reason why she can appear in the sphere of influence of Zhendao. Tianqing Trading Company has whitewashed her origin. Of course, although Fan Lu's origin could be hidden from the ordinary forces of the righteous path, she could not conceal it from the intelligence systems of the 3 major righteous path sects. So she did not dare to go to the mountain gates of the 3 major righteous path sects. Li Shiming had been in the mountain gate before. Fan Lu had no way to deal with Li Shiming, and there were many methods that he could not use. After finally learning that Li Shiming had participated in the alchemist gathering in Huiyuan Valley, Fan Lu used the relationship with Tianqing Trading Company to find this place, and was able to enter Huiyuan Valley. Fan Lu's original plan was that as long as Li Shiming was willing to cooperate, after obtaining the elixir refined by Li Shiming, he would use these elixirs to attack the relationship between Li Shiming and Beishu Trading Company. Li Shiming signed a contract with Beishu Trading Company. When the relationship between Li Shiming and Beishu Trading Company deteriorates, Fan Lu's Tianqing Trading Company will be able to reap the benefits. It's a pity that Li Shiming is very sober, and is not the young and careless genius Fan Lu imagined at all. So he doesn't give her the slightest chance to take advantage of him. After Fan Lu saw Li Shiming's gesture of seeing off the guests, she suddenly felt angry and jealous. She was a demon cultivator, and didn't have much scruples in her actions. At this time, she and Li Shiming were the only ones in the hall of the cave, and she was in the early stage of Jindan cultivation. Although her strength was mainly in spiritual temptation, she could still handle a half-step Jindan in the early stage. Easy. As long as Li Shiming is controlled. The Yin Yang sect's methods can control Li Shiming, and let Li Shiming do whatever he wants. As for the consequences, if she brings a genius like Li Shiming back to Tianqing Trading Company, Tianqing Trading Company will definitely protect her. Besides, no matter how talented Li Shiming is, he is still in the foundation building stage. No matter how great his potential is, it is only potential. Without growth, there is no way for Shushan sect to conflict with the nascent soul level of Tianqing Trading Company. As long as it's not a conflict at the nascent soul level, Fan Lu doesn't have to worry about the consequences.
Master Li, since you don't have to drink wine as a penalty for toasting, then come back with me.
Fan Lu's tone of voice suddenly changed, and all the power of temptation in her body was fully activated. The Xianyin Su skills of Yin Yang sect were fully activated, and her charm instantly increased 10 times. A pink aura expanded outward, and was about to envelope Li Shiming. Li Shiming's perception was extremely sensitive. When he discovered that Fan Lu was mobilizing his spiritual power, he knew that the other party was trying to get stronger. He was extremely angry. He thought that the other party would come to visit him publicly during the alchemist's grand gathering, so he would let him enter the cave to entertain guests.
Who would have known that people from Tang Tang Tianqing Trading Company would use force when meeting? What's even more frightening is that he is in the hall, which is not big in the first place. And the pink aura expands so fast that he has no place to dodge. Even if he uses Lotus every step, there is no place for Lotus every step to be used in this space. An earthy yellow shield appeared on his body, which was a shield spontaneously generated by the thick earth shield bead. It's a pity that Fan Lu Xianin Su Nu Kung Fu uses mental means. The thick earth shield bead is only a rare treasure in the foundation building stage, and its defensive effect is limited. Chapter 293 Charm. The earthy yellow shield on Li Shiming's body blocked most of the pink, but a small amount of pink still invaded the shield. It seemed that countless beautiful women wearing only light veils appeared in front of him, dancing coquettishly, and every movement of the dance had the effect of stirring people's hearts. This is many times stronger than the charm Fan Lu used to make Li Shiming fall in love with her when they first met. If Li Shiming's spirit was not already extremely strong, and he was also a person who had been in the sea, maybe he would have been deeply involved in it. However, he clearly knew that if he took a few more breaths, he might not be able to keep his mind. He didn't know how he could keep his mind tight, because there was no way he could defend himself against such attacks among the techniques he practiced. Besides, this is the spiritual attack of a monk in the early stage of the Golden Core. It is so easy to resist. It is amazing that he can persist in counting his breaths. Li Shiming had heard all the exercises he had practiced in his mind, and the only one he thought of was the Vajra body protecting magic technique, a Buddhist body training method. Because of this Buddhist body training technique, he reached another realm of cultivation. Hey! He let out an angry roar. His eyes glared. His Vajra body protection magic was fully activated, and his whole body was wrapped in a dull golden light. Behind him, a tall, angry-eyed King Kong's true meaning appeared in the form of a phantom, looking at Fan Lu with eyes as angry as his. If Li Shiming still wanted to fight against Fan Lu with his own spirit or spiritual power, sincerity would not be enough. The gap between a golden elixir cultivator and a half-pointed golden elixir cultivator was as huge as a foundation building cultivator and a chi chaining cultivator. The foundation building monk can cut off the life and death of the Chain Chi monk at will, but it is almost impossible for the Chain Chi monk to harm the foundation building monk. However, the transformation of the true meaning is not within the scope of one's own spirit or spiritual power. The Vajra body protection magic skill is based on the Angry Eye Vajra, a trace of the power of Dharma. This trace of the power of the Angry Eye's Diamond Dharma may not be effective against other Jindan monks, but it is extremely appropriate to deal with the charming technique of Fan Lu, the witch of the Yin Yang sect. The Buddhist techniques naturally restrain the demonic techniques. Even if Li Shiming only mobilized a trace of the Angry Eye's Vajra Dharma, he could still block the pink aura. My dear husband, you have learned the tricks of those bald donkeys. Don't resist. You won't last long. Although Fan Lu was slightly surprised, she quickly said with a charming smile. In her Xianin primeval aura, Li Shiming was unable to resist at this level. No matter what the means, she just persisted for a while longer. A cold light flashed in Li Shiming's eyes, taking advantage of the opportunity of being blocked by the Angry Eye's Vajra Dharma. His spiritual thoughts entered the corpse refining space of the space ring. Then in the small hall space, Neza and other 11 peak iron corpses with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared, as well as the iron corpse Juetu. The iron corpse Juetu appeared in front of Fan Lu, and the remaining iron corpses with 3 heads and 6 arms almost filled the entire small hall. Fan Lu probably never thought that Li Shiming would carry so many iron corpses with him, and all of them were peak iron corpses. She encountered the same problem as Li Shiming. If she were in an open place, the 12 iron corpses would not pose any threat to her. Her speed was much faster than the iron corpses. As long as she could take out the magic weapon, she could take out these iron corpses, kill all the corpses. But the hall of the cave here is only big, with the 12 iron corpses plus Fan Lu and Li Shiming. The hall is obviously a bit crowded. As soon as the iron corpse appeared, it immediately launched an attack. The 6 arms of the 3-headed and 6-armed iron corpse continued to tear at Fan Lu's body with their sharp claws as the body continued to rotate. There was no room to dodge in the hall, so Fan Lu could only use his own defense to block the iron corpse's attack. She did not take out the defensive magic weapon at the beginning, and Li Shiming summoned the 12 iron corpses too suddenly. When she was attacked, she did not have time to activate the defensive magic weapon. With her strength,
Even if there are continuous attacks from the three-headed and six-armed iron corpse, she can still take out the magic weapon calmly. But the problem lies with Taisho Juetu. Taisho Juetu's attacks carry terrifying killing intent. This is accumulated by Taisho Juetu, who killed countless powerful monks when he was alive and practiced killing to become a Buddha. Pure murderous intent. Such killing intent will have a stronger impact on the spirit during a surprise attack. It was precisely because of the killing intent in Taisho Juetu's attack that Fan Lu, who was about to take out the magic weapon, was stunned. This is due to the influence of murderous intent. And since the influence of murderous intent is at the half-step golden elixir level, for Fan Lu at the golden elixir stage, it is still just an influence and cannot really hurt Fan Lu. Li Shiming moved, and the high-grade magic weapon electromagnetic gun that had made great achievements many times before appeared in his hands. The electromagnetic gun was still a top-grade magic weapon with almost no changes. But the SH/LS of the high-grade magic weapon electromagnetic gun are different. After half a step of golden elixir, the third-grade sword base has also reached half the power of the magic weapon. After turning into a cannonball, its power has naturally increased a lot. You must know that the power of the high-grade magic weapon electromagnetic gun does not entirely depend on the high-grade magic weapon electromagnetic gun itself. The electromagnetic propulsion of the high-grade magic weapon electromagnetic gun has reached an extremely strong level. What is worse is that it can break through the defense of cannonballs. In the case where Fan Lu did not use any defensive magic weapon, the power of the high-grade magic weapon electromagnetic gun was sufficient. With a boom, the high-grade magic weapon electromagnetic gun emitted a dazzling light. Even though Fan Lu knew the danger, she was surrounded by Taisho Juetu and a large number of iron corpses with 3 heads and 6 arms. Especially the influence of Taisho Juetu's murderous intention made her reaction a beat slower. This slow beat is the difference between life and death. The small space is a disadvantage for both Li Shiming and Fan Lu. Whoever lives or dies depends on whose methods are more powerful and faster. The cannonball transformed from the third-grade sword base hit Fan Lu's body. Fan Lu's spiritual defense was broken. The cannonball entered his body, penetrated between the ribs, and hit his heart. At such a close distance, how could Li Shiming, who was assisted by the Z-15, miss? Even the attack route had been calculated by the Z-15 many times before the attack. The third-grade sword-based SH/L also contained thunder and lightning sword intent. After being hit in the heart, Fan Lu also got rid of the murderous intent. But it was too late. She looked at the wounds on her towering chest in disbelief. The feeling of powerlessness that should not have appeared on the golden elixir monk made her feel weak all over. She wanted to mobilize the last spiritual power in her body, but her heart was blocked. The destruction and the attack of the sword with paralysis effect made it impossible for her to even deliver the final blow. At this moment, the entire cave was shaken. This was caused by powerful monks outside attacking the cave's defenses. The astonishing spiritual power fluctuations that erupted in the cave must have been discovered by the monks outside. So they took such actions. Li Shiming casually put away the high-grade magic weapon electromagnetic gun. He did not put away the refined corpse. With his current status, who could say anything about refining these refined corpses? Just as he put away the high-grade magic weapon electromagnetic gun, the magic circle in the cave was forcibly broken open. A figure rushed in through the broken door. And as soon as he saw it, he saw Li Shiming in the middle of a pile of refined corpses. This person is Elder Zhao. Although he is far away from Li Shiming's cave, he has been paying attention to the situation in Li Shiming's cave. After discovering that Li Shiming had a visitor, he followed him outside the cave. He was invited by Elder Su and Elder Ma to protect Li Shiming's safety, and he would not take it lightly. After sensing the strong spiritual energy fluctuations coming from the cave, he forcefully broke through the cave formation without any hesitation. When Elder Zhao saw that Li Shiming was fine, he put down his worries. When he saw the 12 iron corpses surrounding Li Shiming, he couldn't help but shook his head. He gave up the idea of letting Li Shiming switch to sword cultivation. His eyes finally fell on Fan Lu. Fan Lu was still standing, but her vitality had disappeared. The reason why she was still able to stand was that the zombies around her were surrounding her. The zombies' arms grabbed Fan Lu and didn't let go. "Did you kill her?" Surprise flashed in Elder Zhao's eyes, and he asked in disbelief. Even if Fan Lu is dead, the aura remaining on the body can still allow Elder Zhao to sense his cultivation level during his lifetime. Fan Lu, like Elder Zhao, is an early-stage golden elixir cultivator. And Li Shiming, who had only half-stepped the golden pill, was actually able to kill an early golden pill monk in a head-on situation. This kind of killing an enemy at a higher level is extremely rare in the world of immortality. Usually this kind of thing where the enemy is killed at a higher level. Most of the low-level monks have powerful talismans or rare treasures in their hands, which can kill the enemy with one blow. But the talisman or rare treasure that can kill a golden core cultivator with one strike could only be made by the Yuaning ancestor. It is a 4th-grade spiritual object. How could it easily fall into the hands of a Foundation establishment cultivator?
She attacked me, but I killed her.
Li Shiming didn't want to explain too much. The
high-grade magic weapon electromagnetic gun
was his trump card. He would not expose the
high-grade magic weapon electromagnetic gun
until there were other more powerful weapons. Cannon.
You took off her space ring to see if there is anything inside that proves her identity?
Elder Zhao pondered for a moment, without asking any other questions, pointing to the space ring on Fan Lu's finger. The person was killed by Li Shiming, and the spoils of war naturally belonged to Li Shiming. Elder Zhao will not participate in this aspect, and he cannot afford to be known as robbing the younger generation.
She said her name is Fan Lu, and she is from Tianqing Trading Company,
Li Shiming said to Elder Zhao while taking the space ring with his spiritual mind. At this time, the owner of this place, Master Tong Yuan, also rushed over. This was because the formation here was forcibly broken, and the report was reported to him.
What happened?
Master Tong Yuan asked in shock as soon as he came in. He saw Fan Lu's body again and asked in horror.
Fellow Daoist Fan was killed? Master Tong, I was about to ask you. This Fan Lu is from Tianqing Trading Company. How could he enter Fire Cloud Valley?
Elder Zhao asked without any politeness, because Li Shiming almost had an accident. Master Tong Yuan's status is indeed noble. But if something happens to Li Shiming here, Elder Zhao may kill Master Tong Yuan on the spot. Li Shiming was invited by Huiyun Valley. If something happened to Li Shiming in Huiyun Valley, it was naturally Huiyun Valley's problem. That is to say, Elder Zhao would only question Li Shiming if he was still alive.
Fan Lu is a Taoist monk who is the director of the seal ceremony of Tianqing Trading Company. Tianqing Trading Company and Huiyun Valley have a cooperative relationship.
Master Tong Yuan looked at the situation in the cave and guessed what happened. So he explained quickly. He was no longer thinking about Fan Lu's murder, but about Li Shiming's attack. No matter how noble Fan Lu's status is, he can't compare with Li Shiming today.
Fan Lu of the Yin Yang sect? You actually let the demon cultivators enter the Fire Cloud Valley and attack and kill the alchemy masters participating in the alchemy masters meeting?
Elder Zhao also remembered who Fan Lu was at this time, and he almost roared. He finally knew why Fan Lu attacked Li Shiming. Such demon cultivators were extremely extreme in their behavior, and would do whatever they wanted as long as they didn't go their way. Fan Lu was an early-stage golden elixir monk, facing Li Shiming, a half-step golden elixir monk. He was sure to control Li Shiming.
This matter has nothing to do with Huiyun Valley, and we didn't know that Fan Lu would act like this. This is the first time I know that Fan Lu is a demon cultivator of the Yin Yang sect.
Of course, Master Tong Yuan knew that he couldn't admit the matter, and kept saying,
Uncle Zhao, I'm not careful enough. Fan Lu said he was from Tianqing Trading Company and wanted to discuss with me. I originally wanted to be in Huiyun Valley during the Alchemist's event, but I didn't expect Fan Lu to be refused by me to join Tianqing Trading Company. After entering the business, you used tricks on me to seduce me.
Li Shiming stopped Elder Zhao's questioning and said,
The demon cultivator has a weird personality. It's normal for you to have no experience.
Elder Zhao shook his head. He looked at Fan Lu's body again, and then at the corpse refiners in the hall, and couldn't help but think that Fan Lu would not be at peace even if he died. Who told Fan Lu to meet Li Shiming, who liked refining corpses so much? Fan Lu would probably become one of the many corpses. He also didn't want to worry about Li Shiming's refining of corpses. The alchemy master status was noble, and the alchemy master's combat power was usually weak, so it would be better to have more self-protection methods. Of course, when Elder Zhao looked at Fan Lu's body again, he was a little shaken in his judgment that Li Shiming, the alchemy master, was weak.
Fortunately, Elder Zhao took action. Otherwise something would have happened to Master Li, and Huiyun Valley would never have been redeemed by death.
Master Tong Yuan thought that Fan Lu was killed by Elder Zhao, and said with a clear heart. He thought of another. He then reminded him.
Elder Zhao, Master Li, that Director Feng Yi is a fake infant practitioner, and he will definitely retaliate. I'm afraid there will be trouble. Wait until he comes. Shushen's sect is not easy to mess with. I will report it to the sect after I go back. And the sect will find Tianqing Trading Company.
Elder Zhao doesn't have much respect for the fake infant sealing ceremony director of Tianqing Trading Company. Worried, he said quietly. Not to mention, it was a fake baby. So what if it was the Yuanning ancestor? Several Yuanning ancestors from the Shushen sect were enough to suppress Tian Xingshang and said,
Okay.
In addition, Li Shiming's identity is a guest official of Beishu Trading Company. Now he has become enemies with Tianqing Trading Company because he does not want to join it. If Beishu Trading Company does not ask questions, how can he get along in the future? Chapter 294 Backlash. Between heaven and earth, thousands of mountains form a Buddhist flower. This is where the largest Buddhist sect in the northern Shu continent is located. Each peak is a leaf of the Buddha flower, and 1,000 peaks are 1,000 leaves. In the center of the Buddha flower, a majestic ancient temple stands. This is Chiba Temple. In a room in Qianye Temple, the wise Arhat is sitting cross-legged on Putuan, with Venerable Huika standing behind him. The room was extremely quiet, since Venerable Hike brought the Wisdom Arhat back from the Shirwan mountain. This was the first time that the Wisdom Arhat was preparing to use the fake communication to calculate again. The main reason was that the wise Arhat had suffered a serious injury before, and using the fake communication to predict that he would be fine both physically and mentally was required. Qianye Temple is planning to use the Venerable level to bring back Li Yuanba. They really don't want to lose Arhat in this regard. The loss of Chiba Temple this time can be said to be huge. Jishin Arhat practiced Taishin Tong. With the fall of Jishin Arhat, coupled with the loss of the Tashin Tong inheritance relic, if the inheritance relic cannot be found, I am afraid that even if there is not hundreds or thousands of years of time,
other mind communication
will not be able to reappear in Chiba Temple, whether it is the reincarnation of the Bodhisattva in doubt or the inheritance of other minds. It is worthy of Chiba Temple to use a venerable person to take action, and the Venerable High cultivated the divine foot power of Chi-Chi Kinya. With the Venerable's cultivation, he can go anywhere in the world, as long as the wise Arhat uses the fake communication to predict Li Yuanba's whereabouts. It is inevitable that Li Yuanba will be caught. When the time comes, even the Sanluo sect will be unable to stop him. The faint Buddha's light emerged from the body of the wise Arhat. The strange black color in his eyes increased, and the Fate channel was operating at full strength. Li Yuanba was on the road with 2 sect Jindan monks at this time. His sect's mission was to go to an offshore island called Jinbei Island to change defenses. This task will take half a year, and their 3 golden elixir monks will replace the 3 golden elixir monks currently on Jinbei Island. Li Yuanba had his own ideas as to why he chose this task. He has the Wanjian Feng magic weapon, which is equivalent to carrying the cave with him. Coupled with his current combat power, even if he encounters many Jindan monk enemies, he does not have to worry about anything. The Wanjian Feng magic weapon alone has enough deterrence. Even if you don't use Wanjian Feng's magic weapon and directly use Wanjian Feng as a defensive formation, you can still resist many Jindan monks. As a golden elixir monk of the Sanluo sect, he needs to take the initiative to accept tasks. This is the advice of Elder Situ. After making enough contributions, he could apply to become an elder in the sect to manage certain affairs. And then, he will be able to feel much more relaxed. Almost all Jindan elders do this, and he does not want to become a special one. Anyway, the original pressure within the sect has now become a thing of the past. No one will try to snatch the Wanjian Feng magic weapon from a Jindan swordsman who cares about the Jindan elders. Li Yuanba suddenly felt like he was being spied on, and the sharp sword intent on his body rose up, startling the 2 Jindan monks who were traveling with him. The 2 golden elixir monks were stunned at first, and then immediately took out their magic weapons and looked around carefully. They didn't find anything, so they paid attention to Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba didn't know who wanted to spy on him. He believed in his own perception, and the terrifying Jiang sword was slashed towards the place where it was sensed. He didn't know if it had any effect, but the swordsman's sword intention was known as breaking all laws with one sword. That was not a rumor, but a fact written by each swordsman with the blood of his enemies. There was nothing in the void, but the dull sense of peeping came from somewhere in the void. His Jiang sword intent swept over that place, and the dull sense of peeping disappeared after the sword intent swept over. The wise Arhat at Chiba Temple spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was like gold paper. He, an Arhat, had practiced destiny, but he had only mastered the most basic part of destiny. The reason why he dared to predict Li Yuanba's future with fake communication without any scruples was because Li Yuanba's strength was a big step behind him. But he never expected that Li Yuanba's strength would make a qualitative breakthrough in a short period of time and become a golden elixir monk. The most critical thing is that Li Yuanba's soul is too strong, which caused a serious backlash against the Wisdom Arhat. In fact, Li Yuanba's soul has always been his biggest weakness. And this weakness is relative. When Li Yuanba was sacrificed to make his own body, he was in a special state of suspended animation. That inexplicably successful sacrifice allowed Li Yuanba's corpse-refining spirit to inherit the soul energy of the original body. But it only made his soul almost the standard of a normal genius, which was not outstanding. Later, Li Yuanba cultivated spiritual thoughts during the Qi Chain stage, and divine thoughts during the Foundation establishment stage. Although his soul grew somewhat, most of the top geniuses in major sects had the same opportunities, which made his soul never count. Public. Especially compared with the real body Li Shiming. Li Yuanba's soul seems weak. But after Li Yuanba became an elixir, his soul was completely different. His soul was far stronger than the golden elixir monks of the same realm. This is related to the fact that he received 2 baptisms from the Sky Thunder when he became an elixir. Every time he was baptized by the Sky Thunder, his soul was strengthened. If he hadn't had a human state and a corpse-refining state, forming a strange Tai Chi body, he would never have had such a great opportunity. Now that the weakness of his soul has been made up for, Wisdom Arhat uses fate communication to predict his future. If his soul is still weaker than Wisdom Arhat, he may still be ignorantly plotted by Wisdom Arhat. Even though the Wisdom Arhat had practiced techniques to strengthen his soul and spirit, he still couldn't compare with Li Yuanba, who had endured 2 thunders from the sky. This situation is like the Wisdom Arhat using destiny to predict a monk who is higher than the Wisdom Arhat. How could the Wisdom Arhat not vomit blood and have backlash? Venerable Haik placed one hand on the body of the Wisdom Arhat and swept his spiritual thoughts all over the Wisdom Arhat's body without any scruples. After a moment, he took out a 3rd-grade elixir and forcibly put the 3rd-grade elixir into the mouth of the Wise Arhat. The Wise Arhat has lost consciousness. What was injured this time was his spirit. This type of injury is extremely troublesome. The 3rd-grade elixir is the best spiritual elixir in the temple, and it is also the most expensive 3rd-grade elixir. But Venerable Haik did not hesitate in taking it. After a long time, the Wise Arhat woke up, and his eyes were dim, and no longer full of their former glory.
Wisdom! What happened? How could there be such a backlash?
Venerable Haik asked in a deep voice when he saw Wisdom Arhat wake up. With his protector and the fact that this is the Qinya temple, the Wisdom Arhat's use of destiny was absolutely not disturbed at all. In this case, there could only be a problem with the target of the use. Could it be that Li Yuanba happened to have Yuanying ancestor by his side and broke the Wise Arhat's destiny spell with the magical power of destiny power? Unless the person being cast has a golden elixir stage monk next to him, he will not be able to sense the casting of fate power, and only the ancestor of nascent soul will notice the abnormality.
Your Majesty, it was Li Yuanba who made the elixir.
The Wise Arhat's dark eyes were full of horror, and he said in a tone of disbelief, no matter how talented he was, Li Yuanba should not have become an elixir so quickly. Although there have been those monks who have never reached the peak of foundation building and directly become elixirs. But none of those monks have spent an extremely long growth process in the foundation building period, and they can only do this with enough accumulation. Qianya Temple has detailed information about Li Yuanba, from the first time Li Yuanba appeared to when he joined the Sanluo sect. Knowing when Li Yuanba became a foundation building monk, and when he joined the Sanluo sect will give him a greater understanding of Li Yuanba's success in elixirs. Surprise.
The Bodhisattva's qualifications are indeed extraordinary. It seems that we will welcome the reincarnated Bodhisattva as soon as possible.
Venerable Haik pondered for a moment before saying. At this point, Venerable Haik no longer had any doubts about Li Yuanba's reincarnated Bodhisattva. If it were not for the identity of the reincarnated Bodhisattva, how could he have been able to practice the divine foot power in a short period of time, continuously improve his realm in a short period of time, and become an elixir in a few years? He believed that if Li Yuanba came to Qianya Temple and practiced Buddhist techniques, the speed of his realm improvement would increase. Only then could Li Yuanba recover the wisdom of his previous life more quickly, become a new sage in Buddhism, and even return to the realm of Bodhisattva.
I disappoint His Holiness. I cannot see Li Yuanba's future,
said the Wise Arhat with regret.
You have a good rest. If you are injured this time, I will apply for a magical elixir for you to recover as soon as possible.
Venerable Haik waved his hand to comfort him. Although without the help of Fate Pass, it will be much more difficult for Qianya Temple to find Li Yuanba. But after confirming the identity of Li Yuanba's reincarnated bodhisattva, the level of the task of welcoming Li Yuanba back will also increase. Li Yuanba's spiritual thoughts swept through the void many times. He then released his spiritual thoughts to the surrounding areas and scanned every inch of space, but found nothing. He slowly exhaled and took the sword back into his body.
Junior brother Li, what did you find?
He Wei asked after seeing Li Yuanba relax. He and another golden elixir monk named Lu Gang were both early-stage golden elixir monks. They were in the same realm as Li Yuanba, and it had been decades since they became elixirs. But he had always maintained sufficient respect for Li Yuanba. There is no way to disrespect him. The person in front of him is a golden elixir sword cultivator. Not to mention that the sword intent that Li Yuanba exploded just now made the golden elixir in his body tremble involuntarily. If he were to be an enemy of Li Yuanba, he would be at a disadvantage even before the battle. Not to mention the battle. This made Hui Lu Gang regard Li Yuanba as another sword elder. In the hundreds of years before Sword Elder went into seclusion, Elder Sword suppressed several generations of Jindan monks from the Sunluo sect. In their view, Li Yuanba is Elder Jian's disciple, and will succeed Elder Jian to suppress the Sunluo sect's Jindan monks again for hundreds of years.
I just sensed that someone was peeping,
Li Yuanba explained. Then he waved his hand and continued.
Maybe my sense is wrong. Let's continue on our way.
He Wei and Lu Gang looked at each other. They would not think that Li Yuanba's induction was wrong. The sword intention and spiritual will that Li Yuanba just showed far exceeded them. But since Li Yuanba didn't want to say anything more, they wouldn't ask any more questions.
Is there any danger over Jinbei Island?
Li Yuanba saw that the attitude of the two Jindan monks was good, thinking that he would guard Jinbei Island with them in the next 6 months. He took the initiative to ask. When he accepted the garrison task on Jinbei Island, he saw that the level of the task was not high, and it was a task taken by monks in the early stage of the Golden Core. He didn't want to earn many resources through tasks. He just wanted to accumulate enough task contributions early and apply to become an elder somewhere, so that he would have more free time.
The danger level on Jinbei Island is very low. The sea beasts in the sea will not break their contracts with humans. At most, 1 or 2 big monsters will cause trouble. I think with Junior Brotherly here, it should be easier to solve.
He Wei smiled, replied.
There is a large formation to suppress Bay Island, so we won't be used much,
Lu Gang said with a smile.
I've seen that there are disadvantages in the Golden Core stage. You won't be noticed when approaching the formation during the Foundation establishment stage. You will be noticed when approaching the formation during the Golden Core stage. I just don't know if there are any techniques that can avoid it.
Li Yuanba Baroji asked.
There are not many secret techniques that can hide oneself without being discovered by the big formations. They are all core techniques within the sect. I know that the Hidden Sky Hidden Secret technique can hide one's own aura from being discovered by the big formations. But the Hiding Sky Hidden Secret technique, the contribution points required for Ju alone exceed 200,000. Not to mention the extremely harsh training conditions. Anyway, I will not learn this technique just to hide my own aura.
Lu Gang knows a lot about it, replied with a smile. Of course, Li Yuanba's question had a purpose. He had no idea before. It was only after he became a golden elixir that he considered going to the righteous sphere of influence in the future. If he didn't master a secret method that could hide his own aura, he would probably be discovered before he could even approach the formation at the Boundary Mountain checkpoint, let alone sneak across. Although there is no need to contact the main body Li Shiming for a long time. It is difficult to say this kind of thing. If the main body needs his help, he must go there immediately. Master Jian, Elder Jian, is in seclusion. He himself has no friends in the sect. If he wants to find out the secrets in this regard, he can only find out from the mouths of fellow Jindan monks. Sure enough, after establishing a relationship with the two Jindan monks, these little questions were answered without any trouble. It's a pity that the
sky covering technique
is too expensive. If he had known this earlier, he might have been able to use the 2 free skills to obtain the
sky covering technique
in advance. But then I thought about it.
Scorching Sun Jade Body Technique
and
Evil Corpse Spirit Record
were more important. These 2 techniques were the basic techniques to improve one's own strength. When he reached the Golden Core stage, he lost the advantage he had as a true disciple. He had much fewer options to choose from in the Golden Core stage tasks. For example, he couldn't even see combat tasks that could quickly earn contribution points. It's not that the sect doesn't trust his strength, but that most of those tasks are taken over in advance by the sect's higher status Jindan elders. Chapter 295 4th grade.
Not to mention that Li Yuanbao went to Jinbei Island to start his first sect Golden Elixir mission after becoming an elixir. In the Fire Cloud Valley, Li Shiming also put away Fan Lu's body. Although Elder Zhao did not stay in the cave. He never left the cave and stayed outside the cave. Moreover, he also sent back the news to Shushan sect. In any case, the alchemy master of Shushan sect was almost kidnapped by people from Tianxing Trading Company using seduction techniques. This matter was so serious that he could not decide it alone. There are still 2 days left for the Huiyun Valley Alchemist Grand Meeting. And Li Shiming, the alchemist master, cannot leave. If he leaves in a hurry because he is afraid of Tianxing Trading Company's retaliation, it will not only disgrace Li Shiming's own face, but also the Shushan sect's face. Not to mention that there are hundreds of alchemists present at the alchemist event. If they really fled because they were attacked, I am afraid that the whole northern Shu continent would spread about this matter. Li Shiming did not try to persuade Elder Zhao. This time, the sect sent Elder Zhao to protect him. He almost got into trouble, but he handled it himself. Elder Zhao did not try his best at all. Elder Zhao himself did not agree with not allowing Elder Zhao to guard outside.
It's troublesome again.
Li Shiming shook his head and sighed. He now has the feeling that he can't help himself in the world. The trouble on the clone Li Yuanbao's side was solved because Li Yuanbao became a pill. But there is another trouble here. Who would have thought that in a safe place, like the Righteous Path Sphere of Influence, at the mountain gate of Fire Cloud Valley, there would be a golden pill monk taking action against him? Fortunately, Fan Lu is not good at fighting. Most of her abilities are used for charming, and her real combat power is not outstanding in the early stage of Jin Dan. Otherwise, how could Li Shiming have solved Fan Lu so easily? Of course, he did not use all the means when solving Fan Lu. It was not that he did not want to use them, but that Fan Lu fell down before he could use them. Beside him, the changeling snake remained invisible. With the poison in the mouth of the changeling snake, Fan Lu, who was unprepared after one bite, would definitely die. In addition, Li Shiming did not use Boo Shang Lotus and other life-saving means, which all showed how poor Fan Lu's combat power was. Li Shiming held Fan Lu's space ring in his hand. He had no expectations for the spiritual object in this space ring. With his wealth, getting the space items from other monks, even those belonging to the Golden Core Cultivator, is just a matter of curiosity. His spiritual thoughts easily entered the interior of the space ring. The interior of the space ring was 100 meters long, wide and high, which was the same size as the space ring he obtained. There are a lot of spiritual objects inside. Although Fan Lu is a monk, there are still a lot of items for women in the space ring. Li Shiming's mind swept over the cosmetics with spiritual power and many attractive little clothes, and he focused on the magic weapon. The battle ended so quickly that Fan Lu didn't even have time to take out the magic weapon. So her magic weapon is still in the space ring. A 7-color dazzling skirt magic weapon, a tambourine magic weapon, and a green jade boat magic weapon. The quality of the 3 magic weapons is very high, and they are all top-grade magic weapons. It can be seen that Fan Lu's background is Tianxing Trading Company and Yin Yang sect, and Fan Lu's net worth is extremely rich. The number of magic weapons is not always better. One high-grade magic weapon can surpass 10 middle-grade magic weapons in terms of value, and it is enough to crush the middle-grade magic weapons in terms of power. There are not many golden elixir monks in even large sects who can possess 3 high-grade magic weapons. Li Shiming's mind scanned the 3 magic weapons, and he found that there was no natal magic weapon among them. After knowing this, his spiritual mind swept over Fan Lu's body and found the golden elixir that had become dim and lost its energy. At this time, due to Fan Lu's death, only the empty SH.L of the golden elixir remained. The spiritual power inside has long since dissipated. If Fan Lu hadn't died for a short time, the SH.L of the golden elixir would not have been preserved, and it would have also turned into energy and dissipated. His spiritual thought found the natal magic weapon that existed in an energy state, and he also understood why Fan Lu did not use the natal magic weapon immediately. Because the natal magic weapon was a gauze garment. The magic weapon of gauze clothing is not the 7-color dazzling skirt magic weapon normally worn in the space ring, but a thin layer of gauze. Of course, it is a magic weapon that must have its own special function. Li Shiming does not know how to refine this gauze magic weapon, and does not know the real effect of the gauze magic weapon. But just from the material of this gauze magic weapon, it can be judged that there is nothing wrong with it. Defense effect? Li Shiming couldn't understand the brain circuit of the Yin Yang sect why she chose Shai as her natal magic weapon.
which had no attack power or defense power. But then I thought about it. Maybe this gauze magic weapon can cooperate with Fong Lu's practice, so that his practice can be more effective. There are special methods that can remove the natal magic weapon from the body of the fallen golden elixir monks. Li Shiming has come into contact with so many golden elixir monks, so he naturally knows about such methods. The master had died. With a tap of Li Shiming's finger, the energy-converted natal magic weapon Shai was taken out from Fong Lu's body. He casually put away the Shai magic weapon together with the other magic weapons. Among the several magic weapons, only the green jade boat magic weapon is probably useful. But he has a flying boat magic weapon that is similar to the green jade boat magic weapon. His spiritual thoughts returned to the space ring and scanned a bunch of spiritual pills. He couldn't help but frown. Among the elixirs, there were many elixirs that made people sick. He had also refined elixirs for the Yin-Yang sect through the Beiju Trading Company before. But this type of elixir was used within the Yin-Yang sect for matters between men and women. He never took the elixir. His spiritual thoughts skipped over the elixirs. And even if there were third-grade elixirs in them, he would not like them. What is this? His mind scanned a wooden box. And just seeing the wooden box made his heart skip a beat. And he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Because the material of this wooden box is third-grade spiritual wood. A third-grade spiritual wood that can lock spiritual energy. The spiritual objects that can be preserved by the third-grade spirit nurturing wood will at least not be lower than the third grade. In other words, it is a loss to save ordinary third-grade spiritual objects, because the value of the third-grade spirit nurturing wood is relatively high among the third-grade spiritual objects. Li Shiming carefully used his spiritual thoughts to open a gap in the third-grade spirit nurturing wooden box. As long as his spiritual thoughts could enter to prevent the spiritual energy inside from leaking. In his mind, a small human-shaped fruit was protected by a magic weapon arranged in a third-grade spirit-nurturing wooden box.
Red infant ginseng fruit. How can Fong Lu have such a thing?
Li Shiming's voice was a little louder this time. If this place was not inside the cave and had the effect of isolating the outside world, his voice would probably attract a lot of attention. Big trouble. The red infant ginseng fruit is a fourth-grade spiritual object that only the Yuanying ancestor is qualified to have access to. What's more important is that this is not a magical medicine, but a natural spiritual creature that can increase the baby's birth rate by 20%. The 20% birth rate can definitely drive any golden elixir monk crazy. Even the Yuanying ancestor will snatch it away if he knows about the existence of the red infant ginseng fruit. Because the red infant ginseng fruit not only has the effect of increasing the birth rate, but also has the effect of improving the quality of the Yuanying in the body of the Yuanying ancestor to a certain extent. After Li Shiming saw the Qiang ginseng fruit, his first feeling was not that he was getting rich, but that he frowned.
Big trouble! Big trouble!
He muttered to himself. He didn't believe that Fong Lu, a little early-stage golden elixir cultivator, had such a natural creature as the
red infant ginseng fruit.
According to his judgment, the
red baby ginseng fruit
should belong to Tianqing Trading Company. And for some reason it appeared in Fong Lu's space ring. Of course, Li Shiming didn't know that the
red infant ginseng fruit
in Fong Lu's hand was exchanged for him by the director of Feng Yi from the northern Shu continent of Tianqing Trading Company. The director of Feng Yi, who was in the false infant stage, wanted to improve his own strength. Self-cultivation would not produce any effect. He could only use the treasures of heaven and earth to cultivate him. The
red baby ginseng fruit
is one of the few natural treasures that can enhance the quality of fake babies. Director Feng Yi spent a huge price to get it from another continent and sent it to Beijing through the channels of Tianqing Trading Company. Shu continent. Fong Lu took care of the matter and took the
red baby ginseng fruit
for supervisor Feng Yi. After learning the news about Li Shiming, she turned around and came to see Li Shiming. Although Li Shiming didn't know the origin of the
red infant ginseng fruit,
he knew that with the
red infant ginseng fruit
in his hands, Tianqing Trading Company would never let him go. But he would not be willing to hand over the
red infant ginseng fruit.
The
red infant ginseng fruit
alone can increase the rate of infants by 20%. Now that he has obtained the top infant treasure in the world of immortality, will not send it out. If God doesn't take it, he will be blamed for it. He was not prepared to tell anyone about treasures such as the
red infant ginseng fruit.
He is now a half-step golden elixir. And achieving the golden elixir is something that is just around the corner. With his alchemy ability, he believes that the cultivation speed of the golden elixir stage will not be slow. He believes that it will not take many years to need the
red infant ginseng fruit
help. He put the third-grade spirit-nurturing wooden box into the computer room, thought about it, and put Fong Lu's space ring on his hand. Removed the contents, and selected some daily spiritual objects to put in the space ring. Inside the space ring with the corpse refining space, some spiritual objects that did not want others to see were also moved to the machine room space. He wore 2 space rings on his hands, and the space ring that was exposed to the public was on his hand. He decided that no matter who came to ask, he had never seen the red infant ginseng fruit, and was even prepared to be searched for the space ring. If the red infant ginseng fruit is placed in the computer room, no one will find it. Li Shiming knew how precious Cheng Ying's resources were. Looking at the competition between his master, Elder Su, and Elder Ji, if the sect had not suppressed them, they would have reached the point of life and death. Even so, Elder Ji still used all his connections to prevent Elder Su's injury from healing and make Elder Su lose his ability to compete. That is to say, Li Shiming's sudden appearance not only allowed Elder Su to obtain the key elixir for treatment, but also became the straw that crushed Elder Ji's hope. Of course, even now, Elder Su has not achieved 100% victory. The huge Shushan sect can only prepare a set of infant-making resources for the sect's golden elixir for many years before the deadline. Any sect that meets the standard will Minjindan monks all hope to compete for this spot. As far as Li Shiming knew, there was no red infant ginseng fruit among the adult resources, but several spiritual objects and elixirs that were one level lower than the red infant ginseng fruit. It seems that even if the Shushan sect obtains treasures such as the red infant ginseng fruit, it will not be used for things like becoming a baby, but will be used by the Yuanying ancestor to enhance his own strength. In other words, the value of the red infant ginseng fruit in his hand exceeds the infant growing resources prepared by the Shushan sect for the sect's golden elixir. Red infant ginseng fruit is the most valuable spiritual object he obtained, and it is also the first 4th grade spiritual object. In the next 2 days, Li Shiming was much more careful and did not rest in the cave. At night, he found a place in Fire Cloud Valley and set up a hidden formation with 108 3rd-grade formation flags. He did not even notify Elder Zhao, just to prevent being blocked in the cave by powerful monks. In the cave, he reserved a large amount of high explosives, and the detonating device was connected to the cave formation, since it was impossible to explain to the Shushan sect that it was related to the red infant ginseng fruit. The Shushan sect only sent an inquiry to the Tianqing Trading Company Limited regarding Fan Lu's attack on Li Shiming and was killed. Issue disposal opinions. Given the power of Shushan sect in northern Shu continent, this kind of inquiry is already an extremely serious matter. If one thing is not handled well, Shushan sect will take further action against Tianqing Trading Company. But the Shushan sect didn't know about the red infant ginseng fruit and misjudged the situation. After learning that Fan Lu was killed and the red infant ginseng fruit was lost, Director Feng Yi almost went crazy. Without any pause, he used the fastest flying boat magic weapon to head towards Fire Cloud Valley. As for the inquiries from Shushan sect, there are people from Tianqing Trading Company who can handle them. For Supervisor Feng Yi, even if he has enmity with the Shushan sect, he must retrieve the red infant ginseng fruit. Director Feng Yi is close to 450 years old. The state of the fake baby cannot increase his lifespan. His maximum lifespan is only 500 years old. 500 years old is still the maximum lifespan. Due to physical injuries, impurities formed in the body by the elixir, and other influences, almost no golden elixir stage monks can actually reach the 500-year-old lifespan. And there will be some shortcomings. The fake infant uses a special method to forcibly increase its strength to the level of the nascent soul. It is precisely because of this method of forcible improvement that although the fake infant monk's strength has improved, his longevity is the same as that of the golden elixir monk. Of course, it is not impossible for the fake baby to improve itself, as long as the quality of the fake baby is improved. In addition to its strength, its longevity will also be improved accordingly. It concerns Shou Yuan, the supervisor of Feng Yi. For him, no matter what the situation is, nothing can stop him from retrieving the red infant ginseng fruit. He regretted asking Fan Lu to pick up the red infant ginseng fruit for him. He did not doubt Fan Lu's loyalty. Fan Lu himself was still too far away from using the red infant ginseng fruit. It was even doubtful whether Fan Lu would be able to use the red infant ginseng fruit. In this life, it's not necessarily possible to reach the late stage of golden elixir. He was involved in other things. So he sent Fan Lu, who is most at ease to go. It's not like he has received 4th grade spiritual objects like this in the past. And nothing has ever happened. But this time something went wrong when it came to his own 4th grade spiritual objects. Chapter 296 Fake Baby. There is still a faint red light flashing in Huiyun Valley at night. This is where the scorching sunberry is planted, and it is also the most prominent symbol of Huiyun Valley at night. 30 miles away from the Fire Cloud Valley, a person was observing the Fire Cloud Valley in the distance. The aura on his body is vague, making it impossible for people to sense his realm. And even for the sex formation, his presence cannot be sensed even from a distance as close as Chi-Chi. This person is Director Fengyi, a powerful being in the fake infant realm. Although he was extremely powerful, he had no intention of forcibly attacking the Fire Cloud Valley formation. And he even did not want Fire Cloud Valley to discover his actions. Although Fire Cloud Valley is not a large sect, its influence is extremely terrifying. The relationships established through the use of spiritual pills for countless years spread throughout the northern Shu continent. If Tianqing Trading Company offends the Shushan sect, it will make it difficult for Tianqing Trading Company to move within the Shushan sect's sphere of influence. If it offends the Fire Cloud Valley, it may encounter unexpected troubles anywhere in the northern Shu continent. Besides, if Director Fengyi retrieves the red infant ginseng fruit without being discovered, not only will he not offend Huiyun Valley, but he will also not let Shushan sect know about his attack on Li Shiming. Of course, even under a strong attack, Huiyun Valley's sect formation can withstand him for a period of time, allowing Huiyun Valley time to send out a distress message. With Huiyun Valley's connections, he could invite the nascent soul ancestor to take action, so his troubles would be even greater. Director Fengyi sat down cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, a formation disc appeared beside him. The formation disc emitted rays of light, covering his figure, and soon his figure disappeared. This is a 4th grade formation plate made by the formation master. Its formation has only one effect, which is to hide it. This is not an ordinary hiding, but it forms an isolated and independent space inside the 4th grade array, and everything in the array has no connection with the outside world. Director Fengyi's face was blank. He slowly closed his eyes. Above his head, a little person jumped out of his body. The villain has the same face as Director Fengyi, but is small and only 1 inch tall. Upon closer inspection, the details of the body are only reduced in proportion, and there is no difference from Director Fengyi himself. Even the clothes on the villain are the same as those of Director Fengyi at this time. This villain is Director Fengyi's fake baby. The fake baby is actually the nascent soul, but it is an imperfect nascent soul. The fake baby came out of Supervisor Fengyi's body, with a slightly nervous look on his face, as if he was extremely afraid of the outside world. The normal nascent soul can leave the body of the ancestor of the nascent soul for a short period of time during the day, but the fake baby is still too weak compared to the normal nascent soul, and can only leave the body at night. That's it. The fake baby has to be careful of the weak wind that normal monks in the outside world can't detect. The weak wind in ordinary environments will have no impact on the body of ordinary mortals, not to mention the body of monks. However, the weak strong wind that is everywhere in this world poses a fatal threat to the separated fake babies. The fake baby jumped to Fengyi's hand in charge of the body, swept the space ring on his finger, and took out a piece of clothing. This clothes is a magic weapon. The fake baby blows spiritual power into the clothes, and the clothes instantly wrap around the fake baby's body. With the protection of this magic weapon, the fake baby's face showed a look of relief. The fake baby took out another talisman and didn't take anything else. It's not that the fake baby doesn't want to bring more things, but that Director Fengyi wants to sneak into Fire Cloud Valley secretly, so he can't bring anything with too strong spiritual power. The robes on the fake infant are extremely special treasures of the nascent soul, specially made for the nascent soul, so they can be used. If the fake baby takes a powerful magic weapon, it is estimated that as long as it leaves the range of the array, it will be discovered by the large array of Fire Cloud Valley. Fire Cloud Valley is not a poor sect, and the formation it has set up is considered extremely clever, and it is extremely sensitive to the aura of the monks. The fake baby jumped out of the formation. A 1-inch size fake baby was difficult to detect even in the daytime, let alone in the dark. Coupled with the effect of the cassock, no breath leaked from the fake baby. The fake baby arrived outside the large formation in Fire Cloud Valley. His smart eyes looked at the defensive shield hidden in nothingness, with a sarcastic look in his eyes. As early as the cooperation between Tianqing Trading Company and Huiyun Valley, Tianqing Trading Company took advantage of this relationship to send formation masters to Huiyun Valley to observe and study the formations in Huiyun Valley. The fake baby in charge of Feng Yi was holding the formation-breaking talisman made by the Formation Master. This is a formation-breaking talisman specially made by the Formation Master for the Fire Cloud Valley Sex formation. Although it can only open a very small gap, it is still enough for the fake baby to enter freely. Of course, after using this formation-breaking talisman, once Fire Cloud Valley discovers that the formation has been broken, the sex formation will be immediately strengthened to make up for the loopholes in the formation. Although Director Feng Yi is the director of the Northern Shu Mainland branch of Tianqing Trading Company, using such formation-breaking talismans is beyond his authority. All the information investigated by Tianqing Trading Company in Beishu Continent has a more important role. But Director Feng Yi didn't care. What could be more important than retrieving the red infant ginseng fruit? He has no time to look for other spiritual objects like the red infant ginseng fruit. Without decades of time, great luck, and a large amount of wealth, it is impossible to obtain such spiritual objects again. For the red infant ginseng fruit, Director Feng Yi paid too much. By taking the red infant ginseng fruit, he can live for a few more decades, which will give him time to find other spiritual objects that can extend his lifespan. At the level of Director Feng Yi, immortality has become a luxury wish. But he absolutely does not want to die. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, he will desperately hold on to it. The fake baby mobilized a bit of spiritual power, and the formation-breaking talisman emitted a soft light, falling on the defensive shield of the sex formation in front of him. The formation-breaking talisman turned into a circle composed of countless patterns. These patterns connected the formation patterns on the defense shield of the formation, without causing any fluctuations in the formation. And in the center of the circle formed by the broken formation talisman, a small hole appeared, and there was no large formation defensive shield there. Without any hesitation, the fake baby passed through the hole and entered the Fire Cloud Valley. The fake baby returned his hand and waved his little hand lightly at the position of the broken formation talisman, hiding the circle formed by the broken formation talisman. This formation-breaking talisman could last as long as a stick of incense. He entered the Fire Cloud Valley and found Li Shiming within the time of a stick of incense. The fake baby looked at the unobstructed Fire Cloud Valley with a ferocious expression on his little face. This time he came not just for the red baby ginseng fruit, but also for Feng Lu's death, since he sent Feng Lu to retrieve the red infant ginseng fruit. For him, it shows his trust in Feng Lu, which is extremely rare in the world of immortality. Trust between monks is extremely difficult to generate, and they are full of calculations. Feng Lu is his subordinate, his Taoist companion, his lover, and the nail he placed in the Yin Yang sect many years ago. Feng Lu did some things for Tianqing Trading Company and Yin Yang sect, and exposed some flaws. Then she semi-detached from Yin Yang sect, and returned to him to gain his trust. Every time he thought of Feng Lu being killed, Director Feng Yi couldn't hold back his anger. The anger on the 1-inch fake baby's face makes it not scary at all, but rather cute. It was obvious that Director Feng Yi knew Li Shiming's information very clearly, and the fake baby accurately went to the cave prepared for Li Shiming in Huiyun Valley. Of course Li Shiming was not in the cave. He was in a formation, wearing a blindfold on his face, observing something. At different heights in the sky, 2 drones are hanging to monitor everything below. A drone is at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and the built-in system uses low-light cameras to monitor a range of thousands of miles. At a kilometer away, the camera of another drone activated various functions to monitor the situation outside the Fire Cloud Valley. Director Feng Yi was spotted by a drone when he came to stand 30 miles outside of Fire Cloud Valley. Although Director Feng Yi used some secret method to hide his aura, he did not hide his own heat. It's not that there are no means to hide body heat, but few monks do this, or they don't think of hiding body heat, because the large array cannot detect human body heat. What the large array senses is the breath of the monks. Of course, it is too easy for a monk to hide heat. Any low-level ice attribute spell can do it, but it is obvious that Director Feng Yi, like most monks, has not considered that body heat will expose himself. He has absolute confidence in his secret method. Li Shiming observed that location. Director Feng Yi disappeared through the observation of 2 drones. Director Feng Yi was not found anywhere else. He judged that Director Feng Yi should have used some kind of formation to hide himself. Woke up. He was also patient and kept an eye on the location through 2 drones, waiting for Director Feng Yi to reappear. But he didn't find Director Feng Yi's fake baby. The 2 drones, especially the drone at a kilometer away, used multiple functions, including infrared, low light, and other methods. They couldn't observe anything as small as an inch. Calorically responsive fake babies. Therefore, when Director Fengyi entered the Fire Cloud Valley, Li Shiming still found no trace of the enemy. The fake baby moves extremely fast. It can be imagined that the fake baby is composed entirely of energy and is not an entity. Therefore, the fake baby does not need to consider the shackles of the body when moving. The fake baby can also use the flying secret method. When the fake baby uses the flying secret method, it can reach several times the theoretical speed of the flying secret method. The fake baby was flying in the dark night like a ghost, deftly passing through the monitoring of the formation in the valley, and arriving outside Li Shiming's cave. Elder Zhao is sitting not far from the cave. His spiritual mind is always on, guarding the cave. Today is the last day. Tomorrow morning all the alchemists participating in the grand meeting will bid farewell to the 3 alchemy masters. This ceremony is to thank the 3 alchemy masters for their help during these 3 days. After that, Li Shiming can return to the sect. Elder Zhao, who was in the golden elixir stage, didn't care even if he didn't sleep for a year. In order to protect Li Shiming, he stopped his practice. Fan Lu's previous attack had already caused him to lose face, and he could no longer put Li Shiming in danger. But even he didn't know that Li Shiming was not in the cave. In order to prevent him from discovering it, Li Shiming made a time lag before returning to the cave at the end of today's event. In fact, he hid far away. Elder Zhao suddenly felt a crisis. As soon as his natal flying sword was about to move from the golden elixir, he felt his body stiffen and he fell down. The fake baby appeared from behind Elder Zhao. The fake baby did not kill Elder Zhao. He recognized Elder Zhao. Although killing one more Elder Zhao besides killing Li Shiming was nothing, he thought more about avenging Fan Lu. There are many ways. If he controls Li Shiming and makes Li Shiming obedient, then Li Shiming's life and death will be in his hands. After he has used Li Shiming's value, he will take Li Shiming's life or torture Li Shiming to death. Before making the final decision, Director Fengyi did not want to kill Elder Zhao. Killing Elder Zhao would almost 100% result in a deadly feud with the Shushan sect, leaving no room for change. The fake baby stood outside the cave. The formation of this cave was almost nothing to the fake baby. He stretched out his little hand and grabbed it gently. The formation in the cave was shattered by the terrifying power, without even being able to issue a warning. At various formation nodes inside the cave, the spiritual objects that served as formation flags turned into powder. The strength of the fake baby was too high, and the formation was completely destroyed from the inside to the outside by this blow. Although the burning sound was extremely weak, the false baby's 5 senses were so strong that the sound was as loud as thunder. There was no spiritual power fluctuation, no sense of danger. Even if he heard the sound of burning, the fake baby still had no idea of evading it. Monks are indifferent to mortal objects, and no monk would think that mortal objects can harm themselves. The fake baby's eyes fell on a small strange thing above his head. It was a cylindrical object with a metal SHL. The front was made of carefully polished glass, which looked extremely delicate. The fake baby made a move with his little hand, and the mortal object flew into his little hand. He curiously observed the mortal object at close range. After a while, he exerted slight force, and the mortal object spread out, revealing an even weirder interior. The fake baby looked around, but didn't see anything special about this mortal thing. It was just a little weird.
Then why isn't Li Shiming here?
The fake baby in charge of Fengyi murmured to himself. After spending so much effort, I sneaked into the Fire Cloud Valley, thinking that I would not miss it. Unexpectedly, the cave was empty, and there was no sign of Li Shiming. Director Fengyi thought of Elder Zhao outside. Fake baby was about to turn around to interrogate Elder Zhao when red light flashed under his feet and on the 4 walls at the same time. With a loud boom, the high explosives placed everywhere inside the cave were detonated. Without the protection of the defensive formation, the cave was first swept by high temperatures and shock waves, and then the cave could no longer withstand it. This explosion. The shock wave of the explosion broke through the entrance of the cave and rushed outward. Chapter 297 Body. Li Shiming looked at the strange scenes in the blindfold with a horrified expression. It started when the fake baby entered the cave, and ended when the fake baby destroyed the surveillance probe. Yes, it was the surveillance probe that the fake baby took off from the top of the cave. Even when the fake baby held the surveillance probe in his hand, Li Shiming saw the fake baby clearly at close range through a specific lens.
The nascent soul is out of body.
Li Shiming unconsciously said what he saw in front of him. According to the legend, the ancestor of nascent soul has special abilities. It is said that even if the ancestor of nascent soul is destroyed, As long as the ancestor of nascent soul retains his body, he can find an opportunity to take over and be reborn. Moreover, the speed of the nascent soul that has left the body is almost teleporting, making it extremely difficult to capture the nascent soul after leaving the body. Therefore, the chance of completely killing the ancestor of Yuanying is very small. After Yuanying escapes from the body, he can be reborn and find a way to take revenge. Therefore, under normal circumstances, if there is no guarantee of keeping the opponent's nascent soul, the nascent soul ancestors will not fight each other to the death. Li Shiming didn't know much about Yuanying, the ancestor of Yuanying, mainly because it was too far away from him. The part he knew about it was heard during the chat with the Jin Den monk. His brain immediately began to analyze. First of all, it is very dangerous for Yuanying to leave the body. Very few Yuanying ancestors would do this. After the nascent soul leaves the body, although the nascent soul is fast, it is extremely fragile. Generally speaking, the nascent soul leaving the body is a helpless act. Just to save life, many Yuanying ancestors will prepare a cauldron for themselves to seize their bodies. When danger occurs and their bodies are destroyed, after their nascent soul leaves the body, they immediately rush to the prepared cauldron to seize their bodies and be reborn. In fact, because of the identity of this nascent soul, the first thing Li Shiming thought of was naturally the fake baby sealing director of Tianqing Trading Company. Perhaps other monks would not have thought that Director Feng Yi would pursue Fang Lu for thousands of miles because of his murder. You must know that Li Shiming is the alchemy master of the Shushan sect. Regardless of whether he is the Shushan sect or the alchemy master, any status is enough to make Tianqing Trading Company scrupulous. However, Li Shiming understood that it was very possible for Director Feng Yi to come in person for the red infant ginseng fruit. At this point in time, in his own cave in Fire Cloud Valley, only the fake baby of Director Feng Yi could be here. At this moment, an explosion resounded throughout the entire Huiyun Valley. Together with the golden elixirs participating in the event and the golden elixirs in the Huiyun Valley sect, more than 40 golden elixir monks flew out from everywhere and headed towards the explosion. Come here. Director Feng Yi never expected that the originally foolproof method would be destroyed by the explosion in the cave. Although the fake infant's defense is extremely weak, this extremely weak defense is aimed at the nascent soul ancestor. This explosion cannot harm the fake infant at all. The fake baby was hit by a strong explosion shock wave, but was blocked by an energy shield outside the fake baby. The fake baby didn't even use the robe. No matter how violent the explosion was, the explosive power of such mortal objects had minimal impact on the fake baby. Although the explosion did not cause any damage to the fake baby in charge of Feng Yi, the sudden explosion still made the fake baby in charge of Feng Yi appear under the eyes of more than 40 Jin Den monks. Although the shock wave of the explosion was not strong, it affected the movement of the fake baby and prevented it from leaving the scene immediately. It's nascent soul! A golden elixir monk exclaimed. Although there were a large number of Jin Dan cultivators, there was panic and horror in their eyes. The reason why the Yuanying monks are called ancestors is out of respect for the Yuanying monks and the extreme belief in the strength of the Yuanying monks. The word ancestor represents the proud monks who lowered their heads and put down their dignity in front of him. Director Feng Yi, why are you nascent soul here? Master Tong Yin recognized Director Feng Yi's fake baby and asked sharply. Although Huiyun Valley is not a large sect, it is not something that a fake infant monk can humiliate like this at will. Although Huiyun Valley has been able to exist for so long, it may not be able to resist the ancestor of nascent soul. But it is not easy for a fake infant to fight against the main gate of Huiyun Valley. Director Feng Yi quickly calculated in his mind that in his perception, a terrifying aura was awakening in the Fire Cloud Valley. That was a powerful existence that could confront him. He didn't expect that there was such an existence in Fire Cloud Valley. What happened to you? Master Li? Master Tong Yun asked immediately, with panic in his voice. He saw Elder Zhao lying unconscious on the ground, and the cave that had been completely destroyed. It was Li Shiming's cave. The cave prepared for Li Shiming by Huiyun Valley. Now that there is no trace of a monk in the cave, he is worried that Li Shiming has been killed. Huiyun Valley is the organizer of the alchemists event. If Li Shiming is killed in Huiyun Valley, not only the murderer, Director Feng Yi, will be in trouble, but Huiyun Valley will also be in trouble. He could hardly imagine what the Shushan sect would do after hearing the news. The Shushan sect is a righteous sect, but the anger of the big sects will not be weakened by being a righteous sect. In the history of the northern Shu continent, there were too many sects that were exterminated for offending the Shushan sect. Fang Lu was killed here. I came here to investigate the details. Director Feng Yi had no intention of taking action. He told a lie that even he himself did not believe. There was no way He was caught and revealed in the body of a fake baby. He came to Li Shiming's cave and knocked out Elder Zhao. Li Shiming's cave was destroyed. Anyone who saw the situation in front of them could tell what happened here. In addition, the previous monk Fan Lu from Tianqing Trading Company was killed when he failed to attack Li Shiming here. And the behavior of Director Feng Yi can be explained. Director Feng Yi did not take action immediately. But Master Tongyun breathed a sigh of relief. Master Tongyun glanced at the sect's golden elixirs. All the golden elixir monks in Fire Cloud Valley moved their bodies. And in a moment, they were combined with the sect's formation. Maybe they couldn't defeat Director Feng Yi's fake baby. But with the help of the formation, they had a very strong ability to protect oneself and also have a certain ability to fight back. When the explosion occurred, Li Shiming put away 108 third-level formation flags. He used the secret technique of charming soul concealment and disappeared into the darkness. If under normal circumstances, he used the secret technique of charming soul concealment to hide himself, he would not be able to escape the eyes of Director Feng Yi. But the problem is that the impact of the explosion, coupled with a chaotic aura collision caused by the simultaneous appearance of more than 40 Jindan monks, made it impossible for Director Feng Yi to detect the weak spiritual power fluctuations in the distance. After Li Shiming became invisible, he immediately used step by step to live Lotus, and while invisible, he moved towards the outside of Fire Cloud Valley. It was much easier to get out of the valley than to enter it, coupled with his understanding of the formation. When he arrived at the defense shield of the formation, what he saw in his eyes were lines of spiritual power. With the record of Z15, the formation at the entrance of Fire Cloud Valley has long been thoroughly researched and analyzed by Z15. This was done intentionally by him. He had even entered and exited the formation many times before in order to fly drones. His spiritual thought stirred in the spiritual power lines, and a gap appeared in the formation. Although this gap cannot allow monks to enter or exit, the Lotus growing step by step is a magical power and can be jumped over as long as there is a space connection. Invisible, he appeared outside the Fire Cloud Valley, and the white lotus beneath his feet appeared at the same time as him, and disappeared at the same time. His target was the place 30 miles away. After determining that the fake baby was the fake baby of Director Feng Yi, he immediately made a decision. With his half-step golden elixir strength, let alone fighting against Director Feng Yi, the slightest aura leaked from Director Feng Yi could suppress him to the point of being unable to move, and he could be strangled to death with just one finger. He had seen the power of the fake baby. That was the day Tianhai sect was defeated. The fake baby's invincible power still made him unable to forget it. He used 108 third-grade formation flags to hide himself before, in order to prevent being blocked in the cave. But when Director Feng Yi arrived, he knew that he would not be able to protect himself by hiding in the formation of 108 formation flags. The formation arranged by the third-grade formation flag can at best resist the Golden Core Cultivator, and it is estimated that it cannot even withstand a blow from the fake infant. He couldn't guarantee that the fake baby wouldn't discover the formation arranged by the third-grade formation flag. If he was discovered, he would be dead. So he chose the only chance of survival, which was where Director Feng Yi last appeared. Since Director Feng Yi's fake baby appeared in Fire Cloud Valley, it is very likely that Director Feng Yi left his body at the location 30 miles away. It is estimated that Director Feng Yi did not expect that his whereabouts would be discovered by Li Shiming. This is something that no one would have thought of. A fake infant monk would actually be monitored by Li Shiming, who was half a step into the Golden Core realm. You must know that the difference in cultivation between the two is truly huge. Judging from normal circumstances, if Li Shiming glances at Director Feng Yi from a distance, he will be noticed by Director Feng Yi. But the cameras in the sky are different. Even if Director Feng Yi feels something, he will not think that he is being monitored. It is mainly monitored through the camera on the drone. The perception of Director Feng Yi who is being monitored is extremely weak, and some of them look like birds in the sky. It's not like it was done by a monk. Most importantly, Director Feng Yi didn't believe that he would be monitored by the monks. He came thousands of miles away at his speed without telling anyone. How could he be monitored? Li Shiming's figure appeared at the target 30 miles away, and his spiritual mind discovered the existence of the formation. In 3 breaths, he found a way to crack the formation. It's not that his formation level can easily break the 4th grade formation, but the formation here is arranged by the 4th grade formation plate. No matter how powerful the formation is, with the powerful computing power of Z15, he can easily calculate the spiritual power lines of the formation that lack spirituality arranged by the 4th grade formation disk, and find a way to crack it with 3 breaths. Li Shiming spent another 2 breaths, and appeared inside the formation. He saw Director Feng Yi sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. The first time he saw Director Feng Yi, his body shook twice, and he almost fell to the ground. This was captured by the power of Director Feng Yi. Due to the protection of the formation and the fact that Director Feng Yi's fake baby was out of the body, the aura on Director Feng Yi's body could no longer be hidden and spread out without any reservation. It has the terrifying aura of a fake baby. Li Shiming was in the foundation building stage, facing the fake baby, Director Feng Yi. Even though there was no fake baby in Director Feng Yi's body, Li Shiming was almost suppressed by just one body. Li Shiming's strong physique and strong spirit were finally able to withstand the physical aura of Director Feng Yi. He had an ugly look on his face, and the smell alone was unbearable. He underestimated Director Feng Yi, who didn't have a fake baby. He immediately took out his strongest attack method. He took out the high-grade magic weapon electromagnetic gun that could kill the Jin Den monk. He pointed the muzzle at the body of Director Feng Yi. The cannonballs formed by the third-grade sword base are continuously accelerated, and then shot out due to the internal electromagnetic push of the high-grade magic weapon electromagnetic gun. The third-grade sword-based SHL hit the center of Director Feng Yi's eyebrows. Li Shiming was worried that Director Feng Yi's body had some defensive magic weapon, so he chose the center of the eyebrows without any protection. The third-grade sword-based cannonball collided with Director Feng Yi's eyebrows. The third-grade sword-based cannonball turned into countless fragments under the blow. These fragments turned into energy in the air and flew back into Li Shiming's body. Li Shiming looked at Director Feng Yi's eyebrows in stunned silence. The high-grade magic weapon electromagnetic gun he was proud of, coupled with the third-grade sword base strengthened by half-step golden elixir cultivation. The power of the combination was only in the eyebrows of Director Feng Yi. There is a little white mark left at the location. Yes, it can be said that this was Li Shiming's most powerful attack. But it did not even break the skin of Director Feng Yi. A sense of powerlessness arose in his heart. This was just a fake baby. A fake baby that was much worse than the real Yuanying ancestor. Director Feng Yi even left the fake baby out of his body, leaving only a body. But Li Shiming couldn't even do anything about this body. And he knew even more that he only had one chance to strike. One strike could not deal with Director Feng Yi's body. Then Director Feng Yi's fake baby would sense that the body was disturbed, and the fake baby would rush back immediately. The last solution. Li Shiming gritted his teeth. He resisted the influence of the aura emanating from Director Feng Yi and wrapped up Director Feng Yi's body. Director Feng Yi's body disappeared and appeared in the computer room space. This was an extremely risky behavior, but it was also the last way he could think of to isolate Director Feng Yi from contact with the fake baby. Since Director Feng Yi's body couldn't be killed, he could only rely on the spatial isolation of the computer room to prevent the fake baby from returning to his body. Li Shiming's spiritual thought swept across the fourth-level array, and the fourth-level array disappeared. He maintained the invisibility of the secret technique of charming soul concealment, and used step by step to live Lotus to escape into the distance. In Fire Cloud Valley, Feng Yi, the supervisor of the fake baby, was hesitating whether to fight or explain. But he suddenly sensed that something was wrong with his body. Although the fake baby had a lot of worries before, when he wanted to leave, there was no difficulty. The Jin Dan monks couldn't even see the trajectory of his movement clearly, and the fake baby disappeared before their eyes. The fake baby moved very quickly, and was only delayed for a moment at the defensive shield of the formation, because he needed to reactivate the formation breaking talisman, and then pass through the small hole left by the formation breaking talisman. Chapter 298 Infanticide. The distance of 30 miles can be reached in at most 10 breaths at the speed of a false infant. The fake baby suddenly stopped when it reached half the distance. The fake baby in charge of Feng Yi was unable to sense the existence of the real body. The nascent soul leaving the body attached the soul of the real body to the nascent soul. So the real body was an empty body. He relied on the special connection between the fake baby and the body to be able to lock the position of the body. The body cannot sense it. There is only one possibility. That is, the body is destroyed. Feng Yi, who was in charge of the fake baby, let out an angry roar at the sky. His resentment had reached an uncontrollable level. He is not the real ancestor of Yuanying. The fake baby has many disadvantages, in addition to not being able to live up to the lifespan that the ancestor of Yuanying should have. The fake baby cannot take over the body again, due to a trick taken when the baby was born. A fake baby was forcibly formed. The fake baby was an imperfect nascent soul, and naturally lost many functions of the nascent soul. Director Feng Yi's fake baby stopped roaring and took 2 breaths.
But he quickly calmed down. He had to see who moved his body first. He wanted to crush the monk who destroyed his body into ashes. But it would still be difficult to eliminate the hatred in his heart. After more than 400 years of cultivation, although his future was hopeless after embarking on the road of fake babies, he was able to use his connections with Tianqing Trading Company and use a large amount of wealth to exchange for the 4th grade red infant ginseng fruit. It can be seen that how much does he value life. There is great terror between life and death. The monk who destroyed his body ended his life in advance. Even though he still has a fake baby. Even if the fake baby is protected by the robes and magic weapons on his body, he can't exist for long during the day. This cannot be preserved by hiding in a cool place without being exposed to the sun. The intensity of the strong wind will increase a lot during the day. The real nascent soul can withstand it. But the fake baby will continue to be consumed in that environment. Own origin. It can be said that Director Fengyi is at the end of his rope now. He only thinks about revenge and killing the monk who destroyed his body. After a few breaths, the fake baby appeared where the body originally was. The 4th grade formation plate here was gone. And his body also disappeared. The fake baby let go of its extremely sensitive perception and soon discovered a vague aura. Without any hesitation, he chased after the obscure aura. Li Shiming's secret method of concealing the soul is indeed good, but it is still not enough in front of the fake baby, and the breath left behind is easily detected. Director Feng Yi believed that as long as the monk was not the ancestor of nascent soul, he would not be able to escape his pursuit, because the speed of the fake infant is only slightly slower than that of the nascent soul. If the ancestor of the nascent soul does not use the nascent soul to leave the body, he will not be able to compete with the speed of the fake baby who has left the body. It can be said that the speed of the out-of-body fake infant is invincible compared to the nascent soul. Even the ancestor of the nascent soul in the ordinary state is difficult to compare with it. But Director Feng Yi would not have thought that Li Shiming was using Bu Shanglian, which belongs to the magical foot power. It is not a secret method of flying, but a more mysterious magical power. It is the fastest in the world. Ways to move. Although Li Shiming only mastered the introductory level of Shinzutong, building lotus step by step, he was still slightly faster than the fake baby. However, it was impossible for Li Shiming to get rid of Director Feng Yi's tracking for a while. Director Feng Yi was tracking the aura and was about 10 miles behind Li Shiming, because the fake baby in charge of Feng Yi had no hidden murderous intent. Li Shiming in front felt the danger. Li Shiming used lotus every step with all his strength. He and Director Feng Yi escaped and chased each other, launching a long pursuit in the air. At this moment, he regretted that he should not have left his heart band to his clone Li Yuanbao. He originally thought that the main body would be safer, but the clone Li Yuanbao was in great danger. But Li Yuanbao was unexpectedly promoted to the Golden Core stage. But he had a deadly feud with the fake baby. If he has Heart Hoop in hand, the moving distance of each time he uses Bu Shang Lotus can be doubled, and he will be confident that he can quickly get rid of Director Feng Yi's pursuit. Li Shiming did not dare to get too close to the fake baby in charge of Feng Yi. He did not know the exact attack distance of the fake baby, but based on his sense of danger, as long as he got closer, he might be attacked by the fake baby behind him. The strength of the two sides is not at the same level at all. The only thing he relies on now is step by step. The lotus grows with Li Shiming's strength. Once the fake baby gets close, not to mention the fake baby attacking, even a glance from the fake baby is enough to kill him. While the two sides were chasing and escaping, Li Shiming used the secret technique of charming soul concealment to make him invisible in the darkness. And he was even more at home in the dark night environment. The fake baby chasing behind was only 1 inch in size. Because it flew so fast, it was even more difficult to detect the fake baby, who was already an energy body. Even if it flies near the Foundation Establishment monk, no Foundation Establishment monk can detect it. Li Shiming did not choose to find help. It was not that he did not want to find help, but that the fake babies behind him did not give him a chance. He couldn't delay it all. In this extreme speed pursuit, anything else he did would affect the speed of Bu Shanglian. Most of his mind was devoted to the performance of Bu Shanglian, and he did not dare to take it lightly. Besides, he just asked Shushan Sect for help. The possibility that Shushan Sect would send out a nascent soul ancestor in a short time was extremely low. After several years in the Shushan Sect, he came into contact with the senior officials of the Shushan Sect and learned many secrets of the Shushan Sect. The Yuanying ancestors of the Shushan Sect spend most of their time in seclusion, unless there is a major event related to the survival of the sect.
They cannot alert the Yuanying ancestors to take action. Maybe Li Shiming is very important. But if he wants to ask the Yuanying ancestor of the Shushan sect to come forward to save him, unless there is a Yuanying ancestor who is free, the Yuanying ancestor will not have time to come to save him. Li Shiming can still support him now. He thinks that maybe as the chasing time gets longer, he will leave on his own if he is unable to catch up. The chase and escape lasted for 3 hours. Director Feng Yi couldn't care about other things at all. He wanted to kill Li Shiming before the fake baby was destroyed. Li Shiming used the computing power of Z15 to calculate an escape route for him. He did not want the escape route to be affected by a large formation. There are many forces in the world of immortality, and these forces will have their own mountain gate formations. Most of the mountain gate formations are not very difficult for Li Shiming to crack. But if a large formation appears on the road ahead, he will not have time to stop and calculate the crack. You don't even need to calculate the crack. Just if you are blocked by the large formation, you may be chased by the fake baby behind. The entry-level divine foot power of Ubu Shanglian still cannot completely crush the speed of the fake baby. Although it has an advantage, it is not that big, and it is difficult to completely get rid of the fake baby. Therefore, the escape route he chose was far away from the mountain gates of various forces, and he circled in a wide range. If Director Feng Yi had been rational, he would have discovered that his pursuit route was a circle with a radius of hundreds of miles. Li Shiming did not leave the surveillance range of the 10,000-meter high drone. By locating his position and then zooming in on the image behind him, he was able to monitor the fake baby an inch behind through the drone. After being chased by the fake baby for an hour, he realized something was wrong with the fake baby. After chasing him for such a long time, the fake baby should have discovered that the fake baby has no advantage in speed, and it is almost unrealistic to catch up with him. So why does the fake baby keep chasing regardless, instead of choosing to leave? Seeing that daybreak was approaching, Li Shiming's heart sank slightly. Once daybreak, the secret technique of charming soul concealment would not be able to become invisible during the day. And under this kind of pursuit, it is impossible for him to find shadows to maintain the invisibility of charming soul concealment technique, because doing so will greatly reduce his speed. The drone at an altitude of 10,000 meters cannot show the face of the fake baby. Otherwise, he would be able to see clearly the status of the fake baby. At this time, the fake baby's whole body was glowing red, and its clear eyes turned red. The look on its face was completely crazy, and its reason had long since left the fake baby. After 3 hours of pursuit, Director Feng Yi's desire for revenge turned into his final obsession. He had long forgotten time, his own identity, and everything else, except to kill the enemy in front of him. Because when he finally woke up, he knew that he was bound to die. Without a body, he was not the real ancestor of nascent soul, and could not use the fake baby to win the body. For more than 400 years, he had put in so much effort to get to where he is today step by step. But it was the mortal enemy ahead that ended his career as an immortal and ended his life. He was unwilling, extremely unwilling, and this unwillingness turned into resentment, which caused inner demons to arise, causing the last sanity in the fake baby to disappear, and he became possessed. Otherwise, according to his shrewdness, he would have stopped pursuing him long ago after knowing that he could not catch up. Li Shiming looked towards the east. The sky was extremely dark at this moment, but he knew that the sun would rise the next moment, and his secret technique of concealment of charming souls would be ineffective, and his figure using step by step to live lotus would also be gone, will be made public. He knew the consequences of being discovered by other monks using step by step lotus. Thinking about the clone Li Yuanba, it was because he had mastered step by step lotus that he was arrested by Qianye Temple. With Qianye Temple's stubbornness, it is estimated that he will be targeted by Qianye Temple just like his clone Li Yuanba. Perhaps Chiba Temple will also regard him as the reincarnated Buddha and want to take him back to Chiba Temple. He knew what might happen, but he couldn't stop, because as long as he paused for a breath, the fake baby would catch up and kill him. He sighed in his heart and was already thinking about what to do next. Just as he was thinking, a little red light appeared on the line between heaven and earth, and then the sun suddenly jumped out. The secret technique of charming soul concealment used by Li Shiming failed instantly. He stood on the white lotus, like a Buddha appearing in the world. Behind him, the fake baby who was chasing at full speed was illuminated by the first ray of sunlight between heaven and earth. The red light all over his body rose, forming a red mist that was tens of meters high above the fake baby. Even the possessed fake baby cannot withstand the first ray of sunlight in this world. The first ray of sunlight between heaven and earth carries the innate purple energy, which is the energy of the sun between heaven and earth. The false baby is like an ice cube. As for the fire, the red mist that rises tens of meters is the energy of the false baby being scattered by the purple energy of the sun. The sunshine of the big sun continues to shine on the fake baby. Although there is no innate purple energy, the big sun is the existence of the sun between heaven and earth. And it is the energy that the fake baby is afraid of. The possessed fake baby made a shrill cry while still chasing Li Shiming. The red mist over the fake baby formed a gorgeous red cloud due to the influence of its flight. This red cloud is extremely beautiful, but it is also extremely deadly. Wherever the fake baby passes, everything that comes into contact with the red cloud, including trees, rocks, etc., all turn into powder. This is the final glory of the fake baby, who is rapidly weakening. Of course, Li Shiming also discovered this. During the day, it is easier to see the situation of the fake baby clearly, with a drone flying 10,000 meters away. He finally understood what happened. Legend has it that there is danger when the nascent soul leaves the body. Since the nascent soul is dangerous when leaving the body, then wouldn't it be even more dangerous for a fake baby that is not as good as the nascent soul to leave the body? Not long after, only 10 breaths of time, the fake baby stopped. Li Shiming also stopped using Lotus every step. He was in an uninhabited area for a short period of time, and the monks had not yet discovered that he was using Lotus every step. But the red glow here would sooner or later attract the attention of the monks. Now that the fake baby has stopped, he no longer needs to use step-by-step Lotus. As long as he keeps a distance of 10 miles, he doesn't have to worry about being attacked by the fake baby. The white lotus beneath him disappeared, and he stood in midair, looking at the fake baby 10 miles away. Now he no longer needs the help of ordinary telescopes. He can see a distance of 10 miles more clearly with his naked eyes than with ordinary telescopes. He saw the red eyes of the fake baby and the devil-like face. At this time, the fake baby was only half an inch in size. The robes and magic weapons on its body were as big as they could and clung to the body. But they were still shrinking, because the red mist is still rising from the body of the fake baby. The fake baby is like a broken water tank. No water is poured into it, but the water inside is constantly losing. Soon all the energy in the body will be lost. Net. It's not that the fake baby doesn't want to be chased anymore. It's that the fake baby can no longer move. Finally, the fake baby's eyes were no longer red, and Director Feng Yi regained control of the fake baby. You are just a foundation-building monk. Director Feng Yi saw his enemy clearly, and he made the last extremely unwilling voice in his life. He was a majestic fake infant monk, but he fell at the hands of the foundation-building monks, at the hands of a small existence that he regarded as an ant, which he couldn't accept. He kept looking at Li Shiming unwillingly, and the last half-inch of his figure turned into red mist under the sunlight. A small piece of clothing flew in the air and fell as the fake baby disappeared. Li Shiming reached out and took the clothes in his hand before they fell to the ground. He looked at the clothes in his hands with some disbelief, and also looked at the place where the fake baby disappeared. There once was a powerful monk from the northern Shu continent, and he actually killed a fake infant monk. If it weren't for the touch from the robe and magic weapon in his hand, and if it weren't for the spiritual imprint in the robe and magic weapon, he couldn't believe that Director Feng Yi had really fallen. Even if he used a little cleverness, even if he had a lot of luck, he really solved a big trouble by himself. Chapter 299 Inventory. After using Ubu Shanglian for a long time, this is not the leisurely state of mind when rushing on the road, but the speed of life and death. Li Shiming felt tired. This fatigue mainly came from his mind. He didn't want to experience the feeling of being chased by a fake infant monk again. He took out the 4th grade formation plate and recognized its owner again, throwing the 4th grade formation disc. The 4th grade formation disc turned into a formation called Tsumi Mustard Seed Formation. The moment it hit the ground, he took out 18 more 3rd level formation flags and threw them at specific nodes of the Tsumi Mustard Seed Formation. Originally, the Tsumi Mustard Seed Formation was much inferior in spirituality because it was an array arranged using array plates. However, with the addition of 18 3rd grade formation flags, the spirituality was greatly increased. He was extremely satisfied with this Tsumi Mustard Seed Formation disc, which was a 4th grade formation. The 4th grade formation disc is a spiritual object that only the ancestors of Yuanying are qualified to possess. Even though the Tsumi Mustard Seed Formation disc is not good at defense, but is used to hide itself. Its defensive power is enough to withstand the late-stage Jindan monks. With this
Tumi mustard seed formation,
he no longer has to worry about being attacked by Jindan monks. He can cooperate with
Ubu Shang Lotus
to keep the distance, and then use
Tumi mustard seed formation
to protect himself. Sitting in the
Tumi mustard seed array,
Li Shiming breathed a long sigh of relief and relaxed his mind and body. Although today's incident seems to have involved no action, the danger involved is more dangerous than ever before. It's not that he doesn't do anything. It's that he doesn't even have the qualifications to do anything with the fake baby. If he hadn't made a prompt decision and found Director Feng Yi's body, he wouldn't have been able to guarantee that he would have been able to avoid Director Feng Yi's attack in Fire Cloud Valley. He made the right bet and succeeded. He survived, but Director Feng Yi died. Thinking of Director Feng Yi, Li Shiming devoted his attention to the computer room space. In the middle of the small computer room, the body of Director Feng Yi was still sitting cross-legged. This body is alive, and has not disappeared due to the destruction of the false baby. In fact, this kind of situation is very rare for the head of the ceremony. The body of the fake baby monk is the container and protection of the fake baby. Only monks can take the initiative to create fake babies. Unless, like this time, Director Feng Yi secretly sneaks into Fire Cloud Valley and catches Li Shiming to retrieve the treasure. He will take the initiative to fake babies. Under normal circumstances, the monk's body is destroyed earlier than the false infant or the nascent soul. There will be no phenomenon where the false infant or the nascent soul perish, but the body still exists. What Li Shiming saw was the body of a fake baby. An empty body without a soul. In the computer room space, he can conduct detailed observations with micron-level precision and God's vision. If it were placed outside, even if he used his spiritual thoughts to scan the body, he would still be unable to see or sense it due to the powerful aura exuded by the body. But in the computer room space, there is no such worry. When he looked at the skin of the body, he gasped. Under micron-level observation, he saw countless micropatterns connected on the surface of the body's skin. These micropatterns are composed of crystal-clear jade spiritual power. The micropatterns wrap every cell on the skin. Under Li Shiming's observation, this has transcended the scope of the human body and is semi-energetic. He also thought that the
high-grade magic weapon electromagnetic gun
had not broken the skin of this body before, so he could know the defensive power covered by this miniature pattern. This is still skin. When he senses the inside of the body, every cell he senses is also covered in micropatterns. He didn't know how powerful this body was, but the defensive power it displayed was more powerful than any body refining method used by the Golden Core cultivator. If such a powerful body can be used by him, even though the false baby is lost and only the body is left, and does not have the strength of the false baby, it is absolutely easy to deal with the Golden Core monks. Even the late Golden Core monks cannot break the defense of this body.
What a pity!
Li Shiming didn't want to control this body, at least with his current state. It was simply impossible to try to control this body. The half-step golden elixir is still in the foundation building stage. At the foundation building stage, it is simply a dream to expect to control the body of a fake baby. Li Shiming scanned the body and found a space item belonging to Director Feng Yi, which was an extremely simple ring. At least from the appearance of the ring, it was not obvious that it was a space item. All the space rings he had seen were similar in appearance, with only some differences in patterns. But this simple ring has no pattern on the outside. It is carved out of some kind of stone. The function of the ring is not very good. It is just a thin ring, making people worry that it will break at the slightest touch. But when Li Shiming's mind came into contact with it, he felt something strange. He could observe the ring through the unique God's perspective in the computer room space. But when he touched it with his mind, the ring seemed to be nothing. His mind moved, and the simple ring was taken out from the finger of his body in the computer room space. He looked at his palm and didn't see the simple ring. If it weren't for the touch, he would have thought there was nothing. The ring had its own invisibility function. He put the ring on his finger and then put his spiritual thoughts into it. His spiritual thoughts were absorbed by the ring, and he successfully recognized it as its owner. Although the body of the original owner, Director Feng Yi, was still alive, his soul died along with the fake baby. So the recognition of the owner in this ring was automatically lifted. After Li Shiming recognized the ring, he also knew what it was. The
mustard seed ring
is a very large space ring with an internal space of 10,000 cubic meters. The mustard seed ring itself is not a spiritual treasure or magic weapon, but a rare treasure. which is extremely rare in the world of immortality. That is to say, Director Feng Yi was the general responsible for the northern Shu continent of Tianqing Trading Company. So he was assigned this mustard seed ring, and used it to transport large amounts of goods. After the mustard seed ring recognizes its owner, it will automatically hide in the void space according to the owner's will, no matter whether it is touch, spiritual thoughts, or other five senses. The existence of the mustard seed ring cannot be discovered. Only after the death of its master will the mustard ring be perceived by the mind. Li Shiming's spiritual thoughts entered the mustard seed ring, and he was surprised by the space inside. If it weren't for the special nature of the mustard seed ring, his spiritual thoughts would not be able to fully perceive the space that was 10,000 meters long, wide and high. Empty. Extremely empty. This was his first feeling after sensing the interior of mustard seed ring. He originally thought that Director Feng Yi, the director of Tianqing Trading Company, would be full of precious spiritual objects in his space. But in his perception, the spiritual objects inside the mustard seed ring were very few, and they did not look like the space objects of the fake infant monk at all. Li Shiming didn't know that Director Feng Yi spent a lot of money in order to purchase red infant ginseng fruit. Most of the unimportant spiritual objects were traded by him first, and then he had the opportunity to exchange red infant ginseng fruit. Ginseng was financial resources. Of course, although there are few spiritual objects, the spiritual objects that can be left behind by Director Feng Yi are extremely valuable. The false infant is recognized as one of the nascent soul monks in the world of immortality cultivation. Although it is the weakest existence among the nascent soul monks, it is also among the top existences in the world of immortality cultivation. In addition, Director Feng Yi is also the branch director of a cross-continental trading company such as Tianqing Trading Company, and the level of spiritual objects he has access to is far beyond that of ordinary fake babies, or even the ancestor of nascent soul.
Is this the legendary top-grade spiritual stone?
Li Shiming couldn't help but exclaim when he sensed the surging spiritual power contained in the spiritual stones, when his spiritual mind swept across the 23 spiritual stones. It's not that he has no knowledge. For him, spiritual stones are all readily available. With his ability as an alchemy master, if he is willing to sell the refined elixirs as spiritual stones, he may be able to obtain a large amount of spiritual stones very quickly. But the spiritual stones mentioned here are low-grade spiritual stones and medium-grade spiritual stones, and do not include high-grade spiritual stones, because high-grade spiritual stones are not circulated in the world of immortality, and are not used as currency. This may have something to do with Li Shiming's vision. At least in the Golden Elixir period, no monks have the opportunity to come into contact with high-grade spiritual stones. Legend has it that high-grade spiritual stones are used among Yuanian ancestors, and their mining is extremely difficult. In a large spiritual stone mine, only a very small amount of high-grade spiritual stones exist in the core location. The 23 high-grade spiritual stones in front of him are definitely a huge amount of wealth, and they are spiritual objects that can be traded with the ancestor of nascent soul. Among the 23 high-grade spiritual stones, 20 are red and 3 are green. The red high-grade spiritual stones have fire attribute spiritual power inside, while the green high-grade spiritual stones have wood attribute spiritual power inside. He had heard about the high-grade spiritual stones before, but it was not comprehensive. After seeing the high-grade spiritual stones with his own eyes, he realized that the high-grade spiritual stones were completely different from the middle and low-grade spiritual stones. The high-grade spiritual stones were divided into 5 elements. Next to the 23 high-grade spiritual stones are 2 magic weapons, 1 sword and 1 foot. Li Shiming first sensed the Jade Ruler magic weapon. After scanning with his spiritual mind, he found that the material used in the Jade Ruler magic weapon was the 4th grade. This was the 4th grade magic weapon used by Yuanian ancestor. The magic weapons he had seen before were all made of 3rd grade weapon refining materials. But this was the first time he saw a magic weapon made of 4th grade weapon refining materials. He didn't know if he would be able to refine these 4th grade magic weapons after he became a pill. The other magic weapon was a flying sword as short as a dagger, and he sensed that its material was also of the 4th grade. At this moment, Li Shiming regretted a little. He shouldn't have let his clone Li Yuanba refine his natal flying sword in such a hurry. Even if the Xingyijian refined by Li Yuanba is a natal flying sword that has been strengthened by the sword cultivator Jin Dan Yun Xingyi for hundreds of years, Li Yuanba can perfectly inherit Yunijian and exert all the power of Yunijian. However, due to the material gap, there is still a huge distance between Zhang Xingyijian and the 4th grade flying sword. Perhaps in the early stage after refining, Xing Yijian relied on Yuan Xingyi's hundreds of years of strengthening to take the lead. But the quality of the 4th grade sword has more potential. So the 4th grade flying sword can definitely catch up. What makes Li Shiming strange is that neither the 4th grade jade ruler nor the 4th grade flying sword is a natal magic weapon. He took out the robe and magic weapon again. He could not judge the quality of this robe and magic weapon. But he also found that it was not his natal magic weapon. In other words, among the 3 magic weapons he obtained from Director Feng Yi, there was no natal magic weapon from Director Feng Yi. He poured his mind into the computer room space again, constantly scanning the body of Director Feng Yi, but found no natal magic weapon. In fact, Director Feng Yi did not refine the natal magic weapon at all. As the branch director of Tianqing Trading Company, he used his power to have access to more magic weapons than other monks. After he became a fake baby, he got rid of all the magic weapons in the golden elixir stage, and then continued to use the magic weapons sold by the business for his own use. The reason why he did not refine the natal magic weapons was because he wanted to find the most suitable magic weapon for him. Refining again. Director Feng Yi's magic weapon is constantly being updated, getting stronger and stronger, and his mind is getting bigger and bigger, always thinking about better magic weapons for his life, which has led to the current situation. Li Shiming searched for it for a while, and gave up the search after failing to find his natal magic weapon. He entered his spiritual thoughts into the mustard seed ring, and used his spiritual thoughts to take out a jade bottle. This is the only jade bottle in the mustard seed ring. The material of the jade bottle is grade 3. If it hadn't been refined, he would have thought it was a magic weapon. There is a magic circle engraved on the jade bottle, and the material and the magic circle are used to seal the spirituality inside. His spiritual thoughts passed through the magic circle and entered the inside of the jade bottle.
This is Tianluo Immortal Milk.
He is no longer the young man he was before. He has considerable attainments in formations, alchemy, and weapon refining, and his knowledge has also grown a lot in the process. He has never seen Tianluo Immortal Milk, but Shushan sect has an introduction to various top resources in the world of immortality. This is what true disciples need to master. Otherwise they will not recognize the top spiritual objects when they encounter them outside. Tianluo Immortal Milk is one of them. 1. The grade of Tianluo Immortal Milk is grade 4. And it is by far the most effective body-refining spiritual object. Any spiritual object that reaches the 4th level is an extremely rare resource, and will only appear in the hands of nascent soul monks. There are 20 drops of Tianluo Immortal Milk in the jade bottle. For 4th grade quality, this amount is already extremely large. In fact, neither the top grade spiritual stones, nor the Tianluo Immortal Milk are owned by Director Feng Yi, but are the assets of Tianqing Trading Company. However, these 4th grade spiritual objects are kept by Director Feng Yi on his behalf. That is to say, Li Shiming's luck is not good. If he kills Director Feng Yi and gets the mustard seed ring during the Tianqing Trade Fair every 5 years, it will be a huge fortune. But even now, he's still got too much. For him, a monk in the foundation building stage, if any of the spiritual objects he got today were revealed, it would be a big trouble. The 3 magic weapons, top grade spiritual stones, Tianluo Immortal Milk, and even the previous red infant ginseng fruit, are all rare treasures for the Yuaning ancestor. The Yuaning ancestor does not care about his identity as an alchemy master. Finally, he took out a jade slip. After seeing the contents of the jade slip, his expression changed slightly. Li Shiming put all the important treasures, including the mustard seed ring, into the computer room space. Although the mustard seed ring had the effect of hiding himself, he still didn't want to wear the mustard seed ring on his finger. With his identity and strength, he is not able to protect such precious things. Chapter 300 Jade Slips. Li Shiming only had the jade slip in his hand, and he could not calm down for a long time. The content in the jade slip is really shocking. This jade slip is just an ordinary jade slip, but it contains extremely detailed information about the entire northern Shu continent. To such a degree of detail, even the major formations of each major sect have corresponding records. The other spiritual minds, spiritual plants, and powerful casual cultivators are all recorded in categories. Li Shiming had already studied the formation technique, and he only needed a little insight to enter the realm of the formation master. Although he didn't know much about the formations of other sects, he was familiar with the formations of the 2 major sects, Shushan sect and Sunluo sect. The jade slips do not contain detailed information on the formations of these 2 sections. They only record part of the detected information about the formations. However, the formation master can use this information to deduce how the formations operate. for breaking open the formation is of great help. In addition, there is a contact information in the Jade Slip, which includes monks from the 6 major sects and various forces. There are nearly 1,000 monks from the monks in the chain energy stage to the golden elixir monks. With such a list, you can be sure that it is a list of intelligence personnel without having to guess too much. Although Tianqing Trading Company wants to open up the situation in Beishu continent, relying on Tianqing Trading Company's current business operations, it has to deploy so many intelligence personnel in the 6 major sects and Beishu. The investment in this is not that of Tianqing Trading Company in Beishu. The mainland branch can operate. In Li Shiming's view, this was simply a piece of military intelligence. The information contained in the Jade Slips was enough to accurately attack important locations in the northern Shu continent when foreign enemies invaded. He felt the message coming from the Identity Jade Disk and found that there were dozens of messages on the Identity Jade Disk. They were all from Elder Zhao and the other 2 alchemy masters asking where he was. While he was running for his life, he did not pay attention to the news about the identity of Jade Disk. At this moment, a message came from the unwilling Elder Zhao, confirming whether Li Shiming was still alive.
Elder Zhao, I'm fine. I will return to the sect on my own.
Li Shiming replied with a message and put away the jade plate of identity without any further explanation. In Fire Cloud Valley, Elder Zhao had woken up a long time ago. With so many alchemists and 2 alchemy masters present, he could be rescued even if he was seriously injured, let alone being knocked unconscious. He held the jade plate of identity with a look of shame on his face. Regretful in his heart, Li Shiming killed Fang Lu in the cave, and he reported it to the sect. The sect came forward to reprimand Tianqing Trading Company, and there were follow-up actions accordingly. But Elder Zhao never expected that the Tianqing Trading Guild would be so domineering, and that the fake infant monk, Supervisor Fengyi, would dare to attack Li Shiming. Due to the explosion in Li Shiming's cave, no one knows Li Shiming's life or death so far, and the fake baby in charge of Fengyi left calmly. The Shushan sect lost a lot of face this time, even if they retaliate afterwards. If they lose Li Shiming, the master of alchemy, the Shushan sect will definitely be greatly affected. Just when he was extremely uneasy, news came from the Identity Jade Disk in his hand. His spiritual mind swept over the Identity Jade Disk, and the shame on his face instantly disappeared and turned into a look of surprise.
Is there any news from Master Li?
Master Tong Yun and Master Yun Ruo were standing nearby. They both saw Elder Zhao's expression and asked at the same time.
Li Shiming is still alive. He will return to the sect.
Elder Zhao replied with a smile. In order to find Li Shiming's disappearance, these 2 alchemy masters mobilized all the nearby monks to search for him. They wanted this favor, and the Shushan sect also wanted it.
Great! If something happens to Master Li, it will be a huge loss to the alchemy world.
Master Yun Ruo breathed a sigh of relief. He was extremely convinced of Li Shiming's alchemy skills. This was not only because of the competition, but also because of the 2 days of contact after the event. Li Shiming's many insights into alchemy made him realize the high level of Li Shiming's alchemy skills. Even he benefited from Li Shiming's explanation. Not to mention what happened in Huiyun Valley. Li Shiming was using the
secret technique of charming soul concealment,
and
step by step to generate lotus,
to quickly return to the sect through the shadows along the way. As for the alchemists of the sect, they were. Elder Zhao brought it back. In addition to worrying about another attack from Tianqing Trading Company, he also had to return to the sect as quickly as possible because of the jade slip in his hand. After returning to the sect, he immediately came to the outside of Tianmu Peak and sent the sound transmission method inward to ask for an audience. He was lucky, and he didn't have to wait long. Just 1 stick of incense, before Elder Su heard back, and Tianmu Peak's formation opened a passage. Li Shiming walked through the passage and entered Tianmu Peak. He landed in the pavilion and waited quietly. He didn't have to wait long. 10 breaths after he entered the pavilion, Elder Su came to the pavilion.
I heard from Xiao Xiao that something happened to you. Your good fortune makes people both love and fear you.
Elder Su's eyes swept over Li Shiming's body. After confirming that Li Shiming was not injured, he shook his head helplessly. Li Shiming's theory of blessed fate originated from Elder Su, and was recognized by many monks. Elder Su believes that Li Shiming has achieved what he has achieved today because of his deep blessings. But his deep blessings also cause Li Shiming to have trouble every time he travels. Originally, monks' normal travel tasks were the daily behavior of every monk. But look at Li Shiming. Elder Su specially chose the safest mission for him: to attend the Alchemist Gathering. The Alchemist Gathering can be said to be the safest place. It is full of alchemists from the righteous forces in the northern Shu continent. No monk dares to cause trouble there, because doing so will offend almost all the alchemists from the righteous forces. The reason why it is said is because of Li Shiming's good fortune. Although the fake infant monk is not the real ancestor of Yuanying, it is not so easy to see. But this time Li Shiming was attacked by the fake infant monk. He had encountered such a chance. No wonder Elder Su thought it was a disaster caused by good luck.
After killing Fong Lu, I felt uneasy. So I left the cave arranged by Huiyun Valley without telling anyone else, and secretly hid in other places. I didn't expect that I actually saved my life.
Li Shiming was half truth and half false. He explained the reason why he was able to survive. He didn't say anything to Elder Su about solving the problem of Supervisor Feng Yi. It would be impossible to explain such a thing. When he killed a monk who was in the early stage of the Golden Core during the foundation building stage, it could be said that the treasures on his body played a role. Anyway, with his financial resources as an alchemy master, it is normal for him to have some life-saving means. But if it was said that Ji Zhu killed a fake infant monk, not to mention Elder Su who didn't believe it, even if Li Shiming didn't really do it, he himself wouldn't believe it.
I have also heard about Feng Yi. He is an extremely shrewd person. How could he attack and kill you for Fong Lu? This is a complete break with the Shushan sect?
Elder Su asked in a deep voice. Li Shiming said nothing. He took out the jade slip and handed it over. Elder Su took the jade slip and penetrated it with his spiritual thoughts. His expression soon changed drastically.
Where did you get this thing?
He asked solemnly. Tianqing Trading Company's power in the northern Shu continent is insignificant. But Tianqing Trading Company is a transcontinental trading company. Such a cross-continental trading company collects a lot of important information that has nothing to do with business, which is not a good thing.
I found it from Fong Lu after I killed him.
Li Shiming said the excuse he had prepared long ago. Elder Su nodded slightly. He once again put his spiritual thoughts into the jade slip and made sure again.
No wonder that Feng Yi wants to kill you. Such an important thing falls into your hands and must not be passed on by you.
Elder Su shook his head and then continued.
You should get such an important thing after you inform the sect as soon as possible. Why do you still stay there to attend the alchemist gathering?
His tone was full of complaints and worries. If Li Shiming hadn't been alert, maybe Li Shiming would have really fallen into trouble this time. You must know that the person who took action this time was the fake infant monk. Not to mention Li Shiming. Even Elder Zhao's sword repair golden elixir was knocked unconscious without any ability to fight back.
It was after I saw Feng Yi's fake baby attacking my cave that I thought of taking a closer look at what was left on Fong Lu's body. And that's when I discovered this jade slip.
Li Shiming had to lie to explain.
Don't take on any more missions recently. Wait until the sect handles this matter.
Elder Su ordered tiredly, as he looked at his disciple. Li Shiming has reached the half-step golden elixir, and needs to go out to experience some things. But the situation in front of him cannot allow Li Shiming to go out anymore. Elder Su even wanted to tie Li Shiming within the sect, and never let Li Shiming go out in the future. Li Shiming's good fortune had such a great impact that he would run into trouble every time he went out. And it would get bigger each time. Of course, along with trouble comes gain. And the jade slip in Elder Su's hand is Li Shiming's blessing. If the information on the jade slip is confirmed, then Li Shiming has made great contributions this time. Not only the Shushan sect, but also all other major sects will be grateful to Li Shiming. Elder Su took the jade slip to discuss with the senior officials of Shushan sect, while Li Shiming returned to his sword-holding peak. Sitting in the training room, Li Shiming felt the rich spiritual energy nourishing himself. The harvest this time was huge, but the only thing he could use was the
Tianlu Immortal Milk,
and his realm has reached the half-step golden elixir. Taking
Tianlu Immortal Milk
at this time is too wasteful, because his body training techniques have reached the highest bottleneck of his realm. Unless he advances to the golden elixir, otherwise he will take
Tianlu Immortal Milk. Lu Immortal Milk
cannot gain much for itself. On the contrary, the clone Li Yuanba is in need of treasures such as
Tianlu Immortal Milk.
It's a pity that whether the clone Li Yuanba comes over or the real body Li Shiming comes over, it is unrealistic. We can only wait for the opportunity. Li Shiming was also helpless. He had no treasures to improve his strength, but his realm restricted him from using them. He sat down cross-legged, activated Z15, and began to study the
5 Rhymes Chi training technique.
Now that he could not go out, he could only try to become a pill by continuously improving his understanding of the
5 Rhymes Chi training technique.
The clone Li Yuanba has taken over the defense of Jinbei Island. Jinbei Island is a large island, and the formations arranged on the island are extremely clever. In addition to the entire Jinbei Island being defended, It also provides an interruption of communication links for the nearby 500 miles. Such a big island will not only have 3 golden elixirs, but there will also be 20 foundation building monks and many chi chain monks. In addition, Jinbei Island is the largest resource exchange area and safe rest area in this sea area. Sunluo sect provides shelter to the monks who live in this sea area. The resources excavated by these monks from the sea will be sold to Jinbei Island nearby. Of course, the biggest role of Jinbei Island is to prevent sea beasts in the sea. Although there is a peace contract, the sea beasts are not completely under control. There will always be some sea beasts that get the chance to become great monsters. And when they are not restricted, they rely on instinct to invade the mainland. Jinbei Island is to defend this sea area from the great demons and protect this sea area and the coastline of the Beishu continent. This task is not heavy. The main reason is that it takes a long time. Seeing that Sunluo sect only sent 3 Jindan early stage monks here. The 3 previous Jindan garrisoned are also in the early stage of Jindan. It can be seen that the security here is very high. Sea beasts will not be dispatched in large numbers. 1 or 2 sea beast monsters, 3 early stage Jindan monks, and the large formation on Jinbei Island are enough. The 3 early stage Golden Core cultivators are not casual cultivators. They are all Golden Core cultivators from major sects. And none of them is weak in terms of strength. However, strength is respected among monks. And this is also true on Jinbei Island. The 2 Golden Elixir monks, He Wei and Lu Gang, were extremely respectful to Li Yuanba, a monk who had just entered the Golden Elixir. They put their own status behind.
Junior Brother Li, if Zenbifang City on Jinbei Island needs to be in charge, let Junior Brother go there,
He Wei suggested with a smile. Zenbifang City is very important. There are many merchants there who purchase various resources and also sell everything the monks need. Because this sea area is extremely rich. And this is the only Fang city nearby. Even the shore is very wide. All the monks trade in this city. And the output of Zenbifang City is very high. Sitting in Zenbifang City has become a lucrative position. Although the output of Zenbifang City will be divided equally among the 3 golden elixirs, which is also a benefit of guarding the island. The benefits gained from directly sitting in Zenbifang City will be more.
That's not necessary. You guys should discuss who will be in charge. I have just become an elixir and need to be in seclusion for a while. If a big demon attacks me, I will definitely help.
Li Yuanba waved his hand and refused. He really doesn't care about the interests here. For a little profit. He also needs to take great pains to take care of the market. Perhaps this task is a good extra income for ordinary sect monks. But he does not need this extra money. What he lacks is training time. He Wei and Lu Gang looked at each other with joy on their faces.
Since Junior Brother has an idea, let's not bother Junior Brother. You can rest assured that you will practice in seclusion. There will be no difference in the benefits that should belong to you. Even if the big monster comes, unless there is a big monster that we can't resist, it will not disturb your practice,
He Wei said with a smile. Who doesn't like a companion like Li Yuanba? He doesn't fight for power or interests. But he is also very powerful. After a simple exchange, the order on Jinbei Island was on the right track. Li Yuanba also found a place on Jinbei Island and released the Wanjianfeng magic weapon. Chapter 301 Garrison. Wanjian Peak is a mountain that suddenly appeared. The monks on Jinbei Island all know that this is the magic weapon of a monk stationed in Sunluo's sect. The monk stationed in Jindan has been here for 3 months. Never appeared in public. All affairs on Jinbei Island are in charge of the other 2 Golden Core monks. And there are various rumors about this Golden Core monk who has never appeared before. However, in any kind of rumors, it is believed that the Golden Elixir monk on Wanjian Peak is extremely powerful. Because the sword and tin of Wanjian Peak's magic weapon that rises regularly every day and makes many monks fear is proof. In 3 months, Li Yuanba used up all the 3rd grade high-level spiritual elixir.
Turtle Marrows and Yuan Dan.
In his body, there were not many of these 3rd grade high-grade elixir.
Turtle Marrows and Yuan Dan.
The last time he met with his real body Li Shiming, I never thought that he would be able to become a pill so quickly. After taking all the 3rd grade high-grade spiritual elixir.
Turtle Marrows and Yuan Dan.
His realm has stabilized at the intermediate stage of the early golden elixir. In terms of realm alone, it is similar to that of an early golden elixir monk who has been in elixir 10 years. Most golden elixir cultivators would not be able to take as much 3rd grade high-grade elixir as he did. Even if the sect has 3rd grade elixirs to redeem, the number of 3rd grade elixirs in the sect is limited. And the required contribution points are also very high. The sect's golden elixir monks need to complete many tasks before they can redeem some third-grade elixirs. Used for practice. In fact, the most common way for the sect's golden pill monks to obtain third-grade spiritual pills is to explore some places with rich spiritual energy and find third-grade spiritual pills. The main material for refining third-grade spiritual pills. When the third-grade elixir is delivered to the alchemy master, you can obtain the third-grade elixir at the minimum cost, which is far better than accumulating a few contribution points and using a large amount of contribution points to exchange for the poor third-grade elixir of the sect. Of course, places with strong spiritual energy are extremely dangerous places. Places that are not dangerous are either controlled by large sects and become resource cultivation areas for the sects, or they have been cleaned up many times by golden core monks who want to find third-grade spirits. The chance of taking the medicine is extremely low. Li Yuanba himself knew that there was a place where third-grade elixirs were produced in the 100,000 mountains. That was in the area occupied by spirit beasts, where there were many high-grade resources. But even if he is a sword cultivator and feels that he has good combat power among the golden core stage cultivators, he does not dare to easily enter the area occupied by the spirit beasts of Shirwanda Mountain. To go there, at least several Jindan monks must go together. Li Yuanba had no trustworthy friends in the sect, so he had no intention of taking risks there. After using up the third-grade high-level spiritual elixir,
Turtle Marrows and Yuan Dan,
Li Yuanba found that his cultivation had become extremely slow in the growth of the golden elixir in his body. This kind of slow growth, compared with the previous consumption of the third-grade high-level elixir, almost makes people feel desperate. It's no wonder that most of the golden elixir cultivators in the world of immortality are at the early stage of the golden elixir. Only 1 in 10 monks can reach the middle stage of the golden elixir, and only 1 in 100 can reach the late stage of the golden elixir. You must know that the monks who can achieve the golden pill must have extremely high talents, and their own opportunities are also good. Only then can they break through the massive siege of foundation establishment stage monks and become golden pill monks. Li Yuanba felt that if he did not have the help of the third-grade high-level elixir, he would not be able to achieve it without the help of more than 100 years of hard work if he wanted to break through to the middle stage of the golden elixir. This is only the middle stage of golden elixir, and it will take much longer to reach the late stage of golden elixir. The lifespan of a golden core monk can reach 500 years. It seems that he still has plenty of time to practice. However, when the golden elixir stage monks are almost 400 years old, it is a luxury to hope to improve their strength without relying on external objects and only relying on cultivation. After the age of 400, the body of the golden elixir stage monks will enter a period of decline. And practicing hard is just to maintain this state. It's just a downward trend. In other words, the real cultivation and improvement time for a golden core stage monk is only 400 years, minus the time spent in the chi chain stage and the foundation building stage. Normal golden elixir stage monks usually become elixirs when they are around 100 years old. The foundation building period consumes decades, leaving only 300 years for cultivation in the golden elixir stage. Li Yuanba possesses a Tai Chi Dao body, which allows him to have double the effects of ordinary golden elixir stage monks without relying on external objects. After practicing the
Sword Intent to the Sky technique
with his human body during the day, he transformed into a corpse refining body at night. He quickly made up for the imbalance between the human body and the corpse refining body by practicing
Evil Corpse Spirit Record,
making him daily practice as double the effect. With his talent and top-notch skills, it would take more than 100 years to break through to the middle stage of the golden core. For other golden core cultivators who do not use external objects, this time would probably take 200 to 300 years. It is impossible for golden elixir monks to practice all the time, and they also need to deal with affairs, the delay in practice, as well as the inner demons caused by not improving their realm for a long time, make the vast majority of golden elixir monks stay in the early stage of golden elixir forever and cannot make any progress. Li Yuanba didn't have any worries in this regard. After he felt that his cultivation speed had slowed down, he still practiced step by step. He spent a lot of 3 months on the body training technique.
Scorching Sun Jade Body Technique.
He originally chose
Fire Sun Jade Body Technique,
because this body training technique was a pure yang body training technique. After the initial practice, he found that the
Scorching Sun Jade Body Technique
was extremely consistent with his Tai Chi body. When practicing the
Scorching Sun Jade Body Technique
in the yang state of the human body, he does not need the help of any spiritual objects to achieve satisfactory results. In 3 months, he had mastered the
Scorching Sun Jade Body Technique when he was running the Scorching Sun Jade body technique. The skin on his body appeared as crystal clear as jade, and his strength and defense were rapidly improving. The Evil Corpse Spirit Record, practiced by the body of the corpse, is more smoothly. This technique requires sufficient spirituality to refine the corpse. Li Yuanba can practice it easily every night, in addition to making up for the problems caused by practicing the Sword Intention Chong Xiaoju. During the day, Li Yuanba can practice it smoothly. The imbalance of yin and yang caused the corpse refining body to continue to strengthen. There are still 3 months left for the 6-month sect garrison. After 3 months, he will need to consider the issue of training resources. The reason why he accepted the 6-month garrison mission was to obtain certain contribution points, while also having time to consolidate his early stage of the Golden Core and develop a certain combat effectiveness. After completing this mission, he planned to take on some dangerous short-term missions with higher contribution points, in order to obtain a large number of contribution points as soon as possible, so as to exchange for the Sky Covering Secret Technique. Without concealment techniques such as hiding the sky and concealing the machine, he would not be able to pass through the formation at the boundary mountain level. Compared with the foundation building stage, Golden Core cultivators pose a certain threat, so the formation is extremely guarded against Golden Core cultivators. Without top-notch concealment skills, you will be discovered if you approach the formation. Huh? He stopped thinking and looked outside. He was in the training room of the cave, so he couldn't see what was going on outside. But Wan Jianfeng was the magic weapon he had refined, and the perception of its formation was equivalent to his eyes. Following his thoughts, he saw the cause of the violent fluctuations in spiritual power just now. A huge spirit turtle is fighting He Wei, and Lu Gang is standing by and will intervene at any time. The formation on Jinbei Island was fully activated. The spirit turtle did not enter the range of the formation, and the formation could not help He Wei. Li Yuanba observed for a moment, and knew that his 2 fellow disciples were in trouble. This spirit turtle is in the Great Demon Realm, which is the same realm as the 2 fellow disciples. But it is obvious that the spirit turtle is stronger than the 2 fellow disciples. He Wei's short spear magic weapon hit the spirit turtle many times, but it was unable to break through the spirit turtle's defense. The spirit turtle's attacks made He Wei constantly dodge, and he did not dare to take the spirit turtle's attack forcefully. Li Yuanba originally thought that the 2 disciples would besiege the turtle for a while, and then they would send him a message asking him to take action after they were unable to do anything. But just after He Wei attacked several times in succession, and the short spear magic weapon failed to achieve any success, Li Yuanba received a message from Lu Gang asking for help. Li Yuanba didn't hesitate. This was the sect's task. He usually didn't contribute, but now he was in trouble, and he had to help. He ducked out of the cave, and with a move of his hand, Wanjin Peak turned into a small mountain peak and fell into his hands, and he flew towards the battlefield. Junior Brother Li, I don't know where this giant diamond armored turtle demon came from. Please take action. Junior Brother. Lu Gang saw Li Yuanba arriving and informed him quickly. Li Yuanba had never heard of the King Kong giant armored turtle, but from watching the battle just now, he could tell that the King Kong giant armored turtle's defense was amazing. With a wave of his hand, Xing Yi's sword flew out, and with the intention of Jiang's sword, Xing Yi's sword struck heavily on the body of the King Kong giant armored turtle demon. The King Kong giant armored turtle demon's body trembled. He gave up the fight with He Wei, and looked towards Li Yuanba. This sword seemed to have angered the King Kong giant turtle demon, and its eyes were full of rage. Be careful of the earth attribute spells of the King Kong giant armored turtle demon. He Wei stepped aside and warned loudly. Li Yuanba felt a weight on his body, as if he was trapped in a gravity field, which made his movement slower and even his reaction slower. That is to say, the physique of the Golden Elixir monk is strong. If it is a foundation building monk, this gravity field is enough to make the bones of the foundation building monk crack and die. What frightened him the most was the effect of the sword just now. That sword was a blow he used with the Sword Intent to Sky technique. Although it was not a full blow, it still used 80% of his strength. With such a sword, he was confident that no cultivator in the early stage of the Golden Core would be able to survive as long as he was hit. However, this sword hit the King Kong giant armored turtle demon, but only angered it. Li Shiming did not even get feedback from Xing Yijian that the King Kong giant armored turtle demon was injured. Xing Yijian flew back, splitting out a sword light and speeding him up, avoiding an earthy yellow light beam spit out by the giant King Kong turtle monster. He sensed an astonishing reaction of earth attribute spiritual power. If he was hit by this earth yellow light beam,
Even if he had a defensive magic weapon, he would be infected by Earth attribute spiritual power and lose his spirituality. This King Kong giant armor turtle demon is obviously only in the early stage of the great demon strength, which is equivalent to the early stage of the golden elixir of a monk. But its strength is far beyond imagination.
Cut!
Li Yuanba had the help of differentiated sword light, which allowed him to use sword escape to accelerate and reduce the impact of the gravity field. Na Xing's sword kept slashing out, hitting the King Kong giant armored turtle demon again and again. But the effect was only to continue to anger the King Kong giant armored turtle demon.
Junior Brotherly, the King Kong giant armored turtle demon cannot be killed. Without the attack power of the late golden core, it is impossible to break through the defense of the King Kong giant armored turtle demon. As long as the King Kong giant armored turtle demon is driven away. That's it. Seeing Li Yuanba's constant attacks, He Wei couldn't help but remind him again. Liu Gang retreated far away. He seemed to be extremely afraid of Li Yuanba's sword intent, fearing that it would be affected by the sword intent. You must know that Xingyijian can enhance the effect of sword intention by 135%. This time Jiang's sword intent is more than twice as powerful as the last time Li Yuanba simply used sword intention to drive away Qinya temples.
Destiny.
Jiang's sword intent and demonic kung fu are naturally in conflict with each other. It seems that Liu Gang is practicing some kind of demonic kung fu, which is why he is so afraid of Jiang's sword intent. Li Yuanba frowned slightly as he continued to draw swords. He also discovered how powerful the defense of the giant turtle monster was. On the turtle L that glowed with earthy yellow light, complex patterns flashed. Xingyijian didn't even touch the turtle L itself, and was blocked by the earthy yellow patterns. If it weren't for the intrusion of Jiang's sword intent, he probably wouldn't be able to make the giant king-sized turtle monster react even if he struck 100 swords. However, after the Jiang sword intent passed through the khaki pattern and the turtle L, the impact it could have on the King Kong giant armored turtle demon was extremely small, and it could not really harm the King Kong giant armored turtle demon itself.
Then try the power of Wanjianfeng.
Li Yuanba thought in his heart. Since successfully refining the Wanjianfeng magic weapon, he has never actually used Wanjianfeng, but only used it as a training cave. Isn't the King Kong giant armored turtle demon in front of me the best target to test the power of Wanjianfeng? The King Kong giant armored turtle demon moves very slowly, but has extremely strong defensive power. Press! He shouted. A small Wanjianfeng appeared in his hand, and he threw it out. After being thrown, the Wanjianfeng magic weapon flew above the Vajra giant turtle demon. Then the Wanjianfeng magic weapon instantly turned into the complete Wanjianfeng and pressed heavily towards the Vajra giant turtle demon. The King Kong giant armored turtle demon also seemed to sense the terror of Wanjian Peak. It wanted to escape, but a gravity field that was several times stronger than the gravity field it exerted appeared below Wanjian Peak, making its actions even more intense. Slow. Wanjianfeng fell from the air and pressed heavily on the back of the King Kong giant armored turtle demon that could not escape. It pressed the King Kong giant armored turtle demon from the air to the sea surface and then down from the sea surface. The seawater surged outwards, forming waves tens of meters high, crashing on the formation of Jinbei Island. Wanjianfeng kept pressing down until he pressed the King Kong giant armored turtle monster to the bottom of the sea before stopping. He Wei and Liu Gang, who were watching the battle, were stunned by the power of Wanjianfeng. There were always rumors in the sect that Wanjianfeng could be sacrificed and refined into powerful magic weapons. However, having the honor to see the power of Wanjianfeng in person still made the scalps of the two Jindan monks numb and their hearts agitated. Chapter 302 Silver Corpse. Only those who have seen the strength of the third-grade demon King Kong giant armored turtle with their own eyes can understand the terrifying power of Wanjianfeng's magic weapon. The moment the mountain peak appeared, a piece of heaven and earth in the area where the King Kong giant armored turtle was located was locked. And then the entire mountain peak was pressed down with unparalleled force. Not to mention He Wei and Liu Gang are two early-stage Jindan monks. Even if there are mid to late-stage Jindan monks here, they will be frightened by the power of Wanjian Peak. Of course, Li Yuanba didn't feel comfortable standing in the air. The golden elixir in his body was 1/3 empty, and the blow from Wanjianfeng's magic weapon drained 1/3 of his spiritual power. This feeling of extracting so much spiritual power at once made him extremely uncomfortable. This is because he controlled the spiritual power and did not all pour into the Wanjianfeng magic weapon, and did not release the full power of the Wanjianfeng magic weapon. He guessed that all the spiritual power in the golden elixir in his body was not enough to exert the full power of the Wanjianfeng magic weapon. 1/3 of the spiritual power was missing from the golden elixir, which caused him to lose less than half of his combat power. He couldn't help but shook his head. The power of Wanjianfeng's magic weapon was indeed great, but he still had to be extremely careful when using it. It's better to keep it as a trump card, because using it once will cost him too much, and his self-protection ability will be reduced a lot. Li Yuanba used the magic weapon of Wanjianfeng to sense the King Kong giant armored turtle that was pressed under the mountain. The life of the King Kong giant armored turtle had disappeared, but its I was still intact. The death of the King Kong giant armored turtle was not caused by being crushed to death by Wanjianfeng's magic weapon. Instead, the gravity of Wanjianfeng's magic weapon pressed the inside and outside of the King Kong giant armored turtle, and the sword intent gathered by Wanjianfeng's magic weapon entered the King Kong giant armored turtle's body, caused by damage to the inner abdomen. The gravity exerted by Wanjianfeng's magic weapon not only acts on the outside of the King Kong giant armored turtle, but also exerts gravity on every part of the King Kong giant armored turtle's body. Perhaps the SHL of the King Kong giant armored turtle is hard enough, but the inside of the King Kong giant armored turtle's SHL cannot be as amazingly defensive as the outer SHL, let alone break open the King Kong giant armored turtle itself when the Wanjianfeng magic weapon is pressed down. Earth attribute defense. What is even more deadly is the sword intent. The sword intent formed by thousands of flying swords penetrates into the inner abdomen of the King Kong giant armored turtle, forcibly tearing and destroying the inner abdomen of the King Kong giant armored turtle. Of course, only Li Yuanba knew this. Due to the influence of the gravity field below the Wanjianfeng magic weapon, the spiritual thoughts of the two Jindan monks nearby could not be detected. So they only saw the power of the Wanjianfeng magic weapon, and did not know the details. This is the Wanjianfeng magic weapon,
He Wei murmured in surprise.
Has the King Kong giant armored turtle been killed?
Lu Gang asked aloud, as he was unable to use his spiritual senses. He just wanted to confirm. And he also understood that with the power of Wanjianfeng's magic weapon, the King Kong giant armored turtle must be dead. Li Yuanba smiled. He did not reveal that he was weak after using the Wanjianfeng magic weapon, so he took back the Wanjianfeng magic weapon with one move. The Wanjianfeng magic weapon suddenly disappeared in the sea, turning into a small mountain peak and appearing in his palm. At the same time, his spiritual thoughts lifted up the body of the King Kong giant armored turtle. Although the vitality of the huge body was lost, there was still an earthy yellow light flashing slightly.
Congratulations, junior brother. The SHL of this King Kong giant armored turtle is a top-grade material for refining defensive magic weapons,
He Wei said with envy, as he looked at the body of the King Kong giant armored turtle. Although he also participated in the battle, he had no intention of sharing the spoils. Not to mention the demon sect. Even the righteous sect respects the strong. Not to mention that he turned to Li Yuanba for help. The King Kong giant armored turtle was completely killed by Li Yuanba, so He Wei was envious in his heart, but he didn't have any intention of peeping. Li Yuanba's combat power prevented him from having other thoughts.
Junior brother Li, I wonder if you can use this demon elixir from the King Kong giant armored turtle.
Lu Gang, on the other hand, couldn't help but ask.
Senior brother Lu wants the demon pill?
Li Yuanba looked at Lu Gang blankly and asked. During the battle just now, Lu Gang stood aside and never made a move. How could he make such an unreasonable request after seeing his fighting prowess? You must know that the demon elixir of the third-grade great demon is the main material for refining the third-grade elixir, and can replace the role of the third-grade elixir. It's just that because the demon elixir of a third-level demon is extremely difficult to obtain. Even golden elixir cultivators are rarely able to kill a third-level demon to obtain the elixir. Generally speaking, the third-level great demons are in the same realm as the golden elixir monks. However, the third-level great demons generally possess some special innate abilities. In addition, the physique of the third-level great demons is far superior to that of the golden elixir monks. This makes the third-level great demons in terms of combat power. The great demon is normally stronger than the golden elixir cultivator of the same level. Even the powerful beings among the golden core cultivators have the strength to defeat the third-grade demon, but it is extremely difficult to kill the third-grade demon. Therefore, in the Beishu continent, the demon elixir of the third-grade great demon is not regarded as the main resource for refining the third-grade elixir, but the third-grade elixir with more abundant resources is chosen. Of course, the demon elixir of the third-grade great demon is not only used to refine the third-grade elixir. Many other secret techniques will use the third-grade elixir.
Junior Brotherly, the attributes of the giant King Kong armor turtle are very consistent with a secret technique I practice. I want to trade this demon pill with my junior brother using a spiritual object,
Liu Gang explained quickly. His relationship with Li Yuanba was not enough to give away such a precious spiritual object. So he wanted the demon pill through trading. Li Yuanba didn't care about the third-grade demon elixir. He got the third-grade demon elixir just to refine another batch of elixirs. And with Li Shiming's realm, he wouldn't be able to use the third-grade demon elixir to refine it in a short time. Panacea. The third-grade great demon pill is a third-grade elixir used by monks in the middle and late stages of refining the golden pill. Although it only requires one third-grade main material. Refining the third-grade great demon pill requires the strength of the golden pill stage. Done. But then, he thought that Liu Gang had no intention of intervening in the battle just now. He didn't want to have too much contact with such a monk, regardless of whether they are demon cultivators or not. When fellow sect members perform common tasks, it is despised to seek benefits without paying. Although Li Yuanba himself has been in seclusion, what he needs to deal with are big scenes. Just like dealing with the King Kong giant armored turtle today. This was what the three of them had discussed. And it was not that he was derelict in his duties.
It's not that junior brother Liu didn't want to join the battle just now, but he majored in corpse refining. His silver corpse had no effect on the King Kong giant armored turtle, so he didn't participate in the battle.
He way on the side saw Li Yuanba's thoughts. He explained to Liu Gang with a smile. Liu Gang also understood and summoned a silver corpse with a wave of his hand to prove that what he Wei said was true. The silver corpse is silver white all over. Judging from its breath, it should be the first time it has entered the silver corpse level. Cultivating silver corpses is extremely resource intensive and requires a large investment of third-grade resources. Liu Gang's realm is at the early stage of the golden elixir, so it is normal for his silver corpses to be low in strength. Li Yuanba nodded. Indeed, this silver corpse had no problem dealing with other enemies, but it was powerless against the King Kong giant armored turtle just now.
If there is a piece of material to promote the iron corpse to the silver corpse, I would be willing to trade this demon pill.
Li Yuanba stated his conditions. Liu Gang had a look of surprise on his face. Among the materials used to promote the iron corpse to the silver corpse were third-grade corpse refining materials. Their value was equivalent to that of the third-grade great demon pill. But there was a huge difference in rarity. This is the Sunluo sect, and the materials for promoting an iron corpse to a silver corpse are the easiest to obtain. The demon elixir of the King Kong giant armored turtle is a good thing that has been rare in decades. If I hadn't been lucky enough to encounter Li Yuanba today, I don't know how long it would have been before I would have such an opportunity again.
Junior Brotherly, when my silver corpse advanced, I happened to leave a promotion material unused, and it's all on me,
Liu Gang said as he took out a few wooden boxes from the storage space and handed them over. Li Yuanba was also overjoyed. To be honest, with his strength, cultivating corpses could only increase his combat power to a limited extent. But his corpse refining general is special. It is made from the corpse of sword cultivator Jin Dan Yunshingi, which makes the general born with a trace of sword intent. He intended to train his generals into silver corpses. But when he came into contact with Li Shiming, he did not obtain the third-grade corpse refining materials needed to advance to silver corpses. It was not that Li Shiming did not have them, but that Li Shiming needed them more. At that time, I did not expect that he would be the first to break through the golden core stage. More importantly, as a sword cultivator, his need for silver corpses was not as urgent as that of Li Shiming. Now that I have the opportunity to obtain the promotion materials that generals need, it is truly an unexpected surprise. Li Yuanba didn't hesitate. His spiritual thought swept over the body of the King Kong giant armored turtle, took out the demon pill, and sent it to Liu Gang. Liu Gang carefully took the demon pill and put it in a box specially designed to preserve valuable spiritual objects. Li Yuanba also put away a piece of material given by Liu Gang to promote the iron corpse to the silver corpse. And the deal between the two parties was reached. Neither Liu Gang nor He Wei mentioned that Li Yuanba was a sword cultivator and needed materials to advance from iron corpse to silver corpse. Secrets related to monks were difficult to reveal without a certain degree of friendship. Returning to Jinbei Island, Li Yuanba released Wang Jianfeng and entered his cave again. In the cave, he used the materials he obtained from Liu Gang to set up the Iron Corpse promotion formation. On Jinbei Island, Li Yuanba, who originally showed up least frequently, also had the least reputation. Many monks thought that Li Yuanba was just here to mess around. But after this battle, No monks dared to underestimate Li Yuanba anymore. The monks on the island all looked at Wang Jianfeng with reverence. In the previous battle, even if the monks on the island were some distance away from the battlefield, when the Wang Jianfeng magic weapon fell, they were also affected by the momentum of the Wang Jianfeng magic weapon. However, these monks did not have any fear, but instead felt happy and relieved. Jinbei Island is stationed with a powerful golden elixir that can kill third-grade monsters, which is more beneficial for them to collect resources around Jinbei Island. After half a day of arrangement, a formation appeared in the cave. The spiritual energy was guided into the formation, and the formation began to operate accordingly. A hint of cold air arose in the room, and Li Yuanba summoned his generals and placed them in the center of the formation. The promotion of an iron corpse to a silver corpse is the same as the promotion of a human monk to a golden elixir by building a foundation, and its dangers are equally high. Li Yuanba had experienced the process of being promoted from a corpse refining state to a silver corpse, so he knew the dangers better than other monks. But he is still very confident in the general's promotion. This is related to the fact that the general is originally a golden elixir body. In addition, with the help of third-grade corpse refining materials, the risk of the general's promotion is much smaller than that of normal corpse refining. The general was lying in the center of the formation, his body covered with patterns drawn by Li Yuanba. These patterns were all drawn using third-grade corpse refining materials supplemented by other corpse refining materials. Li Yuanba originally planned to let the generals stay in the formation and wait for them to absorb enough cold energy before he came to take care of them. Under normal circumstances, the process of promoting an iron corpse to a silver corpse ranges from several days to several years, depending on the condition of the refined corpse itself. This is also the reason why when monks sacrifice and refine corpses, they must choose a furnace with excellent talent for cultivating immortals. Ordinary corpse refining can also use a large amount of corpse refining materials to stack up to the peak of the current realm, but it is extremely difficult to advance. The cultivation of corpse refining has gone through countless years. After countless monks' research, it was found that the better the quality of the corpse itself, the easier it will be to advance. Therefore, almost every monk who refines corpses will choose a furnace with top talents. Otherwise, they will invest a lot of resources in refining corpses, but they will not be able to keep up with the improvement of their own strength. Li Yuanba was about to leave before the generals could break through. He had to continue practicing to improve his strength. But before he returned to his training room, he sensed the energy fluctuations coming from the general. White lotuses appeared under his feet, and then his figure disappeared together with the white lotuses under his feet. When he reappeared, he was already beside the general. The energy fluctuations in the general's body were extremely obvious. Li Yuanba looked at the general's state and knew that this was a sign of a breakthrough. When he refined the generals, due to his own realm, he suppressed the general's realm to the iron corpse level. The generals who were successfully refined for the first time were the existences at the peak of the iron corpse. That is to say, he was anxious at that time and needed the general's combat power to protect him. Otherwise, after he became a golden elixir monk and used third-grade corpse refining materials to sacrifice Yuanxingyi's corpse, he would be able to directly obtain a silver corpse. Yuanxingyi is a very powerful golden elixir monk in the northern Shu continent. Even if his talent is refined into a corpse, Yuanxingyi's talent can still be displayed. The patterns on the general's body constantly restore the general's energy, which is equivalent to the elixir for humans to advance to the golden elixir. The corpse refining is more tolerant of energy, so the breakthrough of the corpse refining does not require the help of spiritual pills. The energy contained in the spiritual object can be absorbed by the corpse refining once it is stimulated. From this point of view, the promotion of zombies is simpler than that of humans, and the requirements for resources are lower. At least there is no need for the alchemy master to take action, which reduces a lot of trouble. Li Yuanba stood beside the general, nervously paying attention to the general's condition. He has no way to interfere with the promotion of generals. The promotion of corpse refining belongs to the independent behavior of the corpse refining. The master's help in the promotion of corpse refining is only in terms of some external objects, and the changes in his body cannot be interfered with. Although the general's aura is improving, the cold energy and sword intent in his body are weakening. The improvement in aura comes from the point where the cold energy and sword intent converge. Chapter 303 Situation.
What happened over there? Junior brother Li?
He Wei, who was talking to Lu Gang, suddenly looked in the direction of Wang Jianfeng and asked. There was a rising aura at Wang Jianfeng, which even Wang Jianfeng's formation couldn't cover up. As it faintly emerged from the formation, Lu Gang had a strange look on his face. He was very familiar with the aura of the Iron Corpse being promoted to the Silver Corpse. Unexpectedly, within half a day of separation, Li Yuanbao would have an Iron Corpse promoted to a Silver Corpse. Thinking about Li Yuanbao's own combat power, he was extremely powerful even without the Silver Corpse. The additional combat power of a Silver Corpse could make up for his shortcomings in close combat. He didn't know how strong Li Yuanbao was in melee combat. He judged it based on the strength of a normal swordsman. Of course, pure sword cultivators will not rely on any external objects except their own flying swords. But they have all seen Li Yuanbao use the Wanjianfeng magic weapon. This has been broken by Li Yuanbao himself long ago. No matter how many silver corpses it is, it will not matter.
What? Junior brother Li's corpse refining is in the process of breaking through. It depends on whether it can succeed.
Lu Gang replied with an exclamation tone.
It seems that the gap between us and junior brother Li is getting wider and wider.
He Wei continued with emotion. Fortunately, the two of them have known themselves for a long time. Compared with Li Yuanbao, there is not much acidity at this time. Even though they were born as demon cultivators, the gap in strength was too large for them to come up with any ideas.
Hey!
As the aura from Wanjian Peak became stronger and stronger, Lu Gang felt the sword intent in the general's aura and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. His heart was shaking. He majored in corpse refining, and his understanding of corpse refining was far greater than that of He Wei beside him. The sword intent in the general's aura showed that this corpse refining was a corpse with special abilities. This type of corpse refining is the ultimate goal for any monk who sacrifices and refines corpses. Just like Elder Lu back then. Although he had silver corpse combat power and had sacrificed more than 10 peak iron corpses, he still had great interest in turning Ju Tu into a corpse after meeting Ju Tu. Juedu is a corpse refining furnace with special abilities, and it is the demon cultivator's favorite corpse refining material. However, such corpse refining materials are extremely rare. You must know that such corpse refining materials are all top geniuses in any sect. It is extremely difficult to kill and seize the corpse, let alone kill such top geniuses. You need to bear the revenge of the other sect afterwards. Of course, if you are lucky enough to get such a furnace and refine it into a refined corpse with special abilities, the combat power of the refined corpse will far exceed that of ordinary refined corpses.
It's no wonder that Li Yuanbao, a sword cultivator, thought of cultivating a silver corpse.
Lu Gang secretly thought in his mind. He didn't tell the secret. He didn't want Li Yuanbao to know that the general's secret was leaked from him. For a powerful being like Li Yuanbao, who had countless trump cards, it was best not to make enemies. Otherwise it would be extremely troublesome. The general's body grew to nearly 4 meters. It opened its mouth full of fangs, and its whole body tensed up as it let out a shrill roar. The patterns drawn on the body using third-grade corpse refining materials have faded, and most of the energy contained in them has been absorbed by it. In its body, a small corpse pill has been formed, which is supplemented by third-grade corpse refining materials. Otherwise, the cold energy, sword intent and spirit in its body will be sucked out by the small corpse pill. As the corpse pill gradually stabilized and no longer absorbed the general's energy, the general used the corpse pill as the core to actively absorb the cold energy in the outer formation to replenish his own consumption. Li Yuanbao looked at the generals worriedly. His spiritual thoughts were constantly controlling the formation, trying his best to transform the cold energy for the generals to absorb. His presiding over the formation is better than the formation running on its own. And that's all he can do to help so far. Everything depends on whether the generals themselves can survive the test of heaven and earth. The generals didn't have much time to recover when a heart-stopping terrifying aura came from above the cave. The general instinctively shrinks his body, trying to use the strongest defense to resist the coming attack. In fact, the reason why Li Yuanbao allowed his generals to be promoted in the cave of Wanjian Peak was, on the one hand, to block prying eyes from the outside world, and on the other hand, he wanted to reduce the threat that the generals face from thunder. Wanjianfeng is a magic weapon, and it is also the top magic weapon in the Golden Elixir stage. Maybe Wanjianfeng's own formations and force fields can affect the power of Tianlei. Even if it can be weakened a little, it can increase the success rate of generals' promotion. It was obvious that Li Yuanbao was overthinking it. The process of refining corpses and promoting them to silver corpses had gone through countless years of development. If there were any loopholes to be found, they would have been discovered by the monks long ago. How could he wait to discover them? A thunderbolt passed through the formation and force field of Wanjianfeng's magic weapon, ignored all the cave's defenses, and acted directly on the general. Purple lightning covered every inch of the general's body. The general was a corpse refiner, and the Sky Thunder was the natural enemy of the corpse refiner. Almost instantly, the general's aura was extremely weak. Li Yuanba sat cross-legged not far away. Although he was close to the generals, he was not directly affected by the thunder, but his face was extremely ugly. When the thunder came, he took the initiative to connect with the general's soul and used his own spirit to protect the general's corpse refining spirit. The probability of failure in refining a corpse to withstand the thunder is very high. He used the secret method on the
Moonlight Corpse Scroll.
According to the
Yuwa Corpse Scroll,
when the corpse is subjected to thunder, as long as the spirit and corpse elixir of the corpse are protected, the corpse can be protected from the thunder to the greatest extent possible. The corpse refining spirit can be protected through secret techniques and the monk's own spirit, but the corpse pill cannot provide any help.
Yuwa Corpse Scroll
Was obtained from Elder Lu. Judging from the fact that Elder Lu has cultivated a large number of peak iron corpses, it is estimated that he has a lot of confidence in the secret method. Otherwise, why would he spend a lot of resources to cultivate so many iron corpses? You must know that more than 10 iron corpses are not as powerful as one silver corpse. Since Elder Lu cultivated more than 10 iron corpses, he wanted to transform all the iron corpses into silver corpses. The
Yuwa Corpse Scroll
is not included in the Sanluo Sect's corpse refining classics. Li Yuanba judged that it was probably Elder Lu's private inheritance. This phenomenon can be seen in many large sections. Sects reward monks who give away their own inheritance. But not all monks and sects will give away the classics they have received, but regard them as the inheritance of their own line. In terms of corpse refining, Elder Lu's
Yuwa Corpse Scroll
is one of the stronger inheritances of the Sanluo sect. Li Yuanba's whole body was trembling. He had suffered some damage to the souls of the generals. That is to say, his soul was strong enough, so he did not suffer much soul damage when using the secret method. The strength of his soul far exceeds his own level. He has withstood 2 thunders from the sky and received 2 rewards from heaven and earth, which strengthened his soul twice. Although his soul was helping the general to withstand the injury, his mind was focused on the general's corpse pill. The surface of the corpse pill was covered with purple electric light, and the slightest cracks had appeared. He was worried that the corpse pill would break into pieces in the next moment. What followed was the reward from heaven and earth to the creatures that passed the test. The generals were burnt to death, and every cell was trembling with joy, especially the corpse pill that has passed the test of the Sky Thunder. Its internal energy, sword intent and spirit have been greatly improved, and it spits out the energy, sword intent and spirit to restore the corpse refining body. The Sky Thunder consumed everything in the corpse refining body of the general. The cold energy, sword intent, and spirit flowing out of the corpse pill comprehensively improved the general. Although the generals who had survived the catastrophe of thunder had much less energy, sword intent, and spirit in their bodies, their qualities were quite different. And due to the existence of the corpse pill, everything in their bodies was recovering quickly. The general was already a silver corpse, and Li Yuanba did not let him leave the formation. The general would need some time to recover before he could stabilize his silver corpse state.
Junior brother Li's corpse refining promotion was successful,
Lu Gang said softly to Yi Wei. Without his reminder, Yi Wei didn't know that the power of the thunder that suddenly appeared made the entire Jinbei Island monks frightened and incomprehensible. Most of the monks on Jinbei Island are foundation building monks, and there are no golden elixir monks. So they don't know what happened. That is to say, God's power comes and goes quickly, so it doesn't have too much impact.
I succeeded in one attempt. I didn't expect Junior brother Li to be equally talented in corpse refining.
Yi Wei shook his head and sighed speechlessly. Although Lu Gang also had a silver corpse, he still nodded to express his approval. Only monks who have personally refined silver corpses will understand the difficulty of cultivating silver corpses. Lu Gang's own combat power is extremely weak. Even the magic weapons are entry-level magic weapons rewarded by the sect. All his resources and efforts are spent on corpse refining, and most of his contribution points are used on corpse refining materials. On the secret method of corpse refining. That's it. He failed twice before he succeeded in refining the silver corpse. This period of time lasted more than 50 years, which was considered a relatively short period of time. He was lucky and succeeded after only 2 failures. But look at Li Yuanba in front of you. Li Yuanba has only been in the industry for a long time. Not only is he a swordsman and a golden elixir, but he has also cultivated a silver corpse with special abilities. The general's promotion to silver corpse had little impact on Li Yuanba's combat power in a short period of time, and Li Yuanba returned to training without much joy. In the past 3 months, the biggest incident in the Beishu continent was the Tianqing Trading Company incident. The jade slips that Li Shiming handed over to his master, Elder Su, were contacted by Shushan sect. Not only the three major sects of the righteous way, but also the three major sects of the demon sect, as well as all the forces in the mainland, joined in the crusade against Tianqing Trading Company. Perhaps the conflict between good and evil will never end, but when facing foreign enemies, the Beishu continent will twist into a rope and work together to fight against the outside world. The content recorded on the Jade Slip made various sects in the northern Shu continent aware of the espionage activities of Tianqing Trading Company. The strongholds of Tianqing Trading Company were destroyed, and a large number of people were arrested. In just a few months, Tianqing Trading Company went from being one of the largest trading houses in the northern Shu continent to being a rat on the street that everyone wanted to beat. The bribed monks in each sect were also found and dealt with one by one. This kind of treatment was on the physical level. For the sect, betrayal is the greatest evil. It can be said that after these 3 months, the imprint of Tianqing Trading Company in Beishu continent has been almost erased. Of course, there may still be some secrets of Tianqing Trading Company, but with the concerted efforts of good and evil, it is impossible for Tianqing Trading Company to make any move in Beishu continent. The one who benefited the most from this operation was the Shushan sect. It was the Shushan sect who provided the evidence, and several major sects had to accept the Shushan sect's favor. And this favor will benefit the Shushan sect in various ways in the subsequent exchanges. The tracking of Tianqing Trading Company continues, and the main reason is that Director Feng Yi has not been caught. Supervisor Feng Yi is a fake infant, and only the Yuaning ancestor can deal with it. So all the major sects have stepped up their investigation work. Even the 6 major sects have had nascent soul ancestors on duty in recent years, and they can dispatch nascent soul ancestors to eliminate them at any time when necessary. No one thought that it was not that Director Feng Yi did not come forward, but that Director Feng Yi, a fake infant strongman, had been killed by Li Shiming. Such a result would not be allowed by all the Yuaning ancestors. Not even the monks in the whole continent believe. On the sword-holding peak, Li Shiming has not traveled since he attended the Fire Cloud Valley Alchemy Conference. According to Elder Su, if Director Feng Yi's whereabouts is not found for 1 day, Li Shiming will not be allowed to leave the mountain gate. It is estimated that the person who hates Li Shiming the most in the world is Director Feng Yi. Li Shiming's jade slip caused Tianqing Trading Company to disappear completely in the Beishu continent, and Director Feng Yi's hundreds of years of management were in vain. Li Shiming knew that Director Feng Yi had died, but he could not tell the truth and could only stay at the mountain gate as requested by Elder Su. At the pavilion on the top of the Jianjin Peak, a third-grade Qing Ling Mingxin incense was lit, and the few smoke was restricted by the magic circle in the pavilion and could not disperse inside the pavilion. Li Shiming sat at the stone table, with a guqin in front of him. After discovering that he could not break through the bottleneck quickly, and could not leave the mountain gate to find a breakthrough opportunity, he found another way. That is to cultivate one's mind and improve one's state of mind by practicing guqin in the mountain gate, so as to find the slightest possible breakthrough opportunity. He did not learn guqin randomly. He had never practiced it due to the inheritance he received from the six-finger sound demon. Previously, due to lack of time, he did not practice the inheritance of the six-finger sound demon. Now, he has reached the ultimate level in the foundation building stage. Daily practice is just to maintain the stability of the spiritual power in the body, and cannot improve it at all. In addition, the alchemy process has been changed to 1 furnace every 10 days. Reducing the amount of alchemy can make his shots more valuable, and reduce the impact on other alchemy masters. So he had a lot of free time to learn the inheritance of the six-fingered sound demon. The study of Tianin's secret book is not complicated. With the help of Z15, all the theoretical parts of learning will become extremely simple. What he needs to do is to integrate theory with practice. Chapter 304 Aftermath. Li Shiming's conditions for cultivating the secret book of Tianin were probably not even available to the six-fingered sound demon back then. The third-grade Qing Ling Ming Xian Xiang was always burning during cultivation, just to make his mind more peaceful, and in line with the state of mind when cultivating the secret book of heavenly sound. He is currently unable to use the magic weapon level guqin, and is still using the earth sound Nye Dao Qin. But he has already started the inheritance of the six-fingered sound demon, and the sound of the earth sound Nye Dao Qin can kill people in the foundation stage of monks. Unfortunately, the state of mind he pursued was not achieved, and the bottleneck in front of him was still as solid as a rock. The Tao-destroying song ended, and Li Shiming slowly broke away from the influence of the piano sound. He stood up with a look of helplessness in his eyes. The breakthrough of his clone Li Yuanba stimulated him, and the fake baby's attack on him made him extremely eager to improve his strength. In this dangerous world of immortality, without strong strength, he would not even dare to leave the mountain gate. The other half-step golden elixirs were killing everyone outside, but he could only hide inside the mountain gate. This was related to his identity, with his status as an alchemy master. The monks who dare to be enemies with him are either extremely powerful themselves or have a strong background behind them. Shushen's sect regards him as the hope for the future. As long as he becomes a golden elixir monk, he will be able to provide the sect with higher-level third-grade elixirs, but will not let him suffer the slightest danger again. When Li Shiming returned to the cave, the ultimate soul changeling snake was coiled in a corner of the cave. The high-quality aura generated by the pure spirit koi and the third-grade golden lotus here was the ultimate soul changeling snake. As favorite environment, Li Shiming ignored the high-quality spiritual energy, and now his body has no room for improvement. The spiritual energy in the spiritual lake was almost filled in a substantial form. Not only the spiritual lake, but also every part of his body was filled with spiritual energy. And his physique had reached the extreme. He didn't even take the 4th grade Tianlu Immortal Milk he got, because there was no need. Taking it now was just a waste of the effect of the 4th grade Tianlu Immortal Milk. His physique has benefited from practicing the Draw Body Protection Divine Art and Toward Demon's Secret Book, and he has been taking 3rd grade spiritual tea and spiritual fruits in recent years. 3rd grade spiritual tea and spiritual fruits are very important for the body in the foundation building period. Is already the top level of spiritual nourishment. After taking a large amount of it, his physique was pushed to the extreme. So in the past few months, he didn't even use the 3rd grade spiritual tea spirit fruit. When he couldn't go out of the mountain, he used his free time to study formation knowledge in addition to studying the Tianyin Secret Book. He didn't know what the opportunity was for him to be promoted, so he could only keep trying. Anyway, whether it is the Tianyin Secret Book or the formation knowledge, sooner or later it will be necessary to study it in depth. After seeing the spiritual objects in the mustard ring of Director Feng Yi, his horizons were open wide. His mentality towards today's 3rd grade spiritual objects was completely different. Even if he was only in the foundation building stage, both the main body Li Shiming and the clone Li Yuanba were in a leisurely state. Days passed like this very quickly, and another 3 months were about to pass. On this day, Li Shiming was playing the guqin in the pavilion, and realized that the sound of the piano improved his mood. But he suddenly interrupted the sound of the piano. Even though this forced interruption would affect the effect of this practice, he still interrupted the action of playing the piano. The divine light in his eyes disappeared, and his eyes looked extremely empty. However, through an inexplicable connection with the soul of the clone Li Yuanba, his mind jumped a long distance and entered the body of the clone Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba was also forcibly interrupted during his practice. What interrupted him was the sudden violence of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, making him almost unable to control the spiritual energy absorbed into his body. That is to say, he is already a golden elixir monk and his realm is stable. Otherwise he may be affected to some extent. He opened his eyes, and in a flash, he left the cave and put away the Wanjian Feng magic weapon. He saw He Wei and Lu Gang flying towards him. The faces of the 2 golden core cultivators were full of fear. Although the strength of these 2 golden elixir monks is weak, that is relative. The 2 golden elixir monks are golden elixir monks from large sects, such as Sun Luo's sect. Although they are weaker within the sect, they are weaker in the north. Among the golden elixir monks in Shu continent, their strength is not weak. Being able to make them show fear means that something terrible has happened.
Junior brotherly, come with us to control the island protection formation,
He Wei said in a panic.
Why is the spiritual energy so violent?
Li Yuanba asked aloud as he followed the 2 Jindan monks to fly towards the core area of Zhenbei Island's formation.
I don't know where the ancestor of nascent soul came from, but he is in conflict with the 4th grade sea beast in the sea. Zhenbei Island has been affected by the aftermath of the battle.
Lu Gang replied with a horrified look. Li Yuanba was inexplicably horrified. He knew very well why Lu Gang said he was the nascent soul ancestor who came from nowhere. Because the nascent soul ancestors from Beishu continent would never fight with the 4th grade sea beasts in the sea. All the 4th level sea beasts around the Beishu continent have signed peace contracts with the nascent soul ancestors of the 6 major sections. They acknowledge each other's existence and will not start a war. In addition, the world of cultivating immortals has its own rules.
The battle between the ancestors of nascent soul cannot be carried out on the ground. If they want to fight, they can do it in the 33rd heaven, where they will not cause irreparable damage to the earth. While thinking, the three of them arrived at the core of the formation. They came to perform guard duties, and were given the authority to control the formation here. Since Li Yuanba was the strongest, He Wei and Lu Gang asked him to sit in the center and preside over the formation, while He Wei and Lu Gang were responsible for cooperating. This was not the time to be modest. Li Yuanba sat at the core of the formation without any courtesy. Before He Wei and Lu Gang intervened, his mind and hands moved together, and the formation was mobilized. The originally violent spiritual energy in Jinbei Island calmed down. This was the formation's ability to withstand the influence of the outside world.
Junior brother, have you also studied battle tactics?
He Wei and Lu Gang looked at each other, and He Wei asked Li Yuanba in disbelief. He and Lu Gang were about to take action, but in fact, they could no longer intervene after Li Yuanba mobilized the formation. Li Yuanba is extremely familiar with the formation. The two Golden Core cultivators cannot keep up with Li Yuanba's speed in controlling the formation. If they intervene rashly, it may have the opposite effect. This hit both He Wei and Lu Gang deeply. They were not as good as Li Yuanba in terms of combat power. That was because Li Yuanba was a sword cultivator. They were not as good as Li Yuanba in terms of magic weapons. That was because Li Yuanba had a good master. Elder Jian was a Golden Core cultivator, the strongest swordsman among them. In terms of cultivating silver corpses, perhaps Li Yuanba has a super talent. But in terms of formations, Li Yuanba still had such in-depth research, which was beyond the imagination of the two Golden Elixir monks. The two Golden Elixir monks have been Golden Elixir monks for decades, and they have had time to study many techniques of cultivating immortals. Since monks achieve the Golden Elixir, they have a relatively long lifespan, and have the capital to spend time studying the skills of cultivating immortals. The knowledge of formations is a cultivation skill that any Jindan cultivator must study to some extent. No matter how difficult the knowledge of formations is, they still need to have a certain understanding of it. But the two Golden Elixir monks didn't believe it. They had studied the formation for decades, but they were not as good as Li Yuanba, a monk who had just achieved the Golden Elixir. They didn't even understand how Li Yuanba used his time. Li Yuanba has to practice sword cultivation techniques, sacrifice magic weapons, and refine corpses. Each of these requires a lot of monks' time. But Li Yuanba still has the energy to study the formations, and he has studied the formations together to this point. Degree?
I did some research in my spare time,
Li Yuanba replied while adjusting the formation with a solemn expression. Through the formation, his perception was amplified countless times, allowing him to perceive the situation outside Jinbei Island. Because the distance of the battle was too far, he could not see the battle between the two nascent soul realm beings. But the increasingly violent spiritual energy, and a huge wave up to 100 meters high in the distance showed the horror of the battle. Especially the 100-meter giant wave, which carried a heartwarming momentum. This was no ordinary giant wave, but the aftermath of the battle between the two nascent souls. He Wei and Lu Gang were at the core of the formation, so they naturally sensed what was happening in the distance, and knew that the danger was getting closer. They did not dare to speak anymore to avoid disturbing Li Yuanba. The only thing they could do was to continuously input their spiritual power into the core of the formation in order to add even a little bit of power to the formation. Li Yuanba was not fighting alone at this time. His main body, Li Shiming, had discovered the trouble here, and had already transferred his attention to take over the control of the formation. It was only 3 breaths of time. Being at the core of the formation, and having sufficient authority, allowed Li Shiming to quickly become familiar with the formation. If a monk who is infinitely close to the master of the formation controls the formation, and if a few laymen control the formation, the effect produced by the formation is completely different. Under the sea surface, wherever the hundreds of meters of huge waves passed by, some low-level sea beasts, or ordinary fish, were all beaten to pieces by the huge waves. The power contained in the 100-meter giant wave frightened Li Shiming, who was close to Li Yuanba's body. If it weren't for the existence of the formation here, he might have controlled his clone Li Yuanba to use,
step by step to live Lotus,
to escape thousands of miles away. Some intelligent sea beasts in the sea have dived into the bottom of the sea to avoid the disaster of extinction. The ruthless huge waves swept all the way, and the few unlucky foundation-building monks who were out in action were hit by the huge waves and disappeared in the blood mist with desperate eyes. The monks on Jinbei Island stared at the sea outside the formation as if they were waiting for the end to come. The breath of death enveloped the entire Jinbei Island. Their only hope was the 3 Golden Core monks,
who could protect the island's formation. The monks did not flee because they had no way to escape. The speed of the huge wave is much faster than the flying speed of the monks. Not many monks can master the extremely fast flying speed during the foundation building stage. Rather than running away, it is better to stay in the formation. Huge waves hit the formation, and the formation on Jinbei Island shone brightly. The monks saw the shield outside the island appearing due to the impact of the huge waves. The patterns on the formation shield flashed, and the entire formation shield continued to squirm, allowing the impact of the huge waves to be reduced and guided by this squirming. The huge wave that hit the formation shield shattered, but the formation shield did not break. The monks on the island couldn't suppress howls of excitement. They survived. The monks among them, who had studied the formation knowledge, all saw that the reason why the formation could withstand the collision of huge waves was largely due to the action of an formation master, who had a very good knowledge of the formation. But what they didn't know was what extreme operations Li Shiming performed in a short period of time. He Wei and Lu Gang stared at Li Yuanba dumbfounded. They had just seen Li Yuanba's spiritual thoughts and hands constantly cooperating. Just before the huge wave crashed into the formation shield, he issued hundreds of instructions to the formation. Hundreds of instructions made the formation shield come alive, dissolving the impact of the huge waves invisible.
There are huge waves!
He Wei exclaimed before they could be happy for a long time. Within the perceptible range of the formation, 15 huge waves were rushing towards Jinbei Island, each of which was more powerful than the previous one. He Wei looked miserable, and he could almost imagine what he was going to face. Their guarding mission has not ended yet, and they cannot leave Jinbei Island. But now both He Wei and Lu Gang have the idea of leaving because they cannot believe that the Jinbei Island formation can withstand the next 15 huge waves. Where is the huge wave? It is clearly the shock wave caused by the Battle of Yuanying. Although the shock wave continues to release its own energy along the way due to the long distance, it is still not something that the Jinbei Island formation can withstand.
Two senior brothers, please input your spiritual power with all your strength.
Li Yuanba's voice was deep and powerful, and the confidence in it could be heard in his voice. It was Li Yuanba who spoke, but it was actually the order from the original body Li Shiming. Li Shiming completely integrated with the formation through Li Yuanba's body and mind. Z-15 mobilized all CPUs and added the calculation of formation control.
Follow your junior brother's orders.
He Wei and Lu Gang gritted their teeth and then said in unison. In the world of immortality, those who are strong are respected as well as their abilities. Li Yuanba has both strength and ability, so the two fellow disciples will naturally obey his orders when there is no other way. 15 huge waves came very quickly. The monks on the island who were cheering for their survival saw the continuous huge waves, and the power carried by the huge waves overwhelmed them. Some of the monks were confused. Some were crying. Some were crazy. Some were upset. And so on, facing the approach of death. Except for a few determined monks. The rest of the monks were in despair. Li Shiming felt the power of the giant waves. Any one of the 15 giant waves was more powerful than a full-strength strike from the peak of Jindan. The formation here might normally be able to withstand a full-strength strike from a peak golden core cultivator, but the formation would definitely not be able to withstand 15 consecutive full-strength strikes from a peak golden core cultivator. But that was without his control. With his control, the situation would be very different. Chapter 305 Master. Above the sea, two giants are fighting. That is to say, Li Yuanba couldn't see it. Otherwise, he would have been able to recognize that one of them was the illusory giant who intercepted the rocket that Li Shiming was riding in the sea. At the 4th level, no matter what kind of sea beast it is, it can transform into the human nascent soul. The human body is also the best Tao body recognized by heaven and earth. Both spiritual beasts and sea beasts are evolving in this direction. At the 4th level, they can change into two forms, beast and human at will. But the nascent soul must be in human form. The other giant is also the nascent soul. So the battle between the two sides should be a sudden encounter. However, the battle between the two sides was obviously extremely restrained. The battle was mainly testing, and did not enter the stage of life and death battle. Even if both sides are extremely restrained, the aftermath of the battle caused by their casual collision will change the color of the world, and cause the sea to stir up huge waves.
Get away from my territory!
The 4th grade sea beast Yuanying Dharma sent out his will. This was not said in words, but using the fluctuations generated by the spirit. This is also the most direct way of communication between living creatures. This method of communication does not need to consider language issues, and any recipient can understand what the other party wants to express. The 4th grade sea beast nascent soul Fa Xiang has an agreement with the northern Shu continent. He occupies this ocean and lives in peace with the northern Shu continent. He also has the obligation to protect this sea area from invasion by foreign enemies. The foreign enemies here refer to other fourth-level sea beasts or human nascent soul ancestors. No force is willing to be approached by potentially hostile fourth-level sea beasts and nascent soul ancestors. It is precisely because of the protection of the fourth-level sea beasts surrounding the northern Shu continent that many unnecessary invasions can be avoided. Of course, the Beishu continent does not prohibit the Yuanying ancestor from entering. If the Yuanying ancestor wants to enter the Beishu continent, he needs to enter from a designated location instead of sneaking in secretly. Patriarch Wang Zhao was very depressed. He was the supreme guest minister of Tianqing Trading Company. After receiving the news that Tianqing Trading Company's northern Shu mainland branch had been wiped out by many forces, he was entrusted by Tianqing Trading Company to come to check the situation. Since he was checking the situation, he did not go through formal channels, but planned to sneak in to investigate. Ancestor Wang Zhao had just approached the northern Shu continent when he was intercepted by a fourth-grade sea beast. After a short period of fighting, he determined that the fighting power of the fourth-grade sea beast in front of him was equal to his, and it was impossible to defeat the fourth-grade sea beast. Of course, it is not a problem for him to forcefully break into the Beishu continent. But now that he has made a move, the Beishu continent has long been informed of his arrival, and there is no infiltration at all. Just when Patriarch Wang Zhao was still thinking about it, a breath was approaching from the direction of Beishu continent. His expression changed, and he turned back without the slightest hesitation. And the huge nascent soul Dharma also disappeared. He didn't have the slightest confidence in facing two nascent soul stage powerhouses, and he wouldn't put himself in danger because of the affairs of Tianqing Trading Company. He was just the supreme guest of Tianqing Trading Company. Huge waves hit the large formation on Jinbei Island. The light of the formation continued to shine, and mysterious formation patterns appeared and disappeared in the air. Every huge wave will frighten the monks on the island. Their life and death are protected by the seemingly fragile formation shield. But the formation shield is surprisingly strong. Every huge wave seems to be able to shatter the formation shield, but every time it is resolved by the constant flashing of the formation shield. By now, everyone knows what happened. A formation master is controlling the formation to protect the safety of Jinbei Island. Jinbei Island is like a rock in the sea. No matter how powerful the waves are, they will turn into powder in front of Jinbei Island. Li Yuanba sat cross-legged in the center of the core of the formation, and a white mist rose above his head. This is a sign of overuse of his brain. Although most of the operations are performed by Li Shiming and Z-15, the final execution of Li Shiming's or Z-15's operations is performed by Li Yuanba's body. Therefore, Li Yuanba's brain was running at full speed. No matter how high his soul strength was, he alone controlled the formation and continuously made various extreme adjustments, which almost reached the limit of his brain. At the top of Shushan Sek's sword-holding peak far away, Li Shiming was blind, but he had a smile on his face. Above his head, the sea of formation stars appeared, and the mysterious star map moved in a special way. Li Shiming entered a state of enlightenment at this time, but his state of enlightenment was unprecedented and extremely rare in the history of the world of immortality. While he was in contact with his clone remotely, he had an epiphany about his understanding of the formation. He controlled his clone Li Yuanba to control the Jinbei Island formation, and faced attacks that exceeded the limit again and again. This experience can be said to be extremely rare for any formation master. Li Shiming was actually looking for trouble for himself. When he generated the formation of the Starlight Sea, he used his own ideas to create the Starlight Sea. If he accepted the formal inheritance of the formation master and studied in full accordance with the requirements of the inheritance of the formation master, there would be no formation Starlight Sea in the form of a star map. The formation Starlight Sea in the form of a star map is more mysterious than any formation master's formation Starlight Sea, which also makes it countless times more difficult for him to be promoted to a formation master. Originally, with his knowledge and the help of Z-15, he should have become a formation master long ago. It is precisely because of the mystery of the star map and Starlight Sea that he has been trapped in the bottleneck for so many years. Of course, this is also related to the fact that he doesn't pay too much attention to the formation master. In his opinion, without the formation master Starlight Sea, his control over the formation will not be weaker than that of the formation master, because the Z-15 can replace the role of the formation Starlight Sea. In his opinion, the formation Starlight Sea is an auxiliary calculator. It can record the calculations experienced by the formation master. When the same formation is discovered, he can easily call the previous one. Result: At this point, Z15 is even faster and better than formations in Guanghai. In the sea of stars in the formation above Li Shiming's head, the stars became brighter and brighter. 15 huge waves were blocked by Jinbei Island's large formation. The large formation also consumed most of its energy, and could not be replenished for a while. He Wei and Lu Gang were also exhausted and collapsed. And more than 80% of their spiritual energy was invested in the formation.
I got through it!
He Wei waved his hands excitedly. Although he was tired, he was excited because he narrowly escaped death. Lu Gang laughed with sweat all over his body. His laughter was far inferior to the cheers that rose again on Jinbei Island. This cheer was more intense than the previous one. Li Yuanba closed his eyes and rested, and the white mist above his head slowly dissipated. On the other side, above the head of the main body Li Shiming, the formation Starlight Sea filled the training room where he was, and was still expanding. Due to the expansion of the formation Starlight Sea, the original tiny starlight becomes larger, and some planets surrounding the starlight can be seen. The starlight is a star, and the planets rotate around the star. If you zoom in further, you can find that both stars and planets are composed of complex formation patterns, and they have a coexisting relationship with each other. The countless stars and planets in the formation Starlight Sea are connected to each other by light. If people in previous lives saw it, they would find that this is exactly the star map of the Milky Way. There are many galaxies further away, but they exist faintly. The Milky Way star map alone can be described as vast. Every star and planet here is transformed from the knowledge of formations that Li Shiming has learned. His short time of cultivating immortals has been extremely rich in experience. Ever since he first came into contact with formations from the Tianhai sect on Tianhai Island, he has been continuously learning formation knowledge. Then he went to the northern Shu continent and joined the Shushan sect. He came into contact with the formation inheritance of the Shushan sect. He even took advantage of the alchemy master's convenience to obtain more formation knowledge through alchemy. And his clone Li Yuanba handed over the Sinluo sect's formation knowledge to him. It can be said that the total amount of formation knowledge he gained was not lost to any veteran formation master. A normal formation master, even with these conditions, would not be able to master all the formation knowledge in such a short period of time. But Li Shiming is different. With the existence of Z15, he can learn any knowledge extremely quickly. He skipped the long study time and directly obtained the learning results. Countless formation knowledge finally came to fruition today, forming a complete formation system, which is also Li Shiming's own formation system. From now on, Li Shiming can collect his formation system into a set of inheritance and officially add it to the many inheritances of formation masters. Of course, it does not mean that reaching the current achievements is the end of array research. Just look at the faint galaxies in the distance, which require more array knowledge to fill in. Li Shiming slowly opened his eyes. The divine light in his eyes kept appearing and disappearing, and the star map above his head was retracted into his body. His spirit has improved by a full 30%. This is a mental improvement when he has reached his limit. Originally, he thought that his spirit could no longer improve at all. No matter whether he took third-grade spiritual objects or practiced spiritual exercises, it no longer provided any help to his spirit.
What a pity!
He was delighted for a moment, but then sighed helplessly. He became a formation master, which indeed made him very happy. But this epiphany did not affect his realm bottleneck. The bottleneck that blocked the half-step golden elixir and golden elixir stages was as solid as a mountain. Even if he broke through the formation bottleneck and greatly improved his spirit, there was no chance for him to achieve a breakthrough. He didn't know how long it would take for him to break through the golden elixir. The main reason was that the clone Li Yuanba's breakthrough was too fast. So fast that it seriously irritated his body. On Jinbei Island, He Wei and Lu Gang, who had just been excited for a while, once again had a look of fear in their eyes. A huge wave of more than 200 meters appeared again in the formation's perception range. And this time the power of the huge wave exceeded the sum of the previous 15 huge waves.
Junior brother, can you still block it?
He Wei asked with a slightly trembling voice. Even though Li Yuanba had created many miracles, He Wei still lost confidence when facing such huge waves.
Run as fast as you can and use your life-saving means.
Li Yuanba shook his head and said with a wry smile, there is an extra talisman in his hand, which is a life-saving talisman that can escape thousands of miles in a short time, without exposing them.
Lotus every step.
This kind of life-saving talisman is the fastest way to escape.
I'm afraid I can't escape.
Lu Gang took a deep look at the life-saving talisman in Li Yuanba's hand and said in a deep voice, not all monks have life-preserving talismans in their hands. Although a few true disciples have such life-preserving talismans, the possibility of those sect monks with little background to obtain life-preserving talismans is extremely low. The production of life-saving talismans is extremely troublesome, and the materials consumed are extremely uneconomical. This is a talisman made of precious materials. Needless to say, it is not cost-effective, and it is not a normal consumable. In a large sect, only the core monks of the sect can obtain it. Although Jindan monks like Hui and Lu Gang are promoted to Jindan, their potential is far inferior to those of the core true disciples in the foundation building period. Hui and Lu Gang may be at the end of their lives in the early stage of the golden core. If they are lucky, they may also become the middle stage of the golden core. However, those core true disciples of the sect who possess life-saving talismans are all the seeds of the late golden core, and even have a slight chance of trying to break through the nascent soul. Li Yuanba didn't say anything, and he wouldn't give Lu Gang his life-saving talisman. Hui also took out a life-saving talisman from his hand. The life-saving talisman he got was not given by the sect, but was obtained by trading a large amount of resources. Lu Gang spent too much time refining the corpse, and all his resources were spent on refining the corpse, without making any preparations for himself. Lu Gang looked regretful. The life-saving talisman was indeed precious, but it was not completely unobtainable, just like the life-saving talisman in Hui's hand. As long as there were a lot of resources, it could be traded from some core true disciples. Just when Li Yuanba and Hui were about to activate the life-saving talisman, a terrifying aura enveloped Jinbei Island. Li Yuanba sensed the familiar aura of the Yuanying ancestor and couldn't help but feel relieved and put away the life-saving talisman in his hand.
My master is here,
he said easily. After Hui heard what he said, he carefully put away the life-saving talisman, while Lu Gang sat facelessly on the ground, gasping for air. You can't blame Lu Gang. Today's continuous life crisis is really too exciting. The huge wave of more than 200 meters was blocked by an energy when it was still 500 meters away from Jinbei Island. In front of this energy, the huge wave turned into a docile lamb and calmly merged into the sea. The figure of Patriarch Lu appeared above Jinbei Island, his eyes looking towards the depths of the ocean. He does not need to go. As long as he stands here, it is enough to deter the nascent soul ancestor who wants to sneak into the Beishu continent. Without forming a deadly feud, the nascent soul ancestors would not fight each other. The battles between the nascent soul ancestors would be a great drain on each other. The older you get, the harder it is to recover from this kind of battle consumption. A battle between Yuanying ancestors will affect the longevity of Yuanying ancestors. Chapter 306 Ancestor. Patriarch Lu was also very depressed. He had just retreated into seclusion and had not entered into deep cultivation when he was woken up by the sect. This kind of thing rarely happens, and incidents that can alarm the ancestor of Yuanying are extremely rare in the northern Shu continent. For ordinary affairs, the golden elixir monks are enough to handle them, but it involves a fake infant strongman. Every major sect must be guarded by nascent soul ancestors who can be dispatched at any time. The other nascent soul ancestors of Sun Luo's sect have entered into deep cultivation. In addition, it was time for the ancestor to take his turn, so the sect woke him up. So at least until he gets the exact information from Director Fengyi, Patriarch Lu will not be able to practice in seclusion. Although there was a lot of anger in his heart, he still chose to wait and see when he encountered an outside nascent soul ancestor trying to invade. Fights between Yuanying ancestors should be avoided as much as possible. That is to say, the battle between the 4th grade sea beast and the ancestor Wang Zhao happened at sea. If ancestor Wang Zhao dares to launch a nascent soul war on the mainland, then what awaits him will be all the ancestors of the 6 major sects who can mobilize to kill him. The destructive power caused by the battle between the nascent soul ancestors will cause irreparable damage to the land. If it were not for a deadly feud, no nascent soul ancestor would do this. In Patriarch Lu's perception, Patriarch Wang Zhao's aura disappeared, and he sent a distant message to the 4th grade sea beast, which was regarded as a greeting. After withdrawing his mind, he sensed Li Yuanba, and at the same time he sensed that Li Yuanba had become an elixir, and his originally bad mood suddenly felt relieved.
Yuanba, you have become a golden elixir.
He walked through the formation and came to where Li Yuanba was and said with a smile, his authority is naturally the highest, and all sect formations will be open to him.
I've met my ancestor.
Li Yuanba hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. As for Hui and Lu Gang, they lowered their heads and did not dare to look at Patriarch Lu's true face. They just called Patriarch Lu and would not say anything else. This is normal. There are not many golden elixir monks in this sect who can meet the Yuanying ancestor in private. The Yuanying ancestor is the sect's heritage, and it is rare to leave the sect for hundreds of years. Patriarch Lu ignored the two Jindan monks. He only had Li Yuanba in his eyes. His direct disciple? Of course he was happy. It had only been a long time ago. The last time he sent out the elixir-forming resources. He was still hoping that Li Yuanba could become an elixir within a few decades. Unexpectedly, when we met again after only a few years, Li Yuanba had already become a golden elixir monk. And his aura was still stable at the early stage of the golden elixir, which was no worse than a golden elixir monk who had practiced for more than 10 years.
Okay. It seems that your master's lineage has been passed down,
Ancestor Lu said with a happy smile. Li Yuanba invited Patriarch Lu to sit aside. He Wei and Lu Gang also knew that they had nothing to do here, so they bowed and left.
I also want to thank you, Ancestor, for helping me.
Li Yuanba bowed and thanked him.
Even if I don't come, nothing will happen to you. However, I have witnessed your research on the formation method, which opened my eyes.
Li Yuanba became a golden elixir monk, which made Patriarch Lu more interested in this disciple and spoke more politely. So cordial.
I like the formation very much, so I did more research.
Li Yuanba replied humbly. Since the original Li Shiming became a formation master, Li Yuanba shared Li Shiming's formation knowledge and insights. Although he did not have the help of the formations in Guanghai, he could call Li Shiming's formations in Guanghai and Z15 at any time. So he almost equivalent to a formation master. I wouldn't tell Patriarch Lu these things, but the formation ability he showed before is quite astonishing.
Although I am not a swordsman, I don't agree with your master's approach of focusing on swordsmanship and not considering other things. Judging from your sword intention, you have not fallen behind in swordsmanship. You still have enough energy to study formations. You want to follow your own path.
Patriarch Lu nodded slightly. Originally, he shouldn't have said such words, but he didn't agree with Elder Jian's ideas. A traditional ancestor of nascent soul, he is involved in various skills of monks. This is the way of survival for monks. However, Elder Jian used the sword cultivation method of breaking all spells with one sword to face all troubles. He is very clear about the reason why steel is easy to break. But Elder Jian is a stubborn traditional swordsman who also insists on his own ideas. He couldn't persuade his disciples, so he had to give his disciples some guidance to prevent them from taking detours. In fact, neither Elder Jian nor Patriarch Lu was wrong. Different monks can be cultivated under different concepts. Most of the pure sword cultivators will fall down on the way forward. One sword can defeat all methods. When faced with an enemy that cannot be defeated, they will face a powerless situation. Li Yuanba is a swordsman. Although he has practiced many skills other than swordsmanship, his sword intention is still sharp. The reason is that he has leapfrogged and killed enemies that were much stronger than him many times. This makes him far superior to ordinary swordsmen. Xiao's sword intention.
Yes, Ancestor. I wonder how the master is doing.
Li Yuanba asked with concern when Ancestor Lu mentioned his master, Elder Jian.
His condition is quite normal. Becoming a baby doesn't happen overnight.
Patriarch Lu replied with a smile. Then he changed the subject and said,
One Jianfeng was refined into a magic weapon by you. I have already discussed this matter with you. Your master mentioned that he was too stubborn and unwilling to hold magic weapons other than his own flying sword, which made the juniors in the sect look at him with eager eyes. You have done a good job. One Jianfeng is the inheritance of your lineage. How could this treasure fall into the hands of others?
Li Yuanba was a little surprised that Ancestor Lu actually knew about the sect's golden elixir monk spying on Wan Jianfeng, thinking that Ancestor Lu was paying attention to Wan Jianfeng. If those golden elixir monks really succeeded, it is estimated that Ancestor Lu would take revenge. How do those Jindan monks behave?
I have discussed with my master to refine Wan Jianfeng into a magic weapon, and he agrees with me.
Although Li Yuanba knew that Patriarch Lu didn't care about him refining the magic weapon privately, he still explained,
He is quite liberal with his disciples.
Patriarch Lu complained slightly. Li Yuanba pretended not to hear what Patriarch Lu said about his disciple. What could he do as a disciple?
You have been promoted to Jindan. I came out in a hurry this time and didn't bring anything good. You take this token with you. If any old guy wants to attack you, take out the token.
Mr. Luzu thought of something, took out a token, and threw it over and said,
Thank you, Ancestor.
Li Yuanba took the token and thanked him. As soon as I took the token, I could feel the aura inside. This aura was the same as that of Patriarch Lu. The pattern on it was extremely complex. The material used to make the token reached level 3. But it was not a magic weapon. In a sense, this token is more precious than any golden elixir stage magic weapon, because the token represents Patriarch Lu. Being an enemy of the monk holding the token is to be an enemy of Patriarch Lu. Of course, most Jindan monks will not recognize this token, but the Yuanning ancestors will definitely recognize the origin of the token and the owner of the breath in the token. With the token by his side, at least some Yuanning ancestors can be wary when they meet them. The ancestors who have reached the nascent soul stage act as they please and unscrupulously. This is the behavior of the nascent soul ancestors who obey their true intentions and is part of their cultivation. But it is this kind of mentality that is the most terrifying. If the nearly unlimited nascent soul ancestor wants to kill people, it will be completely unreasonable. Be careful these days, and try to pick up missions as close to the mountain gate as possible. Patriarch Lu stood up, and before leaving, he used a voice transmission to instruct Li Yuanba again. This was his love for Li Yuanba. Although Li Yuanba participated in the general trend of the northern Shu continent, his status was too low to know many secrets. Before Li Yuanba could answer, Patriarch Lu disappeared. At the Shushan sect holding Sword Peak, Li Shiming was thinking. He had previously felt that the killing of Director Feng Yi went very smoothly. After controlling his clone Li Yuanba remotely and experiencing the aftermath of the Yuanning ancestors' battle, he realized how lucky he was to kill Director Feng Yi. Although the director of the ceremony is just a fake infant, judging from the consensus in the world of immortal cultivation, the fake infant is only slightly weaker than the nascent soul, but it is already considered a nascent soul monk. On Jinbei Island, what the clone Li Yuanba encountered was only the aftermath of the battle between Yuanning ancestor. The real battlefield was far away in the depths of the sea. But even so, the aftermath of the battle was still enough to easily kill him. It can only be said that Li Shiming was extremely lucky. At the beginning, Director Feng Yi used a fake baby to leave the body and wanted to move secretly without alerting any monks. If Director Feng Yi is really allowed to use his full combat power, it's hard to say whether Li Shiming's entry level Ubu Shanglian can escape. The main reason is that when the body is fused with the fake baby, its attack range is extremely far beyond the fake baby's out-of-body state. When the fake baby came out of the body, Director Feng Yi did not bring any offensive magic weapon. If he really brought the 4th grade Jade Ruler or the 4th grade Flying Sword with him, the 2 4th grade magic weapons could definitely kill Li Shiming from a distance. Li Shiming reflected on his recent mentality. He must be in awe of the Yuanning ancestor. Otherwise he would die without knowing how. After adjusting his mentality, he began to make talismans again. This is not to increase the means of attack. With the protection provided by the sect, there are not many opportunities for him to take action. He made the talisman for the ability of the Formation Master. Among the talismans was a kind of talisman called the Formation Breaking Talisman. Breaking Formation Talisman does not have a fixed drawing method. Instead, the Formation Master transfers part of his own Formation Starlight C onto the talisman paper through the talisman technique. It contains the Formation Master's research on breaking formations. Breaking Formation Talisman. Array Talisman can break the breakable formations recorded in the Starlight C. Of course, due to the different materials of the talisman paper of the Array Breaking Talisman, the array breaking knowledge that the Array Breaking Talisman can bear is also different. Li Shiming is extremely rich, so he naturally chooses the best talisman paper materials. Even the talisman ink and other materials are of the highest quality he can use. The talisman paper is put into the machine room space, and the entire talisman making process is carried out in the machine room space. With the micron level control capabilities in the machine room space, the talisman produced can reach the maximum limit that the talisman paper can withstand. The Form Breaking Talisman he made will not be sold. All Form Breaking Talisman will be stored by him. This is a strategic grade material. At the same time, the process of making talismans is also a process of cultivating one's moral character and cultivating one's state of mind. By making talismans, he wanted to find an opportunity for breakthrough. Since he couldn't go out anyway, he could try every possible opportunity. In addition to making talismans, he is also continuing his study and research in science and technology. He would spend 6 hours every day studying and researching the technology of his previous life. In the factory area opened up by the space formation in the belly of the Jianjian Peak Mountain, with the help of his spiritual thoughts, he could use it as one for dozens of people. At present, the machinery in the factory area has been transformed from heavy industry to electronic industry. Electronic components that originally required Li Shiming to process separately in the computer room space are now completely self-sufficient. His use of weapon refining techniques and Red Yang spirit fire processing can completely replace many heavy industries in previous lives, which also greatly saves the space in the space formation. Research on wafers continues, and he has never stopped this work. However, there are still many difficulties to face if he wants to upgrade from micron-level wafers to nano-level wafers. However, micron-level chips are enough for him to use, whether it is drones, missiles, or program-controlled systems and various mechanical equipment. The computing power of micron-level chips can handle it. The research on weapons from previous lives is also progressing very quickly. The research on weapons is also limited to research before he becomes a golden elixir monk and cannot refine magic weapon-level weapons. He will no longer make weapons for use against the enemy. The
mid-grade magical artifact Gatling
he made before has long been unable to meet his combat power needs. In fact, the
high-grade magic weapon electromagnetic gun
is not a complete combat weapon. The
high-grade magic weapon electromagnetic gun
requires a long time to charge, and the energy system is not included in the system of the
high-grade magic weapon electromagnetic gun.
Although the
high-grade magical weapon electromagnetic gun
can break through the defense of the Golden Core Cultivator. It is only when the Golden Core Cultivator loses the ability to resist and has no defensive magic weapon, when the
high-grade magic weapon electromagnetic gun
is actually used in battle. The effect is almost the same as nothing. The Golden Elixir Monk's perception of danger will allow the Golden Elixir Monk to dodge in advance, and the
high-grade magic weapon electromagnetic gun
will even hit the enemy. There is no way to do it, let alone kill the enemy. After Li Shiming is promoted to Jin Dan, the
high-grade magic weapon electromagnetic gun
will completely lose its effect. Like the
medium-grade magic weapon Gatling,
it will not be able to meet his increased combat power needs. Li Shiming's research direction is how to combine weapons from his previous life with immortal cultivation skills such as formations and weapon refining to create conventional weapons that can threaten enemies at the Golden Core stage after he is promoted to the Golden Core stage. To achieve this goal, weapons knowledge accounts for more than half of his daily study and research. In addition, his research also includes the in-depth application of spirit stones, especially after he became a master of formations. How to develop new formations to convert spirit stones into electricity more durable and safely in the smallest space. All his research is opening up a new path. A path that no monk has ever set foot on. Chapter 307 Elder Li Yuanba, He Wei, and Lu Gang completed the handover of the garrison on Jinbei Island. And the 3 Golden Elixir monks who came to replace them looked extremely unhappy. No matter who knows that the originally safe and easy mission is in danger of facing the Yuanying ancestor, they will have the same expression as these 3 new Jin Dan monks. On the contrary, Li Yuanba and the other 3, who had experienced danger, were in a good mood. The danger has been passed, and the mission has been handed over. They just need to return to the sect. Moreover, since they have protected Jinbei Island, the rewards of this mission will be greatly increased. You must know that once Jinbei Island is destroyed, reconstruction is not a simple task and requires a lot of resources. Li Yuanba, He Wei, and Lu Gang left Jinbei Island together, and experiencing life and death together gave them some friendship. Of course, He Wei and Lu Gang had some deliberate friendship. Li Yuanba was not only powerful in battle, but also had a strong background in the demon sects and Luo sect. It is extremely important for the 2 Jin Dan monks to make friends with Li Yuanba, who has a strong background. So on the way back, He Wei and Lu Gang informed Li Yuanba of the news they knew about the sect, and the 3 of them had a very happy conversation. Back at the mountain gate, Li Yuanba discovered the change in the attitudes of the monks. Every Jin Dan monk who meets him will express kindness to him. He naturally knew the reason. Patriarch Lu did not retreat, but guarded the mountain gate. With Patriarch Lu's strength, Patriarch Lu might be able to detect any Golden Elixir monk who accidentally revealed his evil thoughts towards Li Yuanba. Therefore, no matter what kind of thoughts existed, the Jin Dan monks of the sect changed their attitude towards Li Yuanba. As soon as Li Yuanba returned to the sect, Elder Situ sent a notice asking him to come over. Returning to the special room in Sunluo Hall, and standing on the small island in the center of the lake, Li Yuanba met Elder Situ.
I read the mission briefing on guarding the island. You played a huge role in this mission. The sect will not treat its meritorious ministers unfairly. You passed the test period directly and became the sect elder.
Elder Situ looked at it with a smile. Li Yuanba said, "This time, the battle between the 4th grade sea beast and the Yuanying ancestor destroyed 2 guarded islands in that sea area, and only Jinbei Island survived. Although Ancestor Lu arrived in time. What was more important was that Li Yuanba controlled the formation to withstand the impact of the aftermath of many battles, and protected Jinbei Island in the hands of Ancestor Yuanying. The mission briefing was compiled by Li Yuanba, He Wei and Lu Gang, as well as the monks from Jinbei Island, as well as the battle records of the formation. Sanluo sect has a complete set of reward and punishment rules for task rewards. Li Yuanba made a great contribution this time, and the rewards he received were naturally improved. Li Yuanba was a little surprised that he became a sect elder after just one mission. The elders of the sect are considered to be the senior members of the sect and can participate in the affairs of the sect. Of course, there is also a gap between the sect elders. It depends on the affairs the sect elders are responsible for. The real high-level person is the Jindan elder, who is responsible for the sect's core affairs. Li Yuanba said nothing, waiting for Elder Situ's next assignment. The sect has decided to let you go to Jishan Town to guard. You must allocate your time reasonably, and don't let sect affairs affect your cultivation. Monks should still focus on cultivation. Power and interests are based on strength, Situ the Elder explained while operating. Guarding Jishan City is a very large task in the outer area. This is not an ordinary guard, but a long-term guard task. Li Yuanba used to manage Jishan City on behalf of the sect. A large amount of resources circulated in Jishan City every day. He did not need to actively ask for his position, and corresponding resources would be allocated to him. With such a good task, there are naturally many Jindan elders who want to take it. But recently, Li Yuanba's ancestor Lu Ancestor was guarding the sect, and Li Yuanba showed outstanding ability to control formations when he was on Jinbei Island. The ability to control formations plays an extremely important role in protecting an important city. So the senior leaders of the sect gave this task to Li Yuanba. The corresponding authority has been given to you. You can use the Identity Jade Disc to control the formation of Jishan City. When necessary, you need to participate in the protection of Jishan Checkpoint. Jishan City and Jishan Checkpoint guard each other. Relationship. Elder Situ stopped what he was doing and explained with a solemn expression. Li Yuanba knew that under normal circumstances, there were 3 Jindan elders guarding the Jishan Pass, together with a Jindan elder from Jishan City. There were 4 Jindan elders stationed near the Jishan Pass. In addition, whether there is any combat power hidden at the Boundary Mountain Pass is a sect secret. But in such an important place where he wants to come, there are definitely more than 3 Jindan elders guarding it. So even though Jishan City is a place at the junction with the righteous forces, it is actually safer than other guard points in terms of security. I will follow the sect's arrangements. Thank you, Great Elder. Li Yuanba bowed with a smile. You almost had an accident on your first mission. The mission on Jinbei Island was arranged by me. I will personally give you some compensation. Whether it's resources or skills, you can bring it up. You're welcome. Elder Situ waved his hand to support you, Li Yuanba said. This is indeed compensation for Elder Situ. He almost killed Patriarch Lu's disciple, although his reason for this was very small. He didn't want Patriarch Lu to worry about it. The longer he stayed in the sect, the more he understood Patriarch Lu's protective character. Take Elder Sword as an example. Elder Sword, a pure sword cultivator, was able to survive under the scrutiny of many demon cultivators from the demon sect. In addition to Elder Sword's strength, it was Patriarch Lu who was almost arrogant and unreasonable in protecting his shortcomings, especially in order to make it easier for the sword elders to practice. Patriarch Lu personally invited many Yuanying ancestors to destroy a medium-sized sword cultivating sect and take back Wanjian Peak. Since that time, the voices that dared to target Elder Jian have completely disappeared. In this incident on Jinbei Island, Patriarch Lu met Li Yuanba alone, which allowed many senior officials of the sect to see how much Patriarch Lu paid attention to Li Yuanba. Now that the Great Elder has said it, I'm really not polite. Li Yuanba's eyes lit up. He was still thinking about how long he would have to stay in Jishan City before he could accumulate enough contribution points to exchange for the sky covering secret technique. Unexpectedly, Elder Situ took the initiative. I want the secret art of hiding the sky. He then stated his request. You are really good at choosing, Elder Situ said with a smile and shook his head. The art of covering the sky is a technique that is not publicly redeemable by the sect. It requires a certain amount of contribution to the sect before it can be redeemed with contribution points. However, Li Yuanba's identity is not a problem. He has a good master and a good master. Although he has been in the sect for a short time, He is an absolutely upright Sunluo sect monk.
It just so happens that I have the
Hiding the sky and concealing secrets.
gear. You have to write it down in the sect and then destroy the jade slips. You cannot take the jade slips out of the sect. I believe you will not make a mistake.
Elder Situ took out the jade slips. He threw a jade slip and said. Li Yuanba took the jade slip, placed it between his eyebrows, and entered it with his spiritual thoughts.
The art of covering the sky and concealing the machine
contains a lot of content, and most of it contains complex secret patterns. His mind was connected to the original body Li Shiming, and Li Shiming used Z15 to help memorize it. In just a short time, the jade slip of
the art of covering the sky and covering the machine
was recorded. Write down all the contents in just one stick of incense in front of Elder Situ. With a slight movement of spiritual power, the jade simplified turned into powder. Elder Situ was slightly startled, but did not ask any more questions. No one who has reached the golden elixir stage monks has some secrets. Having a strong memory is nothing. There are many techniques to assist memory in the sect alone, all of which can allow monks to memorize the next technique in a short time.
Although you have the task of guarding Jieshan City, I still recommend that you take on more missions from sects close to Jieshan City and earn contribution points to exchange for training resources.
Elder Situ was teaching Li Yuanba as an elder. Although Elder Situ is also in the Golden Core stage, he is in the late Golden Core stage and is qualified to guide Li Yuanba regardless of his age, experience, or sect status.
I will pay attention.
Although Li Yuanba had his own plan, he did not refute anything. He could sense Elder Situ's concern, regardless of the reason for Elder Situ's concern. This is indeed a kind intention from Elder Situ. Li Yuanba left Sunluo Hall. He did not stay at the mountain gate for long. Wang Jianfeng was taken with him. He thought that the sooner he stabilized, the more time he would have to practice. More importantly, Jieshan City is a place opposite the Jingdao sphere of influence. After gaining authority, if you want to bring something from Jingdao, you no longer need to be as sneaky as before. A sword light flew out from the mountain gate and headed towards Jieshan City. Li Yuanba is very familiar with Jieshan City. It is a city with a strong commercial atmosphere and a relatively important city. The special thing about this city is that there are shops of the three main sects of Zhengdao. This is a channel for the exchange of resources between Sunluo's sect and the three main sects of Zhengdao. When he arrived, he did not interact with the last Jindan elder. He didn't even know who the last Jindan elder was. But he thought that the Jindan elder might not be in a good mood. Anyone who is robbed of an important task, a place that has been operated for many years to make money, will not be in a good mood. Li Yuanba came to the gate of the Jieshan Town Guardian's mansion. This is the residence of the Jieshan Town Guardian monks, and it is also the center of Jieshan City's formation and daily management. Just as he arrived at the gate, a middle-aged man in the middle stage of foundation establishment stood in front of the gate and quickly stepped forward to salute.
My subordinate Yu Xing has met elderly.
Yu Xing showed great respect.
It is better to follow the rules and check the identity of the jade plate to avoid problems.
Li Yuanba waved his hand and said he was about to take over Jieshan City, so he would not make any mistakes in procedures and cause unnecessary trouble. He doesn't want to be corrupt, but he also doesn't want to be cheated.
Elderly, please show me your identity.
Yu Xing was slightly startled, then bowed again and said. Li Yuanba took out the identity jade disc, and Yu Xing did not need to take it and check it. Yu Xing had the sub-authority of Jieshan Cheng and could directly check the authority of Li Yuanba's identity jade disc.
Elderly, your authority has been confirmed. You will take over everything in Jieshan City. I am the deacon of Jieshan City. I was previously responsible for the specific affairs of Jieshan City. You can appoint or remove me at any time.
Yu Xing said this, feeling in his heart also uneasy. Yu Xing was able to get this job because he had some background in the sect. But no matter how good his background was, he couldn't compare with an elder who had driven away the previous elder who was stationed at Jindan. What made Yu Xing clearly realize that Li Yuanba had a strong background was that the former garrison elder Jindan did not dare to do anything before leaving, and even did not take away some of the decorations he had purchased for the garrison. This shows that Li Yuanba's background is so powerful that it frightened the former elder who was stationed at Jindan.
The previous arrangement remains unchanged. You work hard. When I settle down, you will report the previous affairs of Jieshan City.
Li Yuanba waved his hand and said he didn't care whether Yu Xing had anything to do with the former Jindan elder. Anyway, he didn't plan to manage Jieshan City on his own. If Yu Xing did well, he would continue to use him. If he didn't, he would change him. I believe that the sect must have many foundation-building monks who want to come here to work. As long as he puts it forward, a large number of foundation-building monks will sign up.
Elderly, let me introduce you to the guardhouse.
Yu Xing felt relieved and said more respectfully, "The Tutelary Mansion is divided into two parts. The former part is a management organization composed of some mortals and Changqi monks. It is managed by Yu Xing. Its main responsibility is to supervise the operation of various shops in the city and collect taxes. Of this part of the tax, 90% will be handed over to the sect, and the other 10% will be retained as the management fee of Jieshan City. Don't underestimate this 10%. This is the only resource circulation channel recognized by both good and evil. And the 10% tax is also extremely generous." There was nothing special about the first part of the guard mansion. But when Li Yuanbao passed through a gate protected by a formation, he entered the area where Elder Jin Dan guarded his daily life. Because there are mortals in the town, and the environment that is suitable for the cultivation life of Jin Dan monks is fatal to mortals. Therefore, this latter part is the space opened up by the space formation, which is isolated from the outside world. There is a golden elixir level spiritual vein in the space to provide for the cultivation of the golden elixir elders. An acre of second-grade spiritual field has been opened in the space. Various spiritual flowers are planted in the spiritual field. In addition to decorating the space and making the color of the space richer, it also has the effect of regulating spiritual energy. Next to the spiritual field is a spiritual spring in which spiritual fish are swimming. Several buildings are also built with spiritual materials. Although they are different from the normal cave style, the effects are not bad at all. The whole space is decorated very smartly, and it's obvious that the original owner put a lot of thought into it. Even 3 second-grade spiritual tea trees and 5 second-grade spiritual fruit trees were left behind. Not to mention the numerous spiritual decorations in the building, all of which were of considerable value. Chapter 308 Takeover. Soon after Li Yuanbao moved into the governor's mansion, Yu Xing sent him the accounts. These are the past accounts of Jieshan City. Since there are mortals involved, the accounts are on paper. In addition, they have been accumulated over many years, so they can fill up a small storage bag.
Put it here and come back to pick it up in an hour.
Li Yuanbao waved his hand and ordered Yu Xing. Yu Xing bowed in agreement, turned around and left. However, Yu Xing couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't believe that Li Yuanbao, a golden elixir monk, could go through these accounts within an hour, let alone find out the problems. Although the spirit of the Jin Dan monk is strong, he has specialization in the art. No matter how strong the spirit is, it only increases the speed of analysis and calculation, and it is impossible to discover what is hidden in the account. Li Yuanbao took out an account book and mentally contacted the main body Li Shiming and borrowed Z15. Z15 opened the financial software, and then Li Yuanbao scanned the account book with his spiritual mind, and each transaction data was entered into the financial software. The ledger was scanned with the mind, and almost all the books were counted. The ledger in the small storage bag was scanned in just 1 cup of tea. Afterwards, the financial software automatically analyzed and calculated the previous accounts clearly, and some errors and omissions were also clear. He suddenly discovered that there were indeed many inaccuracies in the original account, involving a large amount of resources. However, at the end of the account, that is, in the past 2 days, a resource was recorded in the account, and all the previous ones were included in the account. Questions are all filled in.
It seems that there is no need to check further.
He understood that the previous elder who guarded Jin Dan used his own resources to fill in the accounts. Needless to say, the reason was because Li Yuanbao's ancestor Lu Ancestor was guarding the mountain gate. He went into seclusion and paid special attention to Li Yuanbao. At the same time, he also has a deeper understanding of the interests of Jieshan City. The portion of Jieshan City's income allocated to him is enough to allow him to produce an extra third-grade elixir every month. Don't underestimate a third-grade elixir. Based on the value of a third-grade elixir, it would be an extremely huge resource if converted into ordinary resources. That is to say, the specialness of Jieshan City is that it is the place where Shawandishan exchanges resources with the outside world, so it can have such benefits. He couldn't help but feel grateful to Elder Situ. Of course, he also understood that if Patriarch Lu hadn't happened to be guarding the mountain gate, it would be difficult for such a good benefit to fall into his hands.
Elderly, the shopkeepers of several major shops in the town have come to see you.
An hour later, Deacon Yu Xing walked in and bowed to report. In fact, these shopkeepers had been here for a while. Deacon Yu Xing knew that Li Yuanbao was checking the account books. so he blocked them. It wasn't until the time came that he came in to report.
Take the account book away, and invite some shopkeepers to come in.
Li Yuanba threw the small storage bag over and said. Just when Deacon Yuxing turned around and took 2 steps. He continued.
Since the account has been filled in. Ping! Don't make any mistakes again. I can't tolerate sand in my eyes.
Deacon Yuxing trembled, feeling horrified in his heart. Regarding the accounting matter, he was clearly aware of the problems. If the previous Jindan elder had not spent several days carefully checking all the accounts before leaving, and finally spent his own money to fill in the errors and omissions in the accounts, this account would have been the next one. That is, Li Yuanba's trouble. Deacon Yuxing, who was slightly beaten by Li Yuanba, had already made up his mind that there would be no problems in Li Yuanba's hands. In just 1 hour, so many accounts were checked clearly, coupled with Li Yuanba's profound background. Even the previous Jindan elder would rather lose his own money than anger Li Yuanba because of the accounts. He is a young man. There will definitely be no good consequences if the young deacon commits a crime. There were 9 shopkeepers who came in addition to the shopkeepers from the 3 major sects of the Righteous Way. There were also shopkeepers from the Saluo sect's own shops, as well as shopkeepers from some larger forces on both sides of the good and the devil. The other mid-level shop owners are not qualified to come here. When the old shopkeeper of Qianhuan Zong's Yuchang store saw Li Yuanba wearing a bronze mask, doubts flashed in his eyes. Li Yuanba's image is too special. His face is always covered by a mask. Li Yuanba had visited the Jingdao area of influence through the channel of Juchang store before, and the monks' memories were very good, so they recognized Li Yuanba at the first glance when they met again. But the old shopkeeper doubted his own memory, because Li Yuanba was only a foundation-building monk a few years ago. How could he have become a golden elixir monk and an elder of the Saluo sect, in charge of such important positions as Jieshan City? Li Yuanba smiled and nodded to the old shopkeeper. This was regarded as meeting an acquaintance. This nod and smile immediately made the old shopkeeper understand that he had not recognized the wrong person. The 9 shopkeepers came here to give gifts. This was a congratulatory gift to congratulate Li Yuanba on guarding Jieshan City. At the same time, they are also friends, hoping to do business safely under Li Yuanba's management. With Li Yuanba's power, as long as he is slightly dissatisfied, the business of any shop can be affected. The monks who can be sent to Jieshan City as shopkeepers are all calm and mature people. The shopkeepers came forward to pay homage one by one, introduced their identities, and sent congratulatory gifts. The whole process didn't take long, mainly because the identities of the 2 parties did not match. The shopkeepers were all foundation-building monks with no future, and Li Yuanba was a Jindan elder. The identity gap between them made this meeting really just a meeting. Li Yuanba accepted the gift and reassured the shopkeepers with words that he would not cause any trouble in Jieshan City. He was not interested in profit, but rather in the connection between Jieshan City and the forces of righteousness.
Shopkeeper Xi and Shun, please stay here for a moment.
Li Yuanba said aloud when the 9 shopkeepers left. Shopkeeper Xi and Shun is the shopkeeper of Saluo sect's own shop. Li Yuanba is his direct superior, and his appointment and dismissal can be decided with one word. Shopkeeper Xi and Shun stood respectfully, wondering if Li Yuanba had taken a fancy to his position and wanted to replace it with one of his own.
Shop manager Xi and Shun, I would like to exchange some spiritual objects with you through the channel of the store. Is it possible?
Li Yuanba asked very directly without any intention of hiding his thoughts. Now he is the biggest in Jieshan City and holds a lot of power. Even the Jieshan Pass will give him face. Otherwise, how can they protect each other? Shopkeeper Xi and Shun felt uneasy when he heard that he didn't want to replace him.
Elder, as long as there are not too many spiritual objects, it won't be a problem. In fact, if you take some precautions, some banned spiritual objects can also come and go.
Shopkeeper Xi and Shun answered honestly. Li Yuanba, who first came here, would not know about this kind of thing. But as time went by, someone would tell him. So shopkeeper Xi and Shun didn't hide it at all if he wanted to curry favor with Li Yuanba.
You do your best and I will notify you when necessary.
Li Yuanba waved his hand and said. Shopkeeper Xi and Shun bowed and left. The day after Li Yuanba took over Jieshan City, a benefit belonging to the elder of the Golden Core of the Saluo sect arrived, which made him wonder when the Saluo sect could do things so efficiently. The elder's benefits are a bit more than before, which is just a few more servings of 3rd-grade spiritual tea and spiritual fruits, which is enough for 3 years. The congratulatory gifts sent by the 9 shopkeepers are all 3rd-grade spiritual objects. They are not particularly precious in terms of value, but they are still valuable. Since he didn't change anything, Jieshan City passed the power transfer peacefully, and business activities were not affected in any way. He picked 3 items from the gifts and turned them into a sword light and flew towards the Boundary Mountain Pass. Outside the Boundary Mountain Pass, he cast a sound transmission spell, and soon the formation opened a passage for him to enter.
Senior Brother Jiang, Senior Brother Meng, and Senior Brother Shi, please forgive me for taking the liberty of coming here.
As soon as Li Yuanba entered the Boundary Mountain Pass, he saw the 3 elders guarding Jin Dan coming out to greet them, and they took the initiative to step forward and bow in salute. The 3 Jin Dan elders were assigned to guard the Boundary Mountain Pass. They were all in the middle stage of Jin Dan, and their combat prowess ranked high among the Jin Dan monks in the sect. But the 3 Jin Dan elders all came out to welcome him, which shows that they attached great importance to Li Yuanba. Of course, there was also the fact that Li Yuanba was so generous that he came to the door with gifts the day after he took over Jieshan City.
Junior Brother Li, with a sword cultivator like you nearby, we can feel a lot more at ease.
Jiang Pu smiled and returned the salute. Among the 3 Jin Dan elders guarding the Boundary Mountain Pass, Jiang Pu is the oldest and can speak on behalf of the 3 Jin Dan elders. Jiang Pu didn't mean to be polite. The original Jin Dan elder of Jieshan City was transferred. This was related to the safety of Jieshan Pass, so they couldn't help but ignore it. Jiang Pu found out about Li Yuanba's situation through the relationship within the sect. He was extremely dissatisfied when he learned that Li Yuanba had just been promoted to Jin Dan and had just performed a mission before being sent to Jieshan City. But knowing Li Yuanba's performance on Jinbei Island, especially the few times Li Yuanba took action, showing his control of the battle strategy and strong combat power, Jiang Pu changed his mood, especially the Wanjian Feng magic weapon in Li Yuanba's hand, which is equivalent to the combat power of a late-stage Jin Dan. Not to mention that Li Yuanba, as a sword cultivator, is already a powerful monk.
Senior Brother Jiang, this is a small gift. I will need more care from the 3 senior brothers in the future,
Li Yuanba said as he presented the gift.
What gifts are you bringing to us? Come in quickly.
Jiang Pu invited with a smile. And the other 2 Jin Dan elders were also very happy. It's not because of the gift, but because of Li Yuanba's attitude. Li Yuanba chatted with the 3 Golden Elixir elders for a while. The 3 Golden Elixir elders took care of him and told him more information about the Golden Elixir realm, which actually benefited him a lot. Li Yuanba entered the Golden Elixir realm for a short period of time, and Elder Jian had retreated early, without anyone to guide him. He dealt with many situations he encountered during his cultivation by himself. With the guidance of 3 veteran Golden Elixir elders, he would be able to handle them in the future. My practice has gone more smoothly.
Senior Brother Jiang, I have some personal belongings that I want to enter and exit through the Jieshan Pass in the future. I would like to ask the 3 senior brothers to take more care of me.
Li Yuanba saw that the time was almost up and switched the topic to the purpose of his trip. Some things need to be made clear. He is also a Golden Core cultivator, and he understands that as long as he passes through the passage of the checkpoint, any hidden spiritual objects will be discovered with the help of the Golden Core cultivator's spiritual thoughts and formations. So if you want to smuggle spiritual objects back and forth, you might get into trouble later if you don't come to say hello. Of course, Li Yuanba just didn't come to say hello. They knew it was his belongings, so they probably wouldn't ask anything about it. But if they said hello, there would definitely be no trouble.
Ha ha. Junior Brother, don't worry. We are guarding the Boundary Mountain Pass. It is normal for a small amount of spiritual objects to come and go. Some of the training resources the 3 of us need are directly exchanged from there,
Jiang Pu said with a smile. Jiang Pu actually misunderstood Li Yuanba, thinking that Li Yuanba wanted to save some effort in order to obtain more resources. The resources of the 100,000 mountains and the righteous forces are complementary. The resources of the 100,000 mountains will double in price when they reach the righteous forces, and the resources of the righteous forces will also double in price after they reach the 100,000 mountains. This refers to formal channels. Checkpoints on both sides of formal channels need to charge fees. Shops on both sides need to make profits, and forces on both sides need to collect taxes. As a result, the selling price of resources after passing the level will naturally increase a lot. But in private dealings, various expenses are reduced, and the price comes down.
Actually, there is some private income at Jieshan Pass. We will tell you even if you don't come,
Meng Cheng interjected. Li Yuanba couldn't help but be a little curious and looked at Ming Chung, who was speaking.
We have private contact with the guarding golden elixir opposite. There will be some transactions of third-grade spiritual objects that do not go through formal channels. The profits from the guarding golden elixir are equally divided between the two parties, which is almost equal to the income level of the guarding mission.
Ming Chung smiled. Said, if Li Yuanba had not come over, the relationship between the two parties would not have become so close so quickly. Although this benefit would not be lost to Li Yuanba, it would be difficult to say in terms of time. It might take a few months. It might take a year or two. Now that the relationship between the two parties is getting closer, Li Yuanba will naturally have a share of the benefits that belong to Jiashan Pass. You must know that Jiashan City, where Li Yuanba is located, is also an important part of this interest chain. In this way, Li Yuanba has more confidence in future resource exchanges. If he wants to improve his strength faster, he needs resource help from Li Shiming. In the past, if he wanted to get resource help, he or Li Shiming needed to meet. But both he and Li Shiming had their own troubles. His entanglement with Chiba Temple seemed to have calmed down, but he knew very well that it would be extremely difficult to escape once Chiba Temple made a move. So he needed to leave the protection of the formation as little as possible. As for Li Shiming, it was like a curse. As long as he left the mountain gate, he would be in trouble. So Shushan sect restricted him from leaving the sect. This temporarily interrupted the connection between him and his real body Li Shiming. Only when he was transferred to Jiashan City did he have a good opportunity to reconnect. When leaving the Jiashan Pass, Li Yuanba made an appointment with the 3 Jindan elders for the next meeting. The 3 Jindan elders would also have regular exchanges on cultivation. This kind of communication is beneficial to the cultivation of Jindan monks. They are willing to lead. Going up to Li Yuanba was acknowledging that Li Yuanba had joined them. Chapter 309 Reinforcements. Shopkeeper Xian Shun carefully held a sealed jade box in his hand and stretched it towards Li Yuanba opposite. This jade box was delivered from the other side through the channel of the store. Li Yuanba took the jade box and checked the seal mark on the jade box in front of shopkeeper Xian Shun without any scruples. After finding nothing wrong, he opened the jade box. In the jade box are 2 jade bottles, each containing 10 third-grade elixirs. This is his first test of sending third-grade elixirs through this channel. 20 third-grade elixirs are already of great benefit to this channel. If he hadn't already greeted the Jiashan checkpoint, he might have been stopped halfway. The main body, Li Shiming, could not leave the mountain gate, but he had followers, especially a follower named Yi Lingyun. With the help of the foundation building pill provided by Li Shiming, he was successfully promoted to a foundation building monk. Yi Lingyun took the jade box to the other side of Jiashan Pass. She did not use the name of Li Shiming, but the name of the Yi family. The Yi family is also a big cultivating family, so it is convenient to do things. In addition, Li Yuanba had already established channels, so the entire process of transporting the jade boxes was without any risk. Shopkeeper Xian Shun was not surprised when he saw that it was a third-grade elixir. At the golden elixir stage, the first thing almost all golden elixir monks do is to obtain cultivation resources. The third-grade elixir is the most important among them, and it is related to the major cultivation matters of the golden elixir monks. As for why we need to obtain third-grade elixirs from the righteous forces, this is normal. Sunluo sect also has an alchemy master. However, because the alchemy master of Sunluo sect is best at magic cultivation elixirs, he rarely refines ordinary elixirs. Panacea. Therefore, spiritual elixirs are relatively more expensive and scarce for monks of the Sunluo sect who practice the righteous method.
The elders had a way, and were able to purchase the elixir refined by Master Li Shiming.
Shopkeeper Xian Shun glanced at the mark on the jade bottle and couldn't help but complimented. The reputation of Li Shiming, the master of alchemy, is constantly improving as the elixirs he refines are leaked out. Even Shawandishan knows Li Shiming's reputation as a shopkeeper who manages cultivation resources. How could shopkeeper Xian Shun not recognize Li Shiming's mark?
Thank you for your hard work this time.
Li Yuanba put away the third-grade elixir and waved his hand. Shopkeeper Xian Shun knew what he meant, bowed and left the governor's mansion. 20 third-grade elixirs were enough for Li Yuanba to practice for nearly 2 months, and he had no intention of using this channel to transport resources frequently. In the days that followed, he felt the tranquility of Jiashan City. He does not need to worry about all matters. Deacon Yu Xing is very capable. Under his hard work, Jiashan City runs smoothly without any mistakes. After having the resources, his cultivation became regular. He practiced the
Scorching Sun Jade Body Technique,
and
Torchi Chung Shao Technique,
every day during the day, and practiced
Evil Corpse Spirit Record.
at night. His cultivation began to improve relatively quickly. Promote. 1 month after he took over the guard duty of Jishan Town. On this day, he was practicing his natal flying sword, Xingyi sword, when he sensed that the identity of the Jade Disc suddenly reacted. His spiritual mind scanned the identity Jade Disc and found that it was a message for help from Jiang Pu. Without any hesitation, his figure rose into the air, and with Xingyi Jian, he turned into a sword light and shot towards the Boundary Mountain Pass. As soon as he approached the Boundary Mountain Pass, he sensed Jiang Pu's aura. Jiang Pu was hovering just above the Boundary Mountain checkpoint, with all his qi activated, covering the lower part. The other 2 Jindan elders disappeared without knowing where they were, which puzzled Li Yuanba.
Junior Brother Li came in time. With Junior Brother coming to help, there is no need to worry about trouble.
When Jiang Pu saw Li Yuanba arriving, the worry on his face weakened a lot, and he greeted Li Yuanba and said,
"What's going on?"
Li Yuanba looked at the Jishan level, and based on his perception, he didn't detect any fighting aura below.
Junior Brother Ming and Junior Brother Sure have already gone to chase the rats from the Disha sect that sneaked across the checkpoint. I called Junior Brother here to help guard the Jishan checkpoint, so as to prevent others from taking the opportunity to break through the checkpoint due to weak defenses.
Jiang Pu replied with a wry smile. The Disha sect is one of the 3 major demon sects, as famous as the Sanluo sect and the Yin Yang sect.
The Disha sect is far away from the Shirwan Mountain. I didn't expect the monks from the Disha sect to enter the Shirwan Mountain from here.
Li Yuanba couldn't help but relax and said after hearing that he didn't need to fight and just came to help guard the Jishan Pass. The time he joined the sect was too short, and he rarely heard about the affairs between Sanluo's sect and the other 2 major demon sects in the past. From what Jiang Pu said, it seemed that the relationship between Sanluo's sect and Disha sect was not good, or even hostile.
The core inherited skill of the Earthly Evil sect, the Earthly Evil demonic skill, needs to absorb the Earthly Evil Chi during the Golden Elixir stage. And the best Earthly Evil Spirit is the Mountain Evil Spirit from Shirwanda Mountain. Absorbing the Earthly Evil Spirit will make a whole area the region's spirituality has been greatly lost, which is digging into the foundation of our Sanluo sect. So preventing the Disha sect from entering Shirwanda Mountain is a matter of strict investigation by the sect.
Jiang Pu shook his head and explained. Li Yuanba's arrival meant that Jiang Pu didn't have to be too nervous. The presence of their 2 Jindan elders at the Jishan Pass was enough to deal with ordinary troubles.
There won't be any problems with Senior Brother Ming and Senior Brother Sure, right?
Li Yuanba asked worriedly, thinking of the 2 Jindan elders who were chasing after them. Although he has only been here for more than a month, he has already formed a good friendship with the 3 Jindan elders at the Jishan Pass. Whether it was communication on cultivation or using power to obtain resources, the 4 Jindan elders got along extremely well. In Jiang Pu's opinion, Li Yuanba was even easier to talk to than the previous Jindan who guarded Jishan City. Li Yuanba's attitude towards resources is not to compete. Although he does not compete, no one will owe him the resources that belong to him.
Junior Brother Sure has a tracking spirit ret. The Disha sect golden pill that he smuggled out is only in the early stage of the golden pill. He can't escape their tracking.
Jiang Pu was very confident in the 2 golden pill elders and replied with a smile. While the 2 were talking, they looked at the other side of the level at the same time, where 3 golden elixir auras were approaching quickly.
I knew they would come here to cause some trouble and make us lose face.
Jiang Pu helplessly spread his hands. He was not worried. Li Yuanba's combat power was pretty good. With Li Yuanba's help, it would not be easy for the 3 golden elixir monks of the right way to cause trouble this time.
Aren't we cooperating with them?
Li Yuanba asked in confusion, thinking of a dividend not long ago. In that dividend, he received a 3rd-grade elixir. With his early cultivation of the golden elixir, it was enough for him to ask the alchemy master to open a furnace of 3rd-grade elixir. The dividends are shared by several Jindan monks guarding the checkpoints on both sides. All Jindan monks who participated in the reselling of resources, regardless of whether they are good or evil, have a share. This shows that although the 2 sides are in a state of hostility between good and evil, they also have friendship with each other.
Cooperation is cooperation, and there is no conflict between interests and hostility. As long as the right way has an opportunity, they will come and take advantage, whether it is destroying the formation or severely injuring our monks. As long as the right way does not transfer monks from the interior for reinforcements, all our behaviors within reasonable rules, We are monks and need to be ready to fight at any time,
Jiang Pu explained for Li Yuanba. As he spoke, the 3 auras had already arrived outside the formation. Jiang Pu nodded to Li Yuanba and flew in the direction of the 3 auras, with Li Yuanba following closely behind.
Brother Ing, Brother Xian, Brother Mu, if you didn't stay over there to drink tea, why did you come here?
Jiang Pu said with a smile. If it weren't for the strong aura on Jiang Pu's body, and the flying spears emitting black gas beside him that would attack at any time. Just by listening to what he said, one would have thought it was a meeting between friends.
Aren't we here to drink tea with you?
The leadering said with a thick smile. His eyes fell on Li Yuanba. The sword intent on Li Yuanba made him pay a little attention. But after sensing Li Yuanba's realm, his expression became relaxed. The 3 righteous golden elixirs who came were all monks at the middle stage of the golden elixir. 3 against 2. The one with fewer people is still in a worse state. The righteous side has a great advantage. How can Ing Ho be unhappy? Golden elixir monks from both sides guarded both sides of the checkpoint. 200 miles apart. They were usually extremely bored and couldn't leave at will. Therefore, whenever there is an opportunity to attack each other, hitting each other hard is the greatest pleasure. In addition, the sects behind both sides will give considerable rewards to those who successfully attack the other side. The checkpoint is the face of the sect, and being able to damage the enemy's face is a great publicity for the sect's reputation.
Is this a newcomer? Is there no one in the Luo sect? Why did you find a monk in the early stage of Jin Dan?
Another Xian Tong spoke even more harshly, and his continuous questions made Jiang Pu look particularly ugly.
Junior brother, this Xian Tong has a very bad mouth. If you do something later, don't hold back.
Jiang Pu turned to Li Yuanba and said. He didn't use sound transmission, just to let Shintong on the other side hear.
Old rule. Fight first. Be responsible for your injuries,
Ing Ho said in a deep voice, not wanting to show off his rhetoric. He signaled to Mu Peng, who had never spoken, and the 2 righteous Jindan monks rushed towards Jiang Pu.
Newcomer, I'll teach you how to fight,
Xian Tong said to Li Yuanba with a ferocious smile. Li Yuanba's response was a natal flying sword. As soon as Xian Tong finished speaking, Xing Yi's sword shot out towards Xian Tong. Shintong was well prepared, and a shield magic weapon blocked Xing Yijian. The moment Xing Yijian collided with the shield magic weapon, Xing Yijian's hidden sword intent exploded. Li Yuanba found that Xian Tong underestimated him. But he was not angry. It was a good thing for the enemy to underestimate him. Therefore, he did not fully display his sword intent, and only allowed Xing Yijian's sword intent to maintain the level expected of an early Jindan sword cultivator. But in fact, Li Yuanba's sword intent has long surpassed the level of Jindan's early sword cultivation. Not to mention Xing Yijian's increase in sword intent. The sword intent was enhanced by 135%, allowing his sword intent to explode at full strength, can reach more than double its own. Xian Tong's combat experience was indeed rich, and he regarded Li Yuanba seriously. He said it easily, but the defensive magic weapon was already ready to go. When Xing Yijian flew out, the shield magic weapon was ready for defense. There was nothing wrong with this originally, but he did not expect that the power of Xing Yijian would be so strong. With a boom sound, Xing Yi's sword struck the shield magic weapon. The Jiang sword intent far exceeded Xian Tong's expectations, piercing the spiritual layer on the shield magic weapon and entering the inside of the shield magic weapon. Shintong only felt a pain in his head, and the completely refined shield magic weapon was sacrificed. Under this blow, most of the spiritual imprints inside it were wiped out, leaving only a very small spiritual imprint, which made him unable to control the shield magic weapon. It has dropped to the point where it is difficult to control. He was horrified in his heart, and instinctively retreated with all his strength. At the same time, the flying sword magic weapon on his body turned offense into defense, blocking in front of him. He no longer cared about his shield magic weapon, because the sword intent on Xing Yi's sword made his spiritual thoughts feel stinging. Xing Yijian's attack was continuous, and once he attacked, it was like a tidal wave. The shield magic weapon only lasted for a breath before it completely lost control and fell downwards. During the fall, Li Yuanba still had enough energy to catch the shield magic weapon with his spiritual thoughts. Xian Tong took out 3 talismans one after another from the storage bracelet. The talismans were all of the 3rd grade, and they turned into 3 spiritual shields to block him. He understood his dangerous situation, so he had no intention of being stingy at all, and used all available life-saving means. The sword light formed by Xing Yijian was divided into three. One of the three sword lights struck at the flying sword magic weapon, while the other two dexterously avoided the flying sword magic weapon and chased after Xintong. Although the divided sword light weakens the attack power, the sword intent contained in it has not weakened much. That is to say, the flying sword magic weapon is Xintong's natal magic weapon. It was cut down several times by a sword light transformed by Xing Yijian, and he was still able to persist. The powerful sword intention is the nemesis of this kind of spiritual shield, the origin of the ability to defeat all magic with one sword, and most of its reputation comes from the restraint of magic spells by the sword intention. The killing intent on Li Yuanba's body was awe-inspiring, and the sword intent on Xing Yi's sword also contained the ultimate killing intent. He rarely fought with monks of similar level, and fighting Xintong at this time allowed him to show off his skills as a swordsman. The experience he had experienced some time ago made him hold back a lot of anger, and Xintong became the target of his anger. Xing Yijian was powerless when facing the third-grade demon King Kong giant armored turtle, and finally relied on Wang Jianfeng's magic weapon to resolve the battle. That battle made him question the power of the flying sword. Not to mention that when he defended Jinbei Island later, he didn't even see the enemy's face. Just the aftermath of the battle made him unable to resist. This battle made Li Yuanba truly feel the power of Jindan Sword Cultivator. In the frontal battle, Xintong, a dignified mid-Jindan cultivator and a higher level of realm, was almost unable to fight back under his Xingyi sword. As long as a little more time passes, Xintong's defeat will be inevitable. Li Yuanba also truly recognized Jian Shou and eliminated his doubts about Fei Jian. This was an extremely critical thing.
Junior brother Mu, I'm going to help.
On the other side, Ing Ho saw Xintong's embarrassment and shouted in a deep voice. At the same time, his figure withdrew from the battle and flew towards the battlefield between Li Yuanba and Xintong. Chapter 310 Face. Ing Ho's participation in the battlefield did not improve the situation. Li Yuanba's three sword lights split up again and turned into 6 sword lights. The power weakened again, but it still made it difficult for Xintong to continue. Even Ing Ho, who had just joined, had to switch from offense to defense. The sword intent in the sword light was really too powerful. If he didn't defend with all his strength, people would die. The two monks who were in the middle stage of the golden elixir were beaten so hard that they lost their temper in front of Li Yuanba, a monk who was in the early stage of the golden elixir. Fortunately, Ing Ho's help prevented Xintong from defeating so quickly. Li Yuanba would not hold back at all when dealing with his enemies. When he found that he could not take down Xintong and Ing Ho for a while, he was ready to kill them. He stretched out his right hand, and a small mountain peak appeared in his palm. Not far away, Jiang Pu dealt with the righteous Mu Peng very easily, and he still had enough energy to observe the battle on the other side. When he saw Li Yuanba taking out the small mountain peak, his expression suddenly changed. Of course he knew what that small mountain peak was. It was a powerful magic weapon that could suppress the late-stage Golden Core monks. The two Golden Core monks on the opposite side of the Jingdao were already at a disadvantage. If they were attacked by Wang Jianfeng's magic weapon, they would definitely die. Born.
Junior brotherly, keep your hands and don't kill anyone,
Jiang Pu shouted loudly. When Jiang Pu shouted to stop, the Wang Jianfeng magic weapon had already flown out of Li Yuanba's hand and turned into a huge mountain peak in the air, covering Ing Ho and Xintong, two middle-stage Jindan monks. Ing Ho and Xintong, two middle-stage Jindan monks, only felt their whole bodies tighten, and a heavy force field fell on them. Their bodies were restrained by the force field and could not move. Above their heads, the terrifying and huge Wanjin peak would fall down at any time and crush them into powder. The feeling of death made them want to explode. But under Wang Jianfeng's force field, even the golden elixir in their bodies could not be easily used. At the moment when Wang Jianfeng's magic weapon was about to fall, Li Yuanba heard Jiang Pu's words. But Wang Jianfeng's magic weapon was easy to attack and difficult to retract, so he could only make Wang Jianfeng's magic weapon move away from its attack position. There was a loud noise. Earth and rocks on the ground flew up, and dust flew into the sky. Jiang Pu and the righteous monk Mu Peng, who were still fighting before, stopped fighting and looked at the ground blankly. Due to the force field of Wang Jianfeng's magic weapon, Ing Ho and Xintong, two middle-stage Jindan monks, fell together with the Wang Jianfeng magic weapon. In the eyes of others, it is like being pressed into the earth by Wang Jianfeng's magic weapon. There was silence on the battlefield. When the dust was blown away, Ing Ho and Xintong were revealed in a panic on the ground. Their bodies and heads were covered with dust. This is difficult to see in monks. Monks have spiritual power to protect their bodies, and dust and other things will be separated by spiritual power. To be able to make them so embarrassed shows that under the power of Wang Jianfeng's magic weapon just now, they completely lost their defense capabilities.
Are you two okay?
Jiang Pu asked with concern. This caring tone made Li Yuanba mistakenly think that Jiang Pu was preparing to join the righteous forces. This was not what Elder Jin Dan of the Sanluo sect of the demon sect should say.
Fortunately, you called in time. Didn't you explain the rules clearly to him?
Ing Ho escaped from death and shouted in fear. Jiang Pu was also helpless and didn't want to lose face. So he called Li Yuanba for help. But how did he know that Li Yuanba was so powerful that he could fight against 2 middle-stage Jindan monks by himself? And he actually suppressed the 2 middle-stage Jindan monks without using Wang Jianfeng's magic weapon. He had long been paying attention to taking out the Wang Jianfeng magic weapon for a decisive blow. So he immediately issued a reminder when he saw Li Yuanba taking out the Wang Jianfeng magic weapon.
Junior Brotherly has just arrived. But you are preparing to save our face this time. As long as nothing happens. Just be careful in the future.
Jiang Pu responded proudly.
You have the nerve to call him Junior Brother. He is much stronger than you.
Ing Ho recovered and said with disdain. Jiang Pu knew that Ing Ho was in a bad mood. So he smiled and did not answer.
Thank you, fellow Daoisli, for keeping your hand.
Ing Ho said, okay, to Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba didn't know the reason. And he didn't know how to reply. So he just responded with a salute.
Junior Brotherly, we have been facing each other all year round. If we had been fighting to death every time, we would have died countless times. The rules here are that guarding the golden elixir can be injured, but not life-threatening. The main reason is that the two of them are dead. The rotation of the guarding golden elixir still needs to reopen the joints. And I don't know how long it will take before the trade routes can be restored.
Jiang Pu did not hide it, and explained with a smile. For the sake of profit and cultivation resources, some compromises must be made. If Li Yuanba kills Ing Ho and Xian Tong today, then the Zhengdao side will definitely retaliate, and will definitely send late-stage Jindan cultivators over. Once the war begins, both sides will send a large number of golden elixirs to confront each other, and the result will be that each other's interests will be compromised. In addition, the cooperative relationship that was finally established will also die out, and the difficulty of establishing a cooperative relationship will increase many times, which is not in the interests of both parties. Li Yuanba finally understood the relationship between the two sides of the Jieshan Pass. In general, cooperation was the mainstream, and the rest of the battle for face was just an embellishment. Such large sects claim that good and evil are incompatible. But the monks not only fight and kill each other, but also have worldly relationships. Thinking of the dividends he had received before, he felt that holding back just now was nothing.
Today we admit defeat,
Ing Ho said, hugging Jiang Pu and Li Yuanba. When he cupped his fist towards Li Yuanba, he intentionally stayed for a moment to show that he valued Li Yuanba. After saying this, the 3 righteous golden elixir monks turned and left. Only then did Li Yuanba realize that he had also captured a shield magic weapon. But it was too late when he wanted to speak. The 3 righteous golden elixir monks flew away at an extremely fast speed.
Senior Brother Jiang, what should I do with this magic weapon?
Li Yuanba turned to Jiang Pu and asked.
Of course it belongs to you.
Jiang Pu replied with a smile. He was in a great mood. Rumors were rumors. After seeing Li Yuanba's combat power with his own eyes, he was even more satisfied with Li Yuanba's joining. The strength shown by Li Yuanba this time not only caused the Zhengdao side to lose face, but more importantly, the Sanluo sect side would get a certain tilt in the dividends. The last word in the world of cultivators is that they have a big fist.
How about I let Senior Brother Jiang handle it for me, and see if fellow Daoist Mu wants to take it back?
Li Yuanba casually threw the shield magic weapon to Jiang Pu and said. Jiang Pu took over the shield magic weapon. He had been dealing with Mu Peng for a long time. After many years of confrontation, he was very familiar with the magic weapon on Mu Peng. This shield magic weapon is a high-grade magic weapon. In terms of material and power, it is considered very good among magic weapons. But Li Yuanba's attitude towards this shield magic weapon was not to say that he looked down upon it. But his attitude was really a bit contemptuous. But then I thought about it. Li Yuanba is a sword cultivator. In addition to the natal flying sword, the magic weapon he uses is Wang Jianfeng, which is powerful enough to suppress the Golden Core monks. How can he see such a powerful magic weapon? Shield magic weapon.
Okay, I'll contact Mu Peng later and ask him to come up with something in exchange for this magic weapon.
Jiang Pu agreed with a smile. Li Yuanba stayed at Jieshan Pass. As for Jieshan City, it was very close to Jieshan Pass. In addition, the Salua sect attached great importance to that place. For many years, there had not been any monks who dared to cause trouble in the city. Elder Jin Dan, who guards Jieshan City, rarely takes action in several years, so he is not worried about the safety of Jieshan City. After waiting for 2 days, the two Jin Dan elders, Meng Cheng and Shi Kan, finally returned.
Let that guy run away!
Shi Chan shouted angrily as soon as he came back. Meng Cheng, on the other hand, wasn't very angry. He smiled and said nothing.
You two combined couldn't keep that guy?
Jiang Pu asked in surprise. With tracking means, 2 middle-stage Golden Core monks chased an early-stage Golden Core monk. Not to mention the middle-stage Golden Core monk who was able to guard the Boundary Mountain Pass. Their strength was the best among the middle-stage Golden Core monks. Under such a disparity in strength, he still let the other party run away.
That guy burned his essence and blood and ran away. I'm afraid he won't be able to recover in a few decades. This time he injured his origin, and his future is probably ruined.
Meng Cheng replied with a smile. In other words, Shi Kan wanted to see people in life and corpses in death. Meng Cheng was still very satisfied with the results of this pursuit.
Zheng Dao didn't come over to cause trouble, did they?
Shi Kan didn't want to mention the pursuit anymore, so he changed the topic and asked.
Junior brother Li almost killed Ing Ho and Xian Tong on the spot. If I hadn't called a halt in time, the battle at the Jieshan Pass would have been ready by now.
Jiang Pu said with a smile.
Junior brother is very good at what he does. I should have taught them a lesson a long time ago. But it is better not to kill them if possible. Our cultivation resources will all be used for dividends.
Shi Kan turned to look at Li Yuanba in surprise and said, in a battle at the Boundary Mountain Pass, Li Yuanba's achievements made him famous. Both the good and the evil knew about Li Yuanba, a powerful golden elixir sword cultivator, and regarded him as another sword elder. Of course, with fame comes some troubles. It is not easy to become famous in the world of immortality. The quickest way is to defeat a famous monk and replace his reputation. On the 5th day after Li Yuanba returned to Jieshan City, he received a sound transmission technique. The monk who sent the sound transmission method called himself the Red-Eyed Blood Demon, which made him pay attention. The monks he met all identified themselves by their names. But it was rare to see monks who identified themselves by their titles. According to the rules of the world of immortality, those who can be recognized with titles are treated like the strongest. The Red-Eyed Blood Demon sent a letter of challenge. About 5 miles outside Jieshan City, Li Yuanba is not worried about any traps the other party may have. As long as he sends a signal, the Jin Dan elders at the Jieshan Pass will come to reinforce him. The Jieshan Pass is very close to here and can be reached in up to 30 breaths of time. He also didn't believe that there was any powerful golden elixir monk who could make it impossible for him to last for 30 breaths. Besides, sword cultivators need to keep fighting to quickly improve their swordsmanship. He is not prepared to give up this challenge. He flew to the agreed place. At this time, many monks were watching and waiting. It seemed that the Red-Eyed Blood Demon not only made an appointment with him, but also sent the news out. So there were monks watching.
Elderly is here. Why is Elderly still wearing a mask? Could it be that practicing magic has damaged your face? Don't talk nonsense. Elderly is a swordsman. Can't sword cultivators practice magic skills?
In order to treat powerful enemies more carefully, Li Yuanba also wore a heart band on his head. The heart band enhanced his spiritual consciousness and made his 5 senses extremely sensitive. He could clearly hear the very quiet discussions among the monks. He ignored these people's words and looked at a single early-stage Jin Dan monk. The strongest monks onlookers are in the late stage of foundation building. It is estimated that there are few golden elixir monks who will be idle and bored to watch.
Red-Eyed Blood Demon?
Li Yuanba looked at the early-stage golden elixir monk and asked in a deep voice. He did not underestimate the other party, since the other party knew that he had defeated Ing Ho and Xian Tong, 2 middle-stage Jin Dan righteous monks, and would challenge him. Then the Red-Eyed Blood Demon should have enough strength to match him. There is no need for him to think that early-stage Golden Core monks are weak. He himself is an early-stage Golden Core monk and does not have the strength to kill mid-stage Golden Core monks.
Exactly. You are swordsman Li Yuanba?
The Red-Eyed Blood Demon looked at Li Yuanba. Excitement flashed in his eyes. He was passing by here and heard about Li Yuanba's reputation. So he proposed a fight. He sneered at Li Yuanba's victory over 2 Jingdao middle-stage Jin Dan monks. This kind of fame-making method sounded too fake at first sight. But this is also a good thing. He just happened to be in the early stages of being promoted to the Golden Core. And his reputation as the red-eyed blood demon also needed to be known. With Li Yuanba's influence, all the monks would know the name of the red-eyed blood demon. Feeling proud, he took out his ghost flag and used the ghost flag magic weapon as his natal magic weapon. This was an absolute demonic practice. It's no wonder that the red-eyed blood demon thinks highly of himself. Oni banner-like natal magic weapons have extremely strong potential. The power of these natal magic weapons depends on how well the ghosts in Oni banner are cultivated. The fierce ghost in his ghost banner is a third-grade fierce ghost obtained by accident. It is the enemy that the Golden Core cultivator least wants to face.
A fair fight!
Li Yuanba sensed the confidence of the red-eyed blood demon. He performed a monk salute to the red-eyed blood demon and said in a deep voice,
A fair fight!
The red-eyed blood demon nodded and was about to wave the ghost banner magic weapon. The greatest fighting characteristic of a sword cultivator is speed. The sword cultivator's natal flying sword is one of the fastest magic weapons. Almost at the moment both sides agreed to fight, Xing Yi's sword flew out. The terrifying Jiyang sword intent exuded its power without any reservation. Moreover, with the help of the exotic treasure heart band above his head, Li Yuanba's spirit strengthened more than twice as much. This made his Xing Yi shoot faster. Before the red-eyed blood demon's Oni banner magic weapon was fully activated, Xing Yi approached the red-eyed blood demon. However, the red-eyed blood demon discovered something that frightened him inexplicably. The third-level ghost in the ghost banner magic weapon seemed to be afraid of something, and did not obey his orders to fight. After such a delay, Xing Yi had already arrived in front of the red-eyed blood demon. The sword light passed through the body of the red-eyed blood demon without even pausing. Behind Xing Yi's sword, the body of the red-eyed blood demon was divided into two parts. Chapter 311 Reputation. Li Yuanba was stunned. To be honest, he respected his opponent very much. So when he used Xing Yi, he didn't leave any spare force and really used all his strength to attack. But this red-eyed blood demon was killed without even receiving a single blow, which was still unacceptable to him. Xing Yi turned around in the air and flew back to his side, the sword swaying slightly. At this time, the monks watching around the battlefield were still stunned by the sword intent emitted by Xing Yi. It took a long time for the monks to recover. Seeing the body of the red-eyed blood demon and seeing Li Yuanba collecting the loot, the monks were shocked again. As the saying goes, seeing is better than hearing. No matter how many descriptions of Li Yuanba's strength there are in rumors, nothing can compare to seeing Li Yuanba's battle process live. Although the red-eyed blood demon is not a golden elixir cultivator from the Sun Luo sect, he is also from a medium-sized sect, and his reputation is extremely resounding among casual cultivators. The purpose of competing with Li Yuanba was to spread his reputation among large sects such as Sun Luo's sect. Perhaps he could also use this as an opportunity to attract the attention of Sun Luo's sect and switch to Sun Luo's sect. But he never expected that his failure to take Li Yuanba's sword would turn his fight into a joke. Of course, the red-eyed blood demon's strength is actually quite good. But who told him to meet Li Yuanba? With the third-grade ghosts in his ghost banner magic weapon, most Golden Core cultivators who don't have the means to deal with third-grade ghosts cannot defeat him. But Li Yuanba's Jiyang sword intent is too special, and is definitely the nemesis of demon cultivators. That third-level fierce ghost didn't even have the courage to fight after sensing the Jiyang sword intention contained in Xing Yi. This is also due to the red-eyed blood demon's own lack of control over third-grade ghosts. At the early stage of the Golden Core, it is still very difficult to control third-grade ghosts. It's usually invisible, but in times of danger, this effect can be fatal. If the red-eyed blood demon can summon a third-grade ghost, even if the third-grade ghost cannot hold out for long under the Jiyang sword intent, it is still better than being killed on the spot by the red-eyed blood demon. As long as the third-level ghost can hold on for a moment, the red-eyed blood demon will take the initiative to admit defeat. This kind of fight, if you take the initiative to admit defeat, usually will not go on to death. Li Yuanba was also helpless. He had no intention of killing the red-eyed blood demon, but he had always fought against extremely powerful monks. Who would have thought that he would encounter a golden elixir monk who couldn't even take a single blow? This golden elixir monk was so confident that Li Yuanba had no choice but to take action with all his strength. Shaking his head, Li Yuanba ignored the monks around him. He took the red-eyed blood demon storage bracelet and the ghost flag magic weapon, and turned back to the Jieshan town guard's house. As for the body of the red-eyed blood demon, he was a bit ruthless.
The Jiang sword intent destroyed its corpse a bit seriously, especially since the remaining Jiang sword intent continued to destroy the corpse, let alone refining the corpse. The corpse is dead. Even if it is used as a repair material for corpse refining, it cannot be used. Returning to the guard house, Li Yuanbao looked at the ghost banner magic weapon with some curiosity. As for the storage bracelet of the red-eyed blood demon, he scanned it with his spiritual mind and lost interest. He wanted to discover some spiritual object that would dazzle him from the space objects of an early Jindan monk who was not from a large sect. This possibility was so small that it could be ignored. The only thing that gave him some research ideas was the red-eyed blood demon's magic weapon, Oni Banner. It's a pity that the spirit of this natal magic weapon, Oni Banner, has been greatly lost. Even if it is re-sacrificially refined, it can only exert half of its power at most. Fortunately, the power of the natal magic weapon Ghost Banner itself is not the most important. But the third-grade fierce ghost among them is the main combat power. When Li Yuanbao's spiritual thoughts entered the natal magic weapon, the ghost flag, he sensed the third-grade ghost, the dignified third-grade fierce ghosts. Even ordinary golden elixir monks, who had no means of attacking spirits, could only run for their lives in front of him. But they were trembling under Li Yuanbao's divine thoughts. Sword intent is the nemesis of all spells. Not to mention the sword intent with Jiang. For third-level ghosts, this is a natural restraint. You're quite spiritual. Li Yuanbao sensed the emotions of the third-grade ghost and couldn't help but smile. Refined corpses, ghosts, etc. are generally not very intelligent. Just like Li Yuanbao's silver corpse generals. They are all silver corpses. But the generals are as smart as children. In addition, the silver corpse general likes to sleep the most. So he is more like a fighting machine than a living being. But the fierce ghost in front of him was at the same level as the silver corpse general. But his spirituality was obviously much higher. If he hadn't been much more spiritual, he might have followed the orders of the red-eyed blood demon in the previous battle. This spirituality is sometimes a good thing. But sometimes it can go wrong. Fighting machines have their own emotions, and will naturally consider their own safety issues. Li Yuanbao fell in love with this third-grade fierce ghost. He didn't want this third-grade fierce ghost. If he put this thing next to him, if he accidentally swept it with Jiang's sword intent, he would probably be in a situation of death and no life. He thought of a technique from the Luo sect that could use soul bodies, such as ghosts, and ghosts to control the bodies of other living beings and exert a certain degree of combat effectiveness. The most commonly used one is to let the soul body and the corpse body fight together, and its combat power can be improved a lot. But he thought of Li Shiming's fake infantile body, which was in charge of the ceremony. The fake infantile body was still alive, but due to its own realm, he could not call the fake infantile body to fight for him. I'm afraid these third-grade ghosts are still too weak. He sensed the situation of the third-grade ghosts again and made his own judgment. He could feel the power of the false infantile body through his real body. Li Shiming, based on his judgment, even if the current third-level ghosts use secret techniques, they probably would not dare to possess the false infantile body. But this is a direction. As long as the third-grade ghosts continue to be cultivated, until the third-grade ghosts can safely possess the false infant body, they can obtain the combat power of the false infant body. Li Yuanbao knew that the fake infantile body, even though he was now a golden elixir sword cultivator and had strong combat power, he could still put the fake infantile body in front of him and try to break through the fake infantile body. Defense is extremely difficult to achieve. It was hard for him to imagine that when he was driving the false infantile body at the Golden Core stage, there would be any enemies at the Golden Core stage that could compete with him. He does not think that he is truly invincible with the Wanjian Feng magic weapon, although the refining process of the Wanjian Feng magic weapon is extremely troublesome. There will definitely be magic weapons with similar power in large sects that have been passed down for a long time. That kind of extremely powerful magic weapon will only be reserved for the most core inheritors of large sects. Just like Wan Jianfeng was not passed down to Li Yuanbao by Elder Jian, Li Yuanbao also took advantage of a large sect with a heritage like Sun Luo's sect. Otherwise, how could he have been born in a small or medium-sized sect and had a good thing like Wan Jianfeng? Only the disciples who have just started to get it can get it. Li Yuanbao was not too worried about the improvement in the strength of the third-grade Li Gui. As long as this ghost flag magic weapon is sent to the main body Li Shiming will have enough resources in his hands to increase the strength of the third-level ghost. Of course, the premise of everything is that Li Shiming needs to become an elixir. Without the realm of the golden elixir stage, he cannot even recognize the master of the magic weapon.
So how can he control the third-grade ghost? In the next half-month, he lived a very stable life. He killed the red-eyed blood demon with one sword, causing the golden elixir monk, who originally had the idea of challenging him, to give up the idea. Half a month later, another golden elixir monk, who was not afraid of death, came to challenge him. But he was still killed with a sword. Now that no more golden core cultivators came to challenge him, Li Yuanbao finally felt at peace. Li Shiming spent several months in Shushan's sect and learned a lot of knowledge. He became a formation master in the formation technique. In the talisman drawing technique, he was able to draw a second-grade talisman without any waste. In terms of Qin Dao, he also successfully gained entry and became a master of sound attack. Of monks, even in the spirit plant, he raised the level of his spirit plant to a high level. The reason why he could not improve it anymore was because he was not in a realm enough to master the higher magic of spirit plant. During the bottleneck period at the peak of foundation building, he learned all the knowledge that he wanted to learn before, but had no time to learn. It's a pity that he is still a half-step golden elixir, and still cannot realize the opportunity of the last half-step. On this day, he didn't want to do anything since dawn. He didn't practice the piano, make talismans, make alchemy, take care of spiritual plants, or do any scientific research. He looked at the sky and suddenly wanted to go to the 33rd heaven. It is said that the half-step golden elixir can barely reach the first level of the 33rd heaven. Although it cannot last long, it will not be life-threatening. Flying into the sky can be regarded as leaving the sect. But the high places in the sky above the sect are still under the surveillance of the sect's formation, even if they are not protected by the sect's formation. Except for the monks of our sect. No monks from other sects would dare to fly in the sky above the sect's formation. That was an act of provocation to the sect. And no one would say anything if they were killed. Li Shiming didn't say hello to anyone. And there were no enemies in the sky above the sect's formation. So he drove his flying sword to take him straight up, 10,000 meters above the ground. When he released his spiritual thoughts, he sensed the existence of the 33rd heaven. The strong wind is raging above the head, but there is an invisible film blocking it, preventing the strong wind from passing through the film and affecting the lower part of the 33rd heaven. Li Shiming stood 10,000 meters away, looking at the scenery below, and at the same time mobilized the spiritual power in his body to form a layer of protection outside him. He took a long breath, and his figure rose several meters upward. He felt that he had passed through a barrier. Then he felt strong winds around his body. These winds were not ordinary winds, but strong winds that could affect the body and soul of the monks. The strong wind blew on his body, and his spiritual shield maintained by spiritual power disappeared without even being able to hold on for a breath. His body was exposed to the strong wind, which ignored the physical body and penetrated into his body, trying to blow away the spiritual power in his body. What's even more terrifying is that the strong wind is blowing on his soul. At the half-step golden elixir level, the spiritual power in his body was as real as substance. Although the wind was strong, it would not be possible to blow away the spiritual power from his body in a short time. As for his soul, it is because his soul is already strong. The time it takes to survive the strong wind is probably much longer than the time it takes to blow away the spiritual power in his body. This gave him time to experience the legendary 33rd heaven. This was only the first heaven, but it was already a place that ordinary monks could not set foot on. He tried to inspire a fireball, which was the most common spell, even with his half-step golden elixir level. It also had considerable power. This lowest level spell, fireballs, he could cast instantly. But within the first level, he couldn't even condense the spell pattern. Even the lowest level spell, fireballs, cannot be cast, let alone higher level spells. Unless his spiritual power is more condensed, he cannot be blown away by the strong wind in the first level of the sky. It seems that if he enters the golden elixir realm, his spiritual power can be separated from his body in such an environment. He took out a drone from the space. This drone did not have any means of cultivating immortals. It did not even use the spirit stone battery that he had successfully researched recently. It still used the most primitive battery. He has also done research on the 33rd heaven before, but those studies were conducted by people outside the 33 heavens, who sent objects into the 33 heavens, and could not observe the 33 heavens more intuitively. Variety. Now that he was able to stay in the first level for a short time, he had the idea of re-experimenting. The drone was taken out and turned on, but the terrifying strong wind could not affect the drone. He knew this originally, but when he personally experienced the terrifying power of Gang Feng, He became more and more aware of the strangeness of the 33rd heaven. The purpose of the 33rd heaven seems to be to contain the spiritual energy. All items that are not spiritual energy will not be affected by the strong wind. He conducted some more experiments, such as trying to arrange formations to isolate the strong wind from the 33rd heaven. But he suddenly discovered that no matter what method he used, as long as he entered the 33rd heaven, the strong wind would penetrate into it. Even his space ring was almost penetrated by the strong wind. If he hadn't discovered it in time and immediately put the space ring into the computer room, the spiritual objects in the space ring might have been destroyed. That is to say, this happens because he is too weak to protect his space ring. In order to experiment, he lost many second-grade formation flags. He was not willing to experiment with third-grade formation flags because he really couldn't afford it. At his level, he was still unable to make third-grade formation flags on his own. The third-grade formation flags on his body were exchanged for spiritual elixirs. There were only 108 in total, which was exactly the number needed to set up a complete formation. After Li Shiming persisted in Yizhongtian for a stick of incense, he had to quit Yizhongtian. If he stays in the first level of heaven any longer, the spiritual power in his body will be blown away by the strong wind, and his body refining and cultivation realm will decline. If this happens at the half-step golden elixir realm, it may affect to the probability of being promoted to Jin Dan. He didn't dare to joke about such things. He only took the initiative to withdraw when he felt that he was still close to the limit. Chapter 312 Demon. The moment Li Shiming exited from the first level, an illusory black shadow appeared from the void and rushed towards him. Even though his mind sensed the illusory black shadow, he was still unable to dodge. The speed of the illusory black shadow was too fast, even faster than he could use. Step-by-step lotus. Like a thought, it pounced on him. At the same time, his body retreated from the sky. Jia Jia! Li Shiming felt a harsh laughter coming from his brain. This laughter was arrogant, extremely excited, and cruel to life. This was not the laughter that normal life should have. Who is it? Li Shiming shouted in a deep voice. The spiritual power surged in his body, and at the same time, the Draw Body Protection Divine Art and Sword Demon Secret Code were fully mobilized, bringing his body defense to the extreme. He also has the Tumi Mustard Seed Formation Plate in his hand. If there is a slight heresy, he has time to use the Tumi Mustard Seed Formation Plate to protect himself. With the sect beneath him, his actions were enough to keep him going until the elders of the sect arrived. But he soon discovered that the enemy was not outside his body at all, but in his soul. His mind was introverted, and he sensed the illusory black shadow that rushed toward him and then disappeared. He saw a familiar and terrifying figure. This familiarity did not come from him, but from his clone Li Yuanba. When Li Yuanba joined the Sunluo sect, he had been tested by the demon questioning heart. What Li Shiming sensed in his soul was a demon. This demon came from outside the sky and luckily broke through the periphery of the 33rd heaven and entered the first heaven. Even Jin Dan monks rarely enter the 33rd heaven. Li Shiming didn't know much about the 33 heavens, most of which came from incomplete ancient books. The sect and most of the Jin Dan monks are very secretive about the 33rd heaven. There are few detailed explanations, and they will not easily enter the 33rd heaven. There are warnings passed down from countless generations, and the dangers therein are not revealed due to some kind of taboo. In fact, the most dangerous thing in the 33rd heaven is the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon is blocked by the 33rd heaven. Very few can break through and enter the 33rd heaven, let alone those who can break through and enter the human world again. But it is rare but not impossible. There will always be space gaps created by changes in the sky, allowing the demon to break through the barrier. Li Shiming was very unlucky. According to his master, Elder Su, his good fortune was too deep. This blessing is not always a good thing. For a small foundation building monk like him, he will encounter a powerful existence in the false infant stage during the rare travel time. Such things are also blessings. Today, he just wanted to see the 33rd heaven on a whim. Who would have thought that with such an action, in just one stick of incense, he would encounter a demon? Originally, the demon could not easily break through the 33rd heaven and enter the human world. But when Li Shiming exited the 33rd heaven, the demon entered his body and used his body as a container to successfully enter the human world. This demon did not leave Li Shiming's body after entering the human world. Heavenly demons come to the human world just to possess monks with great potential and control the monks to become their puppets. And Li Shiming's potential was so profound that the demon discovered it after entering his body. Although he has an excessively young body, he has half a step of cultivation of the golden elixir. Not to mention that he has all 5 elements of spiritual power in his body, and also possesses thunder and lightning attributes. His body is also a rare impeccable body. Li Shiming's Taoist body was so good that after the demon entered his body, he was as happy as if he had won a big prize. Heavenly demons have the opportunity to enter the human world. If they are not able to attach themselves to a monk's body, and are not protected by the container of the monk's body, they will be obliterated by the rules of heaven and earth. The rules of heaven and earth give a heavenly demon a short time to enter the human world. It is not easy for a heavenly demon to find a suitable furnace in a short period of time. How could this heavenly demon give up such a perfect Taoist body as Li Shiming? That laughter was the expression of the devil's extreme happiness. After laughing, the devil was ready to devour Li Shiming's soul and make it his puppet. After Li Shiming sensed the demon, he immediately understood his situation. Regarding heavenly demons, there are many legends circulating in the world of immortality. There are legends that if a monk has a problem with his state of mind, no matter what state he is in, he may form some kind of fit with the demon. Once he matches, the demon will descend into the monk's soul, turning the monk into a demon. There are also legends that the demon possessed by the devil will continue to kill and quickly increase its strength. No matter what kind of legend, it all shows how terrifying the demons are. In a flash of thought, Li Shiming mobilized C-15, and the sound of Buddha sounded deep in his soul. The appearance of Buddha's voice only caused the demon's movements to stagnate, and then continued to prepare to devour his soul. Not enough! Li Shiming knew that this method was not enough to affect the demon. A huge shadow appeared behind him, which was the true meaning of the Vajra body protection magic. He has practiced many techniques, but this is the only one that can truly transform his true meaning into form. Of course, the main reason for this is that not all exercises can be transformed into true meanings. Only exercises involving belief can make it possible to transform real existences, or existences constructed by people through faith, into true meanings. The shape is summoned. Behind him is the Angry Eye King Kong. He doesn't know if the Angry Eye King Kong really exists, but the Angry Eye King Kong transformed by his true intention has a trace of the power of the Buddhist King Kong. The Angry Eye King Kong looked at Li Shiming with a pair of angry eyes. His gaze penetrated Li Shiming's body and stared at the demon. In all directions of the illusory demon, golden 10,000 character Buddha seals appeared, forming a cage, trying to surround the demon. The Buddhist Vajra is the nemesis of the heavenly demon, even if it is just an incarnation of the real Buddhist Vajra. The heavenly demon cannot maintain its true strength in the human world, and the heavenly demon's power is also indistinguishable. The demon roared, and its illusory figure flashed, trying to escape from the golden 10,000 character Buddha seal cage. But no matter how the demon moves, the golden 10,000 character Buddha seal follows the movement of the demon and maintains a siege. Li Shiming made such a big movement in the sky that he was naturally noticed by the Jin Dan elder in charge of the main formation at the mountain gate. Elder Jin Dan recognized his identity and saw that he was using his true meaning to transform, so he did not disturb him. This is because of Li Shiming's special status. Elder Jin Dan would give face like this, but it also caused Li Shiming to lose the opportunity for the sect to help. Otherwise, if the sect discovered that Li Shiming was possessed by a demon, there would still be some means to help Li Shiming. The golden 10,000 character Buddha seal tightened tighter and tighter, and soon shrank into a cage without any gaps. Li Shiming was just overjoyed, but he found that because his own realm was too low, the Vajra body protection divine art he practiced was only in the foundation building stage. This made the power of the true meaning of the Raging Eye King Kong also in the foundation building stage. Therefore, the true meaning of the Angry Eye Vajra can trap the demon, but it cannot completely kill the demon. It can only continuously weaken the demon. Li Shiming encountered the biggest trouble. That is, the time for the true meaning of Angry Eyes King Kong that he inspired was limited, and it could not be sustained for only a few hours. This was only half a step into the golden elixir realm for him to last for such a long time. At the speed at which the demon is weakened, the true form of the Raging Eye King Kong will disappear first. If the true meaning of Angry Eyes King Kong disappears, the demon can devour his soul and restore it. Li Shiming thought of the 9 Heavens Thunder Strike technique that he had majored in before, but later planned to change to a part-time major. He found the higher level 5 Rhymes Chi training technique, but he still couldn't give up the 9 Heavens Thunder Strike technique. The most important reason was that the 9 Heavens Thunder Strike technique was a thunder method. Thunder technique is the most powerful among magic techniques. In the world of immortal cultivation, it is one of the few techniques that can rival sword cultivation.
Possessed by thunder,
he shouted in a deep voice. Along with his soft drink, countless electric lights surged out from the spiritual lake and flowed throughout the body along the muscles and veins in the body. Every part of his body was filled with lightning.
Sky Thunder Possession
was originally intended to increase the monk's lightning resistance, greatly increasing his control over lightning in a short period of time. But using it at this time makes thunder and lightning a weapon against the devil. It seems that because both the golden 10,000 character Buddha seal and the thunder and lightning came from Li Shiming himself, the golden 10,000 character Buddha seal did not repel thunder and lightning, nor did it resist thunder and lightning, but allowed thunder and lightning to pass through. The thunder and lightning also did not attack the golden 10,000 character Buddha seal, and successfully penetrated the cage of the golden 10,000 character Buddha seal.
Ah!
A scream that was shrill and shrill, even like metal friction, resounded in Li Shiming's soul, making his whole body tremble. When Li Shiming was on Tianhai Island, he learned a skill called
Demon Sound in Ear.
It is said that
Demon Sound in Ear
was created with reference to the howl of the demon. He is now certain that
Devil Sound in Ears
cannot be compared with the real howl of the demon. The strong influence of the demon's howl that directly affects the soul is several levels stronger than
Devil Sound in Ear.
That is to say, his soul was strong enough to withstand the howling of the demon without any harm. However, it made Li Shiming a little dizzy and his body trembled, which was an instinctive reaction. He suppressed the howl of the demon and kept mobilizing the lightning in the spiritual lake, stimulating the
Sky Thunder Possession.
The reason why the demon howled so miserably was because of the effect of
Sky Thunder Possession,
which caused considerable damage to it. After
Sky Thunder Possession
lasted for several breaths, Li Shiming found that his control over thunder and lightning had been greatly improved. Every electric light in his body is connected to his perception. The electric light is like his eyes, his hands, his tongue, and his nose. He can see, touch, taste, and smell everything that the electric light touches. He has also practiced
Sky Thunder Possession
many times, and he feels that he has already mastered
Sky Thunder Possession
instantly. This is considered the ultimate mastery of the technique. But he discovered at this moment that he had not really mastered
Sky Thunder Possession
before. I don't know if it was because of fighting against the demon, or maybe the appearance of the demon caused the change of thunder and lightning. Anyway, at this moment, he had no idea about
Sky Thunder Possession, and gained a deeper understanding of the
9 Heavens Thunder Strike technique.
Originally, the electric light that constantly passed through the golden 10,000 character Buddha seal was irregular. After his control over lightning improved, these electric lights became part of his body, carrying his 5 senses and subject to the most precise control. The electric light was no longer chaotic, but became orderly. The electric light formed another electric light cage surrounding the demon inside the golden 10,000 character Buddha seal. Although Li Shiming cannot compare with the power of the Angry Eyes King Kong, it is not a problem to form an array composed of dense moving electric lights by using electric lights as nodes. Of course, this involves unimaginable calculations that even he, as a formation master, cannot do. But coupled with the computing power of the Z15, this originally extremely impossible operation has become a reality. The damage done by the lightning to the demon is not high, but the advantage lies in its persistence. However, the electric light cage can trap the demon. With the amount of electric light in Li Shiming's spiritual lake, it is not a problem to support it for dozens of days. If Li Shiming practices the
9 Heavens Thunder Strike technique
to supplement it during this period, this time can be extended continuously. Li Shiming felt relieved now. He didn't expect to trap the demon so smoothly. The devil is not so easy to trap, even with his current understanding of the
9 Heavens Thunder Strike technique
and his control over thunder and lightning. Without the true meaning of the raging eye King Kong transforming to trap the devil first, if he only uses the electric light cage. Before the electro-optical cage was completed, the demon had already escaped. Li Shiming opened his eyes and looked at where he was. This was 10,000 meters above the mountain gate. If he stayed longer, many monks inside the mountain gate would pay attention to him. He didn't know how the sect would deal with the demon's possession, as long as he was able to handle his own situation. He didn't want the sect to intervene again, because he couldn't guarantee whether the sect would wipe out the demon together with himself. This possibility was very low, but he didn't dare to try. He put away his angry eyes and transformed into the true meaning of King Kong. In the process, He carefully sensed the state of the demon. After the golden 10,000 character Buddha seal cage disappeared, the demon's resistance increased significantly. However, under the restraint of the electric light cage, apart from being severely punished by thunder and lightning, there was no trouble. Without the true meaning of the angry-eyeing King Kong, he would not be so eye-catching. He activated Sword Escape, flew downwards, returned to Sword Holding Peak, and immediately entered the training room of his cave. He didn't know whether the 4th grade Sumi Mustard Seed Array was useful to the demon, but no matter what, it was his most powerful array. He laid out the Sumi Mustard Seed Array to put himself in a separate space with the 9 Heavens Thunder Strike technique and Sky Thunder Possession. He doesn't have to worry about the demon possessing him, but he doesn't want the demon to escape either. This Sumi Mustard Seed Array is a barrier he has set up. Although I don't know if it is useful, it is enough as long as it can slow down the devil's escape. If the demon escapes from the body in such a closed space, he can emit more electric light without worrying about damaging the Taoist body by overstimulating the electric light. Chapter 313 Opportunity. The demon's howling continued, making him dizzy and trembling at first. However, the monk's physical adaptability is extremely strong, and the demon cannot cause more damage. In the environment where the demon howls, Li Shiming slowly adapts to the howl of the demon. At the same time, Z15 also recorded all the sonic properties and a series of reactions of the demon's howl. That is, it was only because the demon was in his body that he had such a deep perception, and Z15 was able to miss almost everything. It is estimated that not many monks have such an opportunity and can still have the energy to record things while being possessed by a demon. Time passed day by day, and many monks wanted to see Li Shiming, but there was no response. This made the monks of the sect know that Li Shiming was in retreat. It is not strange for monks to retreat, especially for monks like Li Shiming who are half-step golden elixir. The half-step golden elixir is only half a step away from the golden elixir stage. So as soon as the half-step golden elixir monk has some experience, he will retreat. This is to pursue that slight breakthrough opportunity. It is better to say that it is a confrontation than a crushing. The demon did not resist at all. When the demon was at its strongest, it was weakened by the golden 10,000 character Buddha seal of the angry eyes King Kong. After that, the demon became weaker and weaker. After the demon was trapped in the electric light cage, the demon completely lost the chance to escape. What surprised Li Shiming was that every time the demon became weaker, his soul became stronger. At first, he didn't realize that the damage suffered by the demon was not very high. The continuous damage brought an extremely slow improvement to his soul. This improvement was so slow that he only noticed the changes in his soul after several hours. Li Shiming is no longer a novice in the world of immortality. The most obvious talent of a monk is his spiritual root. But if a monk wants to go further on the road to immortality, his soul is even more important. A strong soul can support a monk's leap in the realm, while a weak soul will make the monk unable to make any progress when he reaches the soul-limiting realm. Soul-enhancing spiritual objects are extremely rare, and their effects are unsatisfactory. They usually enhance a small amount of souls, but will lose their effect after long-term use. The real opportunity for the soul to improve quickly is the reward given to the monks by the rules of heaven and earth when they advance to the great realm. Li Shiming has not yet been promoted to Jin Dan, but he has received a soul enhancement that exceeds the promotion. This phenomenon made him not want Tianmo to die early. The longer Tianmo persisted, the greater the benefits he would gain. 5 days, 10 days, 20 days, until the 40th day, his soul had strengthened by nearly half, and the demon had become illusory to the point of being almost transparent. The demon's howl was extremely weak. After 40 days of lightning attack, Li Shiming couldn't help but admire the demon's persistence. The howl never stopped. This is probably the devil's only attack method after he is trapped in the electric light cage. Even if it is useless, the devil's instinct will keep him using it. Now, compared to the research on the howl of demons, Li Shiming can definitely be called the #1 in the history of the world of immortality. If Li Shiming had been stronger, the demon would not have been able to stay for so long, and would have been driven away and sealed long ago. If Li Shiming had been weaker, the demon would have been able to break through the electric light cage and escape. His strength happened to be stuck at a point, which allowed him to obtain the demon howl data for the longest time. During these 40 days, he could not do anything else, but he conducted related research through the data of the demon's howling, plus demon sound into the ear, and some other spiritual techniques. The technique he renamed the heavenly demon into the ears.
has the effect of penetrating directly into the soul. This technique is 100% created based on the howling of the heavenly demon. Z15 recorded the howling of the demon for 40 days, and various comparative analyses were performed. From all aspects, as long as Li Shiming can imagine, he can conduct, already, data on all the sounds, energy, spirits, etc. that he can perceive through his spiritual thoughts and 5 senses. Record. The final ear of the demon can exert half of the power of the demon's howl. The reason why it is half the power is due to the influence of Li Shiming's body's vocal organ. Even through Z15's control of his vocal organs, the demon's vocal effect cannot be fully achieved. But Li Shiming is already extremely satisfied. This is a technique he created himself. And it is also a spiritual attack method. Ever since his strength reached the half-step golden elixir, the mental attack techniques he had learned and practiced in the past had lost much meaning. Because he can use magic spells, spiritual weapons, corpse refining, or even divine thoughts to directly dispatch enemies who are harmed by using mental attack methods. As for slightly stronger opponents, they cannot be affected by the previous mental attack methods. The technique of earing the heavenly demon is different. The howling of the heavenly demon has an effect on monks of any realm, and its power depends on Li Shiming's own mental strength. With Li Shiming's half-step golden elixir realm, he can activate the heaven demon's ear to influence half-step golden elixir monks at the same realm. If he waits for him to break through the golden elixir, then he can influence the golden elixir monks at the same realm. Moreover, as his Tao body improves, his ability to simulate the sound of the demon will also improve. And the power of the demon's ear can be fundamentally improved. The almost transparent demon made Li Shiming think that this demon was about to be destroyed and disappear under the 9 heavens thunder strike technique. But just when the howling of the demon stopped and the demon was almost completely transparent, leaving only a vague figure, the electric light lost its attack effect on the demon in such a state. No matter how Li Shiming strengthened the electric attack, he could no longer cause harm to the demon. The demon in this state seems to have no vitality anymore. Like an empty SHL. But this is a demon. If it cannot be completely eliminated, maybe one day this demon will recover. Li Shiming didn't know that the demon would change like this. He enjoyed the continuous improvement of his soul, and thought that he could annihilate the demon with his own power. Li Shiming sensed the transparent demon. This transparent demon existed in his perception. But when he tried to perceive it with electric light, it was like nothing. This is also the reason why lightning cannot harm the demon. In this state, the demon is in a state where virtuality is greater than reality. The only reality is the perception of the transparent demon. But upon contact, it is nothingness. Even for the demon in this state, Li Shiming was unable to pull it out of his soul. Keeping the demon of transparency in your soul is a huge hidden danger. He thought of the computer room space. And with a slight movement of his mind, the transparent demon disappeared into his soul, and appeared in the computer room space. This completely unreasonable collection ability of the computer room space breaks the rules of heaven and earth to a certain extent. It is precisely because of being able to ignore the rules of heaven and earth that we can achieve this. He peered into the computer room space, and saw the transparent demon suspended in the space. The transparent demon was still wrapped in a magic circle composed of electric light. This magic array cage composed of electric light was composed of Li Shiming's control of electric light. Because it is outside the body, the electric light cage is somewhat stronger than inside the body. It's a pity that the electric light cage is still unable to harm the transparent demon. And the transparent demon is still like nothingness. Even Li Shiming sent his flying sword into the computer room space in order to harm the transparent demon using physical means. Practice has proved that neither physical methods nor spiritual sword intent can harm the transparent demon. He didn't know that the formation of the transparent demon was extremely accidental, which required the monks to use the smallest amount of attacks that could harm the demon, bit by bit consuming the energy in the demon's body. Until the energy in the demon's body is consumed, until the energy is completely exhausted, there is no energy left to destroy the SHL of the demon. If there is energy inside the devil's SHL, it can be pulled and destroyed together with the energy. However, if there is no energy in the devil's SHL, and it is just an empty SHL, then the void nature of the devil's SHL can make the devil's SHL immune to all attacks. Li Shiming didn't even know what kind of miracle he had created. The devil was simply fooled by him. No wonder it was a blessing. It seemed like he was possessed by a demon. This was an extremely unlucky thing. But he got a lot of benefits from the demon. His soul was strengthened by half. And he created the spiritual attack method.
the demon into the ear. He had a deeper understanding of the 9 Heavens Thunder Strike technique. Finally, there is the transparent SH-L of the demon. At present, it is not known what the use of the SH-L of the demon is, but it is something left by the demon. The demon is an existence that can give monks at any level in the world of immortality a headache. Li Shiming didn't have to worry about the devil now. He used electric lights to arrange the electro-optical cage in the computer room space, and injecting lightning spiritual power at a time was enough to last for several days. From now on, as long as he keeps replenishing his lightning spiritual power, he can trap the demon until he finds other ways to deal with it. The hidden danger of the demon was lifted, and his whole body relaxed. For 40 days, everything from his soul to his body was in a state of tension. Now his body and mind could relax. At this time, his brain was thinking about the 9 Heavens Thunder Strike technique, and he finally understood the reason why he had not been able to break through the golden elixir. He practiced the 5 Rhymes Chi training technique. Based on the level of the 5 Rhymes Chi training technique itself, it is almost the top skill in the world of immortality. Among them is the research and understanding of the 5 elements spiritual power, coupled with the fact that he is a formation master. And his understanding of the 5 elements spiritual power in the formation is also very deep. He should not be trapped in the golden elixir stage bottleneck for a long time. The main reason why he was stuck in the half-step golden elixir stage for several months was that he didn't have enough understanding of the 9 Heavens Thunder Strike technique. Thunder technique is one of the strongest and most complex techniques in the world of immortality. Its training difficulty is the biggest barrier to the cultivation of thunder technique. Thunder technique requires certain qualifications to practice, which is the prerequisite for practicing thunder technique. What is more important is the understanding of thunder technique. If the perception is insufficient, the speed of thunder technique training will be extremely impressive. Li Shiming has been pursuing his understanding of the 5 elements. It is clear that the 5 elements understanding is enough to break through the bottleneck of the golden elixir. But he is still exploring in this direction. If it were not for dealing with the demon this time, he would not know how long it would take him to find the right direction. There was a look of surprise on his face, and he felt his bottleneck loosen. As long as he practices for a while, he is confident that he can break the bottleneck. He did not immediately go into seclusion again. He was not Li Yuanba, the clone of Sun Luo's sect. His master, Elder Jian, was in seclusion. There were no other entanglements. He has his master, Elder Su, 3 senior brothers, his master, Elder Ma, and the sect's attention to him. When the senior sister made a breakthrough before, he went to observe. If he made a breakthrough, he would also need to report to Elder Su and Elder Ma. If there were disciples in the late stage of foundation building, they could also come and observe. He enjoys the treatment, but also needs to bear his own responsibilities. So he played 2 message transmission techniques in succession, and gave them to Elder Su and Elder Ma respectively. After a while, Elder Su and Elder Ma arrived at his cave. Master! Li Shiming saluted respectfully to the 2 masters who had helped him the most. Shiming, has your bottleneck been loosened? Elder Ma was more anxious than Elder Su. He asked eagerly before Li Shiming finished his salute. Elder Su smiled, and did not rush to ask questions with Elder Ma. There is no need to ask more about this. The aura on Li Shiming's body is somewhat different from before the retreat. It has become less stable. From this point, it can be judged that Li Shiming's bottleneck has loosened. You must know that Li Shiming, who is in the half-step golden elixir stage, had extremely stable aura before. This stability was the cause of the bottleneck. Elder Su and Elder Ma have both experienced this period. They have also observed the breakthrough process of other Jindan monks in the sect, and their judgment of Li Shiming's state at this time is very accurate. Of course, there is also the reason why Li Shiming did not hide his aura in front of the 2 masters. He did not need to hide it. Elder Ma's eagerness stems from Li Shiming's status as an alchemy master. Once Li Shiming breaks through the golden elixir stage, he can refine a 3rd-grade elixir based on 2 flavored and 3rd-grade elixirs. This is still the first breakthrough. When the golden elixir realm stabilizes, you can refine most of the 3rd-grade elixirs. At that time, Li Shiming will be a real master of alchemy. Unlike now that he can only refine 3rd-grade elixirs with 3rd-grade elixirs as the main ingredients. Despite being called a master of alchemy, I have gained some insights from my recent retreat. I feel that after sorting out what I have learned, I will be able to try to break through the golden elixir in about a month. Li Shiming replied with a smile. He didn't talk about the heavenly demon. He had already dealt with the heavenly demon. If he talked about it, there would be too much to explain. I will keep an eye on you until you break through. And I won't let anyone disturb you.
Elder Su said with a smile after receiving Li Shiming's confirmation. His eldest disciple Yi Jingxian is already at the golden core stage. And he is seeing his youngest disciple also about to break through. When a normal monk recruits disciples, it is considered good to be able to train one golden elixir monk in his lifetime. There will be 2 golden elixir monks among his disciples. And the other 3 disciples still have a lot of time to grow up and have the opportunity to try to break through the golden elixir. This sense of accomplishment alone makes Elder Su extremely proud. So even if it would affect his own cultivation, he decided not to retreat until Li Shiming made a breakthrough. Li Shiming was his most important disciple, and the most important disciple of the Shushan sect. Chapter 314 begins. Li Shiming was not in a hurry to make a breakthrough. He gave himself a month to think slowly and consolidate the insights he had gained previously. This is also what most monks have to do before breaking through. Breaking through in this way can maximize the chance of breakthrough. Although Li Shiming is confident in his breakthrough, it is still the essence and the foundation of his immortality. He cannot make any mistakes or omissions, let alone damage the foundation due to impatience. That is to say, the clone Li Yuanba. Because it is just a clone, he will be relatively casual. This month, he gave up all other matters and organized his understanding of the
9 Heavens Thunder Strike Technique
and
5 Rhymes Chi Training Technique
to deepen his mastery of these 2 techniques. Outside the sword-holding peak where he lived, the Tianmu Peak's formation was open to its limit, directly protecting the sword-holding peak within it. The sword-holding peak is originally a peak in the Tianmu Peak mountain range. Elder Su did not hesitate to consume his spiritual energy, and the Tianmu Peak's formation was able to cover the entire mountain range. In fact, Elder Su was too worried. Even in ordinary times, there was a sect formation at the Shushan sect gate at Jujin Peak. There were no monks who dared to act wild. Elder Su's actions also let the monks of the sect know that Li Shiming was about to break through the golden elixir. This news made all the Jindan monks in the sect very excited, especially the middle and late Jindan monks. In the past, the early stage cultivators of the golden elixir were fine. They could enjoy the 3rd grade elixir refined by Li Shiming, which was the 3rd grade high grade elixir, and the quality was the best among the 3rd grade high grade elixirs. But Li Shiming's realm was not enough. So the sect's middle and late Jindan monks could only watch. Even recently, many middle and late stage golden elixir monks have saved the 3rd grade elixir they finally obtained, and are not in a hurry to find an alchemy master to refine the elixir. They are waiting for Li Shiming to make a breakthrough. If Li Shiming makes a breakthrough and then refines the 3rd grade elixir for them, not only will the number of 3rd grade elixirs be guaranteed, but they will also be able to get 2 3rd grade elixirs in one furnace. The quality is also guaranteed, judging from Li Shiming's record of never failing. The 3rd grade high-level elixir he refined is probably much more effective than what they found from other alchemy masters. Every 3rd grade elixir was obtained by the golden elixir monks, who spent time and energy and took great risks. Being able to have more 3rd grade elixirs with better quality naturally hopes that Li Shiming will be promoted to the golden elixir stage as soon as possible. In the Shushan sect, even Elder Ji, who originally had no dealings with Li Shiming, gave up the idea of becoming an enemy of Li Shiming. If he becomes an enemy of Li Shiming, it is very likely that Elder Ji's power within the sect will fall apart. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Li Shiming, who was sitting cross-legged in the cave, opened his eyes. In his eyes, 5 kinds of rays of light flashed, and lightning appeared from time to time. But he felt calm in his heart. A month of adjustment made him feel that he was in the best condition. He cast several message-passing spells, and then his figure flew to an open space on the top of Sword-Holding Peak. A formation to gather spiritual power has long been arranged there, so that he can have enough spiritual power to supplement when he is promoted. He sat in the center of the formation, waiting with his mind at ease. Soon, Elder Su and Elder Ma appeared. Behind them were 3 late-stage foundation-building monks, including Li Shiming's second senior brother Wan Zheng. Wan Zheng had mixed emotions when he came to watch Li Shiming's promotion to Jindan. When Li Shiming started, he was in the late stage of foundation building. When Li Shiming was in the early stage of foundation building, he was in the late stage of foundation building. When Li Shiming was in the middle stage of foundation building, he was in the late stage of foundation building. When Li Shiming was in the late stage of foundation building, he was still building foundation. Late basic stage. In the end, Li Shiming surpassed him and achieved the half-step golden elixir. He no longer wanted to compare with Li Shiming. But when he saw the master Li Shiming at the promotion site today,
Wan Zheng found that he was still unconsciously comparing himself to Li Shiming. Wan Zheng didn't know what he had cultivated in the past 100 years. The two late-stage foundation-building monks brought by Elder Ma are Elder Ma's disciples. This kind of opportunity, to observe the Jindan promotion on the spot, is extremely rare. Without a very deep relationship, you will not let others watch. The more monks who watch, the more likely it is to cause trouble. Even the slightest trouble may cause problems with a monk's promotion. For such a big event as a monk's promotion to the Golden Pill, he definitely didn't want any trouble. So Li Shiming only invited Elder Su and Elder Ma, as well as their disciples, who met the conditions for observation. Not only Li Shiming, but also the two disciples, like Wan Zheng or Elder Ma, will also send invitations to the monks with whom they are closest when they are promoted to Jindan. This is the tradition of the sect, passed down from generation to generation. Elder Su, Elder Ma, and the three late-stage foundation-building disciples were extremely quiet. They stayed far away from the formation, for fear that their appearance would affect Li Shiming's breakthrough process. Li Shiming didn't speak, or even open his eyes. On this occasion, promotion was the most important. He didn't want to change his mood after a month of adjustment just because of saying low. And the two masters understood this. Shortly after the observing monk arrived, Li Shiming waved his hand, and 5 pieces of 3rd grade and 5-element formation materials were thrown out by him and fell on the ground. This landing point is extremely special. Not only does it form a simple 5 elements chi receiving formation, it also does not conflict with the original formation that gathers spiritual power. Elder Su and Elder Ma have extraordinary eyesight. After seeing Li Shiming's formation ability, they couldn't help but look at each other with surprise in their eyes. With this move alone, Li Shiming's formation level is probably comparable to that of the formation master. In addition, what they don't understand is why Li Shiming's promotion requires 5 pieces of 3rd grade and 5-element formation materials. None of them understood, let alone the 3 late-stage foundation establishment disciples. These 3 eyes were full of doubts. But since they couldn't communicate at the scene, they could only watch. With Li Shiming's current status, he doesn't care about exposing some of the special things in his body. It is estimated that with his status as an alchemy master, the sect would recognize him even if he practices magic skills in the Shushan sect. As long as he didn't do something as big as betraying the sect would love and protect him. The 5 elements chi receiving formation, composed of 5 3rd grade 5 elements formation materials, is connected with the 5 elements receiving chi formation in the spiritual lake in his body. There is no other way to replace the 2nd grade 5 element energy nodes of the 5 elements chi nai array in the spirit lake. The only way he knows is to use the power of the rules of heaven and earth before breaking through the great realm. This is the Z15 record chain chi period breakthrough. During the foundation building period, the results of the research on the 5 elements chi receiving formation formed in Linghu Lake. This is also the reason why he has to quietly sort out what he has learned and adjust his mentality for a month. Due to his previous rashness, his breakthrough has been full of variables. He had no master to guide him before, and his soul came from another world and had completely different ideas from the people in that world. So he dared to try randomly. And then the 5 elements chi receiving formation was formed in the spiritual lake. The formation of the 5 elements chi receiving formation in the spiritual lake cannot be said to be good or bad, because it is too early to say this. The benefits of the 5 elements chi receiving array currently in the spirit lake are obvious. As long as you break through to a certain small level, no matter how much spiritual power is in your body, the quality of its spiritual power can be transformed through the 5 elements receiving chi array. It is the pure 5-element spiritual power that can only be possessed by those at the pinnacle of the small realm. Perhaps Li Shiming is creating a new martial art, which is a great thing for future generations of monks. But for Li Shiming, the founder, it is full of risks. If he makes a mistake, he will be shattered into pieces and will never recover. At this point, he has no second path to choose from and can only continue on the path of 5 elements receiving chi formation. In fact, it means that he has enough talent to become a master of alchemy. Otherwise, just collecting 5 pieces of 3rd grade and 5-element formation materials in the foundation building period as preparation for a breakthrough would not be achieved by normal monks. You must know that even if you are a true disciple of a large sect with Elder Jindan as your master, it is extremely difficult to obtain 3rd grade materials, let alone 5 designated 3rd grade and 5-element formation materials. The 5 3rd grade and 5-element formation materials are worth half of their wealth to most Jindan elders.
Who would hand such a spiritual object into the hands of a disciple? Most Jindan elders accept more than 3 disciples. And some even accept more than 10 disciples. If he provided such training resources to his disciples, Elder Jindan would probably sell himself. Under the puzzled gazes of Elder Su, Elder Ma, and the 3 late-stage Foundation establishment disciples, Li Shiming began his official promotion. Li Shiming took out a 3rd-grade pulse-protecting pill with purple light and put it into his mouth. When the 3rd-grade purple ray pulse-protecting pill appeared, Elder Su looked at Elder Ma. Although Elder Su did not speak, Elder Ma certainly understood the meaning in his eyes. Although Li Shiming is a master of alchemy, he can also refine 3rd-grade pulse-protecting pills, and his level has surpassed that of Elder Ma. However, Li Shiming's time to become a master of alchemy was too short, and the total number of furnace openings for refining 3rd-grade pulse-protecting pills was far less than that of Elder Ma. The purple light represents the top elixir, and the top elixir will only appear accidentally during the long-term refining process. Judging from the time and amount of refining, the possibility of Li Shiming refining a top-grade 3rd-grade pulse-protecting pill by himself is too low. On the contrary, Elder Ma may have accumulated this. In addition, Elder Ma attaches great importance to Li Shiming. If he has a top-grade 3rd-grade pulse-protecting elixir in his hand, he will definitely give it to Li Shiming to help him break through the golden elixir. Elder Ma also remained silent. He shook his head to indicate that it had nothing to do with him. He had only produced a 3rd-grade top elixir when refining it when the sect had fixed 3rd-grade elixirs. As for 3rd-grade elixirs such as the 3rd-grade pulse-protecting pill, which cannot be refined in many furnaces at one time, there has never been a 3rd-grade top elixir. The only 3rd-grade top elixir he refined was collected by him, and used as a treasure to show off to other alchemy masters.
This is too luxurious.
This was the voice of the 3 late-stage Foundation establishment disciples who were observing. Although they knew how rare the 3rd-grade top spiritual elixir was, they were not as aware of how rare it was as the 2 golden elixir elders. The aura on Li Shiming's body became extremely unstable. The aura of half-step golden pill suddenly rose, and then dropped suddenly. In his body, due to his greed, he simultaneously operated the
5 rhymes chain chi ju
and the
9 heavens thunder strike ju.
His behavior could not hide the perceptions of Elder Su and Elder Ma. Elder Ma looked at Elder Su with dissatisfaction in his eyes. Elder Su knew what Elder Ma meant. He was questioning how he taught his disciples, and how he would use 2 techniques to break through at the same time at such an important moment. There is a big difference in the results between a breakthrough in 1 technique and a breakthrough in 2 techniques. Take the situation of Li Shiming. If Li Shiming uses the
5 rhymes chain chi ju
to break through, then his golden elixir will be based on the 5 elements of spiritual power. After he becomes the golden elixir, he will practice thunder method, and its power will be the same. It is incomparable to the monks who use thunder to create elixirs. Golden elixir is the source of power for monks in the golden elixir stage. Without the golden elixir as a foundation, if you want to practice techniques with different attributes from the golden elixir, you will never be able to achieve success unless you are prepared to abandon the golden elixir and rebuild it. Elder Ma saw Li Shiming's greed, which was also a common problem among many monks. Many of the top techniques have their own emphasis. The 5 elements of spiritual power allow monks to learn most of the secret techniques, while the power of lightning techniques will make the monk's combat power the strongest in their realm. In fact, as early as the early stage of foundation building, the monks chose their main training methods. No matter how they changed after that, they would always choose the skills with the same attributes and better skills, so that they would not need to completely relearn. Elder Su was also helpless. This was absolutely not his fault. His guidance to his disciples was the same. Guidance is provided almost every month. But Li Shiming's realm improved so quickly that Li Shiming received only a very limited number of instructions from Elder Su. Elder Su's teaching method is very common among Jindan monks. Judging from the decades of cultivation time of a monk from the early stage of foundation establishment to the later stage of foundation establishment, he can almost have the master explain to his disciples in detail anything encountered in practice. Question: while other monks had practiced for decades, Li Shiming only needed less than 10 years to reach the half-step golden elixir. This speed of cultivation allowed young master Li Shiming to accept many teachings from Elder Su. It's too late now. Even if Elder Su wants to guide Li Shiming, he can't say it at this time. Otherwise, there is still some hope of a successful breakthrough. But he will be lost by Elder Su's interruption. Li Shiming activated the
5 rhymes chain chi technique
and
9 heavens thunder strike technique,
and the spiritual energy in the formation poured into his body. He had entered a promotion state at this time, and an inexplicable opportunity for promotion appeared, allowing him to absorb spiritual energy at an unimaginable speed. First, the spiritual energy in the spirit gathering formation poured into his body, and soon the speed of the spirit gathering formation could not keep up with the speed at which he absorbed the spiritual energy. With a slight thought in his mind, the sword-holding peak formation gathered all the spiritual energy from all parts of the formation to the top of the mountain and sent it towards him. In his body, the
5 elements chi receiving formation
in the spiritual lake was operating at full strength, processing the spiritual power converted by the two techniques and purifying it again. Chapter 3:15 Process. Even if the second grade
5 elements chi collection formation
in Li Shiming's spiritual lake is operating at full strength, it cannot help him convert the spiritual power he has absorbed and cultivated into pure spiritual power. This filled his meridians with spiritual power, and the spiritual power accumulated more and more. Even though he was taking the third-grade top-level pulse-protecting pill, he still felt the faint pain coming from various parts of his meridians. He knows how to handle the situation, but he can't guarantee whether his judgment is accurate or whether his previous ideas will succeed. At this point, he could only proceed according to his previous ideas. The second grade
5 elements receiving chi formation
in Linghu is connected with the third grade
5 elements receiving chi formation
outside him. Based on his own research on the formation, he intentionally combined the third grade
5 elements receiving chi formation
with 5 nodes. The energy of the 5 elements formation materials is introduced into the body. But it's different now. He is in a promotion state, and the rules of heaven and earth are lingering around him, allowing him to absorb a massive amount of spiritual energy at this time, so that his spiritual lake can accommodate more spiritual energy. It was also due to the influence of the rules of heaven and earth that he had some confidence that he could upgrade the second grade
5 elements chi receiving formation
in Spirit Lake. Under his conscious guidance, the energy of the 5 nodes of the third grade
5 elements receiving chi array
followed the connecting lines of the
5 elements receiving chi arrays
and entered the
5 elements receiving chi array
corresponding to the 5 elements in the Spirit Lake chi array node. The speed at which the spiritual power is purified by the second grade
5 elements inherent chi array
in his body increases rapidly as the third grade and 5 element energy in the nodes of the
5 elements inherent chi array
increases. The 5 nodes of the third grade
5 elements inherent chi array.
Around him the light is dimming. Elder Su and Elder Ma looked at what was happening on his side and looked at each other, wondering what the problem was. Elder Su and Ma were very knowledgeable, but they had never seen what happened to Li Shiming. In addition, Li Shiming was being promoted, so the two elders did not dare to use their spiritual senses to observe, and could only judge based on experience through their eyes. Without the help of experience, the two elders could not understand what Li Shiming was doing. It was their inability to understand that made the two elders even more worried. Originally, Elder Su and Elder Ma were not too worried about Li Shiming's breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. Although Li Shiming's spiritual roots are not good, his blessings are too deep. Although this is good and bad, having deep blessings is definitely a plus for breaking through bottlenecks. Elder Su and Elder Ma were extremely optimistic and thought that if a person with such deep blessings as Li Shiming could not break through the Golden Elixir stage, then his deep blessings would be fake. But when Li Shiming finally broke through, they discovered that no matter how deep Li Shiming's blessings were, they couldn't stop Li Shiming from committing suicide. Let's look at how Li Shiming was promoted. First, he used 2 exercises to operate at the same time, hoping to greedily obtain the Golden Elixir blessed by the effects of the 2 exercises. And now they have created a weird 5 elements formation, which seems to be absorbing the energy of the 5 elements formation. Elder Su even thought that it would be strange if Li Shiming succeeded in being promoted to Jin Dan. He was already thinking about how to relieve Li Shiming's mood after Li Shiming's promotion failed, so that Li Shiming would not sink. Li Shiming didn't know what the 2 masters were thinking. He was completely focused on promotion at the moment. The second grade and 5 element energy in the second grade
5 elements receiving chi array
in his body was being replaced by the third grade and 5 element energy. This replacement process took a quarter of an hour, and the
5 elements receiving chi formation
in his spiritual lake was upgraded to the third grade
5 elements receiving chi formation.
The third grade
5 elements receiving chi array
is in a state where the speed of spiritual power increases greatly. He absorbs the spiritual power transformed through practice and is easily purified by the third grade
5 elements receiving chi array
and transforms it into the purest 5 elements spiritual power. The level of
5 elements chi receiving array
disappeared, and Li Shiming's speed of absorbing spiritual energy increased again. At this time, all the spiritual energy in the entire sword-holding peak was drained, and only the spiritual veins in the cave, through the gain of the third-grade gold chain and the pure spirit koi. Barely enough for Li Shiming to absorb. Elder Su and Elder Ma watched the
5 elements Nai Chi Ray
lose its spirituality and turn into mortal matter. However, they found that it did not affect Li Shiming's promotion, but instead made the spiritual energy reaction in Li Shiming's body more intense. In their opinion, this was a good thing. But in a blink of an eye, they discovered that trouble was coming again. The spiritual veins guided by Li Shiming on this mountain peak alone could supply the spiritual veins for the Golden Core stage monks to cultivate with all their strength. And such spiritual veins showed faint signs of being unable to support Li Shiming's absorption. They couldn't imagine why the spiritual lake in Li Shiming's body could absorb spiritual energy so quickly, even if it was because of the influence of the rules of heaven and earth in the promoted state. Li Shiming's absorption of spiritual energy exceeded that of the Golden Elixir stage monks. Li Shiming also didn't know why he absorbed so much spiritual energy. And the spiritual energy was converted into spiritual power through 2 techniques and entered the spiritual lake. Based on what he had seen when Senior Sister broke through, and the information he had read from the sect, there should be a contraction of spiritual power in his current spiritual lake. And at the center of the contraction, there was the prototype of the Golden Elixir. But until now, he felt that he had absorbed more than twice as much spiritual energy as his Senior Sister. But there was still no shrinkage of spiritual energy in his spiritual lake. Just when he didn't know what to do, something happened to the 3rd grade
5 elements Nai Chi formation.
It can be said that no monk has ever tried to introduce a formation into the spirit lake. He was able to form a formation in the spirit lake because he did it without the guidance of a master. The fact that he did not become obsessed may be due to his deep blessings. Now the consequences of his mess have appeared. The 5 nodes of the 3rd grade
5 elements receiving Chi Ray
have begun to absorb different spiritual powers of the 5 elements. At the same time, after the spiritual power generated by practice enters the 3rd grade
5 elements receiving Chi Ray
and is transformed, it will no longer spit it out again, but was directly inhaled by 5 nodes. Other monks only have 1 spiritual power contraction point. At this time, Li Shiming has 5 spiritual power contraction points in the spiritual lake, which are the 5 elements nodes of the 3rd grade
5 elements receiving Chi formation.
Li Shiming felt like he was going crazy. He didn't know what the consequences would be if he continued to absorb it like this. But he soon discovered that another serious problem was standing in front of him. The spiritual energy was not enough. A spiritual vein specially designed for the use of Golden Elixir monks was not enough to support Li Shiming, a foundation-building monk, to break through the Golden Elixir stage. This was something no one expected. With the current absorption speed, it is not enough to use the middle-grade spiritual stones. The main reason is that the speed of spiritual energy derived from the medium-grade spiritual stones cannot keep up with the speed of his absorption. Although he also has high-grade spiritual stones. High-grade spiritual stones have different attributes. He only has 2 high-grade spiritual stones with 2 attributes. He does not dare to absorb them randomly. If the 5 elements of spiritual power in his body are unbalanced, the consequences will be disastrous. Just then, he thought of something. His spiritual thoughts moved slightly, and a golden ball appeared in front of him. As he practiced the
5 rhymes chain chi technique
and
9 heavens thunder strike technique,
a large amount of spiritual energy was continuously drawn from the golden sphere. The amount of spiritual energy far exceeded the supply of spiritual veins. For a moment, this golden ball satisfied his need for spiritual energy.
That's the Golden Elixir.
Elder Su rubbed his eyes with his hands and whispered in disbelief. He could no longer remain silent. He couldn't stand it anymore. The Golden Elixir. I don't know which unlucky Golden Elixir monk was killed, and the Golden Elixir was taken away. As a Golden Elixir cultivator, the horror in Elder Su's heart was like a huge storm. He could not imagine that a foundation establishment cultivator like Li Shiming could actually take out the Golden Elixir cultivator's Golden Elixir. It is not easy to get the Golden Elixir from the Golden Elixir monk. The connection between the Golden Elixir and the Golden Elixir monk cannot be interrupted. At least Elder Su does not know any means to interrupt the connection between the Golden Elixir monk and the Golden Elixir. If you want to seize the Golden Elixir of the Golden Elixir monk and keep sufficient spiritual power inside the Golden Elixir, you need to seize the Golden Elixir while the Golden Elixir monk is alive, and forcibly strip away the connection between the Golden Elixir monk and the Golden Elixir. This is not something that ordinary monks can do. Not even those at the Golden Core stage. Only the Yuanning ancestor has such means. But it is not easy for the ancestor of Yuanning to snatch the golden elixir from the golden elixir monk. The main reason is that the golden elixir monk only needs one thought to make the golden elixir self-destruct. But if you kill the golden elixir monk and then take the golden elixir, the spiritual power in the golden elixir will continue to be lost. And what you will get is nothing but useless things. It is precisely this kind of golden elixir full of spiritual power that is extremely difficult to obtain. And any golden elixir monk is hostile to the act of robbing the golden elixir. This makes this kind of golden elixir so rare in the world of immortality that Elder Su has lived for hundreds of years and have never seen it with my own eyes.
Has this kid personally killed a golden core cultivator?
Elder Ma also asked softly.
I killed him not long ago. But judging from the depth of the spiritual power of this golden elixir, it shouldn't be the golden elixir of the female golden elixir cultivator.
Elder Su thought of Fan Lu killed by Li Shiming and compared it with the golden elixir in front of him. Dan replied. Elder Ma was focused on alchemy. And it was the first time he knew that Li Shiming had killed a golden elixir monk with his own hands. He asked casually. But he heard such an answer.
The aura of this golden elixir is extremely sharp, and there is a faint hint of sword intent. It is probably the golden elixir of a certain swordsman and golden elixir monk.
Elder Su continued. The more he spoke, the less confident he became. He did not dare to use his spiritual thoughts. He only relied on the aura coming from the golden elixir to make judgments. He also believed that his statement was unreliable. In fact, his judgment was correct. This was the golden elixir of Jin Dan sword cultivator. Yunxing's golden elixir. It is estimated that no one will believe that Li Shiming killed a Jin Dan monk when he was in the Qi Chain stage. And he was also a well-known swordsman in the northern Shu continent. With the spiritual energy provided by the golden elixir, the suction power of the 5 nodes of the 3rd grade,
5 elements receiving Qi array
in Li Shiming's Linghu Lake is getting stronger and stronger. And the 5 nodes have already experienced shrinkage in spiritual power.
Is it possible to form 5 golden elixirs?
His scalp was numb. Is it really possible for 5 golden elixirs to exist at the same time in this world? At this time, it was impossible to stop the promotion. The spiritual energy in Yun Xingye Jinden was continuously absorbed into his body. The 5 spiritual energy contraction points greedily absorbed the 5 elements of spiritual energy. All these 5 elements of spiritual energy were filled with electric light. The state of his body was beyond his imagination. And the possibility of forming 5 golden elixirs together was increasing. And his demand for spiritual energy is increasing. The spiritual energy in Yunxing's golden elixir, which can supply 5 golden elixirs, is gradually not enough. If Yunxing was in his prime, his golden elixir would have sufficient spiritual power. But when Li Shiming killed Yunxing was seriously injured and was about to take over his body. At this time, Yunxing's golden elixir contained very little spiritual power. Of course, no matter how small it is not a problem for this golden elixir to supply all the spiritual energy for 2 or 3 monks to form the golden elixir. But Li Shiming had 5 golden elixirs to absorb spiritual power, which caused Yunxing's golden elixirs to be sucked out in a short period of time. Almost at the moment when Yunxing's golden elixir was sucked out, Li Shiming took out another golden ball. In order to be promoted to the golden core stage, he took out all his inventory. At this time, Elder Su and Elder Ma were both dumbfounded. Is this their disciple? Is this a foundation-building monk? Even if Li Shiming is an alchemy master, he is an extremely high-level alchemy master who can quickly gain wealth. But who would pay for the golden elixir in order to obtain the spiritual elixir? The golden elixir is cultivated and grown by countless 3rd-grade elixirs, and its value is inestimable. Of course, this is the golden elixir in the golden elixir cultivator's own body. The real way to develop the golden elixir that has been snatched can only be found in the magic cultivator. Its true value is not accurate because the golden elixir is extremely rare. The value of... Look at Li Shiming, the little foundation-building monk. In order to absorb the spiritual energy, he casually took out 2 golden elixirs. This shows that the deaths of at least 2 Jin Dan monks are related to Li Shiming. Otherwise, how could Li Shiming obtain the most precious Jin Dan among the Jin Dan monks? Although Elder Su and Elder Ma were horrified, they had no other thoughts. As I said before, Li Shiming was too important to Shushan's sect. Not to mention that Li Shiming only took out 2 golden elixirs to help him break through the realm. Even if Li Shiming used these 2 golden elixirs to practice magic skills, the sect would turn a blind eye. The 3 late-stage foundation establishment disciples, who were watching Li Shiming's promotion process, were already doubting life. They watched with dull eyes as the previous golden elixir fell to the ground and turned into pieces. and a new golden elixir replaced the previous one's position. This was the golden elixir. The 3 disciples in the late stage of foundation building could not pursue the golden elixir in their lifetime, but it was consumed by Li Shiming as if it were an ordinary spiritual object. Especially the second senior brother Wan Zheng. His eyes scanned Li Shiming's body carefully. Up and down. Left and right. He wanted to see clearly whether Li Shiming was his junior brother, and not the transformation of some big devil. But no matter how he checked, Li Shiming was the Li Shiming he knew. The Li Shiming who would laugh happily when he received gifts from him when he first entered the school. He looked at the expressions of his master, Elder Su, and his uncle, Elder Ma. If Li Shiming had a problem, these two would definitely be able to tell. As a result, what he saw was that Elder Su and Elder Ma had the same horrified expressions as him. But they had no other expressions, let alone other actions. This showed that Li Shiming was his junior brother.
How could I have thought of competing with my junior brother before?
Wan Zheng sighed in his heart. Chapter 316 Sky Thunder. The golden elixir Li Shiming took out again was the golden elixir of the 6-fingered sound demon. The spiritual energy in this golden elixir was relatively rarer. Fortunately, his need for spiritual energy was much less at this time, as a large amount of spiritual energy poured into his body. The spiritual energy was transformed into the 5 elements of thunder and lightning spiritual power by the 2 techniques, and entered the 5 spiritual power contraction points respectively. At this time, solid golden spiritual power appeared in the centers of the 5 spiritual power contraction points. He understood that this was the golden elixir that was about to take shape. But the number of these golden elixirs was really 5, which still made him feel extremely unreal. There are 2 golden elixirs in succession. Even if they are overconsumed, the spiritual energy contained in them is at least what the golden elixir monks have accumulated for hundreds of years. You must know that both Yuan Xingyi and Liu Jianma are veteran monks in the golden pill stage. But the spiritual energy in the 2 golden pills became the basis for Li Shiming to form 5 golden pills. Otherwise, even if there is a golden elixir spiritual vein, even if there is a spirit gathering formation, based on his need to form 5 golden elixirs, the spiritual energy of the sword-holding peak will definitely not be enough for him to absorb. If there is not enough aura, then promotion is out of the question. If this promotion fails, the damage he will suffer is simply incalculable. Because of the special characteristics of the spiritual lake in his body, normal means of repairing the spiritual lake will be useless. He felt that the absorption of spiritual energy by the 5 golden elixirs slowed down. But subsequently, the vitality and spirit in his body were absorbed by the 5 golden elixirs. When it comes to his physique, it can be said that he is absolutely unrivaled in the foundation building stage. In addition to being successful in practicing the Diamond Body Protection Magic Art and Sword Demon's Secret Book, he has also taken a large number of 3rd-grade spiritual substances, which makes him his own physique has reached the limit of the foundation building period. So even if 5 golden elixirs absorb the vitality of his body can still barely bear it. Of course, on the surface, his condition is still very scary. His body was slowly losing weight at a speed visible to the naked eye, which was a manifestation of the rapid depletion of vitality in the body. But as the body consumes the frivolous fat, the energy consumption of the muscles of the body slows down significantly, because the vitality in his muscles is extremely abundant, which is formed by a large number of 3rd-grade spiritual objects and 2 body-refining techniques. It can be said that in terms of physical fitness alone, he surpasses many Jindan monks. What made Li Shiming feel the most uncomfortable was that his spirit was swallowed up by 5 golden elixirs. If an ordinary monk had his spirit swallowed up by 5 golden pills, even 1 golden pill would probably be too much for the monk to bear. But his spirit is so strong that he can be ranked at the forefront among all the foundation-building monks in the history of the world of immortality. And he also has a way to keep his spirit alive for a while longer, which makes swallowing the spirit the easiest thing to overcome. Above his head, a gorgeous formation starlight sea appeared. The mysterious starlight not only represented the mystery of the formation, but also was transformed by his spirit. If the 5 golden elixirs swallow up his spirit, he can replace it with the spirit stored in the formation starlight sea. The only thing to note is that the formation starlight sea cannot be consumed too much, causing the formation starlight sea to collapse.
Master of Formation?
Elder Su and Elder Ma both exclaimed in surprise. Immediately, they all stopped talking. Such a disturbance might affect Li Shiming's breakthrough process and distract Li Shiming. Elder Su and Elder Ma looked at each other, with helpless smiles in each other's eyes. How many things did this child hide? If other monks could become formation masters, they would have benefited from this status long ago. But look at Li Shiming. If it hadn't been for promotion today, it might have been unknown how long it would have taken for the identity of the formation master to be exposed. Although the formation master is not as popular as the alchemy master, his status in the sect is not low at all. The sect's grand formation requires a formation master to arrange it, and the maintenance of important nodes also requires a formation master to carry out. It can be said that formation masters are necessary talents for the sect, and the number of formation masters has always been very small. Each large sect has a large number of formations. In terms of the number of formations that require formation masters, the number of formation masters is far from insufficient. Not to mention that the Jin and elders and Yuanying ancestors also have some needs for formations, and only formation masters can operate them. Li Shiming felt that his body was getting weaker and weaker. He had never felt like this since he started cultivating immortality. He seemed to be falling from a monk to a mortal, and even his body was worse than a mortal at this time. Fortunately, his spirit was still under control, and it did not make him lose his mind, allowing him to clearly understand what happened. The 5 golden elixirs have grown a bit, but the price of this increase is that the 6-fingered sound demon's golden elixirs in front of him are gray and dull. His body is almost skinny, and the formation starlight C-star above his head is dim. Suddenly, Li Shiming sensed the signals from the 5 golden elixirs, and he took a 3rd-grade dingling elixir that exuded purple light without any hesitation. Elder Su and Elder Ma were no longer surprised that Li Shiming took out a 3rd-grade top-notch spiritual elixir. The surprises and horrors I have experienced before are enough, and the appearance of a 3rd-grade top-notch spiritual elixir seems insignificant. The 3rd-grade spirit-fixing pill entered his abdomen and immediately turned into energy, stabilizing the spiritual power in his body and preventing external spiritual energy from entering his body. He then took the 3rd-grade top-grade resurrection pill and the 3rd-grade top-grade U-breaking pill. Until this time, even the most stupid person understood that he had definitely found some way to refine the top-grade spiritual pill. But given Li Shiming's identity, even his alchemy master, Elder Ma, would not ask or even mention it afterward. Elder Su glanced at his disciple Wan Zheng, and Elder Ma also glanced at the 2 disciples he had brought with him. There was a warning in his eyes. The 3 late-stage foundation establishment disciples naturally understood why. Li Shiming has a very close relationship with them. The stronger Li Shiming is, the better it is for them. Even if it weren't for their master's warning, they would not reveal Li Shiming's secret. The 5 golden elixirs no longer swallow up spiritual power, vitality and spirit. Under the influence of Yudan, strange changes are taking place inside them. Li Shiming's aura suddenly increased a lot, and his aura jumped from the half-step golden elixir to the early stage of the golden elixir. Subsequently, the 5 stabilized golden elixirs spit out spiritual power, vitality and spirit, which were very different from the spiritual power, vitality and spirit that had been swallowed into the golden elixir before. At this time, the 5 golden elixirs spit out the spiritual power, vitality and spirit of the golden elixir stage. Especially when the 5 golden elixirs were spit out at the same time, Li Shiming's aura increased again. Elder Su and Elder Ma kept their mouths shut, although they did not use their spiritual thoughts. They also discovered some clues about Li Shiming, but they would not tell them in front of the 3 disciples. They sensed that something was wrong with the golden elixir in Li Shiming's body. The improvement of this aura far exceeded the improvement of the normal golden elixir to the monks as a whole. To be honest, under normal circumstances, the spiritual power, vitality and spirit spit out by the golden elixir at this moment should not be too much. It is just of higher quality. This is to allow the monks to recover to a certain state to cope with the next thunder. And Li Shiming's state was very wrong. The spiritual power, vitality and spirit spit out by the golden elixir were too much. So much that it not only restored Li Shiming's state, but also improved it a lot. They already regretted bringing 3 disciples over to observe. There was no need to observe Li Shiming's promotion process. If their other disciples had as many twists and turns as Li Shiming's promotion process, none of these disciples would be able to succeed in the promotion process. Survive. At this time, the 3rd-grade top rebirth elixir was also taking effect, and the medicinal power and the vitality spit out from the 5 golden elixirs restored his physique. His body was filled with energy. His muscles began to swell from being dry, and his skin regained its elasticity and luster. He activated the Withdraw Body Protection Divine Art in order to maximize the opportunity to take advantage of a large amount of life energy entering his body to improve his physique to resist the coming thunder. He could hardly imagine what kind of thunder his 5 golden pills would face. under the full operation of the
Vajra body protection divine art.
The true meaning was naturally inspired, and a huge glaring Vajra shadow appeared behind him. The shackles of Li Shiming's physique disappeared with the formation of the golden elixir. If his physique recovered naturally, with the golden elixir stage life vitality spit out by the golden elixir, most of the golden elixir's vitality would be consumed in restoring itself, and the improvement in physical strength would be limited. However, when he was running the
Vajra body protection divine art,
and under the blessing of the true meaning of the Angry Eye King Kong, the golden elixir stage life vitality in his body had a greater effect, since the 5 golden elixirs spit out enough golden elixir level life vitality, and his body's recovery was under the action of the diamond power produced by the
Vajra body protection divine art.
He could quickly repair it without consuming the golden elixir level life energy. Therefore, all the vitality of the golden elixir stage was used by the
Vajra body protection divine art
to improve his body level. In fact, this work should not be carried out at this stage, but should be completed by the rewards of the rules of heaven and earth after surviving the catastrophe of thunder. At that time, the monk's physique will naturally evolve to the golden elixir stage physique. And now the precious golden elixir stage life vitality is used to repair itself in order to resist the thunder. If Li Shiming hadn't had 5 golden elixirs, he wouldn't have dared to practice the
diamond body protection magic.
At this time, how could the 5 golden elixirs spit out enough golden elixir life vitality? Elder Su and Elder Ma already want to tell their disciples not to use Li Shiming's breakthrough as a reference, because that is meaningless. For one stick of incense, the scene was extremely quiet. Everyone was waiting. Even in the sky outside the Tianmu Peak Mountains, there were monks floating in the sky. Although they could not see the situation of the sword-holding peak, they could see the sky. The appearance. The sky thunder heralded the final step in Li Shiming's breakthrough process. And it was also the end of Li Shiming's breakthrough. After that, we can know whether Li Shiming has succeeded in breaking through. This matter is extremely important to many Jindan monks and the Shushan sect. Li Shiming ignored the outside world. He was running the
Vajra body protection magic
with all his strength. There was not much he could do to fight against the thunder. Ever since his clone Li Yuanba was promoted to Jindan, he had sensed thunder twice, and each time it was extremely dangerous. There are 5 golden elixirs in his body, and he doesn't know how strong the thunder will be withstood by the 5 golden elixirs. But he knew very well that the rules of heaven and earth would never let him go, and what he would face next would be the most difficult thing. Under the gazes of Elder Su, Elder Ma, the 3 late-stage Foundation establishment disciples, and many monks from outside sects, the sky above the sword-holding peak suddenly turned dark. Then a thick golden lightning fell straight down, when all the monks were horrified by the size of this golden lightning. For more thick golden lightning fell in succession. In one breath, 5 thick golden lightnings fell. All the monks were stunned, and many monks were even wondering whether Li Shiming had done something so outrageous that heaven and earth would send such a punishment at this time. This is no longer a tribulation. This is simply whipping a corpse. Yes, whipping corpse. No one thought that Li Shiming could survive the punishment of 5 thick golden lightning bolts. Not to mention the 5 thick golden lightning bolts. The Jindan monks who watched the thunder fall have all been baptized by the thunder, so they naturally know how terrifying the thunder is. The thunder they endured back then was not half as powerful as any of the 5 thunders this time. And yet, they barely survived. The phantom of the angry Eye Vajra behind him roared at the sky thunder, and a large amount of Vajra power was generated from the anger of the phantom of the angry Eye Vajra and poured into his body. The thunder penetrated all obstacles and fell directly on him. Every cell in his body was attacked by thunder from the inside out.
Possessed by sky thunder,
Li Shiming instinctively felt the crisis of life and death, and he inspired the secret method of
9 Heavens Thunder Strike Technique.
This increased his resistance to thunder and lightning, which he hoped could survive the thunder. The
Sky Thunder Possession
indeed reduced the damage to the body from the sky thunder attack. Even the tiny lightning that the sky thunder transformed into his body was resisted by the lightning he summoned from the 5 golden elixirs. This is the special feature of Leifa. Leifa still has some advantages in fighting against sky thunder. But before he could rejoice, a series of sky thunders fell down, scattering all the lightning he activated using
Sky Thunder Possession.
His body, from the inside to the outside, skin, muscles, inner abdomen, and bones, were all destroyed by the baptism of lightning. If his vitality had not been enhanced by the previous
Vajra body protection magic,
he would have become a golden elixir body in advance. Maybe he had died on the spot. Of course, what kept him from dying on the spot was that the 5 golden elixirs were not destroyed. Golden elixirs are the foundation of monks. Although the damage to his body reached a fatal level, he still had the power of a 3rd grade top elixir in his body. The power of the 3rd grade top level rebirth pill has not yet passed, and this rebirth pill ensured that his vitality was not completely extinguished. Chapter 317 Golden Pill. Elder Su and Elder Ma's expressions were extremely ugly. From their perception, Li Shiming's vitality was extremely weak and could be extinguished at any time. This was beyond their imagination. It was a miracle that Li Shiming did not die on the spot under the 5 powerful thunders. Now it is crucial to see whether Li Shiming's vitality can be delayed until the power of the sky thunder ends. Li Shiming was very clear-headed. After Tianlei became too strong, he put most of his energy into the computer room space. He judged the situation of the main body through the sensing of the main body by his distant clone Li Yuanba. The body is attacked by thunder, and if the spirit in the computer room space leaves the computer room, it will be immediately attacked by thunder, and then he will no longer be able to maintain sufficient thinking ability. The glaring Vajra shadow behind him was still roaring. Vajra power was continuously entering his body, coupled with the power of the 3rd grade top-notch rebirth pill, maintaining his body in a state of near death. Under normal circumstances, Jean Dan would definitely not be able to withstand such a thunderstorm. But Li Shiming's 5 golden elixirs were not damaged much by the 5 thunders. The most important thing is that the thunder and lightning contained in the 5 golden elixirs have an effect. The 5 golden elixirs themselves have thunder and lightning properties, and the effect of sky thunder on them is inherently weaker. However, the 5 golden elixirs have always maintained the
5 elements receiving chi formation.
Although this formation has no defensive effect, it can let the 5 golden elixirs share their energy. The maximum power of each sky thunder will be directed at one of the golden elixirs, and the other golden elixirs will be relatively less attacked, which allows the other golden elixirs to help the golden elixirs that are under heavy attack. Li Shiming didn't know how much time had passed. Under the thunder, he seemed to have lost all sense of time. This period of time may seem extremely long, but no matter how long it is, it will pass. Finally, he felt that the power of the thunder in his body was dissipating. The body that was almost destroyed by the thunder was filled with vitality. This vitality was like a clear spring, nourishing his injured body. Under the influence of this vitality, his body revived like a dead tree resurrected by spring. This is not an ordinary recovery, but a substantial improvement in physical fitness again. He had already reached the golden elixir's physical fitness and improved it again. His spirit was also rewarded by heaven and earth, and his spirit continued to strengthen. It seemed that the tribulation of thunder was too strong, so the reward was more generous. If calculated in terms of quantity, he felt that his spiritual improvement was almost 2.5 times the improvement achieved by his clone Li Yuanba during the 2 thunder tribulations. In other words, his 5 golden elixirs were struck by thunder 5 times. Although they were extremely dangerous, the rewards given after passing them were 5 times as much. The rewards from heaven and earth were more effective than any elixir. Li Shiming's nearly fatal injuries were mostly recovered in just a few breaths. After the power of the sky thunder dissipated, he took back his spirit in the computer room. He slowly opened his eyes. The improvement in his spirit made the light in his eyes almost as real as substance. Only now did he have the opportunity to feel the golden elixir in his body. The 5 golden elixirs are the 5 nodes of the
5 elements chi receiving formation,
and his spiritual lake disappeared long ago. The 5 golden elixirs correspond to the 5 elements of spiritual power: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and each golden elixir contains the attribute of thunder. Although it was 5 golden elixirs, he felt that it did not affect his ability to use spiritual power. With the slightest movement of his mind, he can freely use the spiritual power in any one or several golden elixirs. And due to the existence of the
5 elements Nai Chi array,
although the spiritual power attributes in the 5 golden elixirs are different, the
5 elements Nai Chi
array can convert the spiritual power attributes in the golden elixir at any time, so that the 5 golden elixirs maintain the balance of spiritual power.
5 golden elixirs. Is this normal?
Li Shiming asked himself, but he couldn't answer. Of course, the 5 golden elixirs forming the
5 elements chi receiving formation
also have an advantage. That is, he no longer needs to consider looking for 4th grade 5 elements formation materials in the future. The 5 golden elixirs replaced the original 3rd grade 5 elements formation energy and became the nodes of the
5 elements chi receiving formation.
It's just that he doesn't know how to proceed with the journey of cultivating immortality. Does he still have to give birth to 5 nascent souls? He shook his head vigorously. Not to mention 5 nascent souls. Even the gestation of one nascent soul is extremely difficult. Look at how many amazing and talented monks there are in the world of immortality. How many of them can truly become the ancestors of the nascent soul?
We'll consider the future path later. It's too early now.
He suppressed his confusion about the future. No matter what, he successfully reached the golden elixir stage. With a lifespan of 500 years, he had plenty of time to consider the path to the nascent soul.
Master, I succeeded?
Li Shiming looked at the concerned eyes of Elder Su and Elder Ma, and said with a smile on his face.
Sure, Ming. You almost scared us to death.
Elder Su said with slight annoyance. He wanted to teach Li Shiming a lesson. Li Shiming's breakthrough had too many mistakes. He clearly gave Li Shiming the information on how to make elixirs. Those were the experiences of how to make elixirs summarized by the Shushan sect. But look at Li Shiming. From the beginning of Chengdan, he kept making mistakes. For monks, as long as they deviate from the normal path, it is a mistake. And monks do not have so many opportunities to try and make mistakes. Maybe one mistake will make the monk unable to recover forever, and become a wrong example for the world of immortality. If Li Shiming fails to succeed, he will also become one of the wrong examples. And he will also be the most famous one. Li Shiming scratched his head in embarrassment. Some things were really difficult to explain. He was really too brave back then. People say that the older one gets, the less courageous he becomes. This is absolutely true. When he first came into contact with cultivating immortals, he did not receive any teachings from his master. Most of his ideas on cultivating immortals were based on his own imagination. As a result, he caused the formation of the
5 elements receiving chi array
in his body. When the elixir was completed, 5 golden elixirs were formed to form the
5 elements receiving chi array. Master!
Li Shiming lowered his head.
You must not imitate him. Even if you have 100 lives, you won't be able to create something like this.
Elder Su turned to the 3 late-stage Foundation establishment disciples and ordered. In fact, there was no need for him to give any orders. The 3 late-stage Foundation establishment disciples would tremble from their souls, just thinking about the 5 thunders just now. Even if Li Shiming succeeds in being promoted to the Golden Core stage, they will not regard Li Shiming as a role model. Li Shiming's fate is tough, but they don't think their fate is as tough as Li Shiming's.
You go into seclusion for a period of time to stabilize your state. Lao Ma and I will go out to explain the 5 thunders to you.
Elder Su also knew that Li Shiming needed to rest, so he waved to the disciples to follow him and leave. He ordered Li Shiming. There was probably a commotion outside, and the impact of the 5 sky thunders was too great.
Excuse me, Master.
Li Shiming bowed and thanked him. Elder Ma nodded to Li Shiming, but he did not speak. Li Shiming was only his registered disciple. At this time, Elder Su should speak. Soon, only Li Shiming was left on the top of Holding Sword Peak. In the Golden Elixir stage, he had also reached the state that he needed to look up to on Tianhai Island. A lifespan of 500 years would be passed down in the family for more than 10 generations in the mortal world. Although the lifespan of a mortal can reach up to 100 years, the number of inheritance generations is measured in 30 years. One generation of 30 years is already the lifespan of a child from childhood to adulthood. Mortals will slowly age after the age of 30. Golden Elixir monks are almost like gods in the world. When the clone Li Yuanba was promoted to the Golden Core stage, perhaps because the promotion was too smooth, or perhaps the clone's promotion did not mean that he could really have a lifespan of 500 years. So he did not feel like this at this time. He couldn't tell whether the clone Li Yuanba could survive if the main body died. The most likely death was with him. After the body becomes a pill, it has a real lifespan of 500 years. Even with Li Shiming's temperament, he sat cross-legged in the cave, and it took several hours to finally calm down. He needs to arrange a training plan for the next period of time. But there is no need to worry about body training. He can continue to practice the Golden Elixir chapter of the
Diamond Body Protection Magic Art.
As for another body training technique, the
Secret Book of the Sword Demon,
the clone Li Yuanba has already practiced it, and he can possess a close-range long sword magic weapon. The biggest advantage of this magic weapon is that it can be improved as his own physical fitness improves. This is equivalent to a magic weapon that can grow, and with the special properties that can be integrated into the body. It can be regarded as one of his last means to save his life. In terms of skills, he still maintains 2 skills to practice together, with the
5 Rhymes Chain Chi technique
as the main skill and the
9 Heavens Thunder Strike technique
as a concurrent skill. In addition, the
Secret Book of Tianyin must also be practiced. The Secret Book of Tianyin, a sound cultivation technique, combined with the secret method of the demon's ears, created by him, will make the Secret Book of Tianyin even more powerful. Most importantly, the Secret Book of Tianyin is inspired by the magic weapon Guqin, which can form a large-scale group attack, and it is also a sonic attack that is particularly difficult to defend against. If supplemented by the secret method of Tian Mo ears, it can even form a large-scale group spiritual attack. Of course, in order to achieve the effect of a large-scale group spiritual attack, he still needs to study how to integrate the secret method of the demon into the ear, into the sonic attack of the Secret Book of Heavenly Sound. He thought about refining alchemy again. His mind moved slightly, and the red yang spirit fire flew from his body and fell into his hand. This time, the red sun spirit fire also benefited from the promotion to the golden elixir. The spirit fire itself became a bit bigger. Through the spiritual flame control technique, I can sense that the quality of the red yang spiritual fire is changing, and I believe it won't be long before it can be upgraded to a third-grade spiritual fire. This is also normal. This kind of spiritual fire that recognizes the master is closely related to the realm of the master. However, after being promoted to the golden elixir, the connection between the red yang spirit fire and him was completely bound. The red sun spirit fire he summoned just now was summoned from above the fire attribute golden elixir. At present, the red sun spirit fire only stays above the fire attribute golden elixir. After a period of time, when his realm is stable, the red sun spirit fire can enter the fire attribute golden elixir. At that time, other monks were unable to snatch the red yang spiritual fire, because the red yang spiritual fire he released would only be the flame part of the red yang spiritual fire, and its core would remain inside the fire attribute golden elixir forever. After the red yang spiritual fire enters the fire attribute golden elixir, both the red yang spiritual fire and the fire attribute golden elixir will receive considerable benefits. The red yang spirit fire will be nourished by the fire attribute golden elixir, thus accelerating its growth. The fire attribute golden elixir has the existence of red yang spiritual fire, and its fire attribute quality will be greatly improved. If it weren't for the fact that the 5 golden elixirs in Li Shiming's body are arranged in the formation nodes of the 5 elements Naichi array, which can automatically balance the spiritual power inside the 5 golden elixirs, perhaps the red yang spiritual fire would be added to the fire attribute golden elixir. It may cause an imbalance in the spiritual power of the 5 golden elixirs. Now that the 5 elements Qi receiving formation is here, I don't have to worry about this. When Lingyang's spiritual fire is promoted to the 3rd level, he can consider refining a 3rd level elixir based on 2nd level and 3rd level elixirs. In addition, the improvement of the level of weapon refining also requires the red yang spirit fire to reach the 3rd level, or the golden pill to be able to emit Dan fire stably. Based on the experience of the clone Li Yuanba, the golden elixir can emit elixir fire stably, which may require more than a month of practice. He also had to start thinking about his natal magic weapon. He first took out the 4th grade flying sword he had obtained from the supervisor of fake infant Feng Yi. This was the highest grade flying sword magic weapon he had ever seen. However, when his spiritual thoughts entered the 4th grade flying sword magic weapon, he found that his current mental power was not enough to recognize this 4th grade flying sword magic weapon. There is something indescribable inside the 4th grade flying sword magic weapon. He could not sense it at the foundation stage. He only sensed it now, at the golden elixir stage. But he didn't know what it was. He only knows the unspeakable thing inside the 4th grade flying sword magic weapon. The level is too high. At least with his current mental power, he cannot make it recognize its owner. No wonder only nascent soul stage monks are exposed to 4th grade magic weapons. Li Shiming murmured to himself. This 4th grade flying sword magic weapon cannot be recognized as its owner, let alone the other 4th grade jade ruler. In fact, he just thought about it. Even if the 4th grade flying sword magic weapon could really recognize its owner, he would not regard it as his own magic weapon, because he had already had his own ideas about his natal magic weapon, and he had decided on his natal magic weapon a long time ago. His mind fell into the computer room space, where Z15 was running. He looked at Z15, the large server that traveled through time with him. Although the Z15 looks the same as the previous large server Z15, it is essentially different. Z15 has also undergone inexplicable changes after traveling through time. Its texture does not appear to have changed, but it cannot be destroyed. He discovered this a long time ago.
You must know that large servers have a lifespan. Server components generally have a service life of 3 to 5 years. Of course, this does not mean that large servers will be damaged immediately after this time is exceeded. But after the service life is reached, the performance of large servers will decrease and the probability of failure will increase. The Z15 that traveled with Li Shiming did not have this problem. This Z15 has been running for more than 10 years, so the parts are still as good as when they first traveled. To a certain extent, Z15 was no longer considered a mortal weapon. Since it was not a mortal weapon, he thought of trying to sacrifice it. Anyway, no matter whether it was successful or not, Z15 would not be damaged. Chapter 318 Magic Weapon. The natal magic weapon is the most important magic weapon for a monk. Even if a monk can possess many magic weapons, he cannot shake the importance of the natal magic weapon. The monk's natal magic weapon is unique. The natal magic weapon has a very close relationship with the monk. It is nourished by the golden elixir all the year round. Compared with other magic weapons, its growth potential is much stronger. Under normal circumstances, monks either regard the strongest offensive magic weapon or defensive magic weapon as their own magic weapon, which is related to the monk's positioning of themselves. Xiang Jianxiu's natal magic weapon is definitely his natal flying sword. Some monks who cherish their lives will treat defensive magic weapons as life magic weapons, which will make the monks have extremely strong defense power. Li Shiming has no special boundaries for his position. In terms of attack, he has his clone Li Yuanba, the sword cultivator. To a certain extent, he does not need to think too much about the problem of insufficient attack power. Of course, the current clone Li Yuanba is separated from him and belongs to both good and evil sides. But what he values is the future, not the present. Li Shiming wanted to sacrifice Z15 into a life-saving magic weapon, but he didn't know whether he could succeed. The main reason was that Z15 itself was too weird. He decided to try it first. If it succeeded, it would be fine. If he couldn't refine Z15 as his natal magic weapon, then he would choose another magic weapon. The 5 Rhymes Chain Chichu contains the method of cultivating the natal magic weapon. Every inherited cultivation method is not only a cultivation method, but also has a comprehensive set of related secret methods. His spiritual thoughts entered the computer room space and turned into a pattern of recognition of the master. The natal magic weapon needed to be marked with the owner's mark when refining it. In the computer room space, a recognition pattern composed of spiritual power appeared and followed his mind and flew to Z15. He quietly sensed the status of Z15 and waited for Z15 to change. But when I typed out the main recognition pattern, the Z15 didn't react at all. He did not give up. Since Z15 followed him into this world and was bound to him in a special way, it should be possible for him to deepen this binding relationship and become his own magic weapon. The most important thing is that he has great confidence in the sacrifice and refining of Z15 as his natal magic weapon. He will not be disappointed because he has failed to identify the main pattern several times. At least he will keep trying until there is absolutely no solution. Li Shiming's mental power was extremely strong. But when he hit hundreds of identification patterns one after another, he still felt tired. He stopped moving, vaguely seeming to sense something. His consciousness checked in the computer room space, and Z15 was still in the same place, and there was still no change. But he always had a feeling that this Z15 was different from before. The Z15 has lost something. Although it can still be turned on and run, it seems to be missing something. As for what was missing, even through micron-level exploration, he couldn't find what was missing. His mind returned to his true body, and in the center of the 5 elements Qi receiving formation, composed of 5 golden elixirs, an illusory Z15 appeared there. This illusory Z15 was like a dead thing, but it really made him feel that it was his destiny. This natal magic weapon is probably transferred out of the body and cannot be used to hit people to death. However, if it cannot be turned on, its only effect is to hit people. Li Shiming thought of something, and with a slight movement of his mind, 5 currents flew out of the 5 golden elixirs and entered into the illusory Z15. With the blessing of electric energy, the Z15, although still in an illusory energy state, started to operate like a normal large-scale server. After one breath, the Unreal Z15 started the normal self-test and started up. This startup time is so fast that even home desktops, let alone large servers, are not that fast. However, he thought of Z15, which was transformed into a natal magic weapon in his body at this time. In this energy state, it was normal for such a fast activation speed. The moment the Z15 was turned on, Li Shiming felt that his brain was connected to the Z15. This connection was completely different from the previous connection. Before, he used his 5 senses as peripherals of the Z15. But now he is integrated with the Z15. And his brain is one of the Z15 CPUs. He felt that his mind was divided into 191. And each CPU of the Z15 was like a real brain for him. There were 190 CPUs in total, plus his original brain, giving him 191 brains. This isn't some multitasking thing. This is a real physical brain. Each brain can use multitasking without affecting the other. He can even feel that his previous performance utilization rate of Z15 has not reached even 1%. Now, when he thinks of a certain piece of knowledge in his mind, he will immediately call up all the relevant data that previously existed in Z15 and conduct analysis and judgment. The whole process is completed in an instant. Not to mention his memory. What he sees with his eyes, hears with his ears, smells with his nose, etc. Everything he perceives can be stored in Z15 in real time and recalled at any time later. Z15 was most obviously helpful to the formation. Thinking of this, he called up his own formation, Starlight C. The formation Starlight C was somewhat obscured due to the previous spiritual extraction. However, when the formation Starlight C appeared, Li Shiming quickly discovered that the formation Starlight C had made contact with Z15. Z15 is like discovering a new plugin. Formation Starlight C has become an extension of Z15. The formation Starlight C, which was still dark, recovered somewhat within a short time. Li Shiming sensed it, and he couldn't describe his control over the formation at this time. He looked at the formation in the cave's training room, and could clearly see the spiritual power lines of the formation without any stagnation. The spiritual power line also marked the location where he wanted to break the formation. Of course, the formation in the cave training room was not enough as a reference. The formation here was originally arranged by him. But in the process of observing and practicing indoor formations, the feeling of seeing through the formations is like looking at the scenery. All the secrets of the formations are right there. You can see everything about the formations without any thinking. He stretched out a divine thought, and soon extended a second, third divine thought, all the way to the 191st divine thought. In terms of spiritual thoughts, he felt the power of Z15, the natal magic weapon. A normal monk's spiritual thoughts can be dispersed. But after being dispersed, the spiritual thoughts are equivalent to the monk using multitasking to control them. No matter how strong the multitasking ability is, it cannot be compared with concentrating on one task. In normal times, monks can use their spiritual thoughts in multiple ways. But in battle, because a little influence may affect victory or defeat, the monk's spiritual thoughts are all in one. Even if it is not one, it is to use the relevant secret method to control multiple spiritual thoughts with one. Just like the 9 palace sword formation he used before. He controlled the other 8 flying swords by controlling the middle palace sword. Not many monks want to freely control 9 flying swords, so they usually practice the mysterious dividing method to achieve this. The number of distractions that can be divided into mysterious methods is also limited. The spiritual thoughts sent out by Li Shiming are produced separately by each CPU of the Z15 plus his own brain. It is equivalent to each brain controlling a divine thought, and each divine thought is equivalent to a state of concentration. This allows him to control 191 magic weapons in battle, which is not the most. If he adds the distraction technique he has practiced, the number of magic weapons he can control can reach thousands. As his mental power continues to increase and his practice of the distraction transformation technique deepens, the number of magical weapons he can control will continue to increase. Although the more controllable magical weapons are not necessarily the better. The suppression of the number of magical weapons has a great advantage in the battle of monks. Of course, this idea is still just his fantasy. At the golden elixir stage, the magic weapon that is useful to him is the first level magic weapon. Since he embarked on the path of cultivating immortals, he has killed many monks and obtained a lot of magic weapons. But asking him to come up with 191 magic weapons is not something that can be done in a short time at least, let alone thousands of magic weapons. Even with so many magic weapons, there is a question mark as to whether his spirit can bear it. The research on Z15, the natal magic weapon, still requires long-term experiments to know its function. This is a long-term work. In the next month, Li Shiming did not do anything else and devoted himself wholeheartedly to cultivation. He has saved a lot of third-level cultivation auxiliary elixirs. Who knows that every time he opens a furnace of elixirs, The reward alone is more than the monk who paid for the elixirs. The
101 points alchemy technique
gave him extremely rich rewards in alchemy, allowing him to provide for the cultivation of himself and his clone Li Yuanbao. Of course, when he reached the golden elixir stage, it would be impossible for him to use the third-grade top elixir to practice. The main reason is the emergence of the third-grade top elixir. It takes 10 times of accumulation before one can appear. This also needs to be of the same type. In the case of Panacea, except for the 4 third-grade elixirs that were refined into elixirs for monks during the period when they first became alchemy masters, the remaining third-grade elixirs rarely had the opportunity to continuously refine the same elixir. During the period of Li Shiming's retreat, the Shushan sect was extremely lively. The 5 thunders when Li Shiming made the elixir became a hot topic among the monks. In the end, Elder Su stood up and said that because Li Shiming was not familiar with the process of forming the elixir, he released 4 refining corpses to share the power of the Sky Thunder when the elixir was being created. This caused the 5 Sky Thunders to fall at the same time. There are those who believe in this explanation, and there are those who don't believe it. But no monk will try it, because the risk of forming a pill is extremely high. If they really use the corpse refining to share the Sky Thunder, then the extra Sky Thunder Li Shiming will have the means to survive. But they will have no way to survive. As for the matter of Li Shiming refining corpses, it was known to the outside world long after Li Shiming killed Jin Dan Fenglu in Fire Cloud Valley. Moreover, Li Shiming has many corpse refinings, which are considered unusual among the righteous ones. But no matter how many corpses Li Shiming refined, no monk would blame him, because Li Shiming's corpse refining indeed saved his life and helped him kill Jin Dan Fenglu. As an alchemy master, it doesn't matter if he uses some means to save his life. Who cares if the alchemy master has more means to save his life? Li Shiming was not known for his combat prowess. In the eyes of many monks, this was just because Li Shiming was timid and did not dare to fight on his own. So he sacrificed many corpses to protect himself. Comparing the news before and after, the 5 heavenly thunders when Li Shiming became an elixir were forcibly explained. And it finally passed. The most discussed topic after that was whether Li Shiming could continue his previous miraculous alchemy ability and maintain the record of never losing a third-grade high-level elixir. You must know that compared to the early-stage Jin Dan monks, who only take third-grade elixirs as the main ingredient, the middle and late Jin Dan monks hold the most power in the sect. And they have always been extremely concerned about Li Shiming's growth. When Li Shiming finally completed the elixir, they naturally thought of Li Shiming refining a third-grade high-level elixir for them. For the same third-grade elixir, if Li Shiming can maintain the original level, the effect of the refined third-grade high-grade elixir can be equivalent to several third-grade elixirs refined by other alchemy masters. This other alchemy master is actually Elder Ma in the sect. But due to the master-disciple relationship between Li Shiming and Elder Ma, no one will say it clearly. Elder Ma wouldn't care. In fact, with Elder Ma's alchemy level, although the third-grade elixir produced is not as high quality as Li Shiming's, it is good compared to other alchemy masters. As long as he wants to take over the alchemy business, still won't have anything to do. After all, there is only one person in Li Shiming, and Li Shiming has long announced the principle of alchemy to the outside world. Many geniuses will open the furnace once. This makes Li Shiming's alchemy output limited. And there are not many monks who can be ranked. The biggest question at the moment is whether Li Shiming can maintain his level of alchemy. So the elders of the sect's middle and late stages of the golden elixir are all watching when Li Shiming will come out of seclusion. Elder Su and Elder Ma stood outside Li Shiming's cave. A month had passed, and today was the day Li Shiming came out of seclusion. They had to come. But a group of their old friends came to find them, and the human relationship involved made them unable to refuse. The cave formation was activated, and Li Shiming slowly walked out of the cave. Elder Su and Elder Ma were both startled when they saw Li Shiming. They couldn't believe their eyes. They were extremely rude and used their spiritual thoughts. After their spiritual thoughts swept across Li Shiming, their expressions became normal. The aura of Li Shiming who walked out of the cave was very strange. Judging from his aura alone, this was definitely the aura of the peak of the early Jin Dan period. How long could Li Shiming have been practicing for so long? How could he have reached the early stage of the golden elixir in just 1 month? No matter what kind of natural resources and treasures there are, they cannot achieve such an effect. That is to say, they used their spiritual sense to explore and discovered that although Li Shiming's aura had reached the peak of the early stage of the golden elixir, the total amount of spiritual power in Li Shiming's body was at the level where it had stabilized at the early stage of the golden elixir. Although it only takes 1 month to reach the stable level of the early stage of the golden elixir, which is already considered a very fast cultivation speed. But it is understandable considering that Li Shiming is an alchemy master and has a lot of third-grade elixirs in his hands. This is easier to understand than reaching the peak of the early golden elixir in a month. So Elder Su and Elder Ma's expressions returned to normal. But although his expression returned to normal, the shock in his heart could not be calmed down so easily. In any case, Li Shiming's strength at this time was definitely comparable to that of an early Jindan monk who had been practicing for decades. Chapter 319 Alchemy. Although the
5 elements Qi Nai array
in Li Shiming's body has changed from the energy of the 5 elements array as the node to the 5 elements golden pills as the nodes. Its effect is not weakened, but has been enhanced. Every spiritual power he cultivates will be purified by the
5 elements receiving Qi array
and turned into the purest 5 elements of thunder and lightning spiritual power. This pure 5-element thunder and lightning spiritual power is the purest strength that his current state can produce, which is also the peak spiritual power in the early stage of the golden core. This is why he has experienced countless changes in his practice because of the
5 elements Qi receiving formation.
But he still feels that his efforts are valuable. In any realm, he can reach the combat power of the current realm. The only difference is the total amount of spiritual power. However, in battles between monks, spiritual power is rarely insufficient. Either they win or they are defeated and run away.
I've met the masters.
Li Shiming saluted the 2 masters.
Seeing that your breath realm has stabilized, I wonder if you have refined the 5 elements and 9 transformers.
Elder Ma asked with a smile. Of course, Li Shiming understood what Elder Ma meant by asking. The
5 elements and 9 transformers
was the alchemy furnace magic weapon given to him by the sect. It was given to him when he became an alchemy master. When Elder Ma asked about the
5 elements and 9 rotators,
he was actually asking Li Shiming whether he could use the
5 elements and 9 rotators
to make elixirs. Li Shiming spent a month practicing, and the red yang spiritual fire in his body has been upgraded to the 3rd level. After refining the Z15 natal magic weapon, he also refined several other magic weapons. His natal magic weapon has no combat effectiveness and cannot even provide defense. If he wants to protect himself, he will need to refine a few more magic weapons. Yes, in his eyes, the magic weapons obtained from casual cultivators or ordinary golden elixirs were not really good magic weapons. Sacrifice and refining such magic weapons would actually increase his mental burden. In addition to the natal magic weapon Z15, Li Shiming's current magic weapon also has 6 other magic weapons that he has refined. It's not that he is greedy. With the number of magic weapons in his hand, he only refined 6 magic weapons, which was the result of picking and choosing. Those who can catch his eye are naturally not ordinary magic weapons. First of all, there are 2 magic weapons obtained from Elder Lu of the Sunluo sect. One is the flying sword magic weapon by Yujian, and the other is the flying boat magic weapon Meteor Mo. Elder Lu is the powerful elder of Sunluo's sect. The magic weapons he uses are not bad. The most important thing is that the white feather sword is a flying sword that can be transformed into combat power immediately. Heart sword. This jade flying sword was obtained from the space ring of Chishan Arhat of Chiba Temple. It is a very powerful flying sword magic weapon in terms of quality and power. The silver light sword and the black feather spiritual umbrella were 2 ancient magic weapons obtained from the ruins of the 5 Qi sect. Due to the extremely serious spiritual loss of the 2 magic weapons, it took him a long time to cultivate them before they could be repaired. Elder Su had previously checked that the 2 magic weapons would take several years to repair, but he had 5 golden elixirs, which made his effect on the magic weapons 5 times that of ordinary monks each time. He estimated that it would take up to a year to repair them. Let the 2 magic weapons regain their former power.
Tian Yin Dao Qin
is an upgraded version of
Earth Yin Dao Qin,
or it can be said to be a magic weapon inherited from the
Tian Yin Secret Book.
The 6-fingered sound demon relied on the
Tian Yin Dao Qin
to fight against the pursuit of the major sections. Although the end was rather miserable, it can be seen that the
Tian Yin Dao Qin,
combined with the inheritance of the
Tian Yin Secret Book,
is terrifying. Finally, there is the alchemy furnace magic weapon,
5 elements and 9 transformers,
which means that he has 5 golden elixirs to be refined at the same time. Otherwise, any one of these magic weapons will not be able to be used freely in a month.
Master, I would like to apply to the sect for a copy of the Qingyu Point Star Pill recipe and the accompanying elixir,
Li Shiming said with a smile.
It seems that you are ready. It is a good choice to practice with the
Qingyu Pointing Star Pill.
I have already prepared it here.
Elder Ma did not say anything about applying at all, and directly took out a copy of
Qingyu Pointing Star.
Dan
Said the elixir needed
Qingyu Pointing Star Pill.
is a third-grade cultivation auxiliary elixir taken by monks in the middle stage of the golden elixir, and the production area of the two-flavored third-grade elixir. The main material of
Qingyu Pointing Star Pill
is controlled by the Shushan sect, although the output is extremely low. Better than stability. A copy of the elixir of
Qingyu Point Star Pill.
Even if Li Shiming fails to refine the third-grade elixir whose main ingredients are two-flavored and third-grade elixir for the first time, it will not cause excessive losses. The most important thing is that this elixir is owned by the sect. Unlike the private third-grade elixir, the sect can bear the loss of Li Shiming, the alchemy master.
Looks like there's no need to go out today.
Li Shiming saw that Elder Ma had already prepared the elixir, and couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Refining a third-grade elixir with two flavors and third-grade elixirs as its main ingredients would take at least 4 or 5 hours. By the time he successfully refined it,
it was already midnight.
Let's make the elixir first. I believe that with your level, nothing will go wrong. There are many golden elixir elders in the sect who are waiting for the results of your elixir refining.
Elder Ma waved his hand and said. Li Shiming returned to the cave with the elixir, and the formation protected the cave again.
I'm still a little impatient. I'm worried that he won't have enough energy or spiritual power during the alchemy process,
Elder Su said softly after Li Shiming left.
If you care, you will be confused. Shiming's alchemy talent is so powerful that it is rarely seen in this world. Given his good fortune, if he hadn't shown his alchemy talent, something would have happened a long time ago,
Elder Ma replied with a smile. Speaking of Li Shiming's good fortune, Elder Su also sighed speechlessly. What is blessing? If you look at Li Shiming's promotion to Jin Dan, you will know what blessing is. Countless dangers bring countless opportunities. The seemingly inevitable process of becoming an elixir actually allowed Li Shiming to not only succeed in becoming an elixir, but also to have a solid foundation. Thinking again about Li Shiming's experience when traveling, it is normal for him to be attacked by Jin Dan monks in the foundation stage. And even powerful beings in the nascent soul stage have been encountered twice. You must know that the number of times he travels is very small. Even the monks, who have been away for many years, cannot compare with him in such a small number of trips. Just as Elder Ma said, if Li Shiming hadn't been a master of alchemy and protected by the Shushan sect, there would have been no peace. It can be said that there was no trouble at all in the refining process of
Qingyu Point Star Pill,
and the entire elixir refining process was extremely smooth. Li Shiming once again felt wise in his decision to use Z15 as his natal magic weapon. When refining the elixir, both his computing power and reaction ability were many times faster than when he contacted Z15 in the computer room space before. The energy-based Z15 does not need to consider the problem of overheating. If you want to increase the computing power, increase the power input. Under his spiritual thoughts, any changes in the
5 elements and 9 transformers
will be discovered and responded to immediately. This time he placed the alchemy in the computer room space. The micron-level control of the computer room space still plays a very important role. Even if he reaches the golden elixir stage and uses Z15 as his natal magic weapon, he still cannot achieve micron-level control in the outside world at the micro level. When he performed the
101-point pill technique,
3 illusory spiritual pills appeared above the 3
Qingyu Point Star pills,
and then spiritual energy was injected into the pills. He used 2 jade bottles to hold 3
Qingyu Pointing Star pills
each. The 3
Qingyu Pointing Star pills,
separated from the
100 points pill Ju,
cannot be exposed. They belong to his accumulation of cultivation resources. Important means. Besides, his reputation in alchemy is already well known, so he doesn't need to use the
100 points alchemy technique
to increase his reputation. Looking at the time, 5 hours have passed. He picked up a jade bottle and walked out of the cave. It was already dark outside, but Elder Su and Elder Ma were still guarding outside.
Master, fortunately you have fulfilled your destiny.
He handed over the jade bottle and said. Elder Ma took the jade bottle, opened it, and penetrated with his spiritual thoughts. And soon a smile spread across his face. Elder Su on the side put his spiritual thoughts into it at the same time, and laughed out loud with Elder Ma. In the jade bottle, the 3
Qingyu Point Star pills
are all third-grade high-grade elixirs, and their quality is as always the highest quality among the third-grade high-grade elixirs. This is in line with the characteristics of Li Shiming's alchemy. now in the northern Shu continent. As long as the quality of the third-grade elixir reaches the highest quality among high-end, it will inevitably be considered to be made by Li Shiming. Other alchemy masters may also be able to refine third-grade high-grade elixirs. But there are subtle differences in the third-grade high-grade elixirs. The quality of the third-grade high-grade elixirs refined by Li Shiming surpasses the other third-grade high-grade elixirs and forms a level of its own.
Shiming, let's discuss your alchemy arrangements. What are your plans?
Elder Ma asked with a smile. Elder Ma would not order Li Shiming to do anything. Li Shiming had grown up. And although he was his named disciple, he had already surpassed him in status.
Turn on the furnace once every 10 days. What do you think?
Li Shiming thought for a while and asked.
I know that refining elixirs will delay your cultivation time. Not to mention the outer sect. There are many elders in the sect who are already waiting for you to refine elixirs with elixirs. What do you think? It will be limited to 2 months. And the next 2 months, you turn on the furnace every 3 days. And after 2 months, turn on the furnace once every 10 days.
Elder Su suggested from the side. The two masters did not dare to let Li Shiming really open the furnace once every 10 days. In that case, the elders in the sect alone would have to wait a long time before they could take their turn. Among them, he had an irreversible relationship with the two masters. So allowing Li Shiming to make alchemy in advance was considered a favor.
Master Ma, will it have any impact on you?
Li Shiming looked at Elder Ma and asked. The reason why he planned to open the furnace once every 10 days was, on the one hand, to consider the arrangement of his training time, and on the other hand, he was thinking about Elder Ma, with his level of spirit refining. Once the alchemy is fully activated, Elder Ma's alchemy karma will be much less, which will affect Elder Ma's income.
You don't have to think about me. After all these years of refining elixirs, I have long wanted to rest. Besides, you really think I can take a complete rest? You are refining the elixir for the middle stage of the golden elixir, but I am not responsible for the elixir for the early stage of the elixir.
Elder Ma waved and said with a smile. The two masters received Li Shiming's accurate response and left the sword-holding peak. Li Shiming stood on the top of the sword-holding peak. He looked around with extremely sharp eyes, as if he could see through everything. In fact, the scenery he saw at his field of vision was different from what ordinary Jin monks saw. The first is the formation. In his eyes, the formation is composed of many spiritual power lines and energy nodes. The most ordinary night wine he had ever sensed was the first time he sensed it. And he could calculate its speed, direction, path, and expected path, etc. When he saw a spiritual tree, he knew how many leaves and branches it had, how many veins there were on each leaf, the flow path of spiritual energy in the spiritual tree, and so on. The world in his eyes is extremely complex. So complex that even an ordinary monk would get dizzy just by looking at it. But after a month of adapting, he was able to normalize the information he saw. Li Shiming stretched out his hand and drew an extremely complex spell pattern in the air with his fingers. After 3 breaths, the spell pattern was completely completed, and the lightning spiritual power in the 5 golden elixirs in his body flowed into the spell pattern. Just before the spell was about to be cast, he waved his hand to interrupt the release of the spell. He was very satisfied with his casting speed and the 3-breath time, which seemed to be a long time. In the battle of the golden elixir stage monks, 3 breaths have allowed the enemy to attack many times. But you must know that what he cast was the golden elixir stage group attack spell in the
9 Heavens Thunder Strike technique.
The spell reached the 3rd level at the golden elixir stage. 3rd level spells were rarely used in face-to-face battles, because the casting time of the 3rd level spell is too long. Although it is powerful, the preparation time for casting is enough for the enemy to either attack first, interrupt the casting process, or escape far away from the spell's attack range. Therefore, under normal circumstances, 3rd-grade spells are made into talismans. 3rd-grade spiritual ink is used on the 3rd-grade talisman paper to solidify the 3rd-grade spells in it. When the battle comes, the talisman can complete the spell casting process on its own without affecting the monks fighting. The spell Li Shiming just cast is called
Thundercloud technique.
It is the most complex among the 3rd-level spells of
9 Heavens Thunder Strike technique.
3 breaths is the fastest casting speed that can be achieved theoretically. And he had only practiced
Thundercloud technique
for 3 days, and he had reached the theoretical fastest casting speed of
Thundercloud technique.
This is not because the
Thundercloud technique
is simple to cast. On the contrary, according to the records in
9 Heavens Thunder Strike technique, It is impossible to achieve the theoretical fastest casting speed of 3-breath magic without hundreds of years of continuous practice. Almost no Lei Xiao would spend hundreds of years practicing a spell that, although powerful, requires more than 3 breaths of preparation time. The reason why Li Shiming used 3 days to compare with the results of hundreds of years of practice by other monks is because of the natal magic weapon Z15. No matter how complicated the spellcasting process is, no matter how precise the spiritual power operation requirements are, no matter how harsh the error tolerance is, with the help of the natal magic weapon Z15, Li Shiming can achieve the most perfect spellcasting with only a very short period of practice. Although 3 breaths are long, other third-grade thunder spells in the 9 Heavens Thunder Strike technique, such as single-target attack spells such as Tai Xian Divine Thunder, have been practiced by him to the theoretical fastest casting speed in 1 breath, which can be regarded as a frontal battle. Combat Power. Chapter 320 Strength. When the silver corpse with a silver-white body and a height of 4 meters stood in front of Li Shiming, he felt the terrifying power of this artificial creature. But there was a smile on his face, because the silver corpse in front of him was his own. This was a trophy given to him by Elder Lu of the Sunluo sect. Previously, this silver corpse had been staying in the corpse refining space of the space ring. Because he did not have the realm of the golden elixir stage, he could not recognize its owner. After he reached the golden elixir stage and stabilized his strength, he recognized the silver corpse as its owner. There is no trouble in the process of recognizing the master. A silver corpse placed in the corpse refining space without any independent consciousness will not produce any resistance to the recognition of the master. In the corpse refining space, there are 12 iron corpses. Among them, Neza and the other 10 iron corpses have been transformed into a 3-headed and 6-armed state. The other iron corpse Juezu is a special corpse refining, with unparalleled killing intent. For weapons, these 12 iron corpses have reached the peak of the iron corpse in terms of strength. And Li Shiming also put a lot of effort into the 12 iron corpses. Now that he has become a golden elixir monk, the corpse refining at the peak of the iron corpse will be of almost no help to him. He needs to upgrade the 12 iron corpses to the silver corpse to provide him with combat strength. But the 2 experiences he had with his clone Li Yuanba, one was the promotion of Li Yuanba's corpse refining body, and the other was the promotion of a general, made him understand the difficulty of promotion through corpse refining. If it were done in a normal way, 1 or 2 of these 12 iron corpses would be lucky to be promoted. Otherwise, why would Elder Lu prepare so many iron corpses at once? Isn't it just for failure in promotion? Li Shiming didn't want any loss to these iron corpses. Among them, any one of the corpses that could be favored by Elder Lu was the best to be refined in the furnace. As Elder Lu, the powerful elder of Sunluo's sect, he often comes into contact with talented monks with single spiritual roots. The original 10 iron corpses in the corpse refining space were originally monks with single spiritual roots. Anyway, with Li Shiming's status, it was impossible for him to obtain the corpses of so many single lingual root monks. Every single lingual root monk was an important talent to the sect. He is not a demon cultivator, and it is impossible for him to kill people who have no grudges just because he wants to refine corpses. Li Shiming put away the silver corpse. The strength of the silver corpse itself was very good, probably comparable to the strength of the middle stage of the golden elixir. This gives him a good shield in close combat. Of course, if a golden core monk breaks through the silver corpse's defense and fights him in close combat, then the golden core monk will know his true melee strength. He summoned all the iron corpses again, and 12 iron corpses appeared in front of him. He separated 12 divine thoughts and controlled the 12 iron corpses respectively. At the same time, he took out 12 third-grade formation flags and sent them to the 12 iron corpses. 12 iron corpses stood at 12 nodes respectively. The 12 third-grade formation flags in the hands of the iron corpses plus the iron corpses themselves formed a formation. 9-turn thunder formation is a simple thunder attribute formation. The most special thing about this formation is that the power of thunder and lightning in the formation is adjustable. The 9-turn thunder array can control the power of thunder and lightning from 1 to 9 turns, and stimulate the power of thunder and lightning with 9 levels of power. Just after the formation of the 9-turn thunder formation, the first turn formation was opened, and the power of thunder and lightning was formed in the formation, and the power of thunder and lightning covered the entire body of the 12 iron corpses. The power of thunder and lightning and the cold power of the iron corpses are naturally incompatible. Even a single turn of thunder and lightning power caused a certain amount of damage to the iron corpses. The iron corpses were trembling all over, and the power of thunder and lightning destroyed their bodies.
This is the second time that the iron corpses have been baptized by the thunder and lightning power of the
9-turn Na Thunder Array.
Yesterday, the 12 iron corpses returned to the corpse refining space after staying in the
9-turn Na Thunder Array
for 3 hours. Restore. Li Shiming couldn't really cause much damage to the iron corpses. He wanted to try something other than letting the iron corpses be wiped out by the power of thunder and lightning.
Sure enough,
a smile appeared on his face. Compared with yesterday's data, the 12 iron corpses he perceived had some good changes. Perhaps for other monks, it would be difficult to find differences in the subtle changes in the 2 days. But Li Shiming has the natal magic weapon Z15. The data he can observe is extremely fine. The slightest change will be recorded and analyzed by the natal magic weapon Z15. This is the second time I have been baptized by the
9-turn Thunder Formation.
The 12 iron corpses can withstand the power of thunder and lightning a little bit better. If this is judged by data, it is a change of 3 decimal places after the decimal point. But as long as there is improvement, there is hope. His idea is very clear, which is to continuously improve the iron corpse's resistance to the power of thunder and lightning through the
9 turns of Thunder Formation.
He would not let the iron corpses be promoted until their resistance increased to the point where they could withstand the thunder. There are 2 corpses of Jin Dan monks in his hand. One was given to the clone Li Yuanba by Elder Jin. It was the corpse of a body refining Arhat from Qianya Temple. This was the top-notch corpse refining furnace. That Arhat specializes in body refining. Once his corpse is turned into a silver corpse, its combat power will be at least as good as that of the silver corpse that Elder Shang Lu has cultivated for many years. The other body is the body of the female monk Fang Lu. Fang Lu has good talent to become a golden elixir monk. More importantly, this is the body of a female monk. Once it is refined into a corpse, it has the ability to deal with cold energy, different from the changes in male corpse refining. Li Shiming is very interested in this. However, he was not in a hurry to sacrifice these 2 golden elixir corpses to become a corpse. He planned to wait until his strength improved a little before proceeding. Sacrifice and refining corpses are not only related to the original strength of the corpse, but also to the realm of the person who sacrifices them. Like the corpse of the body refining Arhat. If he were to sacrifice it now, he would probably only be able to reach the early stage strength of the silver corpse. When his realm reaches the middle stage of the golden elixir, he would still need to use a lot of resources to increase the strength of the silver corpse. He currently has no shortage of combat power. The midterm combat power of 1 silver corpse, coupled with the 12 reserve silver corpses prepared, is enough for him to deal with trouble. The absolute spirit changeling snake is not far away from being promoted to the 3rd level. When the absolute spirit changeling snake is promoted to the 3rd level, it is estimated that any monk in the golden core stage may perish under a sneak attack. A message transmission formula flew towards him, and he took it casually and sensed the message in it. He glanced at the
9 turns of Thunder Formation,
then turned around and left the cave. As long as he does not leave the sword-holding peak, based on his connection with the iron corpses, the natal magic weapon Z15 will automatically monitor the situation of the 12 iron corpses, and will not cause any problems to the iron corpses. The person who came was his follower Yi Lingyun. Since Yi Lingyun became a foundation-building monk, Yi Lingyun's job has been increased to pick up and deliver supplies for him. Yi Lingyun has the right to freely enter and exit the sword-holding peak. But if he wants to enter the top of the sword-holding peak, he still needs to issue a spell to Li Shiming.
Sir, this is the elixir sent by Beiju Trading Company.
Yi Lingyun respectfully handed over a storage bag and said, Yi Lingyun's identity is now very different from before. She was the first to be promoted to the foundation building stage, making her stand out from the 3 followers. With this advantage, she became Li Shiming's external liaison. Li Shiming took the storage bag and scanned it with his spiritual mind. These were the materials for 3 third-grade elixirs, which were orders from Beiju Trading Company. In addition to refining elixirs for the sect's golden elixir elders, he will also deliver orders from Beiju Trading Company after being approved by the sect. He was a guest of the Beiju Commercial Bank, and he received a lot of conveniences from the Beiju Commercial Bank by holding the guest minister for worship. In particular, many scientific and technological research materials were obtained for him by the Beiju Commercial Bank. Those research materials may have been relatively precious materials in previous lives, but in this world, as long as they are not spiritual objects, they are of little value. Beiju Trading Company used manpower to collect and transport ordinary objects for Li Shiming. It can be said that not only did it not make any profit, but it actually lost a lot.
This bottle of 3rd-grade elixir should be sent over there through the previous channels.
Li Shiming nodded, took out a jade bottle from the space ring, and told Yi Lingyun.
Yes, sir.
Yi Lingyun answered as he took the jade bottle. She didn't need to ask. She knew exactly where the third-grade elixir in the jade bottle was sent. She would send it out through channels every once in a while. As for her master's connection with the demon cultivator, she was not the one who could ask about it. Besides, Li Shiming has some connection with the demon cultivator. So for Li Shiming's status, being known by the sect is not a big deal. Yi Lingyun's current achievements are all due to his family. Before she became Li Shiming's follower, she could only be regarded as a direct descendant with ordinary qualifications in the immortal cultivating family. With her talent in cultivating immortals, it is estimated that she will only stay in the chi stage for her whole life. And the chance of becoming a foundation-building monk is slim. After following Li Shiming, although she and the other two followers were busy every day, taking care of the spiritual field on a mountain peak, they enjoyed a treatment in terms of cultivation resources that even the true disciples of the sect could not enjoy. There is a fixed supply of elixirs refined by Li Shiming himself every month. Just talking about the elixir refined by Li Shiming, no matter what grade it is, countless monks will rob it when it is placed outside. It was precisely with this kind of elixir that she, a monk with ordinary resources in the chi chain stage, could successfully break through and become a foundation-building monk. Not only her, but the other two followers have also reached the peak of the chain energy, and the master has given them foundation-building pills. However, Yi Lingyun is not worried about the two attendants competing with her. She has already taken the lead. She is in charge of many important affairs of the Lord. Even if the other two attendants are successfully promoted, they will only become her assistants. Li Shiming sent Yi Lingyun away, and he sent 3 elixirs into the computer room space. In the computer room space, the red yang spiritual fire in the 5 elements 9-turn furnace was already burning. A divine thought processed the 3 elixirs, and then began to refine the elixir. While refining the elixir, Li Shiming acted as if nothing had happened. White Lotus appeared at his feet, and he appeared in the underground factory area. Now he no longer needs to concentrate on refining alchemy. A single spiritual thought is used to refining elixir, which is equivalent to refining elixir when he was fully focused on it before. In the factory area, more than 100 spiritual thoughts flew out and started operating on each machine in the factory area, especially in the chip area. After refining Z15 into his natal magic weapon, he continued to make major achievements in research. And the most obvious one was the chip. The research data on wafers are readily available, and all he has to do is create a qualified production machine based on the research data. In the previous life, even if countless manpower and material resources were invested in nanoscale chips, there were ready-made research results, and progress was still very difficult. This is a shortcoming in basic industry. It is not that many machines cannot be developed, but that the lack of basic industry makes it impossible to manufacture the materials required for the components of the machine. One thing about this world is much better than the previous one, and that is the richness of materials. Under the influence of spiritual energy, many spiritual objects have been derived. For example, in terms of metals, spiritual metals have characteristics that ordinary metals cannot compare with. Coupled with the scientific synthesis of previous lives, many spiritual metals are synthesized with ordinary metals to obtain far-reaching achievements. Metal ahead of its time. In Li Shiming's previous research, a lot of time was spent on metal synthesis experiments. Finding a variety of suitable alloy ratios requires countless experiments. This work has made great progress with the help of the magic weapon Z15. 191 brains equals 191 researchers. And there is also the computing power of Z15. Even the top researchers in the previous life could not compete with any of these 191 brains. Compared to, at present, he has completed about 80% of the research work on nanoscale wafers. It will take some time before the first generation of nanoscale wafers can be trial produced. After 5 hours of busy work in the factory area, he stopped today's research work and finished the work at hand. At the same time, in his computer room space, the first batch of 3rd-grade elixirs was released. He put away 4 of the 6 elixirs. 2 elixirs were sent out individually in a jade bottle. For 3rd-grade elixirs were sent out. Dan was his reward. Then the second batch of 3rd-grade elixir began to be refined again. Now the elixir refining will no longer affect his daily affairs. Even if there is a battle, the alchemy in the computer room will not be disturbed. Only 1 brain out of 191 brains can complete the alchemy.
It looks like we need to refine a few more pill furnaces,
Li Shiming thought to himself as he left the underground factory area. In his opinion, There are too few magic weapons in the
5 elements and 9-turn furnace.
at present, and only one furnace can be opened at a time to make alchemy. If he had a few more alchemy furnaces, he could refine several furnaces of elixirs at the same time. In fact, even veteran alchemy masters, like Elder Ma, would not use the distraction technique when refining third-grade elixirs. The refining of the third-grade elixir is extremely complicated. Even if you concentrate on refining it, problems may arise, let alone refining several furnaces of the third-grade elixir at the same time. Third-grade elixirs are too precious, and the loss caused by the increased failure rate is far more important than the time saved in refining elixirs. But Li Shiming is different. The natal magic weapon Z15 has 190 CPUs. Each CPU is equivalent to one of his brains. For him, if it were not for the restrictions of the Qiyang spiritual fire and the Dan furnace magic weapon, he could activate them at the same time. 191 furnaces of alchemy.